Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 80, Haruheim First Kill. *A/N, here goes 3/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Amazonas, HNGH. Hi-yi-thai-thai. Amazonas wake up after some time. When she wakes up, the first thing she saw was the blood-red eyes and then the face of the person whose those eyes are. When she saw who that person is, it scared her to death and she started to struggle to run away. But since she is still in air because of Ophis, she failed to do anything. Premies, are you done? Amazonas. The woman becomes stunned when she heard Premies' words and stopped struggling. She has already realized that she can't escape. She took a deep breath to calm herself down. Once she was done, she looks back at Premies. Even though she is calm on surface, her heart is still throbbing violently inside. Premies, good. If you will answer all of my questions trustfully, then I won't kill you. Amazonas, are really? Premies, yes. I always keep my words. On the contrary, if you lie then. Premies didn't continue his words, but a small smile appears on his face. Seeing that smile, a chill went down the Amazonas' spine and she unconsciously gulped. She can tell what Premies is saying is the truth. She shivers, then calms herself down again. Amazonas, ask. Premies glanced at Haruheim, who also moved forward to stand in front of Amazonas. Amazonas becomes stunned when she saw Haruheim. Because she is afraid of Premies, all of her attention was on him. So, she didn't look around the room. Premies then asked. Premies, are you the one who prevent Haruheim's customer from taking her virginity? Amazonas, why yes. Premies, are you also the one who tell Aisha's plan of helping Haruheim escape? Amazonas, why yes. Premies, good. Now explain why. I can tell you have no good intention behind it. So, explain. Everything. Amazonas. Amazonas becomes silent. She didn't say anything for some time. But that was her mistake. Premies don't have time to waste on her. So, in the next instant before Premies could say anything, Ophis used her telekinesis and break both of her arms. Break. Crush. Amazonas, Premies, we don't have time to waste on you. So, hurry up. Otherwise, I wonder whether you would have any bones left by the time we are done. Amazonas, huff. 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 Drip. Drip. Amazonas started to take deep breath and blood is dripping down from her destroyed arms. Haruheim has already moved her face away when she saw such violence. She always remained in the room. Even when she was in Far East or when she was here. So, seeing so much blood for the first time makes her uncomfortable. But Premies reprimanded her. Premies, don't look away. If you can't even see something like this, then I don't think you can follow me in the future. Haruheim. Haruheim becomes stunned when Premies said that. But before she can say anything, he continued. Premies, if you really want to stay by my side, then get used to it. Because in future you will see many more things worse than this. Massacre, which contains of river of blood, mountain of corpse will become common. So, don't look away from such thing. Because in future you will have to do it too. Haruheim. Haruheim becomes silent. Premies has already told her before that he is not some good person or some hero. So, she should throw the hero stuff which is in her mind into garbage. He is not a hero but a devil, who will do anything to get what he wants, no matter what. Haruheim took a deep breath and again and again and again. She has already decided that she will follow this devil. So, she won't back down now. Haruheim took deep breath one last time and then turned her gaze back to the Amazonas. Even though she still feels uncomfortable looking at the blood, she still stands firm. As for the Amazonas, she has already turned pale when she heard Premies' words that there will a lot of massacre in the future. She started to imagine what the Aurario will look like in future because of this devil. But what she doesn't know that she won't hear to see that. Premies is still looking at the Amazonas. In the first place, his gaze never left her. Premies, if you remain silent then maybe my hand slip again. Amazonas shudder after hearing this and bite her lips so that she can tolerate the pain. Then she starts talking, ignoring the pain of her broken arms. Amazonas, this thin Renard has a skill called Yukai no Kazuchi. Premies, she was going to say, thing, but she correctly herself in the end. Yes. It seems like not only Ishtar but everyone in her familia all thought of Haruheim as a thing which will make them stronger. Preemies, I guess except Aisha, everyone in this familia is same as Ishtar. Truly, a familia full of bitches. I agree. Amazonas, this skill is a level-boosting magic that can only be used on one target, other than the caster. Its effect can last around 15 minutes, after which an interval of around 10 minutes is required before it can be used again. However, those affected by this skill gained less than half the experience a normal adventurer would have gained. Because of this magic's extraordinary power, information about it is kept secret by Lady Ishtar to prevent others from targeting her for it. Haruheim remains silent because she knows about this skill of hers. But she become afraid thinking that Preemies will think that she is hiding this from her. So, glanced at Preemies and took a sigh of relief when she saw that there was no change in his expression even after this hearing this. Preemies, there is more to it, isn't it? Haruheim, huh? Amazonas, that is. Both Haruheim and Amazonas become stunned together. Haruheim thought that this was the only reason and Amazonas was wondering how did Preemies knew. Preemies, are you thinking of becoming silent again? Amazonas, that. Preemies, this didn't answer my question. I asked you why you prevented customers from taking Haruheim body. I never asked you give me the information of her skill. Amazonas. Haruheim, dear, I think we shall. Before Haruheim could continue, Preemies gave a stern gaze. Seeing that, she shivers and becomes silent. She understands that Preemies is telling her to keep quiet. Preemies return his gaze back to Amazonas. Preemies, so, you want to remain silent then I guess I need to. Amazonas, wait. I will talk. I will talk. Preemies, then speak. Amazonas shuddered and continued. Amazonas, Lady Ishtar actually finds a way to make this level boosting permanent. But if she will lose her virginity then it won't work. Haruheim, what? This really shocked Haruheim. It was already a very big thing if someone have a level boosting in their stats temporary, let alone permanent. Preemies, so, I was right. If she will lose her virginity then the sacrifice ritual will become useless. Yes. You were spot on. Preemies, but Aisha Belka was against it and destroyed your plan despite knowing how much important it was for the familia. As a result, she faces Ishtar wrath. Haruheim. Amazonas, you. Jay, just who are you? And how do you know that? But Preemies didn't answer. Amazonas is becoming more and more scared because it looks like Preemies know everything about them. This information which is kept secret even from her fellow members. As for Haruheim, her body trembled violently when she heard about Aisha's truth. She always thought that Ishtar punished Aisha so severely because she planned to let her escape. But it looks like the truth is something else entirely. Haruheim uses her trembling hand and grabs Preemies' coat to get this attention. Haruheim, dear, what are you saying? Preemies remove his gaze from Amazonas and turn towards Haruheim. Haruheim's face is already pale by now. Even though she is putting a fake smile on her face, her trembling body and eyes betrayed her. It's obvious that she is very nervous right now. Preemies, Haruheim. You are not the only one who Ishtar have bought from the slave market. There are many more before you. Some of them might have tried to run away. And I can guarantee that after they were captured again, even though Ishtar punished them, it won't be as severe as Aisha Belka received. But since she received such severe punishment then it could only mean that she has done something like. At this point, Preemies stopped and returned his gaze back to Amazonas. Then he continued. Preemies, like disrupting Ishtar plans. Am I right? Amazonas. Amazonas becomes silent but this time it was a mistake because Ophis directly destroyed both of her legs with her telekinesis. Crack. Crack. Crush. Crush. Amazonas, ahhhhhhhhhhh. Amazonas screamed at the top of her lungs. The pain she received is tremendous. But let alone Preemies this time even Haruheim didn't care. Preemies, didn't I told you not to remain silent? Why do you keep forgetting? Amazonas, huff. 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 Preemies, I repeat. Am I right? Amazonas, why yes. Preemies, explain. Amazonas gulped her saliva and starts speaking. Amazonas, the way to get permanent level boosting, we need an item called Killing Stone and... Amazonas stopped and then glanced at Haruheim before continuing. Amazonas, and she must be used as a sacrifice. Haruheim. Amazonas, Aisha Belka was against this and she destroyed the Killing Stone. As a result, the plan needs to be put on hold until we will find a new Killing Stone. Lady Ishtar became angry because of this. So, she severely punished Aisha for destroying her Killing Stone and then charmed her to take away her free will. Thud. Haruheim falls down but Preemies caught her in his arms. Preemies look at Haruheim and it feels like Haruheim has lost her soul. As for Haruheim, her mind is in turmoil after she realizes Aisha's truth. Sadness filled her eyes. In this place, her only friend was Aisha. She was the only one who showed kindness to her. But she never realized that Aisha was always protecting her. Now she realized that Aisha was like a hero to her that was keeping her safe with the best of her abilities. Even when she was punished by Ishtar, Aisha never blamed Haruhime. But what about her? Thinking that she was reason for Aisha's pain, she didn't even try to talk with her again. Haruhime started to remember her past again. If she thinks back now, she realizes that even when she stopped talking with Aisha, Aisha still has the same gentle smile on her face when she saw Haruhime. But because Haruhime felt guilty, she ignores it. So, now Haruhime felt like crying since she thinks that she wronged Aisha. Her only friend here. But before she could cry, Premi's voice sounded which stopped her. Premies, if you really felt guilty about what you did to Aisha, then instead of crying, won't it be better that you will meet her face to face in future and make up with her? Haruhime. Can I? Premies, have you ever thought of Aisha as your friend? Haruhime, why yes. Premies, then you can. Haruhime blushed and nodded her head. Haruhime, MNT thank you, dear. Premies nodded and make Haruhime stands up. Then he turns his gaze back at Amazonas. Premies, all right. Last question. Amazonas, why yes. Premies, since you know everything that is going on your familia, then you also have the information of those who are affiliated with you, didn't you? Amazonas. Premies, I want the information on everyone. Those who are affiliated with you, whether they are nobles, merchants, adventurers, civilians, and so on. I want all information. How many they are. How many guards they have. And also, those who came here as Haruhime customers. I want everything. Amazonas. I understand. Amazonas then started to tell information of everyone who are affiliated with Ishtar Familia. Their description, how they look like, their status and so on. Premies listened to everything and he also interrupts her in between to have more clear understanding. 3 hours went by the time they were done. Amazonas, that's all. Premies, I see. Good. Amazonas, then can I? Premies, this means your work is done and you are no longer necessary. Amazonas. Amazonas starts trembling in fear. Amazonas, but you promised that you won't kill me if I will answer all of why your Q questions truthfully. Premies, yes, I said so and I never go back on my words. Amazonas, then. Premies, but. At this point, a smile appears on Premies' face and that smile feels like a devil smile to the Amazonas that sends a chill down her spine. Premies, when did I ever say that I will the one who is going to kill you? Amazonas, huh? Amazonas get confused. Premies moves his hand towards her waist and take out her assassin dagger. Then he brings the dagger in front of Haruhime and tell her to grab it. Haruhime grabs the dagger handle with trembling hands. She fully understands what Premies wants her to do. That's why her heart is beating violently. Once she grabs the dagger, Premies turned his gaze back at Amazonas and said. Premies, do it. Haruhime moved towards the Amazonas slowly. Even though her hands are trembling, she didn't stop. She has already decided to follow her husband, so she is ready to stain her hands with blood. Amazonas started to panic and look at Premies. Amazonas, wait. Wait. I can help with many things. If you want, you can even have my body. But Premies ignored her and his gaze is only at Haruhime, who is already standing in front of the Amazonas. Amazonas' face is already full of horror. But before she could say anything to Haruhime, Haruhime used the dagger and penetrated her neck all of a sudden. Amazonas' eyes wide open because she saw that Haruhime's eyes are full of rage. As for Premies, who is standing behind, twitched his lips. Premies, that idiot. How can she try to seduce a man in front of his wife? Whoa. Haruhime really become a completely different person when that Amazonas said that she will even give her body to you. Really, women jealousy is scary. Premies ignored Twilight remark, but in mind he is thinking of solution so that in the future he won't get backstabbed by one of his wives. Chapter 81, Arrogant Nobles. *A/N, here goes 1/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Soon the Amazonas scrambled to her death and her body, who was still floating in the air by Ophis, falls down. Thud. Till the end of her life, she didn't understand why Haruhime, who is a gentle, timid, well-mannered, and extremely kind girl, killed her without hearing anything. She also wondered what did she did that make Haruhime this angry. Premies is looking at everything with indifferent expression. In the first place, Premies has long guessed who this Amazonas were. He just wanted to use her as a catalyst so that Haruhime can make up with Aisha in the future. And once they will make up, then their friendship will be a lot stronger than before. Well, in truth, Premies has no such intentions at the beginning. But when he saw how Aisha get down on her knees and beg him to save Haruheim, it moved Premies a little. Friend like this is very rare, who are ready to suffer for other but still remain loyal to the very end. Premies put this thought at the back of his mind and glanced at Office. Premies, how is it? Did you find them? Office, men. Some are here. Some are outside. And some are far away. Premies, but you still find them, right? Office, men. Premies, good. When Premies was interrogating the Amazoness on the information of all those affiliated with her familia, Office is marking all of them. That's why Premies asked about them in more detail, about their appearance, status, where they live and so on. So that Office can find them easily. Sometimes he also interrupts her when Office found it difficult to match with the information she heard. So now, Office has marked everyone. Some are here means they are here in Entertainment District. Some are outside means outside the Entertainment District but in Horario. And some are far away means they are not in Horario but far away. It's not difficult to guess why they are away from Horario, because most of them are merchants who travel from one city to another to sell goods. But it's not a problem for Office. No matter at which corner of the world they hide or go, it's a piece of cake for her to find them as long as she has their information. Premies, first, increase the space of this room so that it won't get crowded even if there will be more than 100 people. Office, men. Office nodded and a glint passes through her eyes. Then in the next instant, the space of the entire room started to increase. If someone look from the outside, then it will be the same small room which will become crowded with just 10 people, but the inside space is so big that even 200 people can sleep here without any problem. Once Office is done, Premies continued. Premies, good. Now I want you teleport all the people who became Haruheim customers until now, here. Office, men. Swoosh. 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 Voice appears behind Premies and one by one people started to appear. Haruheim has been looking at the corpse of Amazoness that she has killed. She was so lost in her thought that she didn't even realize when the space of the room increased. She only came back to her senses when she heard the voice behind her, because Premies was talking with Office in mind all along. Haruheim turns around and becomes stunned. She didn't become stunned because the space of the room has increased, but because she knows who these people are. Even though she didn't share bed with them, she still is slightly afraid because they were once her customers. At this time, these people realizes that they are at an unfamiliar place. They look at each other and become shocked. Merchant 1, brother, what are you doing here? Merchant 2, I am also wondering that. Merchant 3, I thought you know something about this. Adventurer 1, just what the heck I am doing here? I was just going to fuck a woman. Adventurer 2, me too. Noble 1, to think I am in the same room as these dogs. Noble 2, yeah, I feel disgusted just to stay in the same room with these barbarians. Merchant 2, what did you say? Adventurer 3, who are you calling barbarians? Noble 3, you all poor people should feel it an honor that you can stand in our presence. Adventurer 4, I wonder you will still have same smug on your face once you will receive my punch. All of them starts fighting between each other. Nobles always thought of themselves as superior to adventurer and merchants. They thought of merchants as dogs because merchants become like a faithful dog to those who pay them highly. As for adventurers, they thought of them as barbarians because adventurers always use their fists to talk. They always look down on them because if nobles use their money, they can make both merchants and adventurers to do their bidding. On the other hand, no matter how much merchants and adventurers try, they can never become noble and stand at their equal footing. That's why both adventurers and merchants hate nobles. But they can only use their mouth and can't attack them. They know if they will attack nobles, then their situation will become dire. Money is power. And nobles have so much money that they can hire assassin, and can also make their and their family lives more difficult and so on. So, glaring is all they can do. At this moment, a voice attracts all of their attention. Adventurer 4, you. Aren't you the one who I slept with before? One of the adventurer pointed his finger at Haruheim and shouted. Haruheim body trembled when she heard that. In truth, let alone Haruheim, these people all thought that they have slept with Haruheim. Even though they didn't. Before they meet Haruheim, Ishtar always put something in their drink. So, once they meet Haruheim, they all started to hallucinate that they are ravaging her body. After they fall asleep, that Amazoness come into room and throw some liquid on Haruheim body and make her think that she shares the bed with them when she wakes up. Merchant 4, yes. I have slept with her. Merchant 5, me too. Adventure 5, I too. Noble 4, humph. So, it's that prostitute who I slept with before. Slut. They all realize who Haruheim is and started to use rude remarks on her. Haruheim started to tremble and feels like crying. He unconsciously moves towards Premies and held his arm. She only felt sense of peace and security when she is near her husband. Preemies, silence. All. Preemies said one word with unquestionable tone and they all become silent. At this time, Preemies turns around and look at them. Since Haruheim has been here for 2 to 3 years, there are more than 100 people here if you exclude Preemies, Haruheim and Ophis. All of them become dazed when they saw Preemies' heavenly handsome face. After some time, they came out of it and look at Ophis who is sitting on his shoulder and become dazed again when they look at her heavenly topping face. When they came out of their daze once again, one of them shouted. Adventurer 6, he is, the Black Swordsman. Merchant 6, what? The one everyone is looking at Ororeo. Noble 5, so, it's him. Humph, adventurers and merchants become astonished but nobles are still as arrogant as always. To be more correct, they started to feel jealous and envious of his heavenly handsome face. They have heard that, the Black Swordsman, is very handsome but they never thought he would be this handsome. So, to get rid of this jealous, they decided to mock him. Noble 7, so, even, the Black Swordsman, can't stop himself from coming here. Noble 8, haha. I wonder how many sluts he has slept with by now. Noble 9, but I think he has already been raped by Ishtar and her familia by now. That's why he is here. Noble 10, ha 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 ha. That's true. So, tell me how does it feels like when you were raped by that frog-face huge woman, Phryne Jamil? Noble 11, ha 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 ha. No. 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 I think he has already become the new pet of Ishtar. Noble 12, I also think so. Ha 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 ha. All nobles started to laugh loudly. Adventurers and merchants are also trying their hard to hide their laughter. Haruheim hugged Preemie's arm tightly and looked at all of them with her eyes full of rage. Even though she was slightly terrified when she saw them but now that they are laughing and mocking at her husband, she became angry. But even after seeing all this, Preemies has still indifferent look on his face. If he started to get angry just by hearing the words of the insects who are going to die soon then he should just bang his head at the wall and commit suicide. But after seeing that Haruheim is becoming more and more angry, Preemies decided to speak. Preemies, mere ants. Silence. Total silence. Preemies said with an incredibly condescending, arrogant, and cold voice. Hearing this, the entire room becomes silent. All of them opened their eyes wide, making them greatly shocked. Who are they? They are nobles. They are those who were respected by everyone. People will do anything so that nobles could have a good impression of them. Just one word from them and even a poor person can become rich person. Today someone called them ants. Nobles are called ants in front of other nobles and in front of dirty dogs, merchants, and muscle-headed barbarians, adventurers. It's a direct slap on their face. They feel like that they are humiliated by mere pet of Ishtar. Noble 13, you bastard. Who do you think you are? Noble 14, a mere pet of Ishtar, talking to us like this. Noble 15, your only position is below our feet. Noble 16, someone like you can only stand with a slut like her. Saying this that Noble pointed at Haruheim, calling her slut. Before others can say anything, Preemies speak. Preemies, on your knees. Intensity of Preemies' Sharingan was released to the limit. His eyes released the explosive aura like the ruler of the world. Human, emperors and gods would all kneel before him. Bam. None of them could react in time before finding themselves touching the ground. Nobles, merchants, and adventurers, all of them struggled to regain their thoughts. They all feel as if this is a dream. Let alone nobles, even adventurers can't believe it. None of them are weak. All of them are at level 3 and level 4, after only rich people can enter entertainment district. Not something level 1 and level 2 adventurers could afford. However, all of them still fall before his glare as if they are but ants. Preemies didn't release any magic or pressure but his cold stare alone is enough. If it was before then Preemies won't be able to make other kneel with his gaze but after he merged with his dark self and become complete, he now excludes the aura of a ruler. All of them feel an unprecedented and indescribable fear, straight from their instinct. They all realize that he is a supreme existence and all would tremble before him. It makes everyone's heart tremble. They all felt a massive weight on their bodies, and it was as if there were massive mountains weighing down on them. The atmosphere became incredibly oppressive. As for Haruheim who is holding Preemies' arm was also astounded. Nobles, merchants, and adventurers are kneeling in front of her very own eyes. She still can't believe that these arrogant nobles were being forced into submission. The entire palace is silent. No one dared to say anything. None of them dare to mutter anything right now. They all tried to struggle but the fear is just too overwhelming. Their legs become weak so they can't rise. Instincts are telling them that this man is the most terrorizing figure. More terrorizing than even gods. At this time, Preemies speak. Preemies, Haruheim. Haruheim, why yes. Haruheim hurriedly straightened her back. She can tell right now this Premies is not her husband but a ruler because of the aura he releases. Then he pointed at some of them. Premies, except that, and that. Kill everyone. Haruheim. Chapter 82, Haruheim's Change. *A/N, here goes 2/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Haruheim. Merchants. Adventurers. Nobles. Everyone becomes shocked when they heard Premies' words. Haruheim's hands, which are still holding the assassin dagger, started to tremble violently. She still hasn't recovered completely from her first kill, but now she is being told to kill more. Of course, Premies knows that. That's why he told Haruheim to kill them. Because once she will recover from her first kill, then she will start her self-contempt. So, Premies wanted her to kill them before that. In the first place, when Premies realizes that the people that Haruheim have to kill reached at least 100 if he will exclude those he pointed, then it's no longer needed for Haruheim to see his massacre. He has already decided that once Haruheim will kill them, he will erase Ishtar Fauna from her and will implement new skills. After that he will send her to the room where Lily is sleeping and complete his other objectives here. As for adventurers, merchants and nobles, they have their eyes wide opened at this moment. They still can't believe they are going to die just like this. All of them are high-leveled and highly respected people. But now someone is going to kill them. Nobles are also the same. All of them wanted to refute and fight for their freedom, but no matter how much they try, they failed to get up. Their legs feel gel. Their instincts are screaming. Right now, all of them are nothing more than pigs to be slaughtered. Haruheim, dear, but they didn't sleep. Before she could continue, Premies interrupts her. Premies, if you weren't used to Ishtar, did you think she would have stopped them? Haruheim. Premies, if you have begged them, did you think they would have stopped? That time, instead of feeling pity, they would have become even more excited. Haruheim. Premies, you have been living a life of sheltered princess all this time. Even when you came here, you were inside this room. So, you don't know what outside world really is. Someone like Aisha Belka is as rare as 1 in 1,000. Outside, only power reigns supreme. Haruheim. Premies, if you have power then you are always right. No matter who you kill or how much. Same is the case of these nobles. They can kill and have anything they want, with their power and money. If someone will try to go against them, then that person will die without leaving anything behind. Even if these nobles got caught, the most they will receive is a fine and a warning, that's all. Haruheim. Premies, so, never show your kindness to those other than your family and those who are your true friends. Like you friend Aisha Belka. And never show mercy to your enemies, because if you let them go then they won't hesitate to hurt your family and friends for their revenge. Haruheim, who listened everything, bit her lips and took a deep breath. She completely understands what Premies means. If both her and Aisha have power then they must have fought against their fate. But the truth is they didn't. No one helped her because Ishtar is strong and they can't fight against them. But things are different now. She won't let anyone hurt her family just like they hurt Aisha. Haruheim took a deep breath one last time and walked towards one of the noble. Even though her hand, which is holding assassin dagger, is shivering, but it's not trembling as hard as before. She soon stands in front of the one of the nobles. The face of that noble has already become pale. He wanted to run as far away from this place as possible, but he can't move. Haruheim then raised the assassin dagger and killed that noble. Splurt. Noble 5, Arg. Thud. Noble body fall weakly on the ground. His eyes are still wide open, thinking how can a noble like him die just like that. Soon his eyes lost color and he scrambled to his death. All the other merchants, adventurers, and nobles are trembling from fear. A noble died just like this and now it's their turn. Haruheim is looking at the body of noble which is becoming cold. Before she could fall into her thoughts again, Premies' emotionless voice sounded. Premies, next. Haruheim shivers then continued. She came in front of another one and killed him. Splurt. Premies, next. Splurt. Premies, next. Splurt. Premies, next. Splurt. Premies. After 10 or so kill, Premies became quiet. Haruheim is now moving on her own and killing them one after another. After some killing, her hands are no longer trembling. After killing some more and her eyes now contained coldness in them. And then they became emotionless. Now she just keeps on killing like a killing machine. Once Haruheim was done killing the last person, she looks at her hands that are stained with blood, assassin dagger falls from her hand. Clang. Haruheim, what have I done? GRBPH. After that she started to vomit. Tears and snort are coming out of her eyes and noses. She is vomiting non-stop. Premies just look at her from behind but didn't want to comfort her like he did with Lily. Haruheim has to stand on her own feet. He won't be by her side to comfort her all the time when he will send her for different missions in future. She is a lot stronger than I thought. Preemies, yes. When he made Lily kill, then after killing, Lily started to cry loudly even when she was vomiting. But that's not the case for Haruheim. Even though she is vomiting, tears and snorts are coming out, she didn't scream out a single word. So, he agrees with Twilight and won't deny that she has stronger heart than Lily. Preemies, who is looking at Haruheim, suddenly started to remember Ace. Preemies knew that Loki is using Ace hatred for One-Eyed Black Dragon to turn her into a killing weapon. He won't say that Loki is cruel because he is also doing the same. And top of that, his method is even more cruel. But what makes Preemies' method different is that he is turning their hatred, rage and cold personality completely towards one direction. And that is their enemies or strangers. The benefit of this method is that if they are with their family and true friends, then they will show their full emotions, not the cold personality. So, even though Loki method is less cruel, results are not that good. Because of that, Ace became a quiet person who has trouble expressing her feelings through words. Because of this, she is thought to be mysterious. However, she is actually still mentally young, even visualizing a younger version of herself. She hasn't matured as of yet. Preemies has already decided to get his hand on Ace, the first thing once he is done here. And for the rest of time he has in this world, he wants to use it to train Lily, Haruheim and Ace. He also wants to use the time to increase Ace mentality. Since Ace has dedicated her life solely to getting stronger, she doesn't understand many things and lacks common sense. He also wants to change Ace's hatred and resentment directly towards One-Eyed Black Dragon, and who she deemed as her enemies. According to the plot, Ace's desire for revenge stems from her traumatic experience with the One-Eyed Black Dragon when she was a child, which also caused her to develop a great hatred towards monsters. Such a feeling has resulted in Ace developing an intense obsession with exterminating monsters that borders on the irrational. Preemies wants to erase her such intensive obsession because in future Xenos will be their allies. He doesn't want Ace to look at them as her enemies. Preemies suddenly started to have headache. He feels like he is going to become Ace's babysitter. He shakes his head and put this thought at the back of his mind for now. Since he has already decided to get his hands on Ace, he won't back down now. At this time, Haruheim has already calmed herself down and approached Preemies. There are only 34 people remaining after Haruheim killed others. These 34 people are those who Preemies pointed out at first. Once Haruheim reached Preemies, she spoke. Haruheim, dear, once we are done here, can we do it again? Preemies look at Haruheim, who is asking for sex. Her eyes are struggling and are full of hope. But Preemies shattered her hope and reject her flatly. Preemies, no, we won't. Not just today, but also for the next few days. Haruheim. Preemies, do you understand? Haruheim, why yes. Haruheim's body trembled violently when Preemies rejected her. She lowers her head and becomes silent. She stretched her trembling hands towards Preemies' arm to hug them. Seeing no reaction from Preemies, she took a deep sigh of relief and hugged his arm very tightly. Preemies didn't say anything to her. Why did you reject her? You even say that you won't do it with her for the next few days. Why? Preemies, because she isn't asking for love but pleasure instead. Huh. What does that mean? Preemies, she wants to use pleasure as an escapism for what she has done just now. Escapism. Preemies, yes. She wants to use pleasure to avoid and forget all the unpleasant thing. I see. So, that's why she asked for it all of a sudden. Preemies, yes. Both her and Lily's mental condition will remain unstable for the next few days. So, I will wait until they become stable. Okay. Preemies, alright, one last thing before I will put her to sleep. Preemies break free from Haruheim hold and look at her. Preemies, Haruheim, turn around and show me your back. I need to erase Ishtar Falna. Haruheim, why yes. Haruheim then turn around without saying any word and lower her kimono to show her back to Preemies. Preemies can see Ishtar Familia emblem on her back. Preemies touched her nape and sent an electric current which made her unconscious. Preemies caught her before she falls and hugged her. Then he glanced at Ophis. A glint passed through her eyes and the emblem started to disappear. Once it disappears completely, Haruheim starts having problem breathing. Because along with Falna, she has also lost all of her strength and returns to normal human. The same case happens with Lily, so Preemies is not surprised. After some times when her breathing becomes stable, he put his hand on her back. Preemies, I leave the rest to you, Twilight. Yes. But before that, there is something I want to tell you. Preemies, what is it? Once her bloodline awakened, I found out that she has more talent for ice magic rather than fire magic. Preemies, ice magic? Yes. So, I think it will be better for her to learn ice magic. What do you say? Premies, I trust you. Since you are telling me that this means you have already decided skills compatible for ice magic. So, I leave it to you. Okay. Premies then buy a bed from Twilight Shop and took it out. Then he put Haruheim on it and placed his hand on her back. Light started to come out from his hand and it shrouded Haruheim completely. Premies took some steps back. The barrier which covered Haruheim is same as the one the lily was in, so he can see Haruheim inside easily. Premies then turn his gaze at the remaining people who are still in kneeling. Premies, now it's your turn. Chapter 83, Premies Reverse Scale. *A/N, here goes 3/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Premies' eyes turned cold to the limit when he looks at the remaining 34 people who are still kneeling before him. More than half of them are nobles. All of them are shivering and their eyes are full of fear and dread. They have just seen how almost 100 people died in front of them without being able to resist. The room is already filled with the thick smell of blood. Some of the blood of the dead bodies has reached them, thus scaring them even more. Premies, raise your head. All of them were shivering. But their body isn't listening their commands and responding to Premies. So, they raise their head and their eyes meet with Premies' blood-red eyes. They feel like they are looking at the demon who has the control on their fate. Premies used his Sharingan to see all of their memories. It took some time because there are 34 people, but soon, he knew everything about them. As for these nobles, merchants, and adventurers, they didn't even realize it. If they knew that Premies currently knows more about them than they themselves knew, then they would have scared to death. All of their secrets are laid bare in front of Premies' Sharingan. Premies, Twilight, is it possible to share pictures through telepathy? Yes. Premies, okay. Premies, Ophis, I am going to send some pictures and description about all of them. Mark all of them. Don't leave a single one. Ophis, Amen. Premies then send all of the information to Ophis. Because Premies has seen the memories, he can give Ophis a clear information and description of everyone. The count is just too much. But with the accurate image, it became quite easier for Ophis to find them. Soon, one of them are marked. Ophis, done. Premies, good. Then Premies turns his gaze to the kneeling people again. If Aina or Lily or Haruheim were here, then even they would be scared. Because they could tell that the current Premies is pissed to the extreme. Premies then stands in front of one of the noble. Premies, don't you want to see your family one last time before dying? Let me show you. Noble 1. Premies, Ophis. Ophis, Amen. Soon space started to wrap behind Premies and many screens started to appear behind him. They are so many and each of them is showing different scene. Everyone in the room can see what people are doing on, but the people in the screen didn't even realize that someone or some people are looking at them. Everyone saw it, but that noble whose family is being shown opened his eyes wide. He can see his son, daughter, wife, and grandparents. Not only that, on the other screens he can even see some other family members. His brother family, his other branch families and their members, his relatives, some of the hidden members of his family that only he knows of, and so on. In other words, his entire family is in front of him. Noble's one son, Mom, where is Dad? Noble's one wife, I don't know. He went to his study room few minutes ago. Noble's one son, but isn't there. Noble's one daughter, Big Brother, Dad must have gone into his hidden room to check something. Noble's one son slapped his forehead and then realization stuck him. Noble's one son, I forget checking that. Sigh for a moment, I thought that Dad got abducted. Premies, oh. You have no idea how right you are. Premies look at this and become amused. Noble one's father, don't speak nonsense. Our house is guarded by the level 4 and level 5 adventurers. Even level 6 adventurers will have problem infiltrating it. Noble one's mother, yes. If someone will try, then the magic formation around our mansion will activate. So don't worry. Noble one's son, that's true. Our mansion is protected by those barbarians. But still, I don't know why I am having a very bad feeling about it, Grandma. Noble one's father, must be your imagination. Noble one's mother, yes, must be your imagination. He will be coming down soon since it's dinner time. Noble one's son, if you all think so, then it really must be my imagination. Noble one's daughter, by the way, Big Brother, is that plebeian house still refusing to cooperate with us? We are already giving them some money. Noble one's son, no, the problem is solved. They agree to cooperate with us when father hires some barbarians to threaten them. Noble one's father, humph. They should be honored that we are even compensating them. Otherwise, they would be long gone. Noble one's mother, let's forget about it. By the way, grandson, I heard that there is someone you like. Hearing this, Noble one's son blushed. This reaction made all of them in the room show a knowing smile. Noble one's wife, Era. Looks like my son is in love. So, who is this lucky girl? Quickly, tell your mother. Noble 1-foot son, MOM. Noble 1-foot daughter, I know who is she. Noble one's wife, father and mother, who? Noble 1-foot son, little sis, keep quiet. But Noble one's daughter ignores his brother protest and speak. Noble 1-foot daughter, she is the young miss of noble house. Noble one's son, little sis. Noble one's father, her, huh. Well, I have to say that not only she is beautiful but she is also very good at handling family business. Noble one's mother, yes, my grandson choice is great. Noble one's wife, tell me trustfully, son. Do you really like her? Noble one's son blushed and looked down. But still, he didn't forget to nod his head. Noble one's wife, then, good. Once your father will come then we will discuss with him and send the marriage proposal to them tomorrow. Noble one's son didn't say anything but a smile appears on his face. Seeing this, everyone become happy. Premies and everyone in the room is looking at such loving family. As for the noble whose family is in display, already have tears in his eyes. He knew that he won't be able to see his family ever again. Premies, you really have a great family. Noble one, thank you for letting me see my family one last time. But before he could continue, Premies interrupts him. Premies, but too bad you have offended someone you shouldn't have. And as a result, you entire family, no, your entire lineage has to pay the price. Noble one. The noble body started to tremble. He is having a very bad premonition all of a sudden. Noble one, wait. What are you planning? Premies, erase them. Office, men. A glint passed through Office's eyes and then all the people in the screen stopped all of a sudden. Nobles, merchants and adventurers become confused about why all of them stopped. But the next screen scared them to the death. Everyone in the screen started to disintegrate. All of them vanished. Not even a trace of blood nor flesh remained behind. The place they were sitting or standing became empty. Like there was no one there in the first place. A terrifying chill faintly gushed out of the heats of everyone present. None of them can believe what they are seeing. An entire noble lineage. The one who has been standing for centuries was erased just like that. Everyone has said and heard threatening words like if you go against them then we will kill you along with you family. Or we will erase all of your generation. But they never thought something like this will happen. And in front of their very own eyes. As for the noble whose lineage is erased, is looking at it like his soul has left his body. He become pale and appears to have aged 10 to 20 years. His eyes have lost its luster. He still can't believe it and thought that he is in a dream. His everything is gone just like that. He turns his neck towards Premies like a robot. If Premies has just killed some of his family members then he would have become angry and would have jumped at Premies. If failed then he would have asked the help of other nobles. Hire assassin and so on. But Premies has done something extremely brutal and cruel. He saw that not only his family but also his brother along with his family, his relatives, branch families everyone vanished. Means he is the only one left of this lineage in this world now. And he knew he is going to die too. This is the end of his noble bloodline. So, he has lost all hope to even fight. He has already given up. But still want to know, what did he do to deserve this? Noble one, why? Why did you kill them just because I called her slut? Saying till now, he glances at the barrier behind Premies. He can see Haruheim sleeping there. He can tell the reason why Premies did it, is because he called her slut. But Premies' next words told him, how wrong he is. Premies, if you are thinking that I erased your entire lineage just because you called her slut then you are absolute wrong. Noble one. Not only him but all the others in room become stunned again. They all also thought that Premies is doing this because they called that Renard a slut. But it looks like that was not the case. Noble one, then why? Premies stretched his hand and grabs the noble hair and raised his head cruelly. Noble one, arg. Noble started to scream because of pain but Premies ignored it and raises him until he reaches his height. When Nobel face reached Premies' height and he looked into his eyes, and the started to tremble violently. All of his face has lost the color. That's because he can see traces of brutality and madness deep within his blood-red eyes. Premies, if it was just that then I would have told Haruheim to kill you along with others, like before. Noble one, then. Premies, did you really think that I didn't notice, how pests like you were looking at my empress with such disgusting eyes? Noble one, empress. Not only this noble but every other person realizes what is going on. They turned their mechanical-like head towards Office, who is still sitting on Premies' left shoulder with indifferent expression. Now their eyes are full of dread and horror. They knew if a king finds out that someone is looking at his queen with such lustful eyes then he will eradicate his entire family to make an example of it. That's what happens here. When all these nobles, merchants, and adventurers were teleported here then after become days of Premies and Ophis look, some of them stare at Ophis with lustful gaze and wanted to ravage her. They were already planning to get their hands on her no matter what they have to do. But even though such look appears on their face only for an instant, Premies notice it. And this angers him to the extreme. They have touched Premies' reverse scale. Premies don't care if someone tries to admire Ophis or try to talk with her. But if someone look at Ophis with lust in their eyes then they have to pay the price for it, along with their family. All these people present here are those who look at Ophis like this. Ophis is the purest existence in Premies' heart. Let alone these nobles, merchants, and adventurers, even Premies never look at Ophis like this. It would a lie if Premies say that he didn't want to eat heavenly beauty like Ophis. And he knew if he asked Ophis then she won't mind either. But Premies don't want to think about it until Ophis started to have emotions and become mature. Until then he won't make his move on her no matter what. So, since they look at his empress like this, they have to pay the price for it. But instead of eradicating family, he will destroy their entire lineage. Noble understands what he did but before he can say anything, he also disintegrates into nothingness. After that, Premies turns his gaze at the remaining people. They are already trembling and some of them have already pissed their pants. Premies ignored that and started to approach them one by one. No matter how much they beg and plea, Premies show them their family first and then erased them in front of their eyes. Time went by and soon everyone died. Now in this room there is only Premies, Ophis, and Haruheim who is still in the barrier. But it will come off soon. Premies, Ophis, teleport Haruheim into Lily room in that inn. And then erased all of those who are affiliated with Ishtar Familia. Ophis, Amen. Then the barrier who is shrouding Haruheim along with the bed she is sleeping on disappears from this place and appear in the room where Lily is sleeping. But since both of them are in deep sleep, no one realized that someone else is in this room and someone was teleported here. All the people who are affiliated with Ishtar Familia started to disintegrate one by one all around the world. Orario is already in a state of panic since Soma's death. But situation has become even worse when more than 17 noble house was erased all of a sudden. But what they don't know is that situation is going to become even more worse because another goddess is going to die soon. Premies, done. Ophis, Amen, Shin. Premies draws out his elucidator and magic started to gather magic in it. When it was gathered to the limit. Premies, it's time. Ishtar Familia. Hex Rend. Slash. Premies put all of the Hex Rend power to its sharpness before attacking. And at the next moment entire Ishtar Familia residence tower was slashed into two. Chapter 84, VS Ishtar Familia, Part 1. *A/N, here goes 1/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Slash. GRRRRR. The Ishtar Tower which was slashed in two started to fall down. Everyone in the entertainment district started to panic. This tower which has been standing for countless centuries has destroyed as of today. Ishtar who was sitting on her throne also came out of her thoughts and became shocked when she saw her residence is destroyed. Tammuz Belalai, who was standing behind Ishtar all this time warned Ishtar. Tammuz, Lady Ishtar, we have to leave otherwise we will be buried underneath this tower. Ishtar, which bastard did this to my home? I will make sure she will pay the price for it. Ishtar is very angry right now but all she could do is follow Tammuz Belalai to hurriedly leave the tower. Since almost all of her familia members were guarding outside of the tower, there aren't any causalities. So, Ishtar also hurriedly left. All of the remaining people in the entertainment district who were shocked because of sudden disappearance of all those who are affiliated with Ishtar Familia become astonished when they saw how Ishtar Tower was cut into two. They started to wonder who got the guts to make the enemy out of Ishtar Familia. No one knew who it was but when one of the people started to run towards the direction Ishtar Familia, others also followed. There is excited look on everyone's face because they also want to see who is the perpetrator of this commotion. Ishtar Familia members who were scattered all around the entertainment district also hurriedly moved towards the direction of their familia. They don't know why but they feel like that the end of Ishtar Familia is coming. So, they all nervously gulped and continued running as fast as possible to reach their familia. Bang. By this time, the tower has already fallen to the ground and dust scattered everywhere, making it hard to notice. Civilians, adventurers, and so on who have reached the location but they are maintaining a specific distance and not approaching the fallen tower carelessly. Soon, some dust settles down and they can see Ishtar who is coming out from one of the entrances of the fallen tower. Her hair is disheveled and her body is covered with dust. She also has distorted expression on her face. She looks at all the people around and shouted. Ishtar, who was it? You destroy my tower. Everyone shudders and took few steps back. None have opened their mouth and just looked down on the ground. They know how merciless Ishtar is. She really won't hesitate to kill them if their answer won't satisfy her. So, instead of speaking they decided to remain silent. But Ishtar don't have such patience. But before she can shout again, another voice filled with rage was heard. Who interrupts my enjoyment time? Boom. The debris was blown away with great force and someone came out of it. Seeing this person, everyone became even more scared. She is a huge woman with a frog-like face. She is wearing green clothes. On her waist there is a pink color belt and there is also a pink color heart between her chest. On her wrists and arms there are golden bangles. The woman also has a very distorted expression on her face. And in her hand, there is a great battle axe. This woman is captain of the Ishtar Familia, Phryne Jamil. Phryne is arrogant and is hated by the other members of the Ishtar Familia. She is also very possessive of men who catch her attention and will disobey orders to fulfill her desires. But because she is strongest of all other members of Familia, no one dared to go against her. Phryne, oi, Ishtar, who did this? Ishtar, I also want to know that. Phryne, pathetic. Tammuz, you. But before Tammuz could say anything, Ishtar raises her hand and stopped him. Everyone knows that Phryne has no loyalty at all to Ishtar and she considers herself to be more beautiful than the goddess. But again, since she is the strongest member of the Familia, Ishtar always ignore her behavior. At this time other members of Ishtar Familia have also reached the location. Member 1, Lady Ishtar, you alright? Ishtar, are all members here? Member 2, yes, Lady Ishtar. Ishtar, look at her members. There are 100 of them with most of them at level 3. Ishtar, everyone, someone has tried to attack our home. I don't know who it is, but we will make him, her pay the price of it. Let's show him, her, what will happen if you go against the strongest Familia, Ishtar Familia. All members, yes. Ishtar, not then. Is that your last words? Silence. Total silence. Everyone becomes shocked when these words were heard. They turned their neck towards the source of the voice. The voice came from behind Ishtar. To be more specific, from the direction of destroyed tower. They can see a silhouette of person. That person is walking towards Ishtar. Step. 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 With every step the person came close. They can't see the person yet because the dust behind hasn't settled yet. But his blood-red eyes are still shining in this dust, sending a chill down their spine. Soon, he came into view and everyone falls into daze when they saw his face. They have never seen such a heavenly handsome man before. Even gods pale in comparison. The person has dark hairs. He has sharp chin and sharp nose. His skin color is the same color as that of elves. Even though his clothes cover most of his body, it can't hide the outline of his perfect muscles and build. And if you will add his blood-red eyes into equation, then this person gave a devilish look. His height is 6 feet, i.e., 182 centimeters. His presence is not something everyone can ignore. He has a majestic presence like that of a ruler of the world that control everything. Because of that, everyone lowered their head unconsciously. At this time, one of the adventurer in the crowd sudden came out of his daze and started to examine him. Soon, he became astonished when he matched his appearance with rumor he has heard. The person is wearing black pants with a black belt that had a large silver buckle, a black V-neck shirt that was worn underneath a black trench coat with gray lining going down the sleeves, and black boots with silver plates to protect his shins. He had a silver plate worn on the left side of his coat, and a pair of black fingerless gloves. He wore a strap that went over his right shoulder and under it to wrap around his left side. Then behind his back he can see a sword sheath, and in it there is a black sword. Last but not the least, his blood-red eyes, which makes it impossible for someone to directly look into them. Seeing that everything matches completely, the adventurer shouted. Adventurer 1, T the Black Swordsman. Everyone came out of their daze when they heard his shout. And commotion appears between them. Crowd 1, H, he is the Black Swordsman. Crowd 2, the one everyone in Orario is looking for. Crowd 3, damn. I only heard that he is handsome, but I never thought he would be this handsome. Crowd 4, why is the world so unfair? Crowd 5, mo. So handsome. Crowd 6, ah. Everyone started to talk among themselves. Men are getting jealous and women are becoming more excited. They will do anything to get into Preemie's bed. Soon some of the women started to fantasies about how he will look like if he will smile. But too bad, Preemies has no such intention. He has his same indifferent expression on his face. The only one he has shown his emotions are those who are close to him, like Ophis, Ina, Lily, and Haruheim. He has also shown some of his emotions to the waitress of Hostess of Fertility, to Chloe, Rio, Lunoir, and Rio. Even though he has only shown a slight smile to them. That's all. Crowd 7, wait. He just said, are those your last words, to Ishtar and her familia? Does that mean he is one who cut the entire tower into two? Crowd 9, what? Seriously? Crowd 10, then he must be committing suicide for going against Ishtar familia. Crowd 11, yes, it's suicide. He openly declared his intention to destroy Ishtar Familia. Crowd 12, I don't think it is suicide though. Crowd 13, huh? Why? Crowd 12, have you seen any adventure that can split the entire tower in two on his own? Crowd 13. Crowd 14, that's impossible. He must have used some magic equipment or something. Crowd 13, yes, yes. There is no way he is strong enough to do it. Premies and everyone is Ishtar Familia heard what the crowd said but they didn't say anything. But the members of Ishtar Familia have already raised their guard to the limit. They also hope that Premies has used magic equipment. Because if he can cut the tower with his own power then they don't think they are his match. Because even Otter, the strongest level 7 adventurer in Orario with the alias the King, can't do this. Ishtar, I don't know what magic item you used to cut by tower but I know such item is very rare and can only be used 1 or 2 times. But still, I will forgive you for what you have done, if you swear to be my pet for the rest of my life. Phryne, oi, Ishtar, this man in mine. So, don't interfere. Ishtar, no, he is mine. Ishtar and Phryne started to argue. In their mind, Premies is already their property. As for the remaining members they took a disappointed sigh. They also want Premies for themselves but they can't go against their goddess Ishtar and also the merciless Phryne Jamil. Even as they argue, Ishtar is constantly looking at Premies. There is frown on her forehead when he looks at Premies. Because ever since Premies appeared, Ishtar is constantly using her charm on him but to no avail. Whenever she tries to look directly into his eyes, her own eyes started to blur and she feels like she's falling into an illusion. This has never happened before so she is getting impatient. She thought that Premies has some other item which is protecting him. So, she glances at Thomas Belalai, who is standing behind. He instantly understands what Ishtar wants and secretly sipped out as Ishtar and Phryne are arguing. Just as Premies is going to draw his elucidator, Twilight prompt. Premies, I have good news. Premies, what? Don't you want a second blade? So, that you can use dual wielding in future. Premies. Premies was of course tempted but he decided to remain silent. Twilight continued. I have a way that can help you create your second blade. Premies, what is it? Blood essence. Premies, blood essence. Yes. Blood essence is something essential in maintaining vital activities of the human body system. These substances are essential for all life activities. You see, normal human contain 4 to 5 drops of blood essence in their body. But adventurers are different. Level 1 adventurer contain 10 drops of blood essence, level 2 adventurer contains 20 drop of blood essence, level 3 adventurer contain 30 drops of blood essence, so on and so forth. And since your path will be full of blood then why don't we use it to our advantage? Premies, how? Premies, from now on whenever you will kill someone, I will there extract blood essence from their body. I have already selected a slot in inventory where all the blood essence will be stored. Once you have collected enough blood essence, I will tell you the method to create your second blade. Premies nodded inwardly and then draws out his elucidator. Shing. His action attracts everyone's attention. After drawing his elucidator, Premies bent forward while placing elucidator in a parallel manner to his right leg and then draws his sword back. Magic started to gather in it and then Premies move all of a sudden move to his right closing the distance of 20 meters in an instant and do an upward slash from his right. Splurt. His elucidator attacks the neck of the person. The person whose neck was cut opened his eyes wide before he falls down holding the neck which is releasing blood non-stop. This person is none other than Thomas Belalai who Ishtar just now gave the order to apprehend Premies silently. Thud. Even to the end of his life he keeps on looking at Premies who didn't even look at him like he is not even worth looking at. Premies, Rage Spike. Premies said the name of his skill in his mind. He doesn't have to do this but Premies feels that it gave him a better image of the skill when he uses its name to define it. 40 drops of blood essence acquired. Chapter 85, VS Ishtar Familia, Part 2. *A/N, here goes 2/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Gasp. Everyone gasps when they saw Premies kill Thomas Belalai. Ishtar always keep Thomas Belalai by her side because he was her favorite pet. But now someone killed him and in front of Ishtar herself. It's a slap to her face in front of everyone present. Ishtar won't take this lying down. As everyone were thinking about the consequences Premies has to face. Phryne Jamil and other level 5 adventurers who were in the crowd and looking at this, narrowed their eyes. Fast. That's the only thing they have in mind. They all started to put themselves in Thomas Belalai and a cold sweat come out of their back. They realized that even they would die if they switch position with him. Phryne Jamil has already raised her guard to the limit and is holding her great axe tightly. But they also took a sigh of relief thinking that the Black Swordsman is an agility type adventure whose agility is his main stats. So, his other stats must be low. But they don't know how wrong they are. Premies then turns his attention back towards Ishtar, whose face is already full or rage. But before she could say anything, Premies speak. Premies, looks like you still don't understand your position. So, I will say it again. From today onwards, there will be no Ishtar Familia. Saying till here, Premies moved again. He moves towards one of the Amazonas and magic again gathered in his elucidator. Since she is still stunned after hearing Premies' intentions of destroying Ishtar Familia, she has her guard down. Premies swings the elucidator from his waist to the bottom left to top right, sharp 45-degree diagonal slash. Premies, slant. Slash. Splurt. Amazonas 1, arg. Amazonas hold her chest from which blood is dripping non-stop. She wants to speak but no word came from her mouth instead of blood. Then she falls down and died. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. Swoosh. Fwoosh. Fwoosh. Whistle. At this time, voices of air penetrating were heard. Premies glances at the direction of the voice and saw many arrows and magic spells that are coming at him with full speed. Premies, their reaction speed is fast. You can expect nothing less from one of the strongest familia. Magic started to gather in Elucidator again as Premies is looking at attacks that are approaching him. Premies put the Elucidator on his shoulder, then hit the incoming arrow with a diagonal slash from the top right to the bottom left, then he makes a full circle spin, drawing his sword backwards in the middle of the spin in preparation for the next attack. Then he uses a second diagonal slash from the bottom right to top left and destroy another arrow, followed by a horizontal slash from left to right to destroy few more. Then he executes an upward vertical slash, performing a backward somersault, thus destroying the last arrow. But it's not over yet. When he was still in air, he swings his elucidator for a horizontal slash from right to left to attack the magic spell that is coming towards him and then use another full circle spin, which leads to a diagonal slash from the bottom right to the top left, hence destroying few more spells, and then he stopped at face height. From this position, he again spins his elucidator in a full circle, hitting the last spell from his right side. Premies, Deadly Sins. Premies is now standing at his same position without a scratch on him after executing Deadly Sins. Everyone opened their eyes wide when they saw this. Crowd 5, no way. Crowd 6, that's impossible. Crowd 7, how can he destroy the spells with his swordsmanship and came out unscratched? Crowd 8, he even stopped the arrows. Crowd 9, what a monster. Crowd 10, no wonder he is called the Black Swordsman. His swordsmanship is too strong. Crowd 11, not amazing. As crowd was becoming amazed o Premies' swordsmanship, the face of all the members of Ishtar Familia and even Ishtar are become very bad. If Premies has used magic or a magic weapon then it was fine. But Premies destroyed their attacks with his swordsmanship alone. This made them realize how dangerous he is. No matter how strong an adventurer is, he or she are always wary of magic attacks. That's why this has never happened that a sole adventurer attacked famous familia alone. Because these familias has many magicians in them. Even if an adventurer is strong, he or she will still die if many magicians will throw their spells on them together. Otherwise, if Otter wants then he can rule the entire Orario on his own because he is a level 7 adventurer. But he didn't because he also knew he won't survive the attack of countless magicians. But now, there is a freak standing in front of them who is not afraid of magic. They understand how dangerous he is. Ishtar, why? Why do you want to destroy my familia? Seeing how Premies can easily kill a level 4 adventurer and is not afraid of either long-range attack or magic. Ishtar don't want to make enemy out of him. Now in her heart, the dread of Premies is even higher than that of Otter himself. So, she is thinking of a way to make Premies leave. But too bad Premies has no such intentions. Premies, because you hurt someone dear to me. Ishtar. Who? Ishtar becomes stunned when she realizes Premies' reason for attacking them. So, she asked who it was. But Premies has no intention of answering that. Premies already knew that after destroying Ishtar Familia, his name will sound very loudly in the entire Orario. At that many people in Familia will become afraid of him and will try to find his weakness. Premies wants to make Lily and Haruheim join Hestia Familia. So that they can enjoy the limited time they have here. Because once they will become permanent member then the time they have for themselves will decrease drastically. As a permanent member, they have to travel with Premies from one world to another and keeps on fighting. And if the world knows that Haruheim and Lily are affiliated with him then they will try to hurt them or try to capture them as a hostage. Premies is not afraid of trouble but Lily and Haruheim will have to remain at guard all the time. Even when sleeping. So, Premies decided to remain quiet and move towards another one of his enemies. Seeing this, everyone understand Premies has no intention of speaking. Ishtar also finally makes her decision. Ishtar Familia, let's show him what will happen if he goes against the strongest familia. Kill him. All members, yes. Everyone prepares their weapons and rush towards Premies. Everyone knows that this is a do-or-die situation. If they win then good, but if they lose, they will all die and Ishtar Familia will come to an end. Battle begins. One of the Amazonists jumped towards Premies and punched him with full force. Premies moved towards his right slightly and dodged her punch. Then he hit her with his knee on her gut. Bang. Amazonist 2, GRPH. At this moment, he turns around and take a full 360-degree turn. Then his elucidator severs her neck. Slash. Plat. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. Swoosh. Fwoosh. At this a sound of air penetrating was heard and 2 arrows which are embedded with magic rushed towards Premies. Premies didn't intercept them like last time, but dodged them from the space between them. At the same time, magic condensed his elucidator. Once it was condensed enough, Premies releases it from the tip of his elucidator, magnifying the slash attack, which flies forward. Premies, Hex Rend. The shape of Hex Rend is that of a shape of a crescent moon. Instead of increasing its sharpness, Premies this time increases its power. This attack contains a great force, creating large-scale damage and destruction. The Amazonesses who attacked Premies with arrows can only remain standing on their place as the attack reached them and erased them along with the building behind them. Boom. The entire building was demolished. For those who have seen Bleach, you can say that Premies Hex Rend is just like Kurosaki Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho. But Premies Hex Rend has more power since he condensed his magic power to the limit and since his skill has reached Grandmaster rank. As a result, not a single bit of magic is leaked in the atmosphere. 20 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. Premies, so, one of them was level 2 adventurer. It appears so. Gasp. Everyone gasped again when they saw Premies' power. One attack an entire building was demolished. They can even see the distorted corpses of the 2 Amazones and shivers. But the thing which made them even more dreadful is that, with this attack of Premies confirmed that it was him who cut the entire tower into 2. And not with any magic item or weapon. But with his own power. Ishtar's expression has already turned pale by now. She has never seen just power released by mortal before. She understands that she has hit the wall this time. And if they didn't retreat then her familia will come to an end as of today. But before she could order to retreat. Amazonas 3, how dare you kill our sister? Amazonas 4, you will pay for it. Amazonas 5, I will kill you. 3 Amazonesses rushed towards Premies. Their eyes are full of rage and tears. Familia is like a family. Even if not all of them trust each other, there will still be some. So, these Amazones attacked Premies without any care. Seeing this, other Amazonesses also become angry and rush towards Premies. Now they all want to avenge their sisters. Crowd also started to tear up when they saw such scene. They also started to cheer them. Crowd 12, go Ishtar Familia. Crowd 13, show him why you are called the strongest. Crowd 14, go. 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 Crowd 15, Ishtar Familia. Crowd 16, Ishtar Familia. Crowd 17, Ishtar Familia. Crowd 18, Ishtar Familia. Crowd 19, Ishtar Familia. Crowd 20, Ishtar Familia. Everyone started to cheer for Ishtar Familia. Seeing this, all members of Ishtar Familia also became even more motivated. Ishtar looked at everything with speechless expression. She never thought that one day, someone will cheer for her familia. A smile appears on her face without her realizing it. She pointed her pipe towards Premies and said, Ishtar, go girls. Show him your might. All members, yes. Phryne Jamil, don't leave me behind. Phryne Jamil also started to rush towards Premies. Because she is the strongest, she overtakes them and appears in front. She looks like a general who is leading the charge. Phryne Jamil, for Ishtar Familia. For our sisters. All members, for our sisters. Crowd 21, Ishtar Familia. Crowd 22, Ishtar Familia. Crowd 23, Ishtar Familia. Crowd words heated up the morale of Ishtar Familia. Their desire to fight has already filled their eyes. They are very excited and feel like something was about to burst out of their chests, and wanted to roar like wild beasts. They believed if they are together no one can defeat them. Premies look at everything happening in front of him with indifferent expression. The cheer of crowd. Unity of familia. Their high-rise morale. None of this anything to do with him. In the first place, he didn't even care. Premies, I guess, it's true that if you unite you can pass through many obstacles but in front of absolute power, all of this is useless. Premies, in front of absolute power, all of this is useless. Premies and Twilight said it at the same time. Premies then pointed his elucidator towards the members of Ishtar Familia who are approaching him and know that this is their last stand. So, he speaks. Preemies, fine then. Entertain me. Chapter 86, VS Ishtar Familia, Part 3. *A/N, here goes 3/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Phryne Jamil, Oriya. Just when they were about to reach Preemies, Phryne Jamil jumped at Preemies with great battle axe in her hand. Preemies look at Phryne Jamil with his same indifferent expression. Preemies raises his elucidator high up, atop his shoulder, and magic started to gather in it again. Then he leaped at Phryne Jamil, who is still in air, and covers the distance in an instant. Before Phryne Jamil could respond, he turns around and attacks at her back with a single top-to-bottom vertical slash, doing a downward strike. Slash. Splurt. Phryne Jamil, arg. Preemies, sonic leap. Phryne Jamil scream as her back is slashed by Preemies' sonic leap. A huge amount of blood gushed out of her back as she was falling down. But before she could fall down, Preemies kicked at her back again with great force. Phryne Jamil, ahhh. Boom. Phryne Jamil screamed because kicked at her wound. Preemies ignored her scream and used her back as a platform and then jumped high in the air as Phryne Jamil fall on the ground. After that, Preemies performed a mid-air forward somersault and reached atop the encirclement of Ishtar Familia. Then he reversed the grip of his elucidator at the same time. Chirp. Weiss lighting started to gather in his elucidator, and then as he lands in between their encirclement, he thrust his elucidator directly into the ground. At the next moment, a burst of Weiss lighting released from his elucidator that attack everyone around him. Amazonesses, arg. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 10 drops of blood essence acquired. 20 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 20 drops of blood essence acquired. 20 drops of blood essence acquired. The power of Weiss lighting was so great that 8 Amazonesses near him were burned to death. 7 Amazonesses that were a bit far got severely injured and fall down on the ground. Those who were a bit more far away didn't get injured, but they become paralyzed. As for those who are very far away, only receive a force and were pushed back. Preemies, lighting fall. After using lighting fall, Preemies didn't stop and attacked the 7 Amazonesses who got severely injured and are laying on the ground. He dashed forward and killed them one by one. As for other Amazonesses, they can only see without being able to do anything. 10 drops of blood essence acquired. 20 drops of blood essence acquired. 20 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 20 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. After killing the 7 of them, Preemies looked towards the Amazonesses who are still in paralyzed stated. When Preemies was killing these 7 severely injured Amazonesses, he is also keeping an eye on the remaining Amazonesses. He looks at the 2 Amazonesses whose position are close to each other. Then he folds his arm with the elucidator towards the shoulder and slightly twists his body to the right. Magic started to gather in his elucidator again. It started to let out a sound similar to that of a jet engine. In the next moment, Preemies moved towards one of the Amazonesses with a single ultra-high speed and powerful thrust, towards the middle of her chest. Preemies, Vorpal Strike. Preemies didn't use the full-powered ranged Vorpal Strike here. Because even though his skill, Aincrad Supreme, has reached Grandmaster level, full-powered ranged Vorpal Strike still needs charging time. After all, it is a very advanced one-handed sword skill even in SAO, Sword Art Online. Thrust. Splurt. Elucidator penetrates the chest of the Amazoness and came out of her back, but it didn't stop there and penetrates the heart of another Amazoness from the back who was near her. Hence killing both of them at the same time. Both of them opened their eyes wide and are looking at the sword that has penetrated their chest. They want to say something but words won't come out except blood. Shing. Thud. Thud. Preemies took out his elucidator from their chest and both of them falls down on the down. In the last moment, they look at their remaining sisters as tears came out from their eyes unconsciously. Soon, their eyes lost color, indicating that they have succumbed to death. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. By now Preemies has killed 20 members of Ishtar Familia. If you will also Thomas Belalai in the equation, then 21. Means Preemies killed more than 1/5 members of the Ishtar Familia in a matter of few seconds. Dread fills the eyes of onlookers. They are still having hard time believing what they are seeing. Now, they fully understand the dread of the Black Swordsman. They all thought that he was just a mere singer, but everything changes as of now. As for the remaining members of Ishtar Familia, their eyes are full of tears. They can only see as their sisters are dying one by one. They are completely helpless to do anything. Preemies saw this scene with an indifferent expression. He doesn't care one bit about how much they cry, beg, or ask for forgiveness. He will kill them all no matter what. He still remembers in the plot how Haruheim begged them and cried when she saw her friend Mikoto was being beaten by them. That time they ignored her plea and keeps on doing what they want. So, Mikoto has no choice but to use her special skill which nearly killed her if Otter hasn't saved her by using elixir. So, if these people can't show mercy to others, they shouldn't expect same for themselves. Swoosh. A sound of air splitting was heard behind Premies and he jumped to his left. Boom. The place Premies was standing on now has a huge crate. In between the crate there is a great battle axe. Premies glanced behind and saw Phryne Jamil who has thrown her great battle axe at him. Blood is coming out from her back and she has distorted look on her face. Anyone can tell she is very angry. Phryne Jamil, I will kill you. Premies, is that so? Premies, who was still in air because of jump, started to condense magic into his elucidator. When it was condensed enough, he released it from the tip of his elucidator towards the remaining paralyzed Amazonesses. Premies, Hex Rend. The magic attack in the shape of crescent moon was thrown towards them. This time Premies increased its sharpness instead of power. All of these Amazonesses can only see as the crescent moon claims their life. And as a result, 9 heads were raised in the air. Slash. Plat. 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 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 10 drops of blood essence acquired. 20 drops of blood essence acquired. 10 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 10 drops of blood essence acquired. Phryne Jamil, N.O. All remaining members, N.O. With this, 30 members of Ishtar Familia are dead. At this moment, 2 Amazonesses attacked Premies at the same time. One kicked him and another used scimitar. Premies dodged the kick and parried the scimitar. Cringe. But they don't stop and keeps on attacking. Premies keeps on dodging and parrying their attacks. The one who is attacking bare-handed has brown skin, she has silver color short hair and her eyes color are red. Her clothing color is white. And the one who is using scimitar has the same brown skin, the color of her hair are also brown and her eyes color are orange. Her clothing color is also orange. But one thing is common between them is that both of their eyes are full of rage. Premies, if I remember correctly then the name of the one with silver short hair is Samira. Yes. According to plot, she enjoys fighting and expresses curiosity over techniques unknown to her. Premies, she also highly values her friends and usually hangs out with Aisha. Too bad you both meet at different circumstances. Premies remains silent and does not deny that. Since she highly valued her friends, this means even if Premies let her go because of Aisha, she will definitely come back to seek revenge for her sisters. Then he glanced at other Amazones who is using scimitar. He has to say that she possesses a unique fighting style that consists of rapid movements as she swings a whirl in a dance ergo. Premies, and she must be Lena Tally. Yes. The one who fall in love with Bed of Loki Familia, after their fight in Melon. Premies, I see. Well, it has nothing to do with me as currently we are enemies. True. Cringe. Premies parried Lena attack one more time and dodged Samira fist. After dodging Samira fist, magic started to gather in his elucidator again. Then he swings his elucidator in a diagonal slash from her bottom right to her top left. Slash. Splurt. Samira, arg. A slash appears on her chest, but Premies didn't stop there and continued with slash from left to right. Then ended with another diagonal slash top right to bottom left. Premies, sharp nail. Samira looks at her wound before she falls down on the ground. Thud. Lena, Samira. Lena Tally screamed seeing this. But Premies didn't stop and attacked her. Magic gathered in Elucidator again and he attacked her with vertical slash from his left shoulder, hitting Lena Tally right side. Slash. Splurt. Lena, ugh. Before Lena Tally could stable herself, Elucidator instantly shoots back into a high position and slashes vertically again, hitting her left side this time. Before she could scream, it leaps up again and slashes vertically at the center of her chest. Premies, sharp nail, alternative execution. This time, Premies used sharp nail in a different manner to kill Lena Tally. She remained standing on her place. Blood came out from her wounds non-stop. When it came out from the corner of her mouth, she falls down and died just like Samira. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 20 drops of blood essence acquired. Premies heard 2 notifications hence confirming the death of both Samira and Lena Tally. Premies then turn his gaze at the 8 Amazonesses who are rushing towards him. Looking at their eyes he can see that they're going to use suicide tactic. If there was someone else that person would have trouble handling them because all of them are level 3. And the most dangerous person is not that who is strong but the one who doesn't care even if he or she died in the process. This might trouble others but not Premies. Magic is gathered in Elucidator once again and he moved. His speed is so fast that these Amazonesses failed to react on time. Premies then use 5 high-speed continuous thrust, thus penetrating the heart of 5 of them. He didn't stop there and use a downward cut, hence cutting the 6th Amazoness into 2. Then use upward cut, killing the 7th Amazoness, and then end it with full force swing from an overhead position of the 8th Amazoness and end up killing her. All 8 of them stay standing before falling down and succumb to their death. Premies, howling octave. Thud. 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 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 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 Premies, 40 down. 60 more to go. Chapter 87, VS Ishtar Familia, Final. *A/N, an extra chapter. Please enjoy. Before moving towards his next target, Premies stopped all of a sudden. Then he looks at his midnight coat and turns his gaze at his elucidator in his hand. He realizes that both his midnight coat and elucidator has become stronger. Congratulations on reaching level 3. Premies didn't reply. Since he doesn't have time to see his new stats, he instead decided to take a quick look at his upgraded equipments. Origin Force Elucidator. Type, Weapon, Long Sword / One Hand. Rank, I. Attack. Soulbound, Premies Wriggler. Abilities. Indestructible, EX. True Damage, D. Acute Reflexes, D. Origin Force Midnight Coat. Type, Armor, Cloth Armor. Rank, I. Defense. Soulbound, Premies Wriggler. Abilities. Indestructible, EX. Invincibility, D. Damage Reflection, D. Details. True Damage, D. Attack will do 30% of true damage. Acute Reflexes, D. Increase reflexes speed by 30%. Invincibility, D. Nullify 15% of the damage taken. Damage Reflection, D. Reflect back 15% of the damage taken. Reflected damage will do true damage and is guaranteed hit. Asterisk note, I still need time of Origin Force Midnight Coat. Anyway, the link for Origin Force Elucidator is below. Origin Force Elucidator, https://www.deviantart.com/luxia26/art/origin-force-elucidator-918756355. Premies look at the new stats of his equipment and nodded in approval. He really wants to see his new stats, but he knows that doesn't have such luxury of time. Premies then raises his elucidator on top of his shoulder. Clang. Boom. Even though Premies stopped the great battle axe, he ground beneath him is destroyed. Premies only glance at Phryne Jamil, who attacked him with the same indifferent expression. When dust settles down, everyone can see Premies and Phryne Jamil again. Everyone gasped in horror when they saw Premies and Phryne Jamil confrontation. Gasp. Horror filled their eyes. Let alone them, even Phryne Jamil has disbelief look on her face. She and all others are having hard time believing this. All of them thought that Premies is an agility type adventurer. Hence, even though his agility is high, his body and strength must be weak. But the situation in front of them changed it. Because they saw how casually Premies stopped Phryne Jamil full power attack without breaking a sweat. Now the dread in their heart reached a new height. They understand that Premies is not only fast but he is also very strong. And on top of that he is not afraid of magic. So now he is an invisible existence in their mind. They all gulped and a cold passed down their back. All of them make a mental note in their mind that when they will return back to their familia with this information, they need to make sure to never make enemy out of him. Phryne Jamil is also the same. When she saw Premies stopped all of a sudden, she thought that he must have become tired after all this fighting. So, she attacked him with her full power. But Premies stopped it casually. Now dread has gripped her heart. Before she also thought that Premies' strength and endurance will be weak. And one full power hit is all she needed to end him, but results are completely different now. Even when they are standing in their place, Phryne Jamil is applying more and more force in her great battle axe. But no matter how much she tried, Premies won't even budge one bit. Premies slowly started to raise his elucidator. Phryne Jamil great battle axe is being raised up. At this time, Phryne Jamil eyes met with Premies' eyes. And her body started to tremble violently. Preemie's eyes are looking at Phryne Jamil like it is looking at the dead person. Every part of her body and her instincts started to screaming all of a sudden. Run. 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 Keeps on running and don't look back no matter what. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Those words are screaming in her mind. But before she can move, Preemie's words sounded. Preemies, I had enough of you. Farewell. Boom. Phryne Jamil uses full force on her feet and jumped back. Then in the next moment, she turned around and started to run away. She no longer cares about prestige or something. She no longer cares how people look at her. She no longer cares even if Ishtar Familia is destroyed. Right now, she just wants to run away from Preemies as far as possible. Silence. Total silence. No one can believe this. They are still taking time to comprehend that Phryne Jamil ran away just like that. All the faces of onlooker have turned to disgust and disdain as they look at Phryne Jamil figure who is running away as fast as possible. Even if Phryne Jamil learned what these people are thinking, she would just ignore them. To her, her life is more important than Familia. On the contrary, she wished that the remaining members of her Familia stop Preemies and stall as much time as possible, so that she can get away. Once she reaches an appropriate distance, she took a sigh of relief and looked back. But she can no longer find Preemies there. As she became confused and decided to look around, her body stopped moving. She can neither move nor scream no matter how much she tried. The reason is because Preemies is standing just at her left and is looking at her. The fear of death is so overwhelming that her body stopped listening her command. Phryne Jamil, move, move, move. No matter how much she screamed in her mind, her body won't move. She has already realized that neither can she win or run. So, she wants to get on her knees to beg Preemies so that he can let her go. But since her body is not moving, she can't do anything. Preemies at this time raises his elucidator and magic started to gather in it. Phryne Jamil saw this and her eyes are trembling. Once magic was gathered enough, Preemies puts his elucidator at his waist and then twists his body to the right and do a horizontal slash from right to left. Splurt. Phryne Jamil, arg. Phryne Jamil screamed but Preemies ignored it. His elucidator enters from the left side of her waist and reaches her right. But Preemies stopped once it reaches the end of her waist. If he hasn't stopped then Phryne Jamil's body would have sliced into two from her waist. But Preemies didn't stop there. He turns and rotates his elucidator by 45 degrees and perform a diagonal slash bottom left to top right. Once it reaches her center, he again rotates his elucidator by another 45 degrees and then unleashes a full-powered vertical slash from top to bottom. If someone will see the trajectory of Preemies slashes then they can see number 4 was appeared on Phryne Jamil's body. Preemies, Savage Fulcrum. Phryne Jamil, ARGH. Gush. Blood gushed out like a stream from the 4 on her body. She touches her wounded but even with her healing power, her wounds are not healing. Once enough blood has gushed out and she falls down. Thud. She is looking at Preemies who has already turned back and returning to where the remaining members of Ishtar Familia are. She doesn't understand how Preemies can kill someone like her who is even more beautiful than the goddess, without any hesitation. Soon her eyes lost the light and she died. 50 drops of blood essence acquired. Preemies didn't stop even when Twilight confirms Phryne Jamil's death. Everyone who were looking at the scene didn't show any sympathy towards Phryne Jamil even when she died. There is still disgust and disdain in their eyes as they were looking her corpse. Preemies is approaching Ishtar Familia again. This time none of them have the will to fight. It was already a big blow to their morale when Phryne Jamil decided to abandon them and ran away. But when they saw how easily Preemies killed her, all the strength left their body and they fall on their knees. They are looking at approaching figure of Preemies with lifeless eyes, praying that Preemies will show them mercy. But too bad, Preemies has no such intentions. He has long decided to erase the problem from its root so that it won't come back to bite him. As for Ishtar, she has already run away when she saw how casually Preemies stopped Phryne Jamil's full power attack. When Preemies saw how the remaining members of the Ishtar Familia has given up the resistance, magic started to condense in his elucidator again. This time, the density of the magic is greater. Once it was condensed to the amount he wants, Preemies casually swings his elucidator horizontally. Preemies, Hex Rend. Magic attack in the shape of crescent moon was thrown towards the remaining members of Ishtar Familia. All of the power is in its sharpness. The members of Ishtar Familia who has already given up resistance can only see as Hex Rend decapitated them. No. Someone in the onlooker shouted but that's all. 60 heads were raised in the air which marks the end of Ishtar Familia. Slash. Plat. 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 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 20 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 10 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 20 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. All the onlooker are looking at the scene with horror in their eyes and dread in their hearts. They have never seen such massacre. Onlooker 1, GRPH. Onlooker 2, cough cough. Many of them started to vomit on the spot. Even though almost all the adventurers here are level 3 high, they are also having problem digest this. They have seen such massacre in dungeon. But that time, the one who were massacred were the monsters. This is first time they have seen the massacre of humans. But not by the hand of a monster but by the hand of another human. Well, they were wondering whether Premies could still be called a human as of now. As for Premies, he ignored them since they are just some mob characters. Premies, Ophis, throw all of them out. Ophis, Amen. Ophis, who is floating in the air and looking at everything which unfolds with a motionless face, nodded her head. A glint passed through her eyes and all of them were thrown out of Entertainment District. They are not the only ones. Everyone in the entire Entertainment District except Premies and Ishtar were thrown out. No matter where they are, they were all thrown out. Premies then turns his gaze at the specific direction and started walking. Premies, Battle of Mortals is over. Now it's time for battle between a god and a pseudo-god will now begin. As Premies was approaching Ishtar, all the ejected onlookers blinked their eyes when they find themselves in different location. They look around and saw the crowd of people around them. When they saw Entertainment District in front of them, it made them realize that they are finally out of that hell place. They all started to tear up. Just standing in the presence of the Black Swordsman took a toll on them. They wanted to cry there but were afraid that it would offend the Black Swordsman. Now that they are away from him, they feel like they have been pardoned. They all started to cry and hug each other. One thing is for sure, and i.e., the name of the Black Swordsman will be sounded in Orario again. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, Ace Unstable Condition. *A/N, here goes 1/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. As the onlookers were crying and hugging each other that they are finally away from Entertainment District, the crowd outside got startled when these people all of a sudden appear out of thin air. But when they saw that how these people become happy when they are not in Entertainment District, it's not hard for them to guess that these people were present in Entertainment District before they appear here. So, the crowd also become happy that at least there is someone who knew what is going in entertainment and decided to get information from them. The crowd around the Entertainment District is just too big. At first, the crowd is less but it keeps on increasing slowly and slowly. Because this is the first time something like this happens. That no matter who, no one can approach Entertainment District. It's already been more than 8 hours. The sun is about to rise in another 1 hour. So, everyone is eager to know the situation inside. But before they can ask, someone else approached these onlookers. To be more precise, a group. When crowds see this group, they hastily make a path for them. Is it being alright if you explain us the situation inside? All onlookers, huh? All onlookers turn their gaze towards the owner of the voice. When they saw who it was in the group behind him, they hurriedly stand up and straightened their backs. The owner of the voice was a Palom, but they didn't look down on him because he is someone everyone knows in Orario. He is not only the level 6 adventurer but also the captain of one of the strongest familia, Loki Familia. His name is Fin Dame. Behind him they can see all the elite members of Loki Familia. Nine Hell, Riveriel Joes Alf, Elgarm, Gareth Landrock, Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein, Amazon, Tiona Hiriut, Jormungand, Tioni Hiriut, Vanergand, Bet Loga, and Thousand Elf, Lafia Vordis. Loki Familia members were going to take some rest after today's exploration, but when they heard that the entire entertainment area has been covered by some kind barrier which makes it unable for someone to enter it, they hurried arrived here to investigate. Because Entertainment District is home ground of one of the strongest familia, Ishtar Familia. When that onlooker heard Finn question, he hurriedly nodded but he wanted to ask something before answering. Onlooker 1, Braver, Fin Dame, can I ask why you are asking that? Can't Loki Familia just go inside and check? Finn, it's not that we don't want to. It's just we can't. Onlooker 1, huh? Onlooker 2, what do you mean? Finn, why do you think there is such a big crowd here? Onlooker 1, huh? Don't tell me that no one can enter. Finn, exactly. It's been like this for nearly 7 hours. Let alone anyone can enter, no can leave from that place either. All onlookers, what? All of them become shocked and look at crowd. They saw that everyone in the crowd is looking at them. All of them understands that they all are waiting for them to answer. All onlookers look at each other. Fear is clearly visible in their eyes. They all are thinking one thing. All onlookers, it must be his doing somehow. All onlookers shiver at this thought. They now fully understand that the reason they are still alive is because the Black Swordsman let them go since he has no interest in them. They all took a sigh of relief realizing that. They then turn look at the crowd who is waiting for them to speak before turning their gaze at Finn before saying in trembling voice. Onlooker 1, braver, Finn Dame, I Ishtar F Familia is no M more. Gasp. Everyone present gasps. They only open their eyes wide, and can't believe what they are hearing. Ishtar Familia, one of the strongest familia is no more. How could this be? Finn was the first one to come out of his shock. His eyes have turned serious and he look at the onlookers. Finn, which familia did this? Onlooker 2, it was not done by any familia. Finn. Then. Finn and everyone become confused when they heard this. If it was not done by another familia, then who did? Finn can see panic and nervousness in the eyes of onlookers. But he can also see one more emotion that they are trying very hard to hide, and i.e., fear. Onlooker 3, it was done by a single person, single-handedly. Crowd, what? Everyone in crowd becomes stunned again. One of the strongest familia is destroyed by a single person in just one night. That's impossible. Finn, who? All onlookers started to tremble when they remember the Black Swordsman. They are still afraid of him. If it's possible, then they don't even want to remember him. But since everyone is waiting for their answers, they have no choice but they speak. All onlookers, the Black Swordsman. Silence. Total silence. Everyone becomes silent when they heard this. But because everyone is too shocked after this revelation, no one noticed Ace, who flinched after she heard the name of the Black Swordsman. Ace clenched her fist tightly. She has met the Black Swordsman before and even exchanged blows with him. So, she knows what kind of monster he is. All members of Loki Familia look at Ace worriedly. This is the worst case scenario. Ever since Ace returned after fight with him, she has started to train like crazy. Things have gone so serious that she no longer cares about her condition or her health at all and just keeps on fighting relentlessly and reckless even in the dungeon. She is currently only concerned about physically strengthening herself and downplayed everything that had nothing to do with it, considering any other type of teaching useless. She has even become extremely volatile and tend to be aggressive with others and disrespect her superiors like Finn, Rivera, Gareth, and even Loki when they try to stop her to take some rest. They all have realized that Ace has returned back to what she was when she first joined the Familia. Her self-destructive tendencies have returned. But this time, no matter how much they try, they failed to stop her. Loki also realizes how serious the situation of current Ace is, so she is also trying to find a way to solve this. Because of that, she has strictly ordered everyone in Familia to not say the name of the Black Swordsman in front of Ace. Because of that, her condition started to become stable slowly, but now it all went to waste because the name of the Black Swordsman appears again. They really wanted to send Ace back right now, but because of her behavior they knew that she will show an aggressive front if they will try. Ace started to stare at the onlookers intensely. Realizing that Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein, is staring at them so intensely, they all started to have a bad feeling about it. Just when Finn thought of giving a signal to these onlookers to keep quiet, Ace moves and arrived in front of them. She looks directly at them and asked, Ace, what happens there exactly? Onlooker 2, that. Ace, I want every information in detail. Onlooker 2, why yes. Seeing that Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein, is staring even more intensely at them, that onlooker started to sweat and decided to explain everything that happens in detail. Finn and Riveria took a deep sigh when they look at Ace, knowing it's already too late, so they move their attention towards the information. That onlooker started to tell them everything in details about how the entire Ishtar Familia Tower was first cut into two. About how the Black Swordsman appears in front of them. About how he said he will destroy the entire Ishtar Familia, since they hurt someone dear to him. About how no one believed him at first. About how they all changed their views when they saw him killing members of Ishtar Familia one by one without breaking a sweat. About how he killed Phryne Jamil, and about how he killed everyone from Ishtar Familia before they were kicked out of Entertainment District. As the onlooker was telling the story, grave expressions started to appear on everyone present. None of them expected the Black Swordsman to be this strong. Ace and Riveria are the only ones who have met the Black Swordsman before, so they knew that he was strong. But even they also never expected him to be this strong, to be able to end the entire Ishtar Familia on his own. Even though Ace didn't show any change in her expressions, her feeling is very conflicted. She has fought Phryne Jamil 3 times. First, when she reaches level 2. Second, 2 years after the first confrontation in dungeon. Third, when she reached level 5. So, she knows full well how strong Phryne Jamil is. But now when she heard how easily Premies killed her, she understands that she was not Premies' match in the first place. And he never once took her serious. This frustrates her to no end. Ace has competitive nature. She always tries to compete with others in order to defeat them. So, she thought once she will put an extra effort in training and increasing her level, then she might be able to reach the Black Swordsman level in future. But now she understands that it's not the case. The difference between them is that of heaven and earth. She turns back to left the area and to return to her Familia residence so that she can train more. She has been here with other members of Familia for at least 5 hours, now she thinks that she was a waste of time. She would have better spent her time in training rather than being here. Everyone saw how Ace left in great stride with confusion. But that's not the case for the members of Loki Familia. They realize that Ace's condition has become even more unstable than before. They hurried need to find the way to solve it. If Premies was here and saw Ace's current condition, then he would have shown triumph smile. This is what he wants from the very beginning. He has long decided to get his hand on Ace, but he knew even if he offers her that he can make her stronger if she decides to follow him, she won't have agreed no matter what. The reason is because she has been with Loki Familia since she was child. And from then till now she has already grown attached with them. So, he came with another solution, and i.e., make her bond with her Familia as weaker possible. Then break her and rebuild her the way he wants. So, he decided to fight against her and defeat her. When you defeat someone, then that person feeling was down. Taking advantage of Ace, who is feeling down after defeat, he decided to break her by telling her that she is very weak and a disappointment. It was a huge blow to her heart. But since Reveria was there, it helps Premies to take a few more steps. So, he told her that she is strong. Ace calms down slightly. But then he broke her again, saying she is still weak if she thinks that she can defeat One-Eyed Black Dragon. But he breaks her even more when he said that One-Eyed Black Dragon is level 11 and adventurer limit is only level 9. So, even if she reaches level 9 as future, she still won't be able to win against him. Ace started to despair when she realizes that all of her hard work till now was just waste of time. But before she will fall deep, he gave her a hope that he has a way to fight those who are 2 levels stronger than themselves. But before she could ask, he left. Since Loki Familia was still trying to find the Black Swordsman, Ace decided to throw herself wholeheartedly towards training and killing monsters in the dungeon in order to increase her level as fast as possible. As a result, she started to return to her old self, the one she was when she has just joined the Loki Familia. When she was kid, her aggressive behavior was ignored by others in the Familia, thinking she is still a kid. But this time, it's different. Seeing her aggressive behavior now, other members of Loki Familia except the elite ones started to keep some distance from her, afraid that she will lash at them. Thus, her bond with the Loki Familia started to deteriorate. Even when the 3 leaders, i.e., Finn, Gareth, and Reveria, tries to stop her, it became useless. Because currently Ace is only thinking of becoming stronger and no one else. Hence her communication between her Familia became less. As a result, her bond with Loki Familia became even more weaker. Loki understands that the current Ace is going very far away, so she is thinking of a solution to solve this. Little did she knows that she won't get such chances. Premies' way of playing with the psychology of others is so high that even Loki can't imagine. Currently Premies only needs to give Ace a little push before he can get his hand on her. But he has to give that push to Ace himself before Loki makes her move. That's why he said that he will get his hand on Ace first thing once his work in Entertainment District is done. Chapter 89, God vs. Pseudogod, Part 1. *A/N, here goes 2/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. As the commotion is going outside, Premies is approaching Ishtar location. He knew this is going to be his toughest battle, ever since he arrived in this world. Even when knowing that his mind is still at its calmest state. Just when he is reaching her, Twilight spoke. Premies, even though it's impossible for the current you to kill a god and get their blood essence, I wanted to tell you that normal drops or god blood is still on par with the blood essence of level 8 to 9 adventurers. Premies, I will leave it to you. Sure. Soon, Premies reached Ishtar location and he saw that Ishtar is standing at the same spot while looking at him. As if waiting for him. Premies didn't say anything and approached her. Ishtar, why did you destroy my Familia? Premies remains silent and keeps on walking. He knew that at the current situations all words are useless. Ishtar's face started to show angry expression when she saw that Premies is not responding to her. So, she shouted. Ishtar, don't get cocky, mortal. Let me show you what will happen if you go against the god. Boom. Ishtar's power started to skyrocket at an astonishing speed all of a sudden. Premies stopped walking and looked at Ishtar, who is now emitting divine power from all around her. He is also feeling great pressure on his body. But unlike when he was barely standing in Soma presence with his willpower when he released his Arcanum, Premies can now handle this pressure with his body alone. Premies, so, she realizes that she can release her Arcanum without being found out by the laws of the world. It's because when gods sealed their powers to enter this lower world, they feel their body is shackled by some kind of chains. Those chains are the laws of the world. In case of Soma, before he could realize that the shackles around his body are removed, you gave him a good beating. Preemies, but in this case, Ishtar has a lot of time to figure it out. So, she must have realized it when she was running away. After that she decided to stay here to wait for me. Exactly. Ishtar, kneel before me, mortal. Pressure on Preemie's body increased even more. But Preemie stays silent and just keeps on looking at her. Then all of a sudden, darkness and light started to gather in his left hand. Ishtar narrowed her eyes when she saw such corrupted darkness and such pure light. Then he put his left hand on his face as light and darkness is coming out of between the gap of his fingers before sliding them down towards his neck. Power is released and it completely engulfs Preemies. Preemies, Groar. Ishtar froze when she heard this cruel unreal voice that came from the hell as Preemies growled. Power that was engulfing Preemies disappeared and Preemies came back into view. Preemies is still the same but right now he is wearing a mask that covers his entire face down to his neck. The only this it didn't cover is his dark black hairs. The mask is pure white in color with two dark black strips that is coming from top and past the eyes area. The eyes inside are blood red in color and between the eyes area right above nose there is a black cross. On the forehead of the mask there is a symbol of 3 tomos. Asterisk note, Preemies, perfect hollowification mask, https://www.deviantart.com/luxia26/art/perfect-hollowification-916901301. Ishtar is looking at Preemies with disbelief as she looks at his power. She can't believe that a mortal can possess such power. With his current power even level 9 adventurers are nothing but ants in his eyes. As Ishtar is still stunned, Preemies didn't let go of this chance and stretched his left hand towards her. Light and darkness started to gather and form a sphere. In between the sphere there is a red ripple. Before Ishtar could react Preemies attacked. Preemies, chaotic zero. Vroom. Boom. A beam is launched, hitting Ishtar and engulfing her. Which results in nuke explosion and huge mushroom was raised in the sky. All of the people outside the entertainment district look at explosion with dread in their eyes. Even Loki Familia, Freya Familia, and Hephaestus Familia which arrived later also have dread in their eyes. Ace, who is on her way to her Familia residence also turns back and look at this explosion with pale face. She doesn't know why but she feels like she knew whose power is the cause of such devastation. Ace, the Black Swordsman. The crowd is not the only one but the people in Orario also turn their gaze at the direction of the explosion. Even though no one hear it because of the barrier surrounding, they can see the explosive light emitted by this explosion. So, all the color drained from their face as they fall on the ground looking at the explosion with their trembling body. If there was no barrier around the entertainment district then the entire Orario would have long become the history by now. Just as expected, half of the entertainment district where Preemies shot his chaotic zero has been completely erased. Preemies is not looking at the destroyed area but the place where Ishtar was standing before she was hit by his chaotic zero. 7 drops of God's blood acquired. Preemies ignored Twilight prompt and just keeps on looking forward. Soon, dust settled down and Ishtar came into view. Preemies narrowed his eyes behind his hollow mask when he saw Ishtar. Chaotic Zero is Preemies' full-powered strongest attack. But it merely injured Ishtar's left arm slightly. And it has already started to heal. Preemies, to think it barely gazed her. I expect nothing less from God. Preemies didn't say anything, just holds the grip of his elucidator even tighter. As for Ishtar, she has a shocked expression on her face. She is looking at her left arm which is still healing with disbelief expression. Even though she understands that with his current power Preemies has already become the strongest existence in the Orario, know this whole lower world but still the difference between him and gods is still that of heaven and earth. So, how did he ignore all of her divine defense and resistance and was able to injure her directly? Injuring her, a god. Even though her wound is already healed, this is a very pressing matter. She looks back at Preemies and made her decision. Ishtar, he must be eliminated. No matter what. Gods are strongest existence in this world. No matter what the race they always worship them. Even the arrogant elves and those barbarian dwarf who looked down on other races also respected them. But if this information is come into known that a mortal could hurt a god then the status quo of gods that has been stable for the past 1,000 years will break. She can't let this happen, no matter what. Ishtar who was looking at Preemies, disappear all of a sudden. Preemies didn't panic and attack at his right because that's where his instinct warned him. Boom. An explosion happens at the place where Preemies was standing. Then Preemies was thrown out of the dust like some kind of rag doll. Preemies then hit some buildings one by one. Bam. 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 But before he can collide with another building, he stabbed his elucidator into ground to stop himself. Even with that he still crosses a lot of distance before stopping himself. Once he was stopped, Preemies get on one of his knees. Preemies, ugh. HAAA. 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 He started to take heavy breath and look at his right hand which is holding elucidator. His entire right arm has become numb. He also realizes that if he was not in his perfect holification, then his right arm would be gone by now. He then turns his gaze at the place he was standing before. To be more precise, he is looking at the Ishtar who is standing on his previous spot. 1 drop of God's blood acquired. Even though Premies is looking at Ishtar, Ishtar is not. She has a frown on her face as she is looking at her fist with which she attacked Premies. There is a slight injury on it. When Ishtar punched Premies, he also attacked with his elucidator. Even though he lost the confrontation, his elucidator was still able to ignore her defenses and injured her. She then returns her gaze at Premies. To be more accurate, the elucidator in his hand. She thought that the reason he was able to ignore her defenses must be related to his sword. But then shakes her head in denial when she remembers that even his previous attack was also able to ignore her defenses. After some thought, she came to a conclusion that all of Premies' attacks can ignore her defenses. If Premies would have heard Ishtar's thoughts that he would have praised her saying she didn't waste her time being a god for millions of years. In just 2 confrontations, she already finds it out. Ishtar then raises her right hand above her head and divine power started to gather in it. Soon when divine power was condensed enough, it started to take a shape of a weapon. Then a greatsword appears in her hand. It is a curved greatsword. It is the same as the one Aisha Belka uses, but this greatsword is releasing divine might. Premies look at this with the same indifferent expression. Then he got up on his feet. When Ishtar was deep in her thoughts for the countermeasure against him, Premies was also waiting for this numb right arm to recover. Premies, so, she realizes that he can't let herself hit by me. Yes. But that's not the only case. She has already thought of you a threat that she needs to eliminate. So, be ready. You must hold your stance, extend your consciousness, and never let your guard down. Premies only nodded inwardly and this time decided to attack. He knew that he is not Ishtar match in terms of stats. So, the only way he can defeat her is by relying on his skills which have reached Grandmaster level and his experience. Boom. He stomped his foot on the ground and launched himself at Ishtar. Ishtar looked at approaching Premies and swings her greatsword at him. Premies can't let himself hit by this attack and block it with his elucidator. Because if he did, then Ishtar attack can throw him back again. So, because of his Sharingan, eye of insight, he was able to see the tragedy of her attack and dodge it by ducking down. Then he swings his elucidator at her waist. Ishtar also jumped back to dodge it, and that's what Premies wanted. Just when Ishtar jumped back, chaos power started to condense in his elucidator. And in the next instant, Premies released it from the tip of it at Ishtar. Premies, Chaos Rend. A chaos attack in the shape of crescent moon reached Ishtar in an instant. The attack was so big that even Premies' full-powered Hex Rend pale in comparison. Before this Chaos Rend could hit Ishtar, she brought her greatsword at her front, thus blocking it when it hit. Boom. Another explosion happens and another part of the entertainment district was erased. In the dust, Ishtar is holding her greatsword in front her which blocked Premies' Chaos Rend. She sneers when Premies' attack become useless, but then she saw a beam that approaches her from the dust cloud, all of a sudden. Vroom. That beam that she thought she could block with her greatsword passed through from the circular hole which is present at its edge and hit her directly at her chest, and then she was thrown away at a very long distance. Ishtar, Arg. Boom. Other nuke explosion happened which was stopped by barrier once again before it could leave the entertainment district. Everyone outside became pale even more when they saw another explosive mushroom rising in the sky. Premies, who is standing at the other side of the explosion, has his left hand stretched towards it. Premies, Chaotic Zero. 30 drops of God's blood acquired. Chapter 90, God vs. Pseudogod, Part 2. *A/N, here goes 3/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Premies put his hand down as he looked at the direction of explosion. Even though he knew that he has successfully hit Ishtar, he didn't let his guard down. Well, in the first place, he never did as long as he is not in his home, as he has explained before. This time she took a full blunt of your chaotic zero. That's why you got 30 drops of God's blood. Premies also agrees with that. Last time, at the last moment before, chaotic zero could hit her, she brought her left arm in front to block it, but this she took the full blow of it. After some time, dust clouds started to settle down and Ishtar came into view. And just like Premies and Twilight guessed, this time she has injuries on her body. Though they are just some minor injuries. And these injuries have already started to heal at a speed which can be seen by naked eyes. Premies is looking at her expression, which is still calm as before. Premies, her personality has changed ever since she has released her arcanum. Can't deny that. Before releasing her arcanum, her personality was very distorted. She cold-hearted and cruel and started to lose her temper when things won't go according to her plan. But this time, she is still calm even after becoming injured like this. Premies didn't respond, but he also agrees. By this time, all of Ishtar's injuries have healed. She then raises her greatsword with both of her hands. Divine power condensed into it, and then she released it at Premies at extreme speed. Attack appears in front of Premies in an instant. Premies knows that if he gets hit by this attack then he will become severely injured. So, he used his Trust Essence steps to the limit to dodge it. Whoosh! Premies succeed in dodging it at the last moment by moving to his left. But before he could take next action, another attack full of divine power reached Premies' left. After observing Premies for some time, Ishtar has already predicted that Premies will be able to dodge her first attack. That's why she hides the real attack behind her first attack. This attack is a lot stronger and faster than the previous one Premies dodged. Premies has already realized that he can't dodge this. Premies, shit. Boom. The attack hit Premies and he was thrown away again. He was thrown like an artillery and he collides with some buildings, destroying them before he hit the ground. Bang. Cracks appeared around the area where Premies fall and a crater was made upon impact. Ishtar is still standing at her spot and looking at the crater with calm look. She knew this type of attack is not enough to kill Premies, after fighting him all this time. And just like she guessed, ground started to tremble and all the debris were thrown away with a great force of explosion. Brrrrrrr. Bang. Premies emerged out of the crater. He is looking at Ishtar as his left arm is dangling down. Just before the attack could hit him, he brought his left arm in front and covered it with chaos. As a result, even though this prevented his left arm from disappearing completely, it still destroyed all bones, tissues, blood vessels and so on, making it completely useless now. That's what Ishtar's aim was in the first place. After taking the hit of Chaotic Zero 2 times, Ishtar is already wary of it. So, since Premies used his right hand to held his sword and left hand to use Zero, Ishtar decided to destroy his left arm so that he can't use it. But she didn't expected that it still won't disappear, but since it's useless now she doesn't mind much. Premies of course was aware of what Ishtar is aiming at, but he still decided to go with it. Since Ishtar thinks that his left arm is useless, she doesn't know that his body, the primordial one, gave him very high regeneration. It will take time to heal. But after that he can again use Chaotic Zero. But Premies decided to remain silent because he wanted to use it as an element of surprise. Fighting with Ishtar all this time, Premies realizes that he can't use the same attack on her twice. Because when he used them for the first time, she already finds a way to counter it for the next time. Just like how she decided to use a weapon so that she can't get hit by his elucidator. As a result, the circular hole at the edge of her greatsword is no more since she knew that Premies can use it for his advantage. Premies took a deep breath, holds his elucidator tighter and moved. One hand is all he needs for his swordsmanship. Premies appeared in front of Ishtar in an instant and swings his elucidator at her. Ishtar blocked it with her greatsword. Clang. Bang. Shockwaves released when their attack collides. Since Ishtar only used her greatsword to block instead of attack, Premies wasn't thrown away like before. Premies started his non-stop assault. Ishtar didn't attack and just keeps on blocking all of his attacks while standing on the same spot. Clang. Bang. Clang. Bang. Clang. Bang. Clang. Bang. No matter from which angle Premies attack, Ishtar would always block it. Then all of a sudden, she moved and attacked Premies. Premies saw that miles ago with his Sharingan, Eye of Insight, and dodge it. After dodging he counters it but still Ishtar block it. As their confrontation is going on, frown started to appear on Ishtar's forehead. It's obvious that all of her stats are higher than Premies, but no matter what she does, she failed to earn any advantage over him. Premies' swordsmanship, movement, experience and the future prediction ability, Sharingan, Eye of Insight, is helping him to fight Ishtar on equal grounds all this time. Both of them know that if this keeps on going then it will become battle of attrition, and Premies know that he will lose in that area since Ishtar divine power expanse is much more than him. But no matter what he did, Ishtar is always able to keep up against his skills with her stats. As time went by, burden in his mind keeps on increasing. He has been fighting with his full power for an hour non-stop and also trying to find the way to counter her. His left arm has long been healed, but he is still keeping it secret for surprise attack. If it was some else like another pseudo-god or pseudo-gods, then he won't have problem fighting for even days, weeks, or months. But against a god, he needs to use his everything like attack, dodge, counter, and movement speed to his limit. That's also why he was able to keep on fighting with Ishtar to draw all this time. But now, his power is decreasing rapidly. Because of that his next attack slightly delayed. Ishtar didn't let go of this chance. She deflects his attack and her knee is already at the front of his chest. This time Premies didn't even have time to brought his elucidator at front. Bam. Premies, GUH. Reflect. 2 drop of God's blood acquired. Ishtar. Whoosh. Boom. Premies was thrown away again and he hit the ground with a great force. Another crater was formed with Premies in the center. Because of impact, the area around the crater has formed many cracks again. Ishtar has frown expression on her face as she held her chest. There is an injury on her chest. Even though the injury is almost negligible, it still hurts. She feels like she hurt herself. Now Ishtar realizes that she can't attack Premies without weapon either. Otherwise, some of power of her attacks will be reflected back at her, which will also ignore her defenses. But this time, Ishtar is wrong because Premies' damage reflection reflects back all types of attacks whether you will use weapon or not. Whether it is physical, magic, divine, or so on. It will reflect them all. Drip. 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 Premies, who was in the center of the crater, stands up again. This time his condition is very serious. Because of slight delay in his action, he failed to put any kind defense and took a blunt of that attack. Right now, his entire body is covered in blood as it drips down on the ground. But just before he could move, he fell on one knees and started to cough violently. Soon, he started to vomit blood. Premies, cough 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 grph. After vomiting some blood, Premies holds his chest. He can tell that more 15 of ribs are broken and he is also having trouble breathing. After some time, he gets up again and look at Ishtar, who didn't do anything, and just wait for him to get up. Of course, Premies knows that the reason Ishtar didn't make her move is not because she is generous but because she wanted to see how much Premies will struggle this inevitable. Premies took a deep breath for a few times before becoming ready for the next round. He knew that when Ishtar hit him just now and when he falls here, that time he lost his consciousness for a second there. And the reason why he is still alive is because of his midnight coat. Midnight coat, invincibility, nullifies 15% of the damage and its damage reflection reflects another 15% of the damage. If you will stack them together, then his midnight coat nullifies 30% of the damage. And then came the defense it provides. So, he dodged death at the last moment. Even though his entire body is paining, Premies didn't even flinch. Premies moved again and reached Ishtar. Then he swings his elucidator at her again. Ishtar dodged it by taking a step back and swings her greatsword at his head. Again, because of his Sharingan, I have insight, he already predicted it. But predicting it and countering it are two different things. It's useless even if you predict your opponent attacks if you don't have strength to stop it. Premies knew if there was someone else in his position, and even if he has the same predicting ability like his or even stronger, it's still useless if he doesn't have the strength to stop the attack or the speed to dodge it or defense to take it head on. Let alone them, even Premies doesn't have such attack, speed, and defense against a god. But the thing he can rely on is his Grandmaster rank skills and his experience of billions of years. Cringe. Elucidator met with greatsword. Premies is not trying to stop it or deflect it because he knew that Ishtar raw power is a lot higher than his. So, it's impossible to even parry it. What he is trying to do is to change its direction slightly to the left. That's all he needs. His elucidator provides him with the ability of acute reflexes, which increases his reflex speed by 30%. So, because of his higher swordsmanship, he attacks the greatsword weak point to change its direction. And then with the help of his movement skill, i.e., Truth Essence steps, and with his reflexes speed he was able to dodge the attack at the last moment. Bang. The ground shattered where Ishtar greatsword stuck. Premies decided to use this moment to give Ishtar some surprise attacks. Chaos power started to gather in his elucidator. Ishtar saw that, but before she could move to counter it, her eyes met with Premies and she stopped. She feels like her body has been impaled by many spikes which made her difficult to move. Premies decided to use his Sharingan, Eye of Hypnotism, to put Ishtar into an illusion. Premies' Sharingan had already become strong enough that even other pseudo-gods will have problem facing it. But since Ishtar is a god, her mind is a lot stronger. It can only hold her for at most a second. That's why Premies didn't use it before. Because if he did, then Ishtar would already have thought of countermeasure against it. Once chaos power is gathered enough, Premies draws his elucidator to back and right. Then he swings it horizontally from right to left. Slash. 3 drops of God's blood acquired. A slash appears on Ishtar's chest. When elucidator bounces back and after an instant of being held still at Premies' left side, he gave another horizontal swing from left to right. Slash. 6 drops of God's blood acquired. Previous slash become deeper and more God's blood was acquired this time. The force of his second slash sends Premies' body spinning clockwise. With the elucidator ending at his left flank, Premies unleashed another horizontal slash from left-right. Slash. 9 drops of God's blood acquired. Premies didn't stop here and finished with a forehand strike from the right. Slash. 12 drops of God's blood acquired. And then 4 swings draw a square of light that expands outward. Premies, horizontal square. Chapter 91, God vs. Pseudo-God, Part 3. *A/N, an extra chapter. Please enjoy. Just when Ishtar thought that Premies is done, he moved again. How can he let this opportunity end like this? Chaos power started to gather in his elucidator again. Then he gives a vertical slash to Ishtar from an overhead position with little backward motion. Slash. 4 drops of God's blood acquired. A vertical slash appears on her body. The power behind his slash is so much that Ishtar rises into air alongside with Premies. As they were in the air, Premies gave Ishtar another 2 upward vertical slashes. Slash. 8 drops of God's blood acquired. Slash. 12 drops of God's blood acquired. Then he ends it with a full power downward slash from an overhead position. Slash. 16 drops of God's blood acquired. Similarly, to the horizontal square before, a square of light was drawn with 4 hits of the attack and it continues to spin as it dissipates. Premies, vertical square. Once the vertical square ended, a lot of chaos power started to condense in Elucidator. He then holds Elucidator with both of his hands. Raises it above his head as chaos power was condensed to the limit. Then he slashes at Ishtar. Premies, Chaos Rend. Chaos power in the shape of crescent moon hit Ishtar in an instant and an explosion happened. Boom. This time, Ishtar is the one that was thrown away with great force. Premies used all 3 of his skills in the matter of 1 second. Bang. A new crater was made where Ishtar landed and dust clouds are everywhere around it. Premies, who is looking at where Ishtar is, stopped all of a sudden when he heard a sound. Crack. Premies, I am reaching my limit. Huh. Premies can tell that crack has started to appear on his holification mask. He only has few minutes left before his body will hit the limit. Premies returned his gaze at where Ishtar landed and started to think of his final attack. Just when he thought that Ishtar will come into view since dust is settling down, his instincts screamed him from his right. So, he hurriedly ducked. Whoosh. There was a flash of sword where he was standing and some of his hairs got cut. Before he could react, his instinct screamed from his back. Premies directly attacked at his back but he missed. Another attack came at his back and this time it hit him. Bam. Premies, GUH. The attack throws him in the air. Premies gritted his teeth and started to spin in the air to decrease the force as much as he can. By the time he landed on the ground and looked in front, he saw a divine power attack appeared in front. Boom. Explosion happened and Premies collides with many buildings behind. Blood is leaking out of his mouth as he got struck in the one of them. Premies, cough cough, so, she already find a way to counter my Sharingan. I have insight and I have hypnotism. It appears so. I have insight, can only predict the future of where you are looking at. And, I have hypnotism, require eye contact. That's why she is attacking at your blind spots now. Premies, great. Whoosh. Another attack came at his blind spot. Premies forces his body to move and dodging it at the last moment. Boom. Another explosion and it hit Premies, injuring him even more. Premies rolled on the ground for some distance before stopping. But he hurriedly gets up and chaos power started to condense in his elucidator again. Premies then launched it right above him. Premies, Chaos Rend. Slash. Shatter. A great sword slashed the Chaos Rend and shattered it. Then it reached Premies, who has already jumped back. But the greatsword was still able to hit his shoulder and his shoulder bones break. Premies, TCH. Drip. Drip. Blood is dripping from his shoulder wound and also his entire body. Just when stabilize his footing, he senses that someone behind him. Premies, shit. Premies has no way to dodge that. He knew if that attack will hit him that it's over for him because he is already reaching his limit. Just when thought of using his left hand, something happens. Premies, huh? Premies don't know why but all of a sudden, he can see Ishtar who is behind him. Even though he is looking at front, he can still clearly see Ishtar as she swings her great sword at his back. With his Sharingan, I have insight, he predicted where the attack is going to land and twisted his body to dodge it. Slash. Ishtar widened her eyes slightly when her attack missed but she attacked again thinking it was a fluke. But Premies also dodged the second time and released his Chaos Rend without looking back. Whoosh. Bang. Ishtar blocked it with her greatsword and then jumped back, keeping some distance. She wants to figure out how Premies dodge her attacks. First, can be fluke but not the second. As for Premies, he is facing a bigger trouble. Premies realized that it's not that he can only see Ishtar but he can see everything in the whole entertainment district without any exception. Building, their structures, dead bodies, their compost and so on. He is getting the information of everything at highest possible level. So, the absorption has started. Premies, what do you mean, Twilight? It is something related to your long-ranged weapon. Premies, long-ranged weapon. Without this ability you can't use your long-range weapon. Premies, why now? It has started on its own and I can't stop it. I will talk about his later because right now you have to face Ishtar. Premies. Premies get up but his head is still hurting with the information that is entering his mind. Let me tell you the overview of this new ability. It is a perception type ability which will allow you to connect to the information dimension at the highest possible level. Premies, that's why my mind is being filled by too much information. Yes. Premies then look at Ishtar who is observing him. He decided to read her information but don't do it. Clank. Premies, ARGH. Elucidator falls from Premies' hand on the ground. He then falls on his knees, held his head with both of his hands and started screamed with his lungs out. The information he is receiving is just too much. And as a result, blood is coming out of his eyes, nose, ears and mouth. Ishtar also becomes stunned seeing Premies' situation. She doesn't understand what is going on. Premies, stop. 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 Your brain is not strong enough to read the information of third-level existence. If they are not using their arcanum then it's fine. But not when they are using it. So, stop reading their information or your brain cells will fry because of excessive information. Premies hurriedly stopped reading Ishtar information when he heard this. After that he started to calm down. The information he received nearly killed him. But there is something he finds out after reading her information. Premies finds out that even though they have been fighting for non-stop to the point where Premies is reaching his limit, Ishtar is still at her full power. She didn't even lose 1% of her reserve. This confirms that Ishtar is just playing with him, giving him hope that he can kill her but only to be shattered later. Premies took a deep breath and pick up his elucidator. He is already reaching his limit. So, before that he wants to give Ishtar a devastating blow for looking down on him. Premies closed his eyes and took a deep breath one last time. This time though Ishtar didn't wait and appears right behind him to attack. Premies still has his eyes closed but he dodged it before it could hit him. Ishtar started attacking him non-stop but Premies dodged all of them even with his eyes closed. Because of the new ability that his Sharingan provides he can see everything in the entertainment district. Nothing could be hidden from him. He can see the information of everything, regardless of distance, physical objects with great details. He feels like his range can go even beyond the entertainment district but the barrier made by the Oververse prevents him from going further. After all, this barrier is so strong that even the laws of this world can't see inside. Because of this ability Premies can use his Sharingan, Eye of Insight, even if the opponent is not in front. That's why all of Ishtar's attack fails to hit him since he no longer has any blind spot. Premies, time to end this. Premies opened his eyes and looked at the attack coming towards him. He moved slightly and dodged it. Premies' eyes met with Ishtar again. Then he used his Sharingan, Eye of Hypnotism, to put her into his illusion again. Ishtar felt that she is being held by chains and can't move. Because this is the second time that Premies used his Sharingan, Eye of Hypnotism, on Ishtar, so it didn't affect her much since she put a lot of power in her mind to break it. But too bad it didn't break. Ishtar widened her eyes in shock. She doesn't understand why the illusion is not breaking. The reason is the same as the previous one. Since the new ability of Sharingan provides him with the information at highest possible level, his illusion has also reached the level of perfection. The information helped him to create a perfect illusion. Premies' illusions have thus reached the level of Tsukuyumi. The only thing it didn't have is the power to alter the target's perception of time which Tsukuyumi provides. Chaos power started to gather in Elucidator. Premies then stands at the 90 degrees angle relative to Ishtar. Then he draws his Elucidator behind 10 degrees relative to his body position and 190 degrees relative to Ishtar. When Chao power is gathered to the limit he moved. He then slashed at Ishtar from top right to bottom left. Slash. 3 drops of God's blood acquired. Then he paused for a millisecond before slashing horizontally from left to right. Slash. 6 drops of God's blood acquired. Then he continued slashing again, this time from bottom right to top left. Slash. 9 drops of God's blood acquired. Next attack is the repeat of first slash. Slash. 12 drops of God's blood acquired. Fifth slash is the repeat of third slash. Slash. 15 drops of God's blood acquired. The sixth slash is an immediate return hit from the fifth slash which goes from bottom left to top right. Slash. 18 drops of God's blood acquired. Premies then spins clockwise, sending a wave of energy that makes the seventh slash. Slash. 21 drops of God's blood acquired. Going against his own momentum, Premies spins counterclockwise and deals the 8th slash in a similar manner to the 7th slash. Slash. 24 drops of God's blood acquired. 9th slash is from top right to bottom left while doing a front flip. This slash is performed so quickly that others won't even be able to make out the 9th slash. Slash. 27 drops of God's blood acquired. Then Premies end it with a final devastating frontal thrust. Others will only count 9 hits, but in reality, it is 10. Thrust. 30 drops of God's blood acquired. Premies, Nova Ascension. Ishtar, Arg. This is the first time Ishtar screamed so loudly ever since their battle started. But Premies didn't stop since he knew that this is his last stand. Chaos power started to gather in Elucidator again and Premies continued. Premies performs 5 consecutive stabs in a straight line from top right to the bottom left. Stab. 3 drops of God's blood acquired. Stab. 6 drops of God's blood acquired. Stab. 9 drops of God's blood acquired. Stab. 12 drops of God's blood acquired. Stab. 15 drops of God's blood acquired. Then Premies draws his Elucidator back and performs another 5 consecutive stabs in a straight line from top left to bottom right, perpendicular to the first 5. Stab. 3 drops of God's blood acquired. Stab. 6 drops of God's blood acquired. Stab. 9 drops of God's blood acquired. Stab. 12 drops of God's blood acquired. Stab. 15 drops of God's blood acquired. The 2 lines together in X shape with the 3rd stab overlapping. Finally, Premies titled his body and used his entire strength to perform a last stab directly at the intersection of the cross shape created by the former 10 strike. Stab. 30 drops of God's blood acquired. Premies, Mother Rosario. Boom. Ishtar, Arg. 2 consecutive ultimate attack really did some numbers on Ishtar. As Ishtar was thrown away because of impact. Before she could touch the ground, Premies appeared in front of her all of a sudden. He then stretched his left hand at Ishtar. Light and darkness started to gather and a sphere was made. There is a red ripple between it. And then a beam was released that hit Ishtar at point-blank range, taking her even more far away. Ishtar, ARGH. Premies, Chaotic Zero. Kaboom. Another nuke explosion occurs and a mushroom of explosion rises in the sky. 30 drops of God's blood acquired. Chapter 92, Chapter 92, God vs. Pseudogod, Final. *A/N, last chapter for this week. Please enjoy. Crack. Shatter. As Premies was looking at the explosion, his hollow mask shattered and he falls on his knees. If not because of his Elucidator support he would have fallen to the ground by now. In that last attack, Premies used up his everything and as a result, he no longer has any strength to even move his finger. You have reached your limit. Premies, I know. Currently, Premies is so weak that even a child can kill him. But he's still looking at front ignoring his current condition. His head is also hurting because of excessive information that is entering his brain. Premies, how long will it take before the information entering my brain stop? Until the absorption is complete. Premies, and how long will it take? 5 months. Premies. Premies becomes silent when he heard this. After 5 months he is going to travel to another world. This means he has to remain like this until his departure. Of course, he is not willing to waste 5 months for that. He took a deep breath and asked. Premies, tell me the way to accelerate the absorption. You have to put yourself in deep sleep. Premies, how long will absorption takes then? 1 month. Premies nodded his head and returned his attention back to Ishtar who started to appear in his view. This time her injuries are grave than before and her face is also full of rage. At first, she was thinking of playing with Premies by giving him false hope when he will see that he can injure her. And when he will think he won, she would have revealed the truth to him and would have enjoyed seeing his face full of despair. But now things are different. She realizes that her current injuries are on the level of something that only a god can give to another god. It's an insult to her. She will be a laughing stock in the eyes of other gods if this thing will come into light. She has decided to directly kill Premies now, to bury this humiliation. Ishtar, you will pay for pointing your weapon at God, mortal. Premies was his same calm look on his face even when Ishtar divine power keeps on increasing pressure on him. But just when Ishtar took a step, she falls down on her knees all of a sudden. Bam. She opened her eyes wide and then look at her hands. Cracks started to appear on her hands and that isn't all. More and more cracks started to appear on her body. She doesn't what's going on. When Premies saw this a glint passed through his eyes and smile appear on his face. Seeing that smile even Ishtar got mesmerized. She never thought that one day even she will get mesmerized by looking at him and smile. Premies already have a heavenly handsome face. But since he always has the same calm and indifferent look, he rarely smiled. But when he smiled even goddesses can get mesmerized by it. As Ishtar was in daze, Premies' voice sounded which snaps her out of her thoughts. Premies, I win. Ishtar, no. Ishtar shouted when she heard this. Even though Premies is heavenly handsome, in the end he is just a mortal. And mortal can never defeat a god. It's impossible. So, Ishtar won't believe that she has lost. In the first place, she hasn't even become serious yet. Premies, well, it's true that mortal can't defeat a god. But I think you are forgetting something very important. Ishtar, what? Premies, did you really think that your mortal body can handle your divine power? Ishtar. Don't tell me that it was your aim all along. Premies, of course. Even if your divine power gave you high healing ability to heal any wounds, there is still a limit to how much a mortal body can handle. Ishtar. Premies, it's just like how when blacksmith put the metal in the fire. He needs to constantly take it out and then put it back in the fire so that metal can get used to the temperature. If he keeps the metal on the fire all the time, then before even getting used to it, metal will start to melt. Worst, it will start to break. Ishtar. Premies, that's the same case here. Before your mortal body got used to your divine power, you just keep on increasing your divine power more and more. Ishtar, that was your plan all along. You wanted to release more and more power without stop so that my mortal body gave up before I will start to get serious. Premies, yes. Ishtar, you. Crack. 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 Before Ishtar could even say or doing anything, more and more cracks started to appear. She was thinking of giving Premies a taste of her power before her body will be destroyed. But too bad, the moment she decided to use her power, her body condition became even worse. Now she can only look at Premies helplessly as her body explode. Ishtar, how regretful. I should have killed him at the start. Explode. Boom. An explosion happens at where Ishtar was standing, and then Premies saw a huge pillar of light that disappear into sky, confirming that Ishtar has been sent back to heaven. He is not the only one. Everyone outside the entertainment district and everyone in Orario also saw that pillar of light. Gods and those who have knowledge about what this pillar of light understands that another god has been sent to heaven. That was close. Premies, I guess. But still, you are awesome. You have already thought of so much steps ahead before your battle with Ishtar even begins. By the way, you didn't scare her like you scared Soma. Are you sure that she won't tell gods about your existence? After all, mortal who can injure God is not a small thing. Premies, she won't. Why are you so sure? Premies, there are two scenarios. First, if I tell you that there is a mortal in a lower world who can injure God, will you believe me? No. No mortal can even stand in God's presence once they will release their arcanum. Let alone injury them. Premies, that's the answer to your first question. Second, even if they believe her, she will become nothing more than a laughingstock in the eyes of other gods. Mortals, who you can do nothing but kneel in front of God, were able to injure her. Isn't it a humiliation to a god? I see. So, that's why she won't tell truth to others. But won't she make up some story to cover up her humiliation and put the blame at you? Premies, that's what she will definitely do. She will say something like, the Black Swordsman attacked my entertainment district and destroyed my familia. In the end, he even killed me. So, he needs to pay the price of destroying my familia and killing a god. Then won't Auranas make move against you? Premies, he won't. No. To be more precise, he can't. He can't. Premies, first, I gave my words to Auranas that I will help Xenos. Second, after my current deed of destroying one of the strongest familia in the Orario, let alone normal familia, even strongest familia will be wary of me. Because of my show of strength, Auranas will think that I am worth investing on. A weak adventurer siding with Xenos or a strongest adventurer siding with Xenos? Who did you think Auranas chose? A strongest adventurer, obviously. And as a result, he will ignore Ishtar's request. Premies, exactly. And the last thing is that I am not affiliated with any familia. If I have joined any familia, then the guild might think of sending a fine or something. But since I am not in any familia and no one knows where I live or my hiding spot, they will be helpless to take any action against me. I see. Now that I think about it, then it was a great move to not join any familia. Premies, right. I see. But wait. What about Aina? Auranas knew that your relation with Aina is quite close. Won't he will use her to get to you? Premies, he won't. Aina is the only thing that connects me and Auranas. If he will do something against her, that I will step from our agreement and won't help Xenos. Auranas want the change to happen in Orario. If I will step back, then things won't change much. So, he wants something like this, which will harm his interest. Then good. By the way, how did you know Ishtar's mortal body will be destroyed on its own if she keeps on using her divine power? Even I didn't know that gods have such weakness when they will release their arcanum. Premies, oh. That was a lie. Premies. What was a lie again? Premies, everything that I told Ishtar was a lie. Premies. 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 What? After some time, Twilight shouted. She can't believe that even she believed such a lie. How is this possible? Preemies, when gods come to this lower world, they didn't create a new body or enter someone else. They come with their own body but sealed their power. Like how a magician will look like a normal human if he or she is not using magic but become a complete different when they did. That's the same case for gods. Once they will release their arcanum, their mortal body will automatically transform to their divine body. Then why did she believe your lie? Preemies, because she didn't even aware of the truth herself. No. To be more accurate, no gods do. No gods do. Preemies, yes. Gods appear in this world 1,000 years ago, but whenever a god released their arcanum, he or she will directly send back to heaven by the laws of the world. So, they didn't know the truth themselves. Then how did you know? Preemies, I didn't know about it either at first. But when I tried to read Ishtar information, I came to know that. I see. Even though you received a severe backlash by trying to the information of third-level existence, it also helped you in return. Truly a blessing in disguise. Preemies, I guess. Last question. Then how did Ishtar's body break and she was sent back to heaven? Hearing this, a gentle smile appears on Preemies' face and he looked at the sky. Preemies, did you forget there is someone else here if we exclude Ishtar and me? Ophis. Preemies did not respond and just keeps on looking at Ophis, who is floating in the sky. Then she descends and approaches Preemies. Preemies stretched his left hand and hugged Ophis when she approaches him. Preemies, thanks, Ophis. Ophis, Ophis nodded cutely and let Preemies hug her. I don't understand. How? Preemies, did you forget, Ophis and I are connected. So, when I reach Y limit she also realizes it and hence she destroyed Ishtar's body. When she saw that I stopped talking with Ishtar after spouting some lies, she opened a hole in a barrier which allowed the laws of the world to find Ishtar, and hence Ishtar was forceful sent back to heaven for using her arcanum. Preemies. Seriously. Preemies, seriously. Both of them become silent after that. Twilight becomes stunned of both Preemies' schemed and lies. And another thing which astonished her is that when Ishtar's body started to break, he immediately realized that it was Ophis doing without even them talking. It's like both of them already knew what other person wants. At this time, Preemies frown as the information entering his brain is increasing. Preemies then used some of the strength that he has recovered and took out a pouch. Then he brought a paper and pen from Twilight to write something on the paper. Once done, he folds the paper and attach it to the pouch. Preemies, Ophis, remove the barrier around the room where Lily and Haruheim is sleeping and put this pouch on the table there. Ophis, Amen. A glint passed through her eyes and a barrier around the room in which Lily and Haruheim are staying disappear. Then the pouch disappears from Preemies' hand and appears on top of the table there. Once it was done, Preemies took a deep breath. Preemies, Ophis, remove the barrier covering this place. Ophis, Amen, shatter. Barrier around the entertainment district shattered. Preemies then hugged Ophis tightly and the space wrapped around them, taking away both Preemies and Ophis. Wrap. Wrap. Space wrap and Preemies enter his home with Ophis. He looks at Ophis, who is still in his embrace, and kissed her cheeks. Preemies, Ophis, I am a bit tired, so I am taking a rest. It will take me at most 1 month. So, wait for me, okay? Ophis, Amen. Preemies smiled when heard Ophis' response. Preemies, Twilight, put me in deep sleep. All right. Darkness then swallowed Preemies' consciousness and he falls into a deep slumber. Chapter 93, Aftermath, Part 1. *A/N, here goes 1/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. As Preemies was talking with Ishtar when her body started to crack, the people outside the entertainment were thinking whether to remain here or leave. When third nuke explosion occurred, it nearly stripped away their desire to remain here. Finn is looking at the sun that has rose a few minutes ago and thinking about his next course of action. They have here for at least 10 hours. They directly came here when they have returned from their expenditure in dungeon last night. So, some of the members need rest. Finn, any progress, Riveria? Riveria is crouching down at the edge of the barrier that is covering the entire entertainment district to find a way to crack it. Before they have even asked some mages who can use earth magic to see whether they can enter the entertainment district from underground, but they failed. They find out that this barrier is covering the entire entertainment district in a sphere. So, there is no way to enter it either by air or by underground. Riveria, no progress at all, Finn. Riveria shakes her head and stands up. She has a frown on her forehead as she's studying this barrier for past few hours with no breakthrough. Since Riveria was born in Alf's Royal Forest and as a member of the High Elf family, Riveria has access to all the books in the Alf's Royal Forest. And she has read almost all of them, and hence she not only has knowledge to many different languages and magics, but also, she has some of the knowledge of God's language. But even with all this knowledge she fails to crack anything from this barrier. Like it's all blank. Reveria doesn't know that this barrier is made by the infinite dragon god, Ophis, who has become 4th level existence. Let alone Reveria, even if gods who have all the knowledge of the world came here, even they will fail to find any clue. No luck, I guess. Huh. Finn and Reveria turn their attention towards the owner of Voice. The owner is a half-dwarf. She has brown skin, long black hair, red eyes, and wears an eye patch over her left eye, similar to her Hephaestus. However, her eye patch covers the opposite eye. She has a well-endowed chest which she keeps in a sarashi, and wears a red hakama and sandals. She is the captain of the Hephaestus Familia as well as a master smith. Her name is Tsubaki Kalbrandi. Tsubaki came here as a representative of Hephaestus Familia. She also came here when the news about how entire entertainment district is covered in barrier and no one can enter it spread. She also heard from the people which were once inside the entertainment district before they were kicked out, about the deeds of the Black Swordsman. So, she also wary of him. If the Black Swordsman can even kill level 5 adventurer like Phryne Jamil like she was nothing, then even she is not his match. But she calms down when she heard that the reason the Black Swordsman destroyed the Ishtar Familia is because they hurt someone dear to him. This shows that he won't attack others on spot. Finn, no. Tsubaki, looks like we can only wait then. By the way, what happened to the little girl? Finn. Reveria. Both Finn and Reveria know that Tsubaki is talking about Ace. She has met Ace before she left in Big Stride. They both know what type of person Tsubaki is. Even though she does not want to get involved in the affairs of others unless she knows them, Tsubaki still shows some concerns for others. When Ace and Tsubaki first met, Tsubaki refused to create a weapon for Ace upon noticing her self-destructive tendencies. However, she didn't try to stop her and try to improve her attitude. Similarly, she didn't care about the impact of what she told Ace had back then. As a result, she became overjoyed by Ace's noticeable improvement in comparison to her younger self. But now when she met Ace, she can tell that Ace is returning to her old self slowly and slowly. Even though it was just at starting phase, but if Ace is not stopped at the beginning, then it will a lot difficult later. Finn and Reveria also understand this, but it's also difficult for them too. If she was still that weak little girl, then it would have been easy for them to stop her. But now even they are having problems stopping her. Current Ace is even more stubborn than before. That's why Loki is thinking of finding a way to stop Ace before her condition reach critical. But of course, even though Loki and Hephaestus Familia are close, they didn't need to share everything with each other. Finn, it's nothing. It's just that in previous expenditure Ace keeps on fighting non-stop without rest. So, when we return, she wants to rest, but we have to come here to check the situation. That's why she was tired and become slightly irritated when we have standing here without any result. Tsubaki, I see. Then I feel bad for the little girl. Boom. Just when Tsubaki was done talking, another explosion occur in Entertainment District. All of them become pale whenever they saw such explosion. But at least this explosion is not as big as the previous 3. Shine. The moment explosion disappears, they all saw a pillar of light that disappeared into sky. Crowd become confused when they saw this pillar of light, but not everyone is like them. Finn, Reveria, Tsubaki, and all other members of Loki Familia have grave expression on their face. They understand that this pillar of light means another god has been sent back to heaven. They have heard about this from Lady Loki when they returned from their expenditure, that the god of wine, Soma, has been returned back to heaven last night. And now another god has returned to heaven. Just what is going on? There is only one god in Entertain District, and that is the leader of Ishtar Familia. Goddess of Beauty, Ishtar. And there is only one more person in Entertainment District except Ishtar. That person is the only one who can be responsible of sending Ishtar back to heaven. The Black Swordsman. This clearly confirms that the Black Swordsman has killed a goddess. Mortal killing a god is an offense against all gods and goddesses. God community won't take this lying down. Currently, the Black Swordsman has become the enemy of all gods. Finn, gods won't take this lying down. Reveria, if I remember correctly, then Donate is happening 2 months from now on. Tsubaki, I am sure that the Black Swordsman will be the hot topic. Finn and Reveria, agreed. If Premies will know that the Donatus will be happening when he will wake up, then of course he won't hesitate to make his appearance there. Since he has already made enemies out of all the gods, he won't mind giving them a slap at their face by appearing in Donatus. After all, Donatus is a place where only gods can meet. Having a mortal there will really be a slap to every god's face. Just then. Crack. Crack. Shatter. The barrier surrounding the entire entertainment district shattered. Everyone looks with their eyes wide when they saw this scene. All those who were near the barrier tried to see whether they can enter the place where barrier was and found out they can now. A person from the crowd shouted. Crowd 1, barrier is down. We can enter now. Oh! Everyone shouted once it was confirmed. Some of them even started to rush into Entertainment District to see what is the situation inside. Once these people rushed, other also followed. Finn, Reveria, and Tsubaki look at each other and nodded. Then they return back to where their other members of Familia are waiting and join them. Finn, let's go and be on guard. Loki Familia, yes. Once Loki Familia and Hephaestus Familia enter the Entertainment District, they become shocked by the spectator in front. The entire Entertainment District is turned upside down. There is debris everywhere with not a single building staying intact. They even say 3 deep giant craters where the 3 nuke explosion happen. Everyone face turned pale when they saw how deep the crater is, since they can't see its end. Finn, everyone let's split up and see what we can find. Loki Familia, yes. Finn, one more thing. If any of you met with the Black Swordsman by chance, do not confront him. No matter what, and try to contact others. Now, let's go. Loki Familia, nod. Tsubaki, the same is for our Hephaestus Familia. Do not confront the Black Swordsman. Understood. Hephaestus Familia, understood. Tsubaki, good, let's go. Loki and Hephaestus Familia thus split in teams of 2 to see what they can find. The teams are Tiona and Tioni, Bet and Gareth, Reveria and Lafia, and the last team was between the captain of Loki and Hephaestus Familia, i.e., Finn and Tsubaki. They search all building to see if they could find some civilians. But it looks like there really is not any civilian present when those explosions took place. Finn and other took a sigh of relief when they find out that there was no civilian casualty. From the information they received, it appears that this barrier is made by the Black Swordsman so that no one from the Ishtar Familia can leave. This sends a chill down everyone's spine, realizing that the Black Swordsmen really have full intention of eliminating the Ishtar Familia without leaving any exception. They also started to wonder what would happen if the Black Swordsman has put this barrier around their familia. If even the all-knowing Reveria can't crack this barrier, then they would be nothing more than pig in cage ready to slaughtered. They all gulped unconsciously. At this time, Reveria and Lafia are walking together to find any clue. Reveria saw that Lafia's mood is all time down right now. So, she decided to talk with her. Reveria, worried about Ace. Lafia, huh? No. No. I am no, *******, yes. Lafia become embarrassed first when Reveria hits the bullseye. So, she tried to deny it, but then she admits it. Everyone knows that Lafia admires Ace a lot except for Ace herself. But whenever Lafia is in Ace's presence, she always becomes shy to say anything. Reveria, don't worry, even though Ace's emotional state is becoming unstable, it is only at the starting phase. We will soon find a way to solve it. Lafia, amen. Thanks, Reveria. Reveria smiled when she saw that Lafia has calmed down a little. Lafia took a deep breath and asked Reveria. Lafia, Reveria, you have met the Black Swordsman before with Ace, right? What kind of person he is? Reveria, well, he. But Reveria stopped here and a slight blush appeared on her face when she started to recall his heavenly handsome face. As a high elf, Reveria has seen many handsome elves, but they all pale in comparison to the Black Swordsman. Lafia saw that slight blush on Reveria's face and become shocked. She can't believe that the always calm and collected Reveria can show such expression. Reveria realizes her blunder and started to cough. Reveria, cough cough ***, anyway, he is really strong. Ace wasn't even his match. Lafia, really? Even though she has heard it before, she's still having hard time believe it. Ace is someone who has earned the alias of Sword Princess because of her swordsmanship. She still can't believe someone can outperform Ace in swordsmanship. If Premies would have heard Lafia's words, then he would have shown disdain at her. If just by holding a sword in your hand and use it just with a brute force instead of any technique and skill behind it makes you swordsman, then shouldn't those who have stronger strength than Ace and also use sword should be called Sword Saint or Sword God? Reveria, the most shocking thing about the Black Swordsman is that Adventurer 1, hurry, we find the body of Phryne Jamil. Chapter 94, Aftermath, Part 2. *A/N, here goes 2/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Reveria and Lafia stopped their talk, decided to also check the body of Phryne Jamil. They hurriedly arrived the location. There are already many adventurers who have arrived the location. They have made the circle around the body of Phryne Jamil. When they say Reveria and Lafia, they hurriedly part ways and make the path for them. Reveria and Lafia nodded at them and approached the body. They frowned when they saw the body. Phryne Jamil's eyes are still wide open even after death. Reveria crouched down and closed her eyes. She then started to check the body. Since body of Phryne Jamil is lying on her stomach, they can't see the wounds clearly. So, they decided to turn her body. Bam. After they turned the body, a loud noise happens when the huge body of Phryne Jamil touched the ground. But everyone ignores it because there is something else in front of them, which made them speechless. On the front of the Phryne Jamil body there is a 4 made of slashes. Reveria, 3 slashes. No resistance at all. Lafia, no resistance at all. Reveria, yes. No resistance. It appears that the sword cut through Phryne Jamil body like a hot knife through. Lafia, are you sure? Even though Phryne Jamil don't have high agility and magic, her strength and endurance are all top-notch. And if we add her healing ability, then even other level 5 and level 6 adventurers will have hard time penetrating her defense. Reveria checked Phryne Jamil body some more to see if there are any more clues. Before they turned her body, they saw a tear of cloth on her back. But since the wound on her back is already healed, they decided to ignore it. Seeing no other clue on her body, Reveria stands and nodded at Lafia. Reveria, yes, I am sure. Gasp. Everyone around them gasped when they heard this. Even though they have heard about how easily the Black Swordsman killed Phryne Jamil. Hearing and seeing the proof in front is two different matters. Reveria, with this, I can conclude that even level 6 adventurers can be easily killed by his hands even if they have max stats in their strength and endurance. Let alone magicians and mages whom bodies are far weaker. Reveria has serious expression on her face as she concluded her investigation. Everyone is astonished when they heard this. Lafia clenched her staff tightly and spoke. Lafia, this means even Uncle Gareth, who have the strongest physical attack power and defense in our Loki familia, also won't survive if he will face the Black Swordsman. Reveria, I am afraid so. Silence. Total silence. This information is too much for anyone to take. Gareth Landrock has the strongest physical strength and endurance in whole Loki familia. He always max out his strength and endurance before he leveled up. That's why he is one of 3 leaders of Loki familia with the alias Elgarm. And if even he can't take a single hit from the Black Swordsman, then it's impossible for others too. Lafia, then, we need to hurriedly inform this to others. Reveria, I agree. But first let's give a proper burial to Phryne Jamil. Can I ask this from you all? Onlooker 1, yes, 9 hell, Reveria Joe's Alf. We will give a proper burial to Phryne Jamil. Right, everyone. All onlookers, right. Onlooker 1, so, leave this to us. Reveria, nod, then we are leaving. We will see if we could find more clues. After nodding her head one last time, Reveria and Lafia left. Once they left, all onlookers turned their attention back to the body, Phryne Jamil. Even though they said they will give her a proper burial, but in truth, none of them is willing. They knew what kind of woman Phryne Jamil was. She had no loyalty for her goddess at all. She is arrogant and is hated by all other members of the Ishtar familia. She catches the men who got her attention and rape them till she is satisfied or they die. But the thing which they felt the most disgusted about, Phryne Jamil, is how she ran away and left other members of her familia behind when she realized that she is not the Black Swordsman match. She abandoned the very familia which made her this strong. She is also the reason why other members of familia lost their will to fight in the end and decided to just accept their fate. They only agreed because 9 hell, Reveria Joe's Alf, asked them to. Since Reveria right now is worried about other things, she didn't pay attention to these adventurers. If she knew their thoughts, then she could only take a deep sigh on this matter. It's not that rare for an adventurer to run away when their familia was in danger. She has heard of this many times. So, she was not that shocked when she heard that Phryne Jamil has abandoned her familia so that she can survive. Onlooker 1, sigh, let's give her a proper. Onlooker 2, I don't want to, but, sigh, whatever. Onlooker 3, no one want to. But since we told 9 hell, Reveria Joe's Alf, that we will do it, then let's just. Onlooker 4, yes, sigh. In the end, they all decided to do it even when they don't want to. But everyone has disdain and disgusted look on their face which they were trying hard to hide. While they were doing this, Reveria and Lafia are trying to find more clues as well as other members so that they can notify and warn them about what they found. Reveria, let's just hope that none of our members encounter the Black Swordman. Even if they did, let's hope they won't confront him. Lafia, let's hope so. By the way, Lafia, what were you saying back then? Reveria, back then. Lafia, yes. When you say, the most shocking thing about the Black Swordsman is that. But stopped when we heard the adventurers. Reveria, oh. That. Lafia, yes. What was it? Rivera took a deep breath, recalling what she saw before responding. Reveria, as I told before, I saw the full battle between the Black Swordsman and Ace. That time at first, he overpowers Ace with his higher stats. But later. Lafia, later. Reveria, later Ace started to use her magic. As Ace keeps on increasing her power, he keeps on decreasing his. Lafia, decreasing. You mean increasing, right? Reveria, no. I mean decreasing. But Ace still lost. Lafia. Reveria, the most shocking thing is that during the whole battle he didn't use any magic but defeated Ace with just his swordsmanship. Lafia, with just his swordsmanship. Reveria, look at Lafia, who became silent. She didn't interrupt her and just keeps on waking. After some time, Lafia came out of her thoughts. Lafia, if someone else have told me that, then I won't have believed it. Reveria, even I don't have believed it if I had not seen this with my own eyes. Lafia nodded and they continued their investigation. In between they met with many adventurers who were also looking for any clue. But they still failed to meet the other members of their familia during the whole journey. And soon they reached the center of entertainment district where the Tower of Ishtar familia once stood. They saw that many adventurers are present there. But none of them are saying and talking with each other. They are just staying at their spot looking in front like a statue. Reveria frowned and approached them to see what is going. But when she saw the scene in front, she covered her mouth with her hand. Reveria, oh. My. Gosh. The scene in front of her is a full display of massacre. Many bodies of Amazonas are lying in the pool of blood. Some are cut in two and some are headless. It is a full demonstration of ruthlessness. Many adventurers are vomiting at the corner after seeing this. Even Lafia is having hard time stopping herself from vomiting. Reveria expressions are also grave. Finn, Reveria. Reveria, Finn. Finn calls out to Reveria when he noticed her. He and Tsubaki has already arrived seen a long time ago. Both Finn and Reveria nodded at each other and turned their attention to the scene in front. Both of them have grave expression on their face. Even they are not feeling good after seeing this. Even though everyone presents here have seen the scene of monsters being massacred like this, but seeing the massacred of other humans are a completely different thing. Killing another human life is a lot difficult than killing a monster. In truth, almost everyone from Loki familia have killed other humans before during the rise of Evolus, but they still don't feel good killing other humans. At this time, other members of Loki familia also joined them. And all of them have grave expression on their face. But the expressions of Tiona and Tioni are somewhat different. Both are angry and they are clenching their fist tightly. Even though they don't have much interaction with Ishtar familia, but still all of its members are Amazonas like both of them. So, it's still difficult for them to accept this. Finn and Reveria of course notice this. But before Finn could say anything, Reveria speak first. Reveria, don't let your emotions get the best of you. Otherwise, you will die before you even realize it. Tiona, sigh. Tioni and Tiona, we're sorry. Both Tiona and Tiona apologize together. They know that it was the fault of Ishtar familia for provoking the Black Swordsman, but it's still difficult for them to swallow it. Reveria nodded when she saw that both Tioni and Tiona have calmed down. But Finn, Gareth, and Tsubaki, who was with Finn, all have serious on their face when they heard this. They find out the hidden meaning behind Reveria words. Finn, did you find anything? Reveria nodded, confirming Finn's speculation. Now even Tiona, Tioni, and Bet has serious expression. They were also trying to find anything related to the Black Swordsman but failed. They should be happy that Reveria finds something about it, but they couldn't when they saw serious expression on both Reveria and Lafia face. Tsubaki, what did you find? Reveria, we found the body of Phryne Jamil. Gareth, nod and Lafia, as she died by just 3 slashes. Finn, 3. Reveria, yes. And there was no resistance at all. So, we concluded that. Reveria stopped here and looked at Gareth. When everyone saw this action, they started to wonder why Reveria is looking at him. But Reveria didn't make them wait and continued. Reveria, if Gareth face the Black Swordsman, then even with his high endurance, he will still die easily by his hands. Everyone opened their eyes wide because they knew the strength of the Elgarm, Gareth Landrock. He has the strongest physical attack power and endurance in the entire Arario if you will exclude King Otter. If even Gareth is no match against the Black Swordsman with his highest defense, then what about them? Now even Tiona and Tioni understand the meaning behind Reveria words before. If even they are no match against Gareth, then they should forget about facing the Black Swordsman. Because if they did, then it will be nothing more than a suicide. Seeing that Tiona and Tioni have let go of their anger, both Finn and Reveria took a sigh of relief inward. They are already having difficulty to find a way of helping Ace. If Tiona and Tioni will come into mix, then things will become more difficult. Just when they were thinking of their next course of action, someone between the group of onlookers shouted. Onlooker 5, does that mean the Black Swordman will also kill us? Chapter 95, Aftermath, Part 3. *A/N, here goes 3/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Everyone turns their gaze towards the owner of the voice. The person who said this is not among them but is where the Ishtar Tower fall. He is on his butt and is looking in front with trembling body. Finn frowned when he saw him. Not because he knew him who he is but because this person is same as him a Palom. But the reason Finn frowned is when he saw his such coward behavior. Then Finn just shakes his head, shows a disappointed look at him. At this time, other adventurers have approached that Palom. But when they look what is in front, they also started to show unpleasant look. There are more bodies there, but the reason they are feeling unpleasant is because these bodies are not of members of Ishtar Familia. Some of them are wearing adventurer clothes, some are wearing merchant's clothes, and some are wearing luxurious clothes. This proves that these bodies belong to other adventurers who are not part of Ishtar Familia, merchants, and nobles. Well, they also found a body of Amazonas, but it was just a single Amazonas, so they ignore it. Loki and Hephaestus Familia also approached and saw this. They also started to show unpleasant expression. In truth, they were only become slightly shocked when they saw the bodies of other adventurers and merchants. The main reason why they are feeling unpleasant is because of bodies of nobles. The position of nobles is always higher than adventurers and merchants. So, they won't let this matter aside, no matter what. Riveria started to rub her forehead with irritation. First, entire entertainment district got covered in barrier. Then entire Ishtar Familia was massacred. Then a goddess was sent back to heaven, and now they even find the bodies of nobles. Situation is becoming more and more complicated and worse. Palom, it must be, the Black Swordsman, doing. He will kill everyone, no matter who it will be. Boom. Pow. Palom, Bet, stop spouting baseless accusation. When the Palom started to accuse Premies for killing these nobles, Bet stomped on the ground hard and arrived in front of the Palom. Then he gave him a punch right on his face. Bet absolutely hates the weak and is not afraid to express his opinion on the matter. His attitude is particularly hostile towards them, and he constantly reminds them of their inferiority. Most of the time he taunts them and is particularly adept at it, with his statements always hitting where it hurts the most. Rather than rubbing salt in an injury, his words are said to tear open new ones. That's why he also taunts Belle in the plot. Although at first glance his displeasure seems to be the result of an extreme superiority complex, the truth is that his behavior is due to an intense desire to protect them. Having suffered a long history of loss, Bet came to develop a unique belief system that eventually gave place to his current attitude. That's why even though he didn't show it, he has started to admire the Black Swordman because of his strength. But his admiration of the Black Swordsman increased even further when he heard that the reason the Black Swordsman destroyed the entire Ishtar Familia because they hurt someone dear to him. He even went as far as killing Ishtar, knowing that he will become the enemy of the entire gods community. He even put himself in the Black Swordman shoes and thought whether he have the courage to make himself the enemy of almost entire world when someone will hurt his loved ones. And the answer is no. Even if he will reach level 9 one day, he still won't be able to do what he did. All other members of Loki Familia become astonished when they saw this. They never thought that Bet will move forward to defend the Black Swordsman. But they didn't rebuke him because they also thought that it was a baseless accusation without any evidence. The Palom that was punched started to rub the place where he was punched. Then he started to argue. Palom, what do you mean by wrongly accused? The Black Swordman massacred the entire Ishtar Familia. He didn't even let their goddess go. It's obvious that he is a cold-hearted and merciless murderer. Bet, you. Finn, stop Bet. Bet. Bet becomes silent and back down. Once Bet backed down, Finn turns his attention to this Palom. Honestly, he feels very disappointed when looking at him. He has already realized who this Palom is. The Palom has large, green round eyes. He has brown hair. Nobles hire this Palom to take care of odd jobs. He is the member of Apollo Familia. Luana Spell. And since he works for nobles, it's obvious he will tell this information to nobles and will take their side so that they will start to accuse the Black Swordman for the death of other nobles. Finn, do you have any proof that it is the Black Swordman doing? Luana Spell, proof. Isn't massacre around enough proof? Finn, no. It isn't a proof. Luana Spell, it isn't. Finn, we have a proof that the Black Swordsman himself massacred the entire Ishtar Familia. The proof is that he himself declared in front all those adventurers who were present here at that time. Not only that, he even massacred the Familia in front of those adventurers. Finn stopped here and turned his gaze at those adventurers which were here and saw Premies' deed. Finn, I want to ask you all. Did any of you saw the Black Swordsman killing these men? All of them started to shake their heads in denial. Seeing this, Finn looked back at Luana Spell. Finn, I think this answers your question. Luana Spell becomes silent, started to think of some other way. Then he thought of something and said. Luana Spell, no, I don't think so. Did you forget they were all thrown out of the entertainment district? It's obvious that the black swordmen throw them out so that they can't see him killing them. This time those onlookers become silent and started to ponder. If they think like this, then it is possible. Commotion started to appear in the crowd and they all started to become sacred, thinking that the black swordsman will also kill them if he doesn't like them. But before the commotion could increase, Reveria interrupts. Reveria, that's not possible. This attracts everyone's attention towards Reveria. When everyone was arguing with each other, Reveria has already arrived at the scene and started her investigation. After checking the bodies, she stands up and stated. Reveria, I just checked and it appears that all these people were dead before the black swordsman even confront Ishtar Familia. And one more thing, none of them are killed by the black swordsman. I can say that with certainty. Want a spell? How are you so certain? Reveria, because the one killed them used dagger instead of sword. Assassin dagger to be more exact. Finn, assassin dagger. Huh. Want a spell? The black swordsman must have used the dagger so that others won't find their way to him. Reveria, that's not possible either. The black swordman is highly proficient in swordsmanship. But even if you gave him the dagger, he would still be able to show some professionality in it if he combines it with his swordsmanship. But these wounds on the bodies are very crude. And some places have been stabbed many times. It clearly shows that the one who used dagger is an amateur. Let alone dagger, he or she has never used a weapon in their whole life. Want a spell, but. Tsubaki, that's enough already. Want a spell becomes silent when Tsubaki yelled at him. She has been hearing his protest all this time, but it's enough now. Loki Familia is also glaring at him now. Let alone Loki Familia, even the onlookers are looking at Luana Spell with disgust in their eyes. It's obvious to even them now that Luana Spell is trying to put all the blame on the black swordman. That's why he is using baseless accusation. They don't understand why he is doing it though. Even though they are clueless, that's not the same case for some higher familia. Loki and Hephaestus Familia have already saw through his plan. Every familia in Orario wants to become stronger by taking one of the highest positions. After the three strongest familia, i.e., Freya Familia, Loki Familia, and Hephaestus Familia, the next one on the line was Ishtar Familia. But now that Ishtar Familia is no more, other familia won't let this opportunity go. Still, there is a hurdle in their way. And that hurdle is the black swordsman. They need to eliminate the black swordsman if they want to obtain that position. But now that they knew the true might of the black swordsman, it's impossible for them to kill him if their familia makes move alone. So, the best way is to join with others' familia. And if they were able to prove that the black swordsman is responsible for killing these nobles, then even the other nobles will start to put pressure on the guild to put a stop to the black swordsman. That time, with guild, nobles, and others' familia by their side, they think they can eliminate the black swordsman. But as the saying go, even the corned rabbit resist in the end. So, it's obvious that the black swordsman will also resist and will kill many adventurers who will came to him, but in the end, he will lose the war of attrition and will die. This will not only weaken other weak familia but also gave the chance to others strong familia to rise. But too bad, his plan backfired. Now all other familia will start to keep some distance from Apollo Familia. Well, it will be for time being though. Since many other familia don't want to let this opportunity to rise go, they will try to contact each other and make the use of pretense that the black swordsman not only kill God but also nobles, hence he needs to be eliminated in the Dynatus. Loki and Hephaestus Familia knew that, but they are helpless to do anything here. Finn, anyway, let's search around some more to see if we can find anything and then let's return. Everyone nodded and started their search again. But they didn't find anything else in the end. Hence, they all returned back to report to their familia. But what they don't know is that the entire Orario is in ruckus right now. Not because of the annihilation of Ishtar Familia but because of the disappearance of more than 17 nobles' lineages. It's morning. Aina wakes up from her sleep, freshen herself and have a breakfast before leaving for her guild work. Even though she has freshened up, her mood is still not good since Premies didn't came to meet her yesterday. No. Not meet but report to her. Since Aina is Premies' advisor, he should report to her every day. Aina, sigh, I wonder if he will come today. Sigh. Aina hurriedly tries to finish her breakfast because she felt that today's breakfast is bland. While she is doing this, an assassin who is guarding her from shadow took a deep sigh. He is a level 6 assassin whose work is to guard Aina all the time. At first, he doesn't understand why he have to protect this civilian, but when he meets with the black swordsman, he became sacred shitless. When he met him for the first time, his instincts started to scream to not to go against him. So, he now knew that the reason he is guarding her is because she is very important to the black swordsman. Assassin, how envious. I also wish that someone can protect my family from shadows when I am not with them. Chapter 96, Aftermath, Part 4. *A/N, here goes 1/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Once Ina was done having her breakfast, she left for the guild. There are still some times before her work start, but she doesn't feel like staying at home. She looks at the sun that has risen and then put a smile on her face before continuing walking. Her neighbors have also woken up and are taking stroll. Ina greets them like always. Ina, good morning, uncle. Uncle, good morning, Ina. Ina, good morning, auntie. Auntie, good morning, dear. You are going early for your work today. Ina, yes. There is still some work left in the guild yesterday, so I decided to go early to finish it. Auntie, I see. But take care of your health. Ina, I will. Thank you. After a small talk, Ina left. Ina keeps on walking, greeting everyone, showing her energetic smile. People also became energetic seeing that smile. After some time, Ina takes one more turn to continue on her way. But instead of moving forward, she stopped all of a sudden when looking at front. Not only her, even the assassin guarding her from the shadows also started to show serious expression. Ina frowned when she saw that the atmosphere here is so good tense. Other time, this place also as lively as the previous one. But currently, this place is completely silent. Ina saw the people you were showing scared expression and are talking in low voice at the corner. As if afraid that others would listen to them. Parents are not even letting their children out of the houses even when children started to cry. The atmosphere is very bad. Ina looks at all of this and then continue walking. Whenever she tries to approach someone to know the situation, those people quickly walk away having no intention of talking. Ina feels like something very serious is going on. But since she failed to get any information, she hurried her steps to reach guild as fast as possible. Because she knew that guild must know something about it. But at this time, Ina saw a shopkeeper who she is very close to. Ina approached him to see if she can learn what is going on from him. Ina, good morning, Grandpa. Shopkeeper, Ina. Gee, good morning. Ina, Grandpa, can you tell me what is going on? Why is everyone so afraid? Shopkeeper. Shopkeeper becomes silent. Seeing Ina's face which is full of hope, he took a deep sigh. The shopkeeper then hurriedly looked right and left to check if there is someone else. Once confirming, he hurriedly pulls Ina inside the shop. After pulling her inside, he checks his surrounding one last time before putting his attention back to Ina. When Ina saw the serious expression on his face, she realizes that situation is more serious than she thought. Ina, Grandpa, just what is going on? Shopkeeper, Ina, something very big happened last night. Ina, what happened? Shopkeeper, don't open your mouth in public, okay? Otherwise, you will have many enemies. Ina gulped nervously and nodded. The assassin who is hiding also perked his ears. When he saw the situation before, he really wanted to grab someone to get information out of him. But since his priority is keeping Ina safe, he didn't do it. So, he took a sigh of relief when he saw that this shopkeeper is willing to answer Ina's question. Shopkeeper, last night, more than 17 nobles' lineage disappeared all of a sudden. Ina, what? Shopkeeper, shhhhhhhhhhhh. Ina, I am sorry. Shopkeeper, it's alright. Even I was the same when I heard this. Ina, not by disappear, what do you mean exactly? Shopkeeper, it means they disappeared in a thin air. There was no blood, no bone, no organ, no ash or anything. It's like they were never there in the first place. Ina. Assassin. Ina, how is this possible? Shopkeeper, I don't know myself. But the most terrifying thing is that the entire lineage of nobles were erased. By entire, I mean everyone including children, grandchildren, parents, grandparents, elders, relatives and so on. Means in this world, there is no one exist who has a single drop of that lineage running in their veins now. Ina. Assassin. Ina, that's impossible. Shopkeeper, I also think so at first, but everything is true. Ina. Shopkeeper, when this happens, the remaining nobles in Orario hurriedly sent their troops all over the Orario to find the perpetrator of this incident. If someone even talk about it, they will capture them and that person was never seen again. So, be sure to keep quiet, okay? Ina, nod. Ina nodded and then took a deep breath. This information is just too much for her. After she calms down, she shows gratitude to the shopkeeper for the information and then left for the guild again. Even when she was moving, her mind is preoccupied with many things. She is having a very bad feeling about it. Ina, just what is going on? You didn't come to meet me yesterday. So, don't tell me you are responsible for this, preemies. Ina has no idea how right she is. It's true that the IQ of woman in love reach 0. But if something very serious related to her love happens, then their woman intuition always kicks off. Well, she is not the only one. Even Ace realized that the one responsible for the 3 giant nuke explosion was Premies when she saw them. It's just that Ace didn't why she knew that it was Premies doing, even now. Anyway, right now Ina just hopes to reach Guild as soon as possible to get more information. Soon, Ina reach Guild and enter directly inside without knock because right she doesn't care about such stuff. Since there is still time before the opening, Guild is mostly empty with only some staff inside. They become astonished when they saw Ina arriving such early. But before they can give her a call, Ina just nodded at them and hurriedly went inside. They all become stunned and then confused because this is the first time they have seen Ina in such a hurry. Ina went to her locker to change her clothes to Guild uniform because it is compulsory for all the staff to remain in their uniform when they are in Guild. Once done, she left her locker room to find her best friend Misha. But when she failed to find her, she decided to meet with Rose. Ina came outside Rose's room and give the room a knock. 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 Rose, yes, who is it? Rose's voice sounded from inside. Hearing this, Ina took a sigh of relief. Ina, Rose, it's me Ina. Can I have a talk? Misha, Ina. Ina, this voice. Misha, are you also inside? Misha. Rose. Rose looks at Misha and took a deep sigh because of her action. Hearing Ina's voice, Rose has already guessed that Ina found out about the situation. If it was before, then she could have said something to calm her down. But now that Ina knows that Misha is also with her, she must have realized that situation is urgent. After all, Rose doesn't meet with her other colleagues in her room if situation is not urgent. She only meets with them in locker room or cafeteria. Ina, Rose, I want to ask something very important. Rose took a deep sigh again when she senses the panic in Ina's voice. She knows now that there is no point in hiding anything. She gave Misha one last blame look. Misha could only smile awkwardly because she knows that it was her mistake. Rose, come in, Ina. Click. The door opened and Ina enters. Even though Ina fabricated her look in front of others outside, but now Misha and Rose can see panic all over her face. Ina, Misha. Rose. Just what happened last night? Rose took a look Ina's face before she said. Rose, 3 major things happen. Ina, 3. Ina become even more shocked because she only knows about 1. Ina, but isn't it just how more than 17 nobles' lineage disappeared overnight? Rose, yes. But since this matter is so big that other 2 matter got suppressed. Ina, nod that what is the other 2? Rose stopped and looked at Misha. Misha also saw a troubled expression. Seeing that both Rose and Misha are showing troubled expression, distress in Ina's heart increased. In the end, Misha decided to open her mouth. Misha, the other 2 are related with your boyfriend. Ina, you mean, the Black Swordsman. Ina was going to say Premi's real name but stopped herself when she realizes that. Since she has promised him not to reveal his name. If it was other time, then Ina's face would have turned red when Misha called Premies her boyfriend. But since she is very worried right now, she didn't disagree of him being her boyfriend. Misha ignored how Ina corrected herself and continued. Misha, yes, him. The second thing is, last night, the Black Swordsman, or your boyfriend, covers the entire entertainment district in a barrier so that no one can enter and those who were inside can't exit either. Ina. Misha, and then he massacred the entire Ishtar familia, on his own. So, overnight one of the strongest familia was annihilated. Misha specially put the pressure on the words, on his own. When both her and Rose finds out the truth even, they were shocked. At first, they thought he would have received help from someone, but it came out that they were wrong. The Black Swordsman massacred the entire Ishtar familia on his own without anyone's help. Ina, but why did he do that? Rose, from the information Guild received. It appears Ishtar familia hurt someone dear to him. That's why he did it. Ina. When they heard the reason behind it, then both become Rose and Misha become scared. Premies have told them before that if Ina becomes sad because of them, then he won't forgive them. That time when they felt his killing intent, they were sure that he won't hesitate to kill them. But when they heard what he did tonight, they both become pale. It was understandable if Premies has just killed the one who hurt her dear person. But he wiped out an entire familia because of that. So, they are having a feeling that if they do something like this, then it may be possible that even their family have to pay for this. As for Ina, she is having a difficult time digesting this information. Well, in truth, her mind is occupied by something entirely different though. Ina, who is that dear person to Premies? Is it another woman? Or is it a man? No. 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 Premies doesn't swing that way, so it can't be a man. A friend. No. 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 That's also impossible because from what I have seen, Premies love quietness. Even when he invited me in dinner, he remained quiet most of the time while hearing my gibberish. Then it could only be another woman. Just, who is that? Who is that bitch that seduced my preemies? If Misha and Rose would have known Ina's thoughts, that they would have become speechless. They are talking about something serious here and Ina is getting jealous inside. After some time, Ina came out of her thought and shows her smile to Rose and Misha that she is alright. But for some reason to Misha and Rose that smile looks scary. Ina, so, what was the third thing? Misha, that. Ina, that. Misha remained silent and glanced at Rose. Seeing that Rose could only braced herself and continued. Rose, it appears that, the Black Swordsman, not only massacred the entire Ishtar familia, in the end he also. Ina, he also. Rose. Ina. Rose, he also killed Ishtar and sent her back to heaven. Ina. Rose. Misha. Silence. Total silence. After some time, Ina's voice sounded the entire guild building. Ina, he what? Chapter 97, Aftermath, Final. *A/N, here goes 2/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. When Ina was listening to the shopkeeper about what happens last night, the atmosphere in Hostess of Fertility was also not the same as the other days. Even though it was not as lively as when during night, it was still filled with a lot of adventurers who have their breakfast here before starting their expenditure in dungeon. It's not the place is not filled, all seats are still filled with adventurers but no one is talking and are just concentrating on their food. So, the entire place is silent. Rio, Chol, Anya, and Lunwar ignored all of this because their mind is preoccupied with other things. They also knew about Preemi's deed last night and become astonished. Last night, when they were about to close their pub, they also heard about how the entire entertainment district is covered in barrier. Since this is first time in history, Rio and Chloe decided to investigate it and that's how they found about it. They also heard about the disappearance of Noble's lineage. Even though they were stunned at first, they put it at the back of their mind. They didn't care a least bit about what happened to Nobles and how they sent their men all around Orario. They are only thinking of Preemies right now. To them Preemies is more important than the disappearance of these greedy nobles. Chloe, but to think he was able to erase one of the strongest familia on his own overnight, he is a lot stronger than I thought. Meow. Anya, I hope my stupid brother don't try to pick a fight with him. Meow. Rio, I wonder how he is doing right now. Lunwar, I think he can fulfill my dream of being a husband who can take care of me and let me laze around. Even if all of them were in their own thoughts, they have one thought in common. All four, please be safe. Even though they have met Preemies only once, they somehow feel attracted towards him. But what they are worried about is, the actions of gods from now on. It's true that Preemies is strong and the disappearance of the entire Ishtar familia is the best proof. But still it will become a whole different thing if all the familia in the Orario will go after him. And they are sure that they will. After all. It has happened before that someone or some people have killed a god or goddess. But none of them has good ending. So, they hope Preemies will be safe no matter where he is. Mia looks at them but remains silent. She can guess what they are thinking but still decided to remain silent since they are not slacking off their job. Seer, or we can say Freya, has already left last night when her familia informed her about the barrier around the entertainment district and she still hasn't returned. Mia could only take a deep sigh seeing how silent her pub has become. Mia, what a man. Ever since he came here, he just keeps on causing one trouble after another. I really want to beat him since he turned my lively pub into this, but I can't since I can tell with my years of experience in dungeon that I am not his match. But in truth, I am afraid. Not because of his strength but his schemes. I feels like if I become his enemy then I won't even know how and why I die. Mia hurriedly shakes her head and returned back to her work. She knew that there is no point is thinking about it and decided to concentrate on her work so that she can forget about this topic. Even for the time being, that is. After all, she is very annoyed inside because the troops of nobles have visited her many times since last night to ask if you saw the perpetrator of the incidents or if she saw someone who is talking about this incident so that they can capture that person. Mia, damn. If those wretches disturb me again during my business, then I will definitely give them a good beating. While Mia was raging inside, Lily and Haruheim wake up from their dream. It is Lily at first who woke up since she can sense the atmosphere is tense all around. Then it was Haruheim. As a Renard, Haruheim is very sensitive to sound. So, when she heard Lily movement and she also wakes up. If Preemies was near them then none of them would be this alert. But he isn't, so they become alert again. The reason they knew that Preemies is not with them is because as a half-member, even though they can't feel Preemies' heart like a permanent member, they can still feel a sense of security when he is near them. But since he is not with them, that feeling is lost. Lily and Haruheim get up and then look at each other. Right now, both of them are complete naked. But they ignored it and just keeps on observing each other. They don't know why, but when they look at each other they feel like they are meeting with their own kin. The reason is the same as before. Since they both are half-member, they feel like they are meeting a family member. But all of a sudden, temperature in the room drop. Now both of them are looking at each other with coldness in their eyes. No one could believe that the Lily always try to avoid trouble and Haruheim, who has extremely kind personality, can show such coldness. Even if you are a happy family, there are one thing that is common in almost all family members, and that is competition. Showing that I am better than him or her. That's the same case here. They both are glaring at each other, but there is a sharp competitive spirit in their eyes. So, they both leave the bed and stare at each other while keeping some distance between them. Lily moved all of a sudden and appeared in front of Haruheim in a next second, then she punched Haruheim with her right hand. Haruheim saw the attack that is coming towards her calmly and then parried it with her left hand. The moment she parried Lily's attack, Haruheim took a 180-degree turn and chopped at Lily's neck from behind. But before the attack could touch Lily, she ducked in a next second and dodged it. But that's not the end of it. The moment Lily ducked, she also kicked back without looking. When the attack is about to touch Haruheim, Haruheim touched Lily's foot gently and used the force of the kick to jump back and keep some distance elegantly. If Lily moves are full of power and sharpness, then Haruheim moves are full of gentleness and elegance. Lily hurriedly stands up and move again, or that is what she intended to do, but she finds herself unable to move. She looks down and widened her eyes slightly. Creak. Her foot, which she used to attack before and the one whose Haruheim used force to jump back, is covered in ice. The ice not only covered her foot but also attached it to the floor, making it unable to move. That time, when Haruheim touched Lily's foot to use its force to keep some distance. She also used her magic that time. Means Haruheim not only dodged Lily's attack but also countered it with her own. If it was level 1 adventurer, then he or she could easily break free from the ice, but too bad Lily's current strength is that of civilian. As Lily was looking at the ice covering her foot, Haruheim appears behind her again and chopped at her neck again. This time, Lily didn't have time to dodge it, hence it hit her. Crash. This time it's Haruheim's turn to open her eyes wide slightly. Her hand, which she used to chop at Lily's neck, is hurting. But she ignored it. Look at Lily's nape, which is covered with small pebbles of rocks. Lily turns around and punched Haruheim again. Haruheim dodge again and attack. They just keep on exchanging one blows after another for some time. If someone saw them, then they will think that it is fight between experts. When Twilight implements the skills to them, she implements them deep into their bones and instinct. So, all these skills become natural to them. So, they both are like experts who have been using these skills for years. But as time goes, both are started to show the sign of tiredness. After all, in the end both of their stats are of that of normal civilians. So, they know that they need to end it soon. Lily dodged Haruheim attacks by a slight margin and appears behind her. Then she coats her hand with her earth magic and punched at Haruheim's head. If it was before, then Haruheim could have dodged it easily, but current fatigue has caught up to her. She is not the only one. Lily too is also very tired, hence this is her last attack. But just when the punch is about to hit Haruheim's head, Lily stopped. Lily stopped and looked down. Haruheim's tail has moved and is pointed at Lily's heart. Renard tail might be soft and can't hurt others, but it became a completely different thing if you will coat it with ice, hence increase its sharpness. Currently Lily and Haruheim can only use their magic to cover single part of their body. Hence, since Lily punched is covered with earth, her remaining body is vulnerable. The same is the case of Haruheim. Since her tail is coated with ice, her remaining body is also vulnerable. They both stay like this for some time and then retreat. After retreating, they both look at each other and a smile appeared on both of their face. They come close and shake their hands. Lily, I am Lily Ruka Arde. You can call me Lily. Haruheim, I am Sanjuno Haruheim. You can also call me Haruheim. Then Haruheim put her index finger at the corner of her lips and went deep into her thoughts. Haruheim, Sanjuno Haruheim. Huh. Shouldn't I call myself as Rigla Haruheim now? Ah. I want to use that name, but... Then Haruheim looked at her left hand. To be more precise, her ring finger. Seeing it empty, she sighs. Then she puts a forced smile and face Lily again. Lily become confused when Haruheim showed different expressions on her face but didn't ask, since it appears that Haruheim has no intention of talking about it. Lily just shakes her head and speak. Lily, so, you must be the one the Black Swordsman told me about. The one who joined me. Haruheim, the Black Swordsman. Haruheim tilted her head in confusion and started to think about Premi's appearance. Then she nodded her head. Haruheim, yes, it's me. Lily, good. Then both of them turned their gaze at the table at the side. There is a pouch and a letter on it. They hurriedly reached the letter and read it. It's me. Lily must have known me as the Black Swordsman, and Haruheim already know my name. But since Haruheim already know my name, then it won't be good if you also don't know my name, Lily. So, let me introduce myself again. My name is Premies. Premies Rigla. Others also called me as the Black Swordsman. And since I have told you my name in advance, I hope you can prove it to me that it was worth it, Lily. Because of some circumstances I have to leave. I will return in a month. You both must have realized that there are some skills you can use so naturally. I have implanted them to both of you. So, in this next month none of you need to go to dungeon but increase the understanding of your skills. Another thing, there will a pouch there with the letter. The pouch may appear small but the space in it is large. In it there are 10 million valis. I think this will be enough for both of your expenses for a month. There is also a normal hand-size folding fan for Haruheim and normal dagger for Lily. You can use them for training. There is also a map of Orario just behind this letter. In the map, I have marked places which are usually deserted during day, afternoon, or night. You can use these places as your training ground. One last thing, burn this letter after you're done reading it and take care of yourselves both of you. Premies Rigla. Lily and Haruheim read the letter to the end and then nodded at each other. Then they burned it. There is determination in their eyes to become stronger in this month and want to surprise Premies when he will return. But then they look down at their appearance. Seeing that they both are still complete naked, a blush appears on their face. Lily and Haruheim, for now, I think we should dress up. Chapter 98, Waking Up. *A/N, here goes 3/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. At this time, Arenas, who stays in the room of prayer which is located directly under Guild, opened his eyes. He remained silent and didn't say anything as if waiting for someone. After some time, someone appears in the room and look at Arenas, who has also turned his gaze at him. The person is wearing black robes that cover their face, making it impossible to tell their gender or any other features. This person is none other than Fells. The one who Premies met on his first day on Orario. He is also the one who sent a level 6 assassin to guard Ina from shadows after consulting with Arenas. Fells, should we still maintain our cooperation with the Black Swordsman? After killing the goddess, he is now the enemy of almost every god in Orario. Once they will find out his location, they will definitely send their familia to attack and kill him. So, I don't think there is any point in keeping our cooperation with him now. Arenas didn't respond and remained silent. He has already received the news from heavens. As well as the complaint from Ishtar that the Black Swordsman destroyed her entire familia and even killed her a goddess. So, she is demanding justice and compensation for the loss. Let alone that he has even received the news from Royman Mardiel, the head of the guild, that many gods and goddess are requesting an audience to meet him. Arenas already know what they want. They want Arenas to release the wanted warranty for the Black Swordsman. This will be a proof that guild has no intention of helping the Black Swordsman and won't interfere even if other familia attack him. Arenas, Fells, when you first came to told me that the Black Swordsman can help us with Zeno's case, even though I didn't believe it fully, but I still think it was better than nothing. Hence, I decided to accept it even though I still have some doubts that time. But now I think that. Fells, I know. It was Iran. Arenas, it was the best decision I ever made. Fells. Arenas, Fells, no matter what happens we should keep on maintaining our cooperation with the Black Swordsman. Even if it means we have to offend everyone in Orario. Fells, what? Arenas, one more thing, try to make our relation with him even better. If he asks something, give it to him directly. I gave you full authority here. You don't need to ask my permission. Just fulfilled all of his demands. No matter how severe. Fells, but why? Arenas just shakes his head at Fells' question and continued. Arenas, you don't need to know that. Just remember to never make an enemy out of him. If he is with us then I am sure there will be no hurdle in our path. Fells didn't understand why the value of the Black Swordsman rise such exponential in Arena's mind. To the extent he didn't even mind offending all other gods and goddesses. But since Arenas has no intention of speaking, Fells turns around and left. As for Arenas, he is looking into distance and is deep in thought. If someone will look into his eyes with concentration then they will definitely see a tinge of fear in them. Arenas, those 3 giant explosions are not what they appear to be. It may appear to a strong magic spell in the eyes of mortals or gods/goddesses, but the real truth can only be seen by the primordial gods. Thinking about those explosions again, the fear in Arena's eyes and heart increased. Then a cold sweat appears on his forehead. Arenas, that was the power of chaos. Against that even primordial god like me have to be wary of, let alone other gods. The power of chaos is at even higher order than us gods' divine power. And none of the gods possess the power of chaos. Not even primordial gods can use the power of chaos. Then Arenas went deep into his thoughts. He started to think of Dark Period. The Dark Period is the term for the era in which a group of radical familius and gods known as Evolus were able to roam free within Orario and commit all kinds of heinous acts such as the nightmare on the 27th floor. He still remembers how countless people and adventurers died that time. Aurenas, if only you have appeared at that time. Sigh, since none of the gods can use the power of chaos, this means it was your power, isn't it, the Black Swordsman? I hope with you here Orario won't have to face such period again. Then Aurenas closed his eyes and concentrates on using his divinity to keep monsters from coming out of dungeon. He has already decided to fully support the Black Swordsman. Now whether his decision is right or wrong, he doesn't know. It is a big gamble he is willing to take. Wondering whether the Black Swordsman bring prosperity to Orario or Dark Period will return again. And so, time went by. No one heard of the Black Swordsman after his deed in Entertainment District. Rumors started to spread all over. Some saying the Black Swordsman died in one of the explosions that appear in Entertainment District, some saying he left Orario because he was afraid that other gods and familius will kill him, some saying that he was found and is already killed, and so on. Situation in Orario is becoming more and more chaotic. Just like Premies had guessed, some gods have already sent their familia members to look for him. These members always disturb other people, but no one can go against them except the strongest familia. They always say that they are trying to find the criminal. Yes, criminal. Even though Aurenas refused to have audience with any of gods or goddess. Some still made a wanted poster of the Black Swordsman. And the one who will provide even a little information will be rewarded 1 million valis. This amount of money is enough to arouse the greed of many people. Especially those who attack civilians to steal their money. Loki, Hephaestus or other familia want to help the civilians, but they can't. Why? Because nobles have also made their move and are supporting all these people and the familia. They also keep on sending their troops, which also disturbs the people. And since Guild is still maintaining silence and is not saying anything, these people started to become more and more bold. Nobles failed to find the one who was responsible for disappearing of more than 17 of their lineages. But if they remain silent, then everyone will start to think that the nobles are pushover. So, when nobles found out about the bodies of some of their members in Entertainment District, they decided to a scapegoat. And the Black Swordsman become that scapegoat. So, things became very chaotic. 1 month later. It is a world where no one can enter except the world's owner and his family member. The world is not so big and only has the area of 9 kilometers. There is grassland everywhere, and in the very middle of the world there is a barrier that covers 100 m of area. No one knows what is inside the barrier except the owner. At the side of the barrier there is a house. But no one is inside. At the front of the house, at the distance of almost 2 kilometers, there is a huge tree. The tree height reach 500 m and is full of leaves. The tree is full of vigor and its leaves are beautiful and lustrous. But if someone watch closely, they will feel like that the tree is covering someone. As if protecting someone so that he or she won't get disturbed by the light. Right under the tree, there is a woman. She is a heaven-topping beauty. She appears to be in 20s and have very long dark than black hairs. She has very beautiful violet eyes. She is wearing black and gray color dress. But even the dress can't hide her godly figure, and the overwhelmingly beautiful eyes along with snowy white skin already let her stand in an unrivaled position. But even with all this, the woman has blank look and her eyes are emotionless. The woman is not looking around or anything. She is just looking down at the face of the someone while caressing his hairs. The person who woman is looking at has the heavenly handsome face. His head is on the woman's lap while he is in deep slumber. Even though the woman is emotionless and has blank look, the way she is caressing his hair shows how much care and love she has for the person. The person is wearing black pants with a black belt that had a large silver buckle, a black V-neck shirt that was worn underneath a black trench coat with gray lining going down the sleeves, and black boots with silver plates to protect his shins. He has a silver plate worn on the left side of his coat, and a pair of black fingerless gloves. He wore a strap that went over his right shoulder and under it to wrap around his left side. On the left side of person lay a sword. It is a pitch black sword with trims of gray. It has a black hilt connected to a hand guard that drops down on the right side. Attached to this elongated area of the handguard is part of Elucidator's blade, so as to better aid the user in retaining their grip on the sword when it is being used. The blade is completely black like the rest of the sword, and the said blade is outlined in a light gray. Let's put the sword aside for now. If someone will look at the pair right now, then they will think that they are couple made by heavens. At this point, the woman stopped caressing his hairs and keeps on observing his face. The person's eyelids moved slightly and then he opened his eyes. The person's eyes are blood red and there are 3 tomo in them. The power which is being emitted by the eyes are so much that even gods can't look directly into them. The eyes are not only emitting a lot of power, but now there is a lot of wisdom in them. Like there is nothing that can be hidden from them. Even though the eyes are emitting so much power, it didn't affect the woman in the slightest. Her violet eyes met the person's blood red eyes. The woman still has the same blank and the emotionless look, but the person can tell that the woman is very happy that he has woken up. Not only the woman but also the tree behind her, on which she is leaning, also appears to be happy that the person wakes up. Both the woman and the person keep on looking into each other's eyes for some times. Soon, a small smile appears on both of their face. Office, welcome back, Premies. Premies, I am back. On this day, after 1 month, the black swordsman, Premies Rigla, wakes up from his deep slumber. Then he opens his status window. Status. Name, Premies Rigla. Age, 18, more than billions of years. Level. Strength, 6000 C, 613x2, enhanced mode. Endurance, 6000 C, 613x2, enhanced mode. Dexterity, 6000 C, 613x2, enhanced mode. Agility, 6000 C, 613x2, enhanced mode. C. Magic, 6000 C, 613x2, enhanced mode. Existence level. Skills. Aincrad Supreme, G. The Primordial One, G. Truth Essence Steps, G. The Eye That Reflects the Heart, Sharingan, G. Sealed. Magic. Weiss Chidori, G. Hex Rend, G. Side Skills. Chef de Cuisine, G. Morchus Artist, G. Countertenor Cantor, G. Special. Perfect Holification. / Awakening, God of Destruction. Note, first seal unlocked, second seal locked, third seal locked. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, asterisk title at the end asterisk. Hello readers, author here. I know my current action would offend some of you, but I still want to be transparent in front of you all. You see, I have seen the reviews given to my novel and I deleted some of them. I understand that some of you didn't like my novel. If so, then you just put your reviews like, you didn't like the novel so you were dropping it, or, you didn't like MC, or, you didn't like the story, or something. It's fine. But please don't use rude comments, e.g. you feel disgusted and started vomiting after reading it. It's a trash novel, you wasted your time, you have to go to convenience store to buy bleach so that you can wash your eyes or so on. If you like my novel then good. You didn't like it, it's also fine. But please refrain from using such rude comments. I hope you all understand how it feels if someone would say such rude things to you. If you all still feel offended then I sincerely apologize for my action. *A/N, an extra chapter. Please enjoy. Premies, by the time, I will be ready to go to another world, i.e., 4 months from now on, I am sure I will reach the max of level 3. And if something happens during these 4 months, there are even chances of me reaching level 4. Then Premies closed his status window and returned his attention back to Office, who is still looking at him. Premies then stretched like hand and started to caress Office's face gently. Office's eyes narrowed, then she closed them, enjoying Premies' care. *A/N, Office, adult. She has been like this for the whole month. Letting you rest on her lap and taking care of you. Hearing Twilight response, Premies' expression become even more gentle. Even though Office always has the expressionless look on her face, Premies can tell how much she was worried about him. Since their hearts are connected, even when Premies was in deep slumber he can feel the distress of Office. Premies, hungry. Office, amen. Premies, just wait a little more, I will make something for you. Office, amen. Then Premies remove his head from Office's lap and get up. After standing up he started stretch his body since he has been in same position for a month. When he was done, he turns his gaze and look all around his home. Premies, the size of the world has increased. Last time it was merely 1 kilometer. No. When you reach level 2 the size of the world increased that time too. But since you were concentrated on your training and stuff, you missed it. And now it has increased again when you reach level 3. Premies, its total area is 9 kilometers right now. Yes. At level 1 it was 1 kilometer. At level 2 it increased to 4 kilometers. Now that you are level 3, it is 9 kilometers. Premies, square root of my current level. Right. Premies, so, by the time I will reach level 10 this world will be as big as 100 kilometers. Right again. Premies, HM. Not bad. I guess. Even though 100 kilometers may appear small in the eyes of others, but this world is not a normal world but the one filled and made of origin force. Even level 9 existences will covet for this world, let alone lower existences. Premies then shakes his head and pick up his elucidator which was lying by his side when he was in his deep slumber. There is saying that sword is swordsman's best friend and Premies agrees with that. Since his elucidator has accompanied him during his whole journey. Premies runs his hand on his elucidator for some times before putting it back into its sheath. At this time, light started to emit behind him. But Premies didn't look back since he knew that it was Office. Soon, light fades away and Premies finds Ophis sitting on his left shoulder in her little girl form. *A/N, Ophis, little girl. Premies, now then it's time to see another matter before I made something to eat for Ophis. Saying till this, Premies turns around and his gaze was at the tree. Premies remembers this tree since he is one who created it. When he created it, it was only 100 meters but now it has reached height 500 meters. If it was before then Premies won't have put much thought into it but now because of his new ability he can see things at a whole different level. So, he realizes that something is wrong. Compared to the tree he created and the current one feels somewhat different. Ophis also knew that something is wrong with the tree when Premies was still unconscious. But she didn't do anything since Premies is the one who created it. So, she waited for Premies' return. And now that Premies has returned and have also sensed that something is wrong, Ophis started to release some of her aura and pressure at the tree. Sensing the incoming doom, the tree started to shiver. Premies didn't say anything and just keeps on looking. Ophis keeps on increasing the pressure and the tree started to shiver violently. All of a sudden, Premies senses something and narrowed his eyes. He doesn't know why but he feels as if tree is looking at him, asking for his help. Premies want to see what is inside the tree but he can't even with his new power because even though he now had full control over this power, it will still be suicide if he tries to read the information of third-level existence means god or goddess who have released their arcanum. Let alone this tree which is made of origin force. Even Ophis can't destroy this tree and she knows that. But it appears that the thing inside the tree didn't know that and it has started to become more and more afraid. Premies, stop. She will die. Premies, she. After saying this, Premies didn't wait for Twilight reply and lightly call out to Ophis. Premies, Ophis. Understanding what Premies want Ophis stopped. Even though Ophis can't destroy the tree, her intimidating aura is still strong enough to kill the person inside. Since the person inside is not made of origin force or something. Then Premies concentrated his mind to the limit and started to read the information. Since it's impossible for him to read any information of tree, he decided to ignore it and trying to find the information of the person inside. It may appear easy but in truth it is extremely difficult task. Think of it like you are in a room whose size is as big as a football stadium. The entire room is filled with bundles of documents. The thing written in each document is so complicated that your head will start to hurt if you will try to read it. If you still force yourself to read it then your brain will be overloaded with a lot of information or the worst case scenario, your brain will short circuit. But even with all of this information, you still fail to even understand less than 1% of it. Your main objective is to take a look at every single document one by one and find a document that is not part of the documents present in the room. There are almost millions or billions of documents in the room. You have no choice but to look at all of them and find that specific document. You have no clue what this document looks like or what's written on it or anything. The only hint you have is that if you look at this document, you will automatically realize that it is not the part of the documents present here. That's the same case for Premies. He needs to look at all the information of the tree and ignore all those which is not needed by him. His head started to hurt but he keeps on going. Even though he is trying hard not to read the tree information but whenever he takes a look at it, even for a moment his head started to hurt even more. Ophis and Twilight both remain silent because they know that Premies has currently put all of his concentration on the tree. 1 week later. Premies is still trying to find the person in the tree without any rest. His forehead is already full of sweat but he still didn't stop even once. After some time, all of Premies' efforts bear fruit and he finds the person he was looking for. But when Premies saw the person, his lips twitched. Premies, another heaven-topping beauty. Wait a minute. I think I know who she is. Premies then look at the woman again. The woman possesses a pair of brilliant green eyes and long brown hair, a green flower decorating on the side. She wore a long light green dress, full of life, was an outstanding beauty with soft appearance, absolutely breathtaking. A faint golden halo, which was full of vitality, covered up her face. Her appearance was unforgettable, making people want to get closer. She realizes that Premies can see her and is looking at her. Seeing this a beautiful smile full of love appears on her face. As for Premies, he become a bit stunned while looking at her since he realizes who she is. Premies, Twilight, how is this possible? You realized who she is. Huh. Premies, yes. Everyone who have read the novel and manga of Soul Land will realize who she is. Goddess of Life, Sheng Ming. *A/N, Goddess of Life, Sheng Ming. Yup, that's her. Premies, what is she doing here? No. In the first place, how did she enter my home? And why she is looking at me with her eyes full of boundless love? Because to her you are her husband. Premies, her husband is Hui Mia. Not me. It's not is but was. Premies, do you still know their tragic story and plot? Premies, yes. In plot, Goddess of Life, Sheng Ming, and God of Destruction, Hui Mia, were husband and wife. But because of Hui Mie greed for more power, he was influenced by the Golden Dragon King, which almost led to the destruction of Divine Realm because of temporal turbulence. So, in the end, both Goddess of Life, Xingming, and God of Destruction, Hui Mie, ignites their divine power to stop it. Yes. Then the cores of destruction and life arrive to Tang San to care for until they can resurrect. Then later in the future the position of God of Destruction was given to the son of Tang San, i.e., Tang Wulin, and the position of Goddess of Life was given to Guyuna. The core contains the memories and powers of both Xingming and Hui Mie when they merged with Tang Wulin and Guyuna. So, preemies in the whole, where did the soul of Xingmind and Hui Mie go? Preemies, their souls enter the cycle the reincarnation and they will be reborn anew like other humans. Correct. Or this would have happened if you didn't interfere, that is. Preemies, I interfere? Yes, you. When Xingming and Hui Mie combined their power of life and destruction to stop temporal turbulence, it gave birth to the power of creation. As a result, the world where Hui Mie would have reborn was also the world where Xingming would have reborn. But your interference changes the outcome. Preemies, how? Souls don't have any conscience. Since the soul of Xingming have life power, it would follow where power of destruction lies. When you came to Void to look for Ophis in your God of Destruction form, weren't you checking all the worlds one by one? That time you also touched this world. At that time both the souls of Xingming and Hui Mie were going to enter cycle of reincarnation. But when you touch this world, the soul of Xingming senses the power of destruction countless times stronger than that of Hui Mei. Since soul has no conscience, it ignores the weak destruction power of Hui Mei and tried to reach you. That time I was astonished and wondering who in that world can detect you when you were not even in that world. So, I took the soul to investigate. Preemies, I see. By the way, Twilight. Yes. Preemies, didn't this means you were the one interfere unlike me? Chapter 99, Goddess of Life, Xingming. Chapter 100, Xingming. *A/N, here goes 1/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. **** Anyway, when I investigated the soul, I found out who she is. Preemies, alright, I get it. Now only one question is left. What she is doing in the tree? Before answering that, I want to tell you something important. That thing is very related with that answer of yours. Preemies, go ahead. Did you remember I told you that there are two paths ahead of you when you reach max level 10? Preemies, God and pseudo-God. To become God, one need to increase their existence level to 3. To become pseudo-God, one need to break level 10 limit and become level 11. But once you enter the pseudo-God path, you can never become God for the lifetime. Exactly. Let me continue from there. Actually, there is an external source which can let pseudo-gods to get their hands on divine power. Preemies, external source. Huh. This means the divine power they get using method won't be their own but will be a borrowed power. If that's the case, then they will still nothing more than ants in front of real third-level existences. I agree. If the divine power possessed by third-level existences are as vast as ocean, then the divine power possessed by the pseudo-god will be as equal to a cup of water. This method is also a double-edged sword because not only this method can give them divine power but also it can decrease it if situation changes. Preemies, I see. But mortals don't know such thing. As long as you show them even a little bit of divine power, then we'll think of you as a god. Preemies, I think I more or less have guessed what this method is. You did. Preemies, faith, isn't it? Bingo. You're right, it's faith. Once people will start to worship you, they released faith energy. That energy was then converted into divine power which pseudo-gods can use. In Soul Land, when Tang Sen gained the seat of Sea God after completing the trails, all the sea lifeforms started to worship him. That's how he got divine power. Preemies, but Tang Sen is not the only case. You mean to say all the pseudo-gods that call themselves as gods or god kings in Soul Land world have people who worship them? Yes. But this method can not only be used in Soul Land world but also in other worlds too. As long as you have people worshipping you, the pseudo-gods can get divine power. Preemies, when you say that it is a double-edged sword, it means if the number of people worshipping increased, the divine power possessed by these pseudo-gods will also increase. On the contrary, if the people decrease, then their divine power will decrease too. Yes. Preemies, alright. How much population should worship them? At the very least 100 billion. Preemies, 100 billion. Huh. By the way, what is the level of God Kings? Yes, I was just coming there. But before that you don't have to call them God King. You can call them something else. Preemies, and that is fifth dimensional gods. Preemies, fifth dimensional gods. Yes. Actually, there are even fourth dimensional gods. They are weaker and are called first-class gods in Soul Land. Preemies, I see. Since there are fifth-dimensional gods, there must be higher-dimensional gods too. Yes. Now let me tell you their strengths and levels. Fourth-dimensional god, level 16, pseudo-god. Fifth-dimensional god, level 25, pseudo-god. Sixth-dimensional god, level 36, pseudo-god. Seventh-dimensional god, level 49, pseudo-god. Eighth-dimensional god, level 64, pseudo-god. Ninth-dimensional god, level 81, pseudo-god. Preemies reads the information and then look at Xingming again, who is looking at him with longing expression. He understands that since Xingming was once a fifth-dimensional god, that means her strength reached the level 25 that time. Ninth-dimensional god or level 81 is the limit. No matter how much ninth-dimensional god try or what method he will use, it's impossible to break through level 81. Because above this level, level system is removed, since that's where the realms of third-level existence start. Preemies gets the gist of it now. To create a divine realm in Soul Land World, 4 to 5 god kings or fifth-dimensional god are needed. Even though divine realm appears very big world, but in the vast universe it's still very small. And there are many such divine realms in the universe. So, if the third-level existences can create universe, you can guess where these existences stand. Now he also realizes the strength of Ishtar when she released her arcanum. That time, Preemies was nothing but ant in her eyes. At first Preemies thought that the reason why he was able to injure Ishtar is because of his true damage. But it appears that's not the case. The real reason is of his power of chaos. Preemies put this at the back of his mind and decided to study about it later. Preemies, so, your reason for putting Xingming in the tree is something related to her being a pseudo-god. Yes. I already told you that you should make sure that neither you or your members become pseudo-god. Otherwise, you can forget about becoming third-level existence. Preemies, I know that. But since Xingming was once a pseudo-god, I was trying to decrease her level by trying to keep her strength of pseudo-god. Preemies, you mean only her level will drop but not her strength? Yes. And I succeeded. Even though her strength decreases, but once her body will be made, then she will be level 10, max, permanent member. Preemies, means she has reached the max limit of second-level existence. Next step is to become third-level existence. Yes. But it's impossible since your members can't have higher existence level than you. There can be exception, like if you make higher existence level being your permanent member. But those who have their existence level lower or equal to yours, can't increase it until your existence level increase. Preemies, in other words, when I will become third-level existence is when they can too. Yes. Preemies, so, since you were trying to decrease her level but not her strength, her soul must have received injury, isn't it? Exactly. But since you were in deep slumber, I can't ask for your help. And since Xingming often associated with plants as a goddess of life, I put her soul into the tree so that it could heal her. Preemies, one important question. During the entire month when I was in slumber, was Xingming conscious and could see me from the tree? Ah. Yes, she was. Preemies, fool. Wah. Preemies really wanted to beat Twilight right now. Too bad, he can't. Now he understands why in the eyes of Xingming, along with boundless love, he can see tears of pain. Woman like Xingming only has one wish, and that is to remain by her husband's side all the time. Preemies is right under the tree for the whole month, but she can't approach him or even touch him. The only thing she do is stare at him from distance. He was so close yet so far for her. This was nothing more than torture to her. Preemies, has her soul healed completely? Ah. Why yes. Preemies, take her out. Preemies, didn't you hear what I say? I hear you. It's just that I see can't. Preemies, why? Because I did a mistake. Preemies, what mistake? I thought that the tree will only heal Xingming's soul. But since she has life energy, tree started to think that Xingming is also a part of it. So, it is N now. Preemies turned his attention back to Xingming and started concentrate more. Then he found that many thread-like tendrils are all around Xingming's body and holding her at the place so that she won't be able to move. But there are more to it than meet the eyes. Preemies, they are trying to absorb her and making her part of the tree itself. Yes, that's what the tree is doing. Even I never expected that. Preemies, when look at Xingming, realizes that she also knows what tree is trying to do to her. But she is helpless to do anything. Once she will be absorbed by the tree, then she will lose all intelligence and will just become like an empty puppet whose only work will be to take care of the tree. She didn't want that, but all she could do is look at Preemies for help. Preemies, even though I don't have a way to free her right now, I still have a way to delay the absorption process for a few years. I am sure in those few years we will be able to find a way. Preemies, no need. What? Preemies, she has already suffered enough in her previous life. And now she is suffering again. Sorry, but I have no intention of letting her suffer even more. I will do it my way. Premies, Ophis. Ophis, who was sitting on Premies' left shoulder, understands what Premies want. So, she left his shoulder and started to float in the air. It's useless, Premies. Even Ophis can't help you here. If she will try to forcefully drag Xingming out, then this time her soul will receive an irreparable damage. Stop her. Twilight voice breaks at the end of her sentence. When Ophis floats in the air and started to took some distance, Twilight thought that Ophis is getting ready to use a strong attack. But now she realizes that something is wrong. Ophis is not taking distance away from the tree but from Premies instead. Just when Twilight become confused because of Ophis' action, Premies' voice sounded. Premies, come Aurora. Boom. A huge burst origin force came out of Premies. The origin force then form a vortex with Premies in between. After some time, the vortex disappears and Premies appeared again. This time in his God of Destruction form. Twin blades of Aurora, one representing day and other representing night, are in his hand. Premies then all of a sudden appears in front of the tree. Xingming become astonished when she saw Premies in this form. She feels like that the power possessed by current Premies is limitless and no one can stand against him. But then she saw the Premies is looking at her with reassuring smile. Seeing that all of Xingming anxiety fades away. She then closed her eyes, put her full trust in him. Premies hold his twin blades tightly. Then he murmurs to himself. Premies, think of nothing else. Wield the sword, seeing nothing but what I want to cut or destroy. Slash. Crack. Crush. Once Premies swings his sword, then not only it passes through the tree and it even passes through Xingming. In the next second, all of the tendrils bounding Xingming got destroyed altogether. Without damaging the tree and Xingming even the slightest. The power of apostasy. Once all the tendrils around the Xingming got shattered, Premies put his twin blades back into their sheaths, which were at the both side of his waist. Then he put his hand on the bark of the tree and sent his origin force inside. Origin force then covered Xingming in a sphere and he takes the sphere out of tree. Premies, Twilight, give the harmony skill to her. Okay. A ray of light came out of Premies' forehead and entered the sphere. Then Premies released another ray of light from his hand which entered the sphere. Twilight gave Xingming the harmony skill and Premies gave her the full knowledge of his enhanced mode. Enhanced mode only shows its full potential to permanent members because their new body can handle enhancement without any issue. Premies then undo his awakening and re-equip his midnight coat and elucidator. After that he turns his gaze back to the sphere. Since Xingming was inside the tree for a month, her soul has taken full baptism of origin force. Hence the creation of her body will only take a few seconds or something. And just as he expected, cracks started to appear on sphere before it shattered. Premies then see Xingming body floating in the air but her eyes are closed. Premies took a step forward and caught her body in his embrace. Xingming stays like this in Premies' embrace for a few seconds before her eyelid moved and she opened her beautiful eyes. Her brilliant green eyes then met with Premies' blood-red eyes. But even when looking into them, she didn't feel afraid. She then stretched her snowy white hand to touch Premies' face as if confirming whether she is dreaming or not. But when her hand made contact with his face and she senses his skin warmth, her body trembled. Then tears filled her eyes. Those are not the tears of sadness or pain but the ones full of happiness. Premies saw the tears falling down her face and can tell how much she loves him and wants to be with him. So, he just leaned down. Xingming, seeing his action, also didn't hesitate and raises her head. Then both of their lips met. It is a sweet kiss. One filled with countless emotions and feelings of Xingming. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Feelings. *A/N, here goes 2/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. After the kiss, their lips separated. Premies started to caress her face gently and wiped her tears. Xingming has lovely smile on her face when she saw Premies' action. After done, Premies let her stand on her feet. When Xingming stands in front of him, Premies looked at her and nodded inwardly when he saw Xingming height. Both Xingming and Ophis, adult, has the height of 180 centimeters, i.e., 5 feet 11 inches feet. Only 2 centimeters less than his. His height is 182 centimeters, i.e., 6 feet. Premies then turned his gaze at the tree. Xingming thought Premies wants to destroy the tree, so she hurriedly grasped his right hand. Xingming, husband, don't destroy it. It's not its fault. Premies was not surprised by Xingming's plea. He already knew how much she loves the plant life. And as the kindest goddess she is always forgiving. But Xingming misunderstands something. Premies has no intention of doing anything to the tree. Because he also knows that it's not the tree's fault. The tree has just been created a month ago. Currently it didn't have consciousness or something. So, when Xingming's soul was put inside by Twilight and since she has life aura, the tree thinks of her like some kind of nutrients given to it. Premies shows a gentle smile and caress Xingming's face to calm her down. Premies, don't worry. I have no such intentions. When Xingming calms down, Premies gave the tree one last look before he starts walking towards the direction of his house. Xingming follows beside him while holding his hand. At this time, Ophis came back and returned to her favorite seat, i.e., Premies' left shoulder. Xingming glances at Ophis but decided to remain silent. She is still slightly wary of Ophis. Premies saw that but remained silent. Xingming possesses the aura of life, which makes others wanted to get closer to her. But Ophis, well, Ophis is Ophis. I don't think any words are needed to describe this fourth-level existence who can even kill gods with a whim. Soon, they reached the house and entered. Xingming looks around the house. The house is not big and just have one bedroom, one bathroom, one dining room and one kitchen. It may appear small but it's more than enough for 1 and 2 people to live comfortably. When Xingming was looking around, Premies arrived at the kitchen with Ophis and starts to prepare ingredients. He decided to make something light and i.e., pasta. After some time he placed all ingredients in front of him and started the preparation. Xingming also arrives in kitchen at this time and saw Premies who has started the cooking. But before she could say anything, Premies took out the book of cooking that he read in the past and give it to her while opening a specific page since he knows that she wants to help. Xingming started to read it. After that she also started to help Premies in the cooking. Premies and Xingming working together create a harmonious atmosphere. Like it's natural thing. Half-hour later. The pasta was done and now they are sitting in dining room. Premies and Xingming are sitting face to face while Ophis is sitting on Premies' lap. When Xingming took a first bite of pasta, her eyes widened. She has never eaten something this delicious and falls into daze. After some time she came back and realizes how great of a chef her husband is. She saw that Premies is not eating much and is more concentrating on feeding Ophis. But even then, he has gentle smile on his face when he feeds her. Then spoon appeared in front of Xingming's mouth and she also opened her mouth. Xingming, Premies, good. Xingming, amen. Then they returned back to their food. But now Premies is feeding both Ophis and Xingming. While Xingming is also feeding Premies now. If someone saw them then they can say for sure that is a very loving family. Soon, they were done eating. Xingming took the dishes and told Premies to take rest while leaving all the house chores to her from now. Premies only nodded and didn't say much. He looks at Xingming back while she was washing dishes then shakes his head. He can tell that Xingming hasn't realized that there is nothing much to do. The only thing she can do in this is cook and wash dishes. As for the rest, it is automatic. The house will never get dirty, even if it does then it will automatically clean in the next second. Doing laundry, sorry it is also impossible because the only thing Premies wears till this day is his midnight coat and it is always neat and clean. In the first place, since this place is full and made of origin force, he can't bring anything from outside world here. If he wants something like clothes then he can directly buy them from Twilight. Ingredients, sorry no needs for that either because next day everything will be restocked automatically. Premies keeps on looking at Xingming for some times. He can tell the Xingming is the ideal wife that anyone wants to get. Then he gets up and left the house. He appeared under the tree again and sat down while leaning his back against it. Ophis is still sitting on his lap. When Premies relaxed a little Twilight spoke. Premies, let me tell you what I did with Xingming when she was still soul. Premies, go ahead. Have realized that Xingming has intelligence. Premies, I realized that when I saw her for the first time. Soul don't possess any memories. They are just blank slate. Xingming also shouldn't have possessed the intelligence and would have looked at me with confusion. But I can completely see the intelligence in her eyes. And I know it was yours doing. Huh? How was you so sure? Premies, I can answer this in logical and illogical way. Which one you want to hear? Logical. Premies, when I chose Ophis to become permanent member then her body also disintegrate and only soul was left. But when her new body was made, she still has her memories. Isn't Xingming the same? Well. That's true. Then what about a logical way? Premies, you really want to hear it? Yes. Premies, then listen. I am listening. Premies, you have her soul all this time. Who can do it besides you? I was wondering why you even asked this question in the first place. Premies. Asterisk cough, let me continue. Seeing how Twilight is changing the topic, Premies just shakes his head and didn't say anything. So, what I did is to make Xingming retain all of the knowledge and experience of when she was, goddess of life, in Soul Land world except her memories. And I also cut all of her connection with that world. So, currently her condition is just like Premies, me. Exactly. Premies nodded inwardly understanding Twilight meaning. Just like Xingming, Premies also didn't have any memories of his past life. The void devours all of his memories. And the reason why he still retains his knowledge earned in that life is because Twilight chose to preserve them that time. And also. Premies, huh? Wait a minute. What happens? Premies didn't answer Twilight and went deeper into his thoughts. As he started to think more and more, his eyes also started to widen slowly and slowly. After some time, he calms down and stopped his thoughts. Premies, ha 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 ha. Twilight, Twilight, Twilight. You got me this time. Huh? What do you mean? Premies, I thought that I was the cruelest person in the world since I manipulates the feelings and emotions of others to reach my goal. Never thought that you were the same. Oh. Interesting. To think you saw through it already. I thought I will be able to hide it some more. How did you find it so soon? Premies, it was when you say Xingming is just like me. That's all you needed to saw through me. Premies, yup, that's all I needed. How? Premies, it's true that Void devoured all my memories, but it also devoured something else. And that is all the feelings related to those memories. Feelings. Huh. Premies, yes. That's why I never hold any attachment to my previous world. But that's not the case for Xingming. Even though she lost all of her memories when she became soul, her feelings still remain attached to her soul. And those were her boundless love for Hui Mia. That's also why her soul will always try reincarnate where Hui Mia's soul will. So, how to solve this? The answer is simple. Since the soul didn't have any intelligence, you can manipulate it by telling the person it loves is someone else. Premies, that's the same case here. You told the soul that the person it loves was not Hui Mei but me. And since I also possess the power of destruction, it didn't question. That's how you turn Xingming feelings for Hui Mei towards me. Premies, but that's not enough. Let me give you an example. Person A has two friends B and C. But person A loves person B. And one day an accident happens and person A lost its memories. Then you came and told person A that it loves person C. Since person A didn't have any memories but it feels that it somehow knows person C, it will accept it. Premies, but as time went by person A started to realize that something is wrong. It feels that it was not that attached to person C as it thought or was told. Then it will start to question whether it really loved person C or it was someone else. Premies, so, how to solve this? The answer is overriding the feelings of person A. But this method can only work when person A still wholeheartedly thinks that it loved person C. Premies, hence you decided to put the plan into motion when I went into deep slumber. You told Xingming that it was me who she loved, not someone else. Xingming didn't have any memories of her past except for her knowledge and experience, so she accepted it when she felt the power of destruction from me. And since we haven't met or talked yet, Xingming wholeheartedly believed that she loves me. Premies, then you put her into the tree. It was not to heal her soul but to make her suffer. It's impossible that someone like you don't have a way to heal the soul of mere second-level existence. What you wanted is for Xingming to feel the suffering of unable to reach and touch me when I was sleeping just under the tree. For a woman like Xingming who only wished to stay by her husband's side all the time, it's the worst torture. And you made her experience it for a whole month. Premies, then when I wake up, you made me realize that something is in the tree. I at first thought that it was because of my new power that I was able to sense it, but that's not the case. Even with new power it's still impossible for me to sense Xingming, who was surrounded by the origin force of the tree. It was you who let me sense her presence. Premies, Xingming became happy when she realizes that I sensed her, but in the next moment her happiness vanished when Ophis released her power. As Ophis keeps on releasing power, Xingming started to feel more and more despair. Because even after experiencing all the torture for the whole month, she will be going to die without being able to meet me. When her despair reached the peak, you stopped me by telling she will die. Of course, I will check it if you will say that. Premies, and when I tried to check who was inside, you neither tried to stop me nor tell me who it was. You wanted the Xingming to suffer even more. How? Since I took one whole week to find her and it was very tasking on me. Xingming saw all of this and became even more heartbroken when she saw how much I was trying hard to find her. Premies, when I found her, she should be happy, but no. You did something and tree-bound Xingming inside so that it can absorb her. That's what filled her with even more despair. After experiencing so much she finally met me, only to absorbed by the tree. To her it's like her whole world got destroyed right in front of her very own eyes. And that's what you were aiming for. Premies, the only thing left is to save her. That time when she was at her weakest, you wanted me to save her myself. That's why you said that you didn't have any way to save her, but you can delay it for years. Knowing fully aware that I won't wait seeing Xingming suffering and will use apostasy. Once done, her new body was made. When she opened her eyes and saw me, she felt that all the pain that she experienced was worth it. And when we kissed, the overriding of her feelings was complete. Preemies, isn't it, Twilight? Preemies. Ha 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 ha. Preemies. Ha 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 ha. Impressive, Preemies. Like always, you never failed to amaze too. To think you will saw through all of my schemes in one go. Ha 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 ha. You really are the best person I chose. So, how was it? Preemies, I have to say you got me this time. Never thought you can also manipulate the feelings of others. We are the same. Didn't you also manipulated the feelings of Lily, Haruheim, and Ace so that you can get your hands on them? Preemies, I did. Ha 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 ha. By the way, you didn't tell me. How did you like my gift? Preemies turned his attention towards the house. Sheng Ming came out of the house when she found that there is nothing for her to do. She looks at Preemies' direction and a sweat-loving smile appears on her face when she saw him and walked towards him. Preemies also show her a gentle smile, but Sheng Ming didn't notice that the intensity of his blood-red eyes, i.e., Sharingan, has increased even more. Preemies, a beautiful, kind, loyal and lovely wife. I can ask for nothing more. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Twilight Update and Sheng Ming Abilities. *A/N, here goes 3/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Sheng Ming approaches Preemies and sit down on his right. Their shoulders are touching as she leans on him. She has the book of the cooking which Preemies gave her while making pasta in her hand as she starts reading it. Preemies just closed his eyes to rest a little. His left hand is patting Opha's head who is sitting on his lap. Preemies, now that all of Sheng Ming connections are severed from the Soul Land world, this means that even if we go to Soul Land world in future, she won't feel anything. Yes, that world is complete strange to her now. Even if she met someone who knew her, it will still be useless. Not only that. Hee hee. If you will tell her to kill Huimie, she won't hesitate in the slightest to kill him by her own hands. Preemies, interesting. Isn't it? Ha 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 ha. Preemies nodded inwardly, then decided to open the Twilight Functions window to see Sheng Ming's status before resting, but Twilight stopped him. Preemies, I want to start my update. Preemies, update. Yes. In the last month, I was not only scheming but also trying to improve myself. So, I want to update myself now. Preemies, what will happen after this update? You can see the status in even more details and so on. I will tell you in detail when update will be complete. Preemies, okay. How much will it take? 4 to 5 hours. Preemies, go ahead. System update is starting in 3, 2, 1. Updating. In process. Estimate time of completion, 4 hours 29 minutes and 58 seconds. Updating. Preemies didn't open his eyes and decided to rest until Twilight updated itself. Because he tried to investigate the tree to find Sheng Ming by using his new power for a whole week, right now he still has some accumulated mental fatigue. Time went by while he was sleeping. Beep. 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 Update complete. System will start in 59, 58, 57, 56. Preemies wakes up when he heard the voice ringing in his mind. But when he opened his eyes met with the beautiful sleeping face of Sheng Ming. Sheng Ming is sleeping on Preemies' right side with her head resting on his shoulder. Distance between them is so close that their nose is almost touching each other's. Sheng Ming, ZZ. 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 Preemies saw that the cooking book is still in her hand. It appears that she falls asleep while reading it. But she is not the only one. Preemies looked down and found that Ophis has also fallen asleep on his lap while leaning against his chest. Ophis, ZZ. 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 Preemies didn't show any change in expression after seeing this. He first took the book from Sheng Ming's hand and put it at the side. Then he adjusts his position so that both Ophis and Sheng Ming can sleep more comfortably. And as expected, when Preemies adjusts himself, both Ophis and Sheng Ming unconsciously cuddle themselves in his embrace in more comfortable way. They can only show such defenseless appearance in your presence and only to you. Preemies, I guess. So, you done? Yes. Preemies, good. Then tell me what changes you made. Sure. But let me tell stats difference between half and permanent members. Preemies, nod. Okay. I told you that the limit of half member is SS 1000 stat per level, right? The limit of permanent member is SSS 2000 stat per level because they have new body. Preemies, what is the penalty? They need 3 times more Excelia compares to you who need 5 times more. Preemies, so, when I will turn half member to permanent member, their situation will be like Sheng Ming where you will try to keep their current stats while decreasing their level. Yes. Also, the magic stat of permanent member will be automatically converted into compressed magic. because their new body can handle compressed magic without any issue, unlike the half members. Preemies, that's also why they can use the enhanced mode to its full potential. After all, to use enhanced mode you require compressed magic. Yes. If half member will try to use enhanced mode with magic, then at most they get 15% increase in strength, unlike permanent member who will get full x2 increase. Preemies, nod continue. Okay. After new update I have removed the numbers that appeared with the grade. Means C613 will now be C. Since all your members will have harmony skill, this means all the stats will always be equal. Below it I have added a new detail called per stats. It was then further divided into two. First will show your overall stats and another will show your stats in enhanced mode. Preemies, nod next. Skills window is now divided into two. Main skills and side skills. All skills regardless of normal or magic or so on, will all be under main skills. And miscellaneous skills will be under side skills. Preemies, nod. A new rank will now be used for both stats and skills. EX rank. Preemies, the strongest rank. Yes. When EX rank appears on your stat or skills, it means that stats and skill has reached the limit of current existence level. Preemies, limit of existence level. Huh. Yes. So, when you EX rank on your skills or stats, this means you can no longer increase it further until you will increase your existence level. Preemies, this will help a lot. Right. Next, from now on skills will have I, 2 and 3 at the end of their skill name. I represents basic skill. 2 represents master skill. 3 represents grandmaster skill. Since all your skills are grandmaster rank, they will have 3 at the end of their name. Preemies, then these skills then must be further subdivided into I, H, G, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, EX. Correct. To increase I to 2 you need to increase your existence level to 3. And since all your skills are already 3, EX, they will remain like this until you will become 4th level existence. Preemies, okay. But there must be some exception, isn't it? Yes. They are harmony, perfect holification, and skills provided by your equipments. These skills won't have I, 2 and 3. Once they reach EX, they will no longer increase further. But as your equipment rank increase, they will get additional skills. Preemies, HM. It's not bad upgrade. Let me check my status first. Go ahead. Preemies then open Twilight new interface. Personal status. Store/shop. Inventory. Home. Members. Worlds travel, countdown, 4 months. Abyss Trail 2, locked. Preemies then chose, personal status. Status. Name, Preemies Rigla. Age, 19, more than billions of years. Existence level. Level. Strength, C. Endurance, C. Dexterity, C. Agility, C. C. Magic, C. Per stats. Current level. Overall, 6. Enhanced mode, 13. Main skills, 7, max limit reached. Aincrad Supreme 3, EX. The Primordial 1 3, EX. Truth Essence Steps 3, EX. I That Reflects the Heart, Sharingan 3, EX. Weiss Chidori 3, EX. Hex Rend 3, EX. Perfect Holification, EX. Side Skills, 3, max limit reached. Chef de Cuisine 3, EX. Morchus Artist 3, EX. Countertenor Cantor 3, EX. Asterisk note, become 4th level existence to increase your skills further. / Awakening, God of Destruction V. Asterisk note, 2 seals remained. Become 6th level existence to lift the next seal. Preemies nodded inwardly, seeing that all his skills except Perfect Holification have 3 at the end of their name. This shows that they all are at Grandmaster rank. On top of that, there is EX2, which shows that he has also reached even the limit of Grandmaster rank. To turn his 3 to 4, he needs to become 4th level existence. He also didn't forget to look at his awakening, which shows V at the end, clearly telling how much stronger his God of Destruction form is. There are 2 more seal on it. Next one will be lifted when he will become 6th level existence, and he can tell that time his awakening with becoming X. And he will get Preemies, that sword. Correct. But don't forget, once that sword will be unlocked, you will become Preemies, null. Yes. Preemies shakes his head and didn't too much about it for now. He has some other questions. Premies, Twilight, if I remember last time my awakening has the rank of IV now. Because last time, I didn't give it a proper ranking. But after update the ranking is 100% correct. Premies, but YV. Isn't it too high? It's correct. Premies, you should remember that the power possessed by Gyral was so enormous that when he was captured and have his body and power shattered again and again, those shattered power was able to many universes, multiverses, and many high beings. But even then, he was able to slaughter everyone who stands in his way all alone. Your awakening possesses the power when he was not shattered and was still complete. Premies, that's why my awakening is so strong. Huh. Yes. Premies nodded his head and didn't think too much. He knew what kind of existence Gyral was. Just with his will to destroy all laws, he was able to give birth to a power which shouldn't even exist. Apostasy. So, he is already aware what kind of power now he possesses. The power when Gyral was complete. The time when his body and power was not shattered. A supreme and ultimate existence. Premies then decided to stop thinking about it, put his attention to other thing. He then opened the Twilight window again and select members option this time. Members. Permanent members, currently, 2. O Office, stats information can't be seen. O Xingming. Half members, currently, 2. O Lily Ruka Arde. O Senjuno Haruheim. Then he chooses Xingming name. Status. Name, Xingming. Age, hundreds of millions of years. Existence level. Level. Strength, EX. Endurance, EX. Dexterity, EX. Agility, EX. C. Magic, EX. Per stats. Current level, 10. Overall, 20. Enhanced mode, 40. Main skills, 3, max limit reached. Harmony, EX. Life manipulation I, EX. Blessing I, EX. Side skills, 1, haven't learned. Note, become 3rd level existence to increase your stats and skills further. Details. Life manipulation I. As a goddess of life, Xingming can manipulate the life force that courses inside living beings or the very concept of life itself. Plant manipulation, goddess of life, is frequently associated with plant life, enriching the ground with life energy to cause plants to rapidly grow. She can also control the life energy within the plants for a variety of effects. Healing/regeneration, allow the user to heal herself or others to greatly prolong the time they spend in combat. Animation, it allows the user to be able to breathe life into inanimate objects, turning them into living creatures to aid them in combat. Life stealing/instant death, this is the strongest ability of Goddess of Life, as she can steal life energy or simply remove the life energy from her opponent's body to grievously harm or kill them. Blessing I. Goddess of Life can give her blessing to others in 2 forms. But if she wants, she can also take it back. Protection, those who will be given this blessing will be blessed with resistance to different types of attacks/abilities, or be granted with abilities that grant the blessed exceptional luck, battle sense, etc. Resurrection, those who will be given this blessing can come back to life for once when they are killed. Once resurrected, the blessing will be automatically revoked. Premies, ho. So, this is where my permanent members will stand once they will reach level 10 max. Yes. The power that they will possess when they reach the limit of their existence level like Xingming. Premies, interesting. But I have to say the skills Xingming possesses is the very definition of why she is called Goddess of Life. Even the blessing shows her kind nature. Yes, to protect. Premies, yes, to protect. By the way, I will look at Soul Land World Standard then with her stats, Xingming is 4th dimensional god. And when she will use enhanced mode then she will be 6th dimensional god. Her strength even surpassed her past self. Yes. But when you will add her equipments into account then her strength will reach 7th dimensional god. Premies, I need to see that. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, New Power and Weapon. *A/N, here goes 1/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Premies then reaches and holds Xingming hand. Since equipments are soul bounded to its user, he can't see them in Twilight function. The only way is to hold their hand so that Twilight can form a connection and show the information. Before that let you tell you which rank defines which existence level. Premies, okay. Existence 1, no rank. Existence 2, rank I. Existence 3, rank 2. Existence 4, rank 3. Existence 5, rank 4. Existence 6, rank V. Existence 7, rank 6. Existence 8, rank 7. Existence 9, rank 8. Existence 10, rank 9. Existence 11, rank X. Premies nodded his head when he saw that. But he puts it at the back of his mind and moved his attention towards Xingming equipments. Origin, life garb. Type, armor, dress. Rank, I. Defense, 10. Soulbound, Shengming. Abilities. Indestructible, EX. Life immunity, EX. Damage reduction, EX. Details. Life immunity, EX. Nullifies 90% of the damage taken by attack that contains or use life magic. Damage reduction, EX. Reduce the damage taken by 90%. Preemies look at the beautiful green dress which Shengming is wearing, then again look at the information of the dress. No one would believe that this beautiful green dress is this powerful. Preemies, this means if someone use life magic against Shengming, then it will be as equal to as going to their death. Yes. If someone will use life magic against her, then first, its power will be nullified by 10%. Second, the remaining 25% of its power will be further decreased by another 90%. Third, came the defense of the dress itself. Last, the defense of Shengming herself. Preemies, nod 4 layers of defense against the opponent who will use life magic. 3 layers against others. Correct. Think of it like if a life user used the attack that has the power of 100, then first it will be nullified by 90% means it will turn to 10. Then it will be even further reduced by 90% means it will turn to 1. Then came the defense of the dress. Preemies, she won't receive any damage. In the first place, it is a suicide to use life magic against the goddess of life. They won't even get to use the life magic because Shengming can directly take its control from them, making them utterly helpless. I agree. Then Preemies turn his gaze at the Shengming weapon. Since her weapon is in her soul, he can't see what it looks like. But Twilight won't have any problem in giving him its detail. Origin, Tree of Life. Type, Weapon, Tree. Rank, I. Attack, 10. Soulbound, Shengming. Abilities. Indestructible, EX. Life Mastery, EX. Life Domain, EX. Details. Life Mastery, EX. The cost of using life magic will be reduced by 90% and its power will be further increased by x9. Life Domain, EX. Creates a domain of life of maximum of 10,000 kilometers and everyone in the domain will be at user's mercy. Preemies, great, with this not only the consumption of her magic will be decreased but also its power will be increased greatly. Now you understand why I said that she will reach 7th dimensional god with her weapon. Preemies, yes, if in enhanced mode her strength reaches 40,000 i.e., level 40, pseudo-god, or 6th dimensional god, then with her weapon on top make it reaches 50,000 i.e., level 50, pseudo-god, or 7th dimensional god. Right. But the main thing is, Preemies, her life domain. 10,000 kilometers will all be under her control. Preemies, truly terrifying. Preemies then sigh and close the window. He now has full grasp of Shengming powers and capabilities. So, now he is thinking of implementing them in his plans and schemes. After remaining in his thoughts for some time, Preemies nodded his head inwardly. Preemies, now Twilight, tell me about my new power and how did I acquire it? Did you remember the skills you chose at the very beginning when we first met? Preemies, Aincrad Supreme, the Primordial One, the Eye that Reflects the Heart, Sharingan, and Truth Essence Steps. Correct. Aincrad Supreme gave you Elucidator, the Primordial One gave you Midnight Coat, the same is the case here. Preemies, so, this new power and weapon is related to the Eye that Reflects the Heart, Sharingan. Correct. The same thing will happen with your Truth Essence Steps in future. But I can't tell you how to get them. Because even I don't know myself. When time comes or certain conditions are met, they will automatically unlock. Preemies, that's how my new power was unlocked. Yes. You have gained a new visual power when you were fighting Ishtar. In the future, you will get even more visual powers as your eyes will become stronger. That's the same case for your other skills too. Preemies, Then didn't this mean that in the future I will get my second sword or even more swords as my Aincrad Supreme will become stronger? Yes. Preemies, then why you told me collect blood essence for my second blade? I will tell you about that in future. Preemies didn't insist Twilight and closed his eyes to merge the new visual power. Even though absorption is complete, he still needs a few minutes to completely merge it with his Sharingan. When that happens, he will be able to see the description of his power. While Preemies is doing it, Twilight was thinking something else. How deeply I wished that you would have delayed your progress, but you. Sigh, forget it. I don't want to be selfish and stop you while you are moving forward. Sigh, you are already level 3, this means 2 more levels to go. I really wanted to spend more time with you, but too bad my time is running low. Sigh, I only hope that this final farewell sword can help you in your future journeys, Preemies. Completely unaware of Twilight's thoughts, Preemies just keeps on merging his new power with his Sharingan. He can tell at the time when he was fighting Ishtar both his Sharingan and his new power were working simultaneous. It might look fine, but in truth it puts a heavy load on his brain. So, once his Sharingan absorbed this power into itself, then this power will become another subpower of Sharingan, like its Eye of Insight and Eye of Hypnotism. Few minutes later, Premies opened his eyes again. There is not much change except they show slightly more radiance. Premies then opened his status window again and click of his skill. The eye that reflects the heart, Sharingan. Abilities. 1. Eye of Insight. 2. Eye of Hypnotism. 3. Eye of the Spirit, New. Eye of the Spirit, New. Eye of the Spirit, also known as Elemental Sight, is a perception type ability which allows you to connect to the information dimension at the highest possible level. You can specify the individual information body, otherwise known as IDOS, of the surrounding individually, regardless of distance, physical obstacles, with greater details about IDOS information. You can easily identify the IDOS of targets, allowing for precision aiming at long distances. The Eyes of the Spirit, Elemental Sight, refers the ability to identify the landscape, color, of the information dimension. The current range of your Elemental Sight is divided into 3 layers. Core Area. The radius of core area is 500 m. You can see the information of everyone in the area to micro details. You can see even the cell's activity in the person body. Inner Area. The radius of inner area is 5 kilometers. You can also see the information of everyone in the area but not to the micro details. It is also the current range limit of your attack. Outer Area. The radius of outer area is 50 kilometers. The outer area works like a radar that will let you to see the position of everyone present in the area. It also works as passive perception, which will let you detect if any clash is occurring in the area. Note, as your Elemental Sight becomes stronger, so did its range. Premies only slightly narrowed his eyes and then closed them again. He is trying to look into his soul. Soon he found what he wants. A new weapon. Premies concentrated on it and then it appears in his hand. It's a gun which is silver black in color, compares to the one in anime which was silver blue in color. *A/N, Origin Force, Silver Horn Trident. Origin Force, Silver Horn Trident. Type, Weapon, Gun. Rank, I. Attack. Soulbound, Premies Rigla. Abilities. Indestructible, EX. Decomposition, D. Counter Magic, D. Details. Decomposition, D. Mist Dispersion. Astral Dispersion. Dissection, Locked. Deep Mist Dispersion, Locked. Beta Trident, Locked. Material Burst, Locked. Gram Dispersion, Locked. Counter Magic, D. Psion Bullet. Gram Demolition. Cast Jamming, Locked. Freeze Gram, Locked. Zone Interference, Locked. Data Fortification, Locked. Gram Dispersion, Locked. Premies, Gram Dispersion is common in both magic. Yes, it's because Gram Dispersion is both decomposition and counter magic. Premies, still, this is really the best long-range weapon. Currently, I can already kill someone from 5 kilometers away. But on the other hand, it's useless if you don't have Elemental Sight. Yup. By the way, there is something different in this weapon case. Premies, and that is, unlike your other equipments whose abilities will become stronger as you will level up, Silverhorn Trident is not like that. Premies, so, I don't need to level up to unlock other locked magics. Yes. If you want, you can increase the ranks of decomposition and counter magic to EX while remaining in level 3. Premies, how? I have already placed the book containing all the information of decomposition and counter magic in the inventory. As your understanding of them increases, the locked ones will be unlocked. Premies, I see. But for now, there is no need for that. I want to get even deeper understanding on the current unlocked magics before unlocking new ones. Is that so? Premies nodded, then clicked the skill. Mist Dispersion. It can directly decompose the physical structure of the information targeted. It works on inanimate objects as well as living organisms. It can decompose muscles, tissue, bone, even organs into the basic molecules such as ions and the basic elements by interfering with the structural information. It can be considerably mundane and quiet. There is no sound or light emitted, and when raised to the highest degree of decomposition, even easily flammable materials will not ignite. The objects dissipate to dust, transform into steam, and then scatter. This spell does not travel through physical space, so it can be aimed through physical objects and is not limited by distance by any means. Astral Dispersion. It is exactly same as the Mist Dispersion. But unlike Mist Dispersion, which works on physical entities, Astral Dispersion works on non-physical entities like souls, spirits, and so on who doesn't have physical form or body. Psion Bullet. It is one of simplest form of magic, but it requires extremely precise control to destroy just the activation sequence/magic sequence and avoid any extraneous damage. Gram demolition. It uses compressed psion particles to forcibly blow away all the accompanying activation sequence and magic sequences, anything that has traces of psions recorded on it. The compressed psions themselves travel through the physical realm as opposed to the information dimension. It is simply a cannonball of psions that has neither structure nor a magic ritual to modify an event. Preemies, not even though currently I can only use 2 decomposition and 2 counter magic, they are really strong. Really? Did you understand psion bullet and gram demolition? Preemies. Yes. Then explain. I didn't fully understand them. Preemies, then, what did you understand? Nothing. Preemies. Preemies, are you really the strongest system? How rude. I am. Preemies, I started to doubt that though. Preemies. Preemies, cough, let me start then. You are changing the topic. But whatever, explain in easier word. Preemies, to use magic you need to follow 4 steps. First, which magic you want to use. Second, gather the magic. Third, condense it. Fourth, release it. That's the same case for everyone, including me. But it's just that I need a mere thought to complete all 4 steps. In the world of the irregular at Magic High Shoal, they use activation sequence. But in this world or other worlds they use chant. Preemies, yes. Without following these steps, you can't use magic. So, while you are still at 2nd and 3rd step, I can use psion bullet to disturb the process. Take Riveria as an example. Riveria Joe's Alf, you mean? Preemies, yes. She has decided which magic she wants to use, so she started the chant of that magic. Now, I can use my psion bullet to disturb the process, hence it will also destroy her chant. Well, it's up to me now whether I will disturb her just at the beginning of her chant or in between or when the chant is nearly complete. I see. So, that's what psion bullet does. But it only attacks the process and didn't do any damage, right? Preemies, right. Okay. Gram demolition, now. Preemies, as it said, gram demolition blow away all the activation sequence and magic sequence. Think of it as a higher form of psion bullet since it requires a lot more magic. Okay. Preemies, in this, take Ace as example. Ace Wallenstein. Preemies, yes. Imagine Ace is standing in front of me, and she is using her strongest magic, i.e., aerial. Wind magic is covering her all around. Now, if I use gram demolition on her, then I will blow away all her magic. Means I blow away her aerial. Preemies, exactly. That's awesome. Preemies, I know. Then Preemies decided to see what progress Lily and Haruheim made in the last month. Even though they can't increase their stats, they can still increase their skills. So, he opened their status window. But when he saw their status, Preemies' heart become numb and the intensity in his eyes increases. And since just like Ophis now even Shengming heart is connected with Preemies, they both senses it and wake up. Shengming, MMPH. Husband, what happens? Shengming looks at Preemies with worried expression. Ophis didn't say anything, but she is also looking at Preemies. Both can tell that Preemies is angry. Preemies, let's go. Ophis, nod. Shengming, huh? Oh. Okay. Preemies then gets up with both Ophis and Shengming in his embrace and left his home. But there was a single thought in his mind. Preemies, only 1 month went by since my last massacre. Looks like I need to create another. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Back to Orario. *A/N, here goes 2/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Space wraps on top of Entertainment District, or which was once an entertainment district, now it is nothing but a barren. Anyway, Space Wrap and Preemies came out. Ophis is still sitting on her favorite spot, i.e., Preemies' left shoulder, and Shengming is on his right side while holding his hand. Ophis didn't show any change in expression since she has been here before, but Shengming is looking all around in curiosity. After some time, she frowns and speak. Shengming, husband, this place is very dirty. Even the air is also very polluted. Preemies, it's not. On the contrary, this is the purest world of all. Shengming, purest. Preemies, Shengming, my home world is completely different. That place is at whole different level. You won't find such place even in higher planes. Preemies, well, except the world of 10th and 11th level existences. Agreed. Shengming, is that so? Preemies, this is the world during the era of Age of Gods. Shengming, Age of Gods. Shengming becomes shocked when she heard they are at the timeline of Age of Gods. The time where gods walk among mortals. And they are not dimensional gods or pseudo-gods like her, but a genuine god who can create universe. So, even with her full power she is nothing but ant in their eyes. Sheng Ming unconsciously gulped and come close to Premies, then hold his arm. Only near him she feels safe. Then she took a sigh of relief and looks down. Premies also looks down on the Orario. He can see that current Orario is very gloomy compared to when it was month ago. Because of his elemental sight, Premies can see everything clearly up to 5 kilometers, he can read the information of everyone and can even hear what they are talking about. From 6 to 50 kilometers he can see everything like a radar. By the way, Premies is flying in the air. So, you learned how to fly, huh? Premies, I guess. Premies then glanced at Sheng Ming, who is still looking down at everything. She is the reason why Premies can fly. When she was still dimensional god, she knew how to fly. And since Twilight let her keep her knowledge, she can still do the same. Premies used his elemental sight and saw how she is using magic to help her to fly. He saw everything, like how much magic she used, the pathway of magic that is moving in her body and so on. Then he copied it with his Sharingan. You not only copied it but also modified it in a way that it became more compatible for you. Premies, nod Twilight, give the information about skills rank limit per level. Here you go. Level 1, F. Level 2, E. Level 3, D. Level 4, C. Level 5, B. Level 6, A. Level 7, S. Level 8, SS. Level 9, SSS. Level 10, EX. Premies then turn his gaze at the current status of Lily in Haruheim. Status. Name, Lily Ruka Arde. Age. Existence level. Level. Strength, I. Endurance, I. Dexterity, I. Agility, I. Magic, I. Per stats. Current level. Overall. Enhanced mode, 15%. Main skills, 3, max limit reached. Harmony, EX. Terra's Pugio Art I-F. Earth Manipulation I-F. Side skills, 1, haven't learned. Asterisk note, Terra is a Latin word meaning earth. And Pugio is also the Latin word which means dagger. Status. Name, Senjuno Haruheim. Age. Existence level. Level. Strength, I. Endurance, I. Dexterity, I. Agility, I. Magic, I. Per stats. Current level. Overall. Enhanced mode, 15%. Main skills, 3, max. Limit reached. Harmony, EX. Glacies Dance I-F. Ice Manipulation I-F. Side skills, 1, haven't learned. Asterisk note, Glacies is a Latin word meaning ice. Both of their skills reach F rank. From I to F in just 1 month. Premies, it's not a good sign. Can't deny that. It may not appear much if others have done this, but Lily and Haruheim are different. Premies, yes. Not only they are still civilians but also the skills provided by you are top-notch. As a result, it takes a lot of time mastering them. It would an achievement if they mastered it from I to H rank, but since it's F rank, it meant something entirely different. This means that they have been in constant life-death battle for a month. Premies, right. Lily and Haruheim won't disobey my order when I told them to not enter dungeon and concentrate on understanding their skills. They are also not the type of people who will provoke trouble. Premies, this means trouble came knocking to their door and hence they have no choice but to retaliate. Yes. And that trouble is still following them. Premies' eyes showed killing intent, but he hid it so that Sheng Ming don't sense. But it's not possible to hid it from Ophis, so she senses it but remain quiet. Premies then grab Sheng Ming and space wrap again. Then they disappear. Since Lily and Haruheim are his half-member, he can teleport himself to their location if they are in same world. Space Wrap and Premies with others appear at a different place. Sheng Ming frowns when she looks around. There is nothing but desert all around. At the far away she can even see barren rocks and mountains. Then she turns around and becomes shocked by looking at the spectator in front. The entire area is covered with black sand. As Sheng Ming has life energy, she is sensitive to the death energy which being emitted by the black sand. But even with all this in front, Premies is not looking at desert but at the certain direction. To think their situation becomes so difficult that they must leave the Orario and hide in this god-forsaken place. This place is called Dedene. It is a region at the north of Orario in which Black Desert is located. This is place where the king of the land, a monster that escaped the dungeon in ancient times, once lived. Behemoth. The Black Desert where Sheng Ming is looking at is also called Desert of Death Ash. This entire black desert is in the ash that Behemoth become upon death. The ash covers a great distance, making it impossible to see anything else once you go inside. As a result, the place turned into a sterile land where nothing can grow. But even after coming at such a legendary place, Premies didn't even glance at it. He is still looking at a particular direction and his eyes become even more cold. Even though it appears as a big rock, with his elemental sight, he can already look deep within. And that's where he finds Lily and Haruheim. Lily has used her earth magic to create this rock that can hide them. And since this place is barren and full of such types of rocks everywhere, no one can detect them for a time being. The condition of Lily and Haruheim is not good. Both have bags under their eyes. They have become thin, and their clothes are disheveled. He can see the injuries underneath clearly. Even though they have closed their eyes and resting, Premies can tell that they are still on guard and will wake up if they heard even a single noise. Premies then walk towards the rock. Shengming, seeing this, also follows behind. Then she looks at the rock and saw through the camouflage that Lily created in an instant. At this time, Lily's ears twitched, and she wakes up. Haruheim also wakes up. Both look at each other and nodded with serious expression. Even though fatigue can be seen in their eyes, they are still determined. Lily and Haruheim look at their rusted dagger and fan. These weapons are the one Premies gave them, and they are still using it. It's not like they don't want to change them, but they used all the money that Premies gave them to buy some dry ration and healing potions. Haruheim used her ice magic to coat both the dagger and fan, making them sharper. Lily then gestured Haruheim to be ready to attack at any time. During their time of survival for the last month, both learnt many new ways to fight. Just like how currently Lily is using her earth magic to listen the sound of steps approaching them. Whenever someone walk, their steps release vibration in the ground. Lily listens to these vibrations to find the distance and location of the person. Just when the footsteps stop in front of the rock, Lily and Haruheim are ready to jump and attack, but BA dump. BA dump. Hearing their heartbeat, which has become excited, both stopped. Then the front side of the rock, which was hiding the entrance, suddenly blur into white light, and then it dissipates to dust, transforms into stream, and then scatter. Now Lily and Haruheim can see the person in front. Seeing the person and his blood-red eyes, tears started to appear in their eyes and their weapon fell from their hands. Clang. Clang. Both of them ignored it and jumped at Premies. Lily, Premies. Haruheim, my husband. Premies sent Silverhorn Trident back to his soul and catch both Lily and Haruheim. Both started to cry in Premies' embrace. Premies remains silent and just keeps on patting their head to calm them down. They keep on crying for an hour before their sobbing become less. Premies then raised their face and wiped their tears. Then he bent down and kissed their forehead. Premies, it must have been hard for both of you. These words of Premies were more than enough for both Lily and Haruheim, thinking that all their pain for the last month was worth it. Premies then entered the rock, the cave that Lily created, with both still in his embrace because they refused to let go. Once inside, Premies make them to sit down and buy some delicious and nutritious food from Twilight and take it out. When they saw just delicious food, they directly jumped at it. Premies didn't say anything and just keep on looking at them with gentle smile. After done eating, the fatigue that they have accumulated for the past month get them and they fall asleep. Now that Premies is here, they can sleep without any care of being ambushed or something. Premies then started to pat their heads. As if sensing Premies' touch, a smile appears on their sleeping face. Shengming, they can finally sleep peacefully. Premies, heal them. Shengming, yes. Then Shengming used her life magic and started healing them. She is carefully so that she won't wake them up. Seeing this, Premies let Shengming heal them and he himself came out of the cave. His eyes are extremely cold right now. Premies, by hurting Lily and Haruheim you have provoked me. Now, I am going to make you make and will make you people suffer. Premies then turned his gaze at the black desert for the first time and walked towards it. When reaches its starting point, he spoke. Premies, Ophis, this is a place where a beast was slain and burned to ashes few years ago. I want to ask whether the soul of beast still lingering here. Ophis, no, it's not. The soul has dissipated a long time ago. Premies, is that so? Ophis, yes. But if you want, I can bring it back from the past. Premies, from the past. Huh. Ophis, yes. Since it dies few years ago, then I just need to bring it here the moment it died. Premies, then do it. Ophis, amen. Premies, soon, you are going to roam in these lands again. Behemoth. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Future Plans. *A/N, here goes 3/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Wait, Premies. Premies, HM. Premies, wait a minute, Ophis. Ophis, nod. Ophis tilted her head in confusion about why Premies stopped her. But she still nodded. Premies, what is it? Preemies, have you heard of the first monster and 3 primordial beasts? Preemies, no. Then let me tell you. When this Group 1, existence level 1 to 3 worlds, was made, it gave birth to its very first monster. Therion. Preemies, Therion. Yes. Even though Therion was merely second-level existence, it was the strongest means its strength reached level 81, pseudo-god. Preemies, or 9th-dimensional god. Amen. But even then, it was something that even gods feared. Why? Because Therion was the very personification of horror, despair, and animosity that can corrupt almost everything by its mere presence. Preemies. It was a primal beast that devours everything. It was called Great Beast of Darkness and Devourer of God's creation. It was a creature who was driven by its instinct to want to devour everything. Preemies. That time, along with Therion, Group 1 also gave birth to the strongest god. That god then fought against Therion. But no matter how much that god tries, he still failed to defeat Therion. Preemies, he failed. The strongest third-level existence failed to kill the strongest second-level existence. Yes. That's because Therion can devour everything and return it to its most basic form, to a pure nothing. There is no limit to how much Therion can devour, which is why the god have hard time defeating it. Preemies, In the end, God used his strongest power to cut Therion into 3. Preemies, then those 3 parts must be what became 3 primordial beasts. Exactly. 3 parts then turn into 3 primordial beasts were the primordial beast of the earth, Behemoth, the primordial beast of the sea, the Leviathan, and the primordial beast of the sky, Ziz. When God realized that he attacked them and made them his pets. Preemies, I don't they would have agreed though. Why would they? They retaliate, but what can they do? If they try to destroy the world or kill, God will always come and stop them. So, they were helpless to anything and can only accept their fate. Preemies, what was the strength of these primordial beasts? Each strength reaches level 50, pseudo-god. Preemies, 7th-dimensional god. Yes. Preemies, how did they died? God used them in the war, and after it ended, he slayed them himself. Then they became the feast of his followers. Their skins were flayed and cover the tent where the feast takes place, and if someone does not consume it, then they will be given clothing made from their skins. The remaining skin was spread across the walls where its brightness is said to illuminate the world. Preemies, ha 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 ha. Ophis tilted her head in confusion when she saw Preemies burst into laughter. But still, she remained silent. After laughing for some time, Preemies stopped. Preemies, ha ha ha. What so-called primordial beasts? In the end, their master just made the food out of them for his followers. It's truly, truly pathetic. Preemies returns to his calm demeanor at the end. But still there is a slight coldness radiating from his eyes. The thing he hates the most is betrayal. And that's what happened to these beasts in the end. Preemies, so, what's the point in telling me that? Do you want these primordial beasts? No. 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 Let me change my question. Do you want to become the master of the first monster along with the 3 primordial beasts? Preemies, interesting. I am listening. It appears that this behemoth before dying possess a very thin bloodline of the primordial beast of the earth. Preemies, and once Ophis brings back the soul of the behemoth, you also plan to convert these ashes back to its body, right? Preemies, right. So, when the body was made before you merged the soul with it, I want to extract that thin bloodline. By doing this, I will be able to trace it back to the time when these primordial beasts died and can reach their souls before it dissipates. That's where you came. Since they were betrayed by the god, they must be in despair. And since soul doesn't have any memories, the only thing remains is feeling of desolation. If you will save them by giving them hope, then not only will you become their savior but also their creator. So, Preemies, what about the first monster? Once you acquired the souls of these 3 primordial beasts, I will connect it to time when the first monster was born. Grabbed him before it was even born, then you will know the rest. Preemies, let's do it then. Okay. Preemies, Ophis, first turn the ashes back to body. Ophis, Ophis then levitates from Preemies' shoulder and raises her hand. The moment she did, all the black ashes in the black desert rises and come together. Once all the ashes came together, it became a massive giant black ash. Ophis then snaps her finger. Snap. As if the time of the ash is rewinding. Time went by and soon the entire figure of monster came into being. It is as big as 100 m. It is grayish-black as color and has 4 eyes. 2 red eyes and 2 purple eyes on the forehead. It has many sharp teeth. It also has 2 horns at the side of the head. Anyone will become sacred seeing this majestic figure. Even though it's still the corpse, the power emitting by it is astounding. *A/N, Behemoth, Danmachi. Premies, not bad. It's mere 100-110 m in height. Primordial beasts are as high as 200 kilometers. Premies, ho. So, I just need to touch it, right? Yes. Premies then fly towards its head and places his hand on it. As soon as he did, Twilight started her work. Premies is also using his elemental sight to see what Behemoth is made of. Time went by. Xingming also came out after she has healed Lily and Haruheim. She also looks at the Behemoth with astonishment. She can tell that it is just a corpse, but the power emitting by it is too great. Done. I extracted it. Premies, how much time will you need? 1 month. I need to remove all the impurities present in this and then find the coordinates for you to steal the souls these primordial beasts. We can't let God of that time knew about our presence, because if he found us out then the past will change. Hence the past and future won't connect. As a result, the entire timeline will disappear. Premies, by the way, is that God still alive? No. He died. Premies, how? Your Empress killed him. Premies then glanced at the Ophis, who has returned to her favorite spot. Premies, so, he tried to leave this group. Huh. Yes. Since he was the strongest god, it's obvious that he was arrogant. Then he found that there exists a world outside. So, he along with his followers and soldiers and family tries to leave. But as a Wachter, how could Ophis let him? As a result, he along with his everything perished by her hand. Premies, good. I think I will make Ophis her favorite chocolate as a reward later. I guess. By the way, are you also going to revive Leviathan that was killed in Melon too? Premies, not for now. Zeus and Hera Familia have level 9 adventurers, but even then, they have hard time killing these beasts. I can already guess how current Orario will cope against it. If I will revive even Leviathan, then all their hopes will be crushed. Amen. I won't deny that. Premies, so, how much will it take for Behemoth to fully revive after Ophis merge soul with body? 1 to 2 days. Premies, will it attack Orario the next day? If I will implant the memories inside about how he was killed and burned to ashes, then let alone 1 day, it will proceed towards Orario in the next moment. Premies, alright. Another question, will it be in its peak or will it need some time? No. It will at his peak state. Premies, okay. Last question. Can you delay it? Ah. I can. Premies, then delay it to 1 month. 1 month. Premies, yes. Just when I appeared on Entertainment District, I heard some adventurers saying Donatus will be in 1 month from now on. I am sure they will like my gift when Donatus starts. Okay. Premies, Ophis, bring back its soul and merge it with the body. Ophis, MN, Ophis floated in the air again and gazed at the body of Behemoth. Soon it feels like Ophis is looking at the past of the body. Killing intent started to spread everywhere. Premies glanced at Xingming, who waved her hand, and Lily and Haruheim got covered by a thin layer of life magic which protected them from this killing intent. Crack. Shatter. Premies look above and saw the soul of Behemoth, which came down by breaking the space. Since soul don't have any memories, Premies can see its blank eyes. But since it was in rage when it died, that feeling is still present in the soul. Ophis then put the soul into the corpse. Once done, corpse started to turn into body. Coldness started to disappear. Warmth started to appear inside and outside its body. Its eyes are slowly showing the emotions. It appears that the memories and soul are merging. Premies moved at this moment and touched its head again. Then Twilight started her work again. First, she modified its memories a little. Then she gave it the knowledge about currently situation of Orario, about how Zeus and Hera Familia are no more, so now no one can stop it from taking its revenge on Orario. In the end, she removed all the memories about Premies if it had seen him just now and then put it to sleep for a month. Done. Premies, good. Premies, Ophis, make a barrier around this desert. Barrier should only need to stay here for 1 month and it will automatically disappear after the month. No one should be able to see what is going on inside. Ophis, MN, Premies then turn and return to where Lily and Haruheim are sleeping. Then he takes both in his arms. As if sensing Premies, both snuggle into his embrace. Premies then left the place with Ophis and Xingming. Once they were outside the Dedenne, Ophis waves her hand, and a barrier was made. This is just a normal barrier to hide what is going on inside. Premies then turn his gaze at certain direction. He can see 9 people approaching this direction from 25 kilometers very fast. Beyond 5 kilometers to 50 kilometers, Premies, elemental sight, only work as a radar. But it can still let Premies know whether those people or party holds hostile intent or many other. Premies then notice something: out of these 9 people only 7 people have hostile intent. The remaining 2 don't. Not only that, it appears that the remaining 2 is following these 7 people. Seeing this, a small smile appears on Premies' face. Premies, interesting. I think I now know who helped Lily and Haruheim and escape. Indeed. Even though Lily would have knowledge about this place and would have convinced Haruheim, there is no way for them to escape easily and survive in this place. It appears someone has been constantly giving them food. Premies first brought Lily and Haruheim, who are still sleeping in his embrace, to Biol Mountains. This mountain range is located between Dedenne and Arario. It is comprised of many mountains that have steep inclinations, bad roads, and various hidden lakes. This mountain is also called Evil Mountain because in the plot this mountain is a place where the descendants of many monsters that escaped from the dungeon long ago still reside somewhere here. Premies then descended near the lake, put Lily and Haruheim down. As if reluctant, both refused to let go. Premies patted their head for some time to calm them down. Then he put them on the ground. Since it's night, forest is very dark. But it's no problem for either Premies, Ophis, or Shengming. Premies then glanced at Shengming, who nodded and turns her gaze at the forest. Shengming, make sure that their sleep won't get disturbed. As if understanding Shengming words, the entire forest, plant life started to move their branches in approval. Premies look at Lily and Haruheim, who are now covered by the leaves so that they won't get disturbed and feel comfortable while sleeping. Premies, as expected from Goddess of Life. Indeed. Premies then turn his gaze back at the 9 people that are approaching. They are only 7 kilometers away from Premies' current location. Seeing that they are approaching, Premies put his hand in inner pocket of his midnight coat and take out his silverhorn trident. Instead of putting it back into his soul again and again, Premies decided to keep it in his midnight coat inner pocket from now on. And since coat hides it completely, no one can tell that he is keeping his silverhorn trident inside no matter how much they try. Premies, now then. Let's begin. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, No Mercy. *A/N, here goes 1/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Soon, the front 7 enters Premies' inner zone. Now Premies can see them clearly. Premies, the one is front, is level 4. As for rest, they are level 3. Their coordination is great. Looks like they have been working together for a long time. Premies nodded. Currently, the 2 following behind also enters his inner zone. Premies knows instantly who they are. Premies, ho. It's them. Well, I think I should say I expected the second one but not the first one. True. Premies then moved and disappears in the forest. The 7 adventurers are moving in a formation with a mage and magician in center. They are in full alert, are wary of their surroundings so that they won't get ambushed. Anyone can tell that they are professional. Adventurer 1, leader, are you sure that those 2 are in Dedenne? Adventurer 2, yes, leader. I still can't believe they are hiding in such god-forsaken place. The 2 adventurers guarding the mage and magician from the side spoke. They look at their leader, who is in front. Leader, I am sure. I used a huge of fortune to ask the help of the priest in church. That priest used his divination magic and told me that they are somewhere in Dedenne. Mage, no wonder it cost us that much. Divination magic is very costly and can only be used once a month. Adventurer 3, TCH. No wonder we failed to find them even after looking throughout Arario. Those bitches. They are talking extreme low so that no one can hear them except their group. But too bad Premies heard everything. There is nothing that can hidden in his inner zone. Premies, divination magic, huh? It's rare and only some selected priest or priestess can use it. Premies, I see. Since Lily and Haruheim are my half-members but not the permanent, they haven't become free from the chains, fate, destiny, karma, and so on. That's why divination works on them. Yes. I am sure that nobles and familiars would have used this divination to find you too. But since they failed, they must be thinking that you are died. Premies only nodded and then pointed his silverhorn trident towards their direction. *A/N, from now on whenever you all see something written within *, it means it's only an expression and there is no sound. For example, whenever Premies will pull trigger it will be click. This means from another person point of view he pulled the trigger but there was no sound. Adventurer 3, too bad I can't have fun with them. Leader, is it possible to ask our collaborator to let me have them after they are done enjoying themselves? Leader, you really want them, didn't you? Adventurer 3, of course. Then that adventurer licked his lips and shows a perverted smile. Leader and other also smiled because they know what kind of person he is. He loved to torture women and turn them into his slave. Adventurer 2, brother, if you get them, then let me have them too for some time. Adventurer 3, sure. But that is if I get them, that is. He looks at Leader again with eager expression. Leader took a side and spoke. Leader, fine, I will ask. Adventurer 3, ha ha ha. Leader, you are the best. Once I get them I will. Premies pulled the trigger at this moment and a flash appears at its end. Click. Whir. That adventurer stopped speaking suddenly, then turned into steam. SSSS. All the remaining 6 adventurers saw this, and all their hairs stands at the end. They all stopped and hurriedly made the formation. Once they made the formation, they look at their surroundings to find the hiding enemy. The 2 following behind these Seve, no 6 adventurers senses that something is wrong and stopped. Then they hide themselves in the bushes while keeping eye on them. Leader, what just happened? Was that magic? Mage, don't know leader. Even if it was, I have never seen or heard of it before. Magician, me too. Leader, damn. Adventurer 2, who was it? Show yourself, coward. Click. Whir. That adventurer stopped and then became steam like the previous ones. SSSS. The faces of the remaining members turned pale. At this moment, the last adventurer who hasn't spoken a single word until now rushed towards Preemie's direction. He is an assassin, so he is a lot faster than others. The other 4 saw this but didn't try to stop. But just when he travels mere 10 m. Click. Whir. He also turned into stream. SSSS. Now only 4 remained. Leader, Adventurer 1, Mage, and Magician. Their face is already pale and full of horror. Leader, use the strongest fire magic. Mage, but the entire forest will be burned. Leader, don't care, do it. Mage, oh okay. Mage and Magician glanced at each other then nodded. Leader and Adventurer 1 guard them. Even though they don't know how the other 3 died, they still want to see whether they can stop the attack before the chanting is complete. Mage and Magician decided to use same magic to increase its power further. Mage and Magician, proud warrior, snipers of the forest. Take up your bows before the advancing plunderers. At the beginning their chant sound was low, but as time went by it keeps on becoming louder. Mage and Magician, answer the call of your brethren and ready your arrows. Tinge them with flame, the lamplight of the forest. All of them are nervous and have raised their guard to the limit so that they can move if someone will appear to stop them. At this time, the other 2 hiding in the bushes realized what they are planning to do. They know that they must stop them before they burnt the entire forest. Mage and Magician, release them, the fire arrows of the fairies. Falling like rain, burn away the savages. Just when chant came to an end, Leader, Adventurer 1, Mage, and Magician show a victorious smile. Those hiding decided to attack to stop the attack even if they will be hard-pressed against them. But just when they are about to move. Mage and Magician, fusillade Filari. Click. Whir. Shatter. In front of everyone's eyes, the magic circle which is made when the chant was still going, shattered like glass. None of them understand what is going on. Mages and Magician faces are pale because they have put almost of their magic in that spell. No one understand why the magic circle break. This was never seen or heard of before. Psion bullet. Huh. But you are very cruel. You have all the time to stop the chant before, but you decided to break it when it was just about to complete. Preemies, you only realize that now. Nah, I knew it and love what you did. Ha 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 ha. It was funny seeing how their hopeful expression turned into that of despair. Ha 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 ha. Preemies remained silent and decided to give those Mage and Magician some more despair because he finds something very interesting. Click. Whir. This time it was Adventurer 1 turn. He stopped and then turned into steam. SSSS. Only Leader, Mage, and Magician remains. Despair is visible in their eyes. Leader hurriedly gets down on his knees. Leader, please. Whoever you are, let us go. We promise to never put our foot on this mount. Click. Whir. Leader turn into steam. SSSS. Now only Mage and Magician are the only ones left. Their eyes are filled with dread. Magician look at Mage with tears in her eyes. Mage clenched his staff tightly and gets up. He looks at Preemie's direction and shouted. Mage, whoever you are. You can kill me but please let her go. She is pregnant for 3 months. I beg you. Please let her go. Smash. The Mage then falls to his knees and smashed his head on the ground. The 2 hiding in the bushes saw this and their hearts softened when they realize how much the Mage love her. Then they waited for some time and no response came. But since no one died, Mage took a sigh of relief and looked at the Magician. Mage, go. Magician, and then Magician put some strength in her legs and get up. Then she turns back and started to run with her full speed towards the direction of Horario. Mage shows a smile when he saw her back going deeper and deeper into the forest. He became happy that his lover and his child will survive this. But then, click. Whir. The running magician stops and turned into steam. SSSS. Mage eyes wide opened when he saw this. His lover and his unborn child died right in front of his eyes. It was too much of a blow to him. Mage, N-O-O-O-O-O. His voice reverberated in the entire forest. Mage, whoever you are, I swear if I survive. Click. Whir. And the mage also turned into steam. SSSS. Preemies, fool. I don't time to see the drama of, if I will survive today then I find and kill you or so on. I am more concerned that your voice will disturb Lily and Haruheim's sleep. Pathetic. What a fool. It's obvious that woman was just using him. Even the child in her stomach was not his but that of the leader because I can tell its life force matches his. Preemies remains silent because he also realizes that there are even more clues, but he decided not to dwell into them since they are dead now. Then he put his silverhorn trident back into his coat inner pocket and turned his gaze at where the remaining two are hidden. As for the two hiding, they are very nervous, thinking it must be their turn now. They want to run but they know it will be useless. At this time, they heard a voice near their ears. Come straight 2 kilometers. They both become stunned. The second person become very afraid that it holds the handle of its weapon very tightly. It doesn't know what to do. As it was thinking its next course of action, the first person stands up suddenly and hurriedly dash forward with a great stride. The second person becomes stunned because of this action and decided to follow. It is a lot weaker than first person, so it also has no choice but to follow. They keep on moving forward for some time and stopped when they reach the destination. Then moonlight fell on Preemies and they can see him now. The first person only shivers but the second person tremble violently. Its face become pale, and fear is visible in its eyes. It clearly knows who Preemies is. Black clothes, black sword, heavenly handsome face, and the blood-red eyes. There is no one in the Orario who haven't heard of him before. The Black Swordsman. But everyone thought he died. So, currently it only has one thought in mind. There is no escape. But at this moment, the first person leaped at Preemies. The second person thought that first person decided to attack so it wants to stop it, but it was too late. But the next scene shocked it. The first person jumped directly into Preemies' embrace and hugged him tightly. Preemies also never thought that this person can show its such side. But in the end, he only sighs and accepted it. He can tell that the situation in Orario must be very delicate that even this person is at its end. He can also saw that its body is shivering slightly in his embrace. So, Preemies decided to comfort it. He showed a gentle smile which even stunned the second person and made it fall into daze. Preemies ignored it and just keeps on patting the head of the person in embrace gently. Preemies, don't worry, I will make everything right, Rio. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Meeting After a Month. *A/N, here goes 2/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. After Ryu calms down she separated. She has a slight blush on her face which she tries to hide but too bad there is nothing that can be hidden from the current Preemies but he didn't point it out. After her blush disappear Ryu look at Preemies again with her sky blue eyes. Preemies stretched her hand and touched her face. Then he started to caress her gently. Ryu shivers at first when Preemies touched her then she just closed her eyes to enjoy the warmth emitted by his hand. While Ryu was enjoying his touch, Preemies turns his gaze at the second person. The second person has already come out of her daze some times ago, but she again got shocked when she saw how the always serious Ryu became docile in front of Preemies. Well, she will be even more shocked when she will know that not only Ryu but Chol and Anya were also tamed by Preemies on their first meeting. When her eyes met with Preemies she started to shiver when look at his blood-red eyes i.e., Sharingan. She feels like she is entering into illusion as her eyes are blurring. She hurriedly shakes her head and closed her eyes to calm her mind. Preemies, they really did find her. Huh. Well, it isn't that surprising because in plot they try to find her for more than 2 years after arriving at Orario. Preemies also agreed with Twilight and observed the woman in front. She has long black hair which she has tied in a ponytail with bluish-purple eyes. She is wearing a purple kimono with a sarashi underneath, along with a dark red sash and thigh-length boots. She is also wearing a red shoulder guard on her non-weapon arm guards, and keeps her katana in the sash at her waist. Preemies, and you? The woman shivers when Preemies spoke. She has been practicing martial arts for years before she came to Orario with her familia. So, she can tell if the person is strong or not. Even though Preemies is not emitting any pressure of that of adventurer. Even though he appears like a normal civilian. Her instincts as martial artists are warning her to not do anything stupid. Not only that she felt that she is complete bear in front of him. None of her secrets can be hidden in front of his eyes. But she still opened her mouth to speak. I'm Mikoto. My name is Yamato Mikoto. I am a member of the Takamikazuchi familia. Preemies remains silent and just keeps on looking at her. Thinking that he is dissatisfied by her answer, her body started to shiver in fright. At this time, Ryu opened her eyes and looked at Mikoto, who is shivering. She sighs and then shakes her head. In the end, she decided to give her a helping hand. Ryo, she is a childhood friend of Haruhime. Preemies, Mikoto took a sigh of relief and gave Ryu a look of gratitude. Mikoto knew how dangerous Preemies is, since he single-handed slaughtered one of the strongest familia, Ishtar familia, in just one night. So, she knows that she can't afford to make enemy out of him since her familia don't even came close to Ishtar familia. Preemies remove his gaze from Mikoto because he knows that he has scared her enough, and right now she is trying her best to remain standing with her shaking legs. Then he faces Ryu again. Preemies, you must be the one who were helping Lily and Haruhime for the last month. Ryu, yes. Preemies, from what I know, hostess of fertility, won't try to enter in other people's business. Ryu, other people and those who are affiliated with are two different things. Preemies, I see. Preemies then turned and started walking deeper into the forest. Ryu also followed behind. Seeing this, Mikoto also decided to follow even though she is still afraid of Preemies. But her fear has already increased even further when she saw how those 7 adventurers died without leaving any trace. Not even any ash remains. Though she doesn't know how he did it, but she is sure it was his doing. She also remembered how he even killed that woman who was pregnant. He didn't even show mercy to her either. So, right now Mikoto thinks that Preemies is very ruthless and cold-hearted. As if understanding what Mikoto is thinking, Preemies decided to solve this. Preemies know according to plot Mikoto has a serious and honorable personality. She is also unwilling to use cowardly tactics even in an emergency. She has a softer side, as she cares for the well-being of her friends and is fiercely loyal to them. She is just like a samurai of Japan who is willing to sacrifice herself for her lord and her people. But the main thing is that he is a very good friend of Haruhime. Haruhime also thinks of her the same. It's obvious that she will spend most of her time with Haruhime from now on. But she finds that Preemies is also with Haruhime, then she will hesitate to meet Haruhime, and as a result distance will be made between them, which will make Haruhime sad. Preemies, don't give it much thought. If you think that the magician I killed was pitiful, then you are wrong. Mikoto, huh? Mikoto becomes stunned when Preemies suddenly talked to her. She never expected Preemies to saw through her just like this. But since Preemies initiate the talk, she decided to respond back. Mikoto, but she was pregnant. Preemies, yes, she was. But what did you want from me? To let her go. So that she told what happened here to everyone, and then they will send even more adventurers after Haruhime. Mikoto, she won't do something like Teetha. Preemies, can you guarantee that? Mikoto. Preemies, let me ask you this. If it was you in place of that woman and I would have let you go, would you have taken this lying down? Mikoto. Preemies, wouldn't you have thought of ways to take revenge? Mikoto. Ryo, who is listening to their conversation, decided to remain quiet. She also completely agrees with Preemies. After all, she also done the same. When she herself was the only survival of her familia, she did everything in her power to get revenge on those responsible for her familia demise. In the end, she would have also died if Seer didn't come to save her at her last moments. But even if Seer didn't come to save her, she still won't have any regrets even when she was dying. Preemies, in the first place, that woman is not as it appears to be. Mikoto, what do you mean? This time Preemies remains silent and doesn't respond. Seeing that Preemies has no intention of elaborating it, Ryo decides to speak. Ryo, if that magician really loved the mage, then she shouldn't have behaved like that. Mikoto, like what? Ryo, when mage told her to run, she directly ran away. If she really loved for him like he did, then shouldn't she have shown hesitation even a bit? Mikoto becomes startled and started to think about it. Then she realizes that Ryo is right. That magician ran away without a single bit of hesitation. Not only that, she didn't even turn to look back at the mage. Ryo, when she was running away, I also heard a chuckle that escaped from her mouth. Mikoto, this means. Ryo, yes. She didn't even care whether the mage live or die if she survived in the end. Mikoto, but what about their sea child? Ryo, that's. This time even Ryo doesn't know how to answer that because she is also thinking the same question. Preemies, the child inside her belly was not mage's. Mikoto and Ryo, what? Both Mikoto and Ryo became stunned by this revelation. Ryo, then whose child was it? Preemies, it was of the leader. Ryo, so, she was betraying the mage. Huh. Mikoto, how could this be? How did you know that? Preemies, I have my own means. Preemies then remains silent and just keeps on walking. As for Ryo and Mikoto, they are still trying to process what they just heard. Preemies, it will better if they don't know the situation of the child inside. I agree. That child was barely kept alive. Once a woman become pregnant, they must be cautious of some things. Like the food they shouldn't eat or the work they shouldn't do or so on. But that woman didn't care about that even a tiny bit. It appears that she didn't care whether the child live or die. Killing the child was like doing salvation to him. Premies, Mikoto. Mikoto, why yes. Mikoto came out of her thoughts when her name is called. She was shocked at first that Premies called her by her first name instead of last name. On top of that, he didn't even use san. But still, she didn't feel discomfort about it. She feels like this is how it should be when it came from Premies' mouth. Premies, don't let your emotions get the best of you. Don't think if you show mercy to your enemies, they will do the same in return. Because if you do, then you will come to regret that decision in future. Mikoto became silent and started to ponder about it. She always thought that everyone should help each other, but Premies' words made her think otherwise. Premies then speak in a low voice so that only Ryo can hear. He knew that his earlier words have changed Mikoto's perspective in some things, even if it's the slightest. So, since Mikoto is still in her thoughts, he doesn't want to interrupt her. Premies, so, when do you realize that Lily and Haruheim are affiliated with me? Ryo, when more than a month ago you destroyed the Ishtar Familia, Lily and Haruheim were our regular hostess of fertility. Breakfast, lunch and dinner they do it in our place. For the first 2 weeks we didn't give it much thought. But we started to become suspicious because we never saw them going to dungeon even once. So, where did they receive money from? Premies remains silent and just keeps on listening. Ryo, then one day, we decided to listen to their conversation. It was difficult at first because they were using your name in their talk. Since we don't know whose name it was, we didn't give it much thought at first. At that time, some guards of nobles enter the pub saying they are looking for the Black Swordsman. That time both Lily and Haruheim flinched and became silent. Premies, it was not enough to connect dots to me. Ryo, it was not, but still it was the only lead we get, so we decided to take the chance. So, we try everything in her hands to help them while remaining hidden. Like providing them food at low price, meet them in a disguise of merchant to sell things they want, help them in escape from Orario and so on. It was a gamble. And now it looks like we won. Premies, Did everyone in Hostess of Fertility knew about it? Ryo, yes. This means even Freya would have helped them in shadows. Premies, looks like I have to meet her when I return to Orario. That would be better. Ryo, so, can you tell me your name? Premies, didn't you already knew by now? Ryo, I still want to hear it from you. Premies. Premies remained silent for some time. By now, even Mikoto has came out from her thoughts and is waiting for Premies' answer. Just when they were about to reach the place where Lily and Haruheim are sleeping, Premies speak. Premies, I am Premies. Premies Rigla. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Situation of Orario. *A/N, here goes 3/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Premies, since even you were looking for me, this means the situation is Orario is very serious. Ryo, ha. Ah. Why yes. Ryo was in her thoughts when Premies told her his name. But his words interrupted her thoughts. Then Ryo's expressions became serious as she continued. Ryo, yes. Ever since you destroyed the Ishtar Familia and sent Ishtar back to heavens, some gods are demanding guild to hand you over. But since no one knows your name, your familia, or the people that are affiliated with you, but it was all in vain. Mikoto, that's not the only thing. Mikoto spoke for the first time. Before she thought that it will be very difficult to even approach the Black Swordsman, let alone talk to him. But now she realizes that she was wrong. Even though he remains silent most of the time, he still listens to everything and gives his views in certain things. He is completely different than how people describe him. Mikoto, they have the backing of the nobles too. Ryo, Mn. When nobles failed to find the perpetrator responsible for the annihilation of more 17 lineages, they decided to choose a scapegoat so that they won't lose their face in public eyes. That time they were approached by these gods and Mikoto, they chose you as the scapegoat. Premies, well, I guess that much. Ha ha ha. They are only thinking of you as a scapegoat. I wonder what their face will be like if they know that it was really you responsible for that. Just thinking about it makes me want to laugh out loud. Mikoto, now along with nobles' troops, familia members of those god roam free in Orario. They make the lives of other people difficult in the name that they are looking for you. Now even civilians have started to hate you thinking you are responsible for their predicament. Premies, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. Mikoto. Ryo. Premies, if they feel comfortable by putting blame on me, then let them. Ryo and Mikoto became silent when they heard Premies' answer. Shengming, husband. Premies, it's all right. Shengming, Mn. Now that Xingming is permanent member, she can also talk with preemies in mind. By the way, preemies is not alone. Office is still sitting on her favorite spot, i.e., his left shoulder, and Xingming is walking on his right while holding his hand tightly. But neither Ryu nor Mikoto can see them while they are following behind. Preemies didn't force them to show themselves either. The reason why Office started to hide herself is because of what happens in Entertainment District. Ever since Haruheim jumped at her and those nobles look at her with disgusted eyes, Office decided to not show herself in front of others except for preemies and his other permanent members. The reason because she knew next time, she will directly kill these kinds of people without even asking preemies. And if someone like Haruheim came again, then preemies will stop her from killing them. So, instead of becoming depressed that time, it will be better to remain hidden. As for Xingming, well, as a goddess of life, she unconsciously emits the aura of life. Because of that, and along with her appearance, it makes people want to approach her and get close to her. That's also why she decided to hide her presence too. So, currently even gods can't detect her unless they will release their arcanum, let alone others. That's also why they decided to talk in mind when there are other people around them. But if preemies will told them to, then they will show themselves without any word. Xingming, so, that's what an elf looks like. Huh. Preemies, did you sense something? Xingming, yes. I feel the power of nature from her. Preemies, I see. When preemies was done talking with Xingming, they reached the river near which Lily and Haruheim are sleeping. Both Ryu and Mikoto took a sigh of relief seeing that. They wanted to approach, but seeing how comfortable they are sleeping after all that struggle for the last month, they decided to not disturb them and just look at them from the distance. Preemies, when did you meet Haruheim, Mikoto? Mikoto, I didn't. I saw her when they both are escaping the Orario. I want to follow them, but Ryu stopped me and told me about the whole situation. Preemies, I see. Then why did Lily and Haruheim escape Orario in the first place? Mikoto, that's... Ryu, let you tell you. Preemies, nod. Ryu, we are not the only ones who got suspicious of Lily and Haruheim. One day when Lily and Haruheim left the Hostess of Fertility, they were approached by some greedy nobles' troop. They said that both are suspicious of stealing money from the barracks. So, they need to follow them for investigation. Of course, they both denied. As a result, those soldiers started to use force and then Lily and Haruheim killed them. At that time, there was a civilian present on the scene who witnessed everything. At first, he remained silent, but then nobles put a bounty on them saying whoever provide the information on them will be rewarded handsomely. You can guess the rest. Preemies remained silent and look at Mikoto. Mikoto, seeing his gaze, looked down and clenched the hold of her katana. She started to wonder again whether these kinds of people she wants to help. Preemies keeps on looking at Mikoto for sometimes, then remove his gaze from her. Preemies, I am sure both Lily and Haruheim would have detected that civilian too. I agree. Looks like even though they can now kill other adventurers or soldiers, but still they can't bring themselves to kill a civilian. Preemies, this will serve as a good lesson for them. Agreed. Ryu, the main reason why situation became such serious is because Guild didn't make any move. They neither helped them nor stopped them. They decided to remain neutral. Preemies, what about the three strongest familias? Ryu, Freya Familia remained silent as always. Hephaestus Familia tried to help some, but since they are not a fighting family, they can't do much. As for Loki Familia, well, they have their own problem to handle. Preemies, and that is. Mikoto, Sword Princess, is grounded. Preemies didn't show any change in expression when he heard this. By this response, he can already tell that in the last month Ace Emotion's stability must have gotten worse. It's a good time for you to go and pick her. Preemies, what happens exactly? Ryu, we don't know much, but from we have learnt. Loki Familia was approached by the nobles and the familias to join them in their endeavor. Of course, they disagree. But then something happens, and Sword Princess attacked them. Even though no one was killed, how could nobles let go of this matter? Mikoto, they forced the guild to make the move. Ryu, yes. Guild has a policy that no adventurer is allowed to attack civilians. That's also why civilians can live without fear. Even though some civilians decided to remain silent if adventurer hurt them, nobles are different. All of them joined together to demand their so-called justice. Not only that, even the other familias also joined them. Mikoto, I still remember how the entire area around the guild was packed with nobles' troops and the familias. They won't let anyone to enter or leave the guild. They even blocked the roads, stopping everyone. Merchants also take the advantage of this situation and join them. As you know how reasonable the prices of materials are in guild, so merchants won't get much profit in their business in Orario. So, how could they let this opportunity go? Ryu, in the end, guild have no choice but to make a move. But they just can't suppress the strongest familia. In the end, Arenas give his verdict that Loki Familia must pay the fine to those they have hurt. As for Sword Princess, she can't enter dungeon for the next 1 year. Whoa. Arenas really attack where it hurts the most to Ace Wallenstein. Rio, Loki Familia accepted, but that's not the case for the Sword Princess. She went berserk. Mikoto, yes, I have also seen a huge tornado of wind magic that was released from Loki Familia residents from afar. Rio, Amen. Even though the information got suppressed, we learned that all the elite members of Loki Familia joined together and stopped her. Then we never saw her again leaving the residence. It appears that she is grounded till she calms down. Premies remained silent. Premies, something is wrong. No matter how much Ace condition become worse, she won't attack a civilian, let alone nobles. Because she must know what consequences her actions were led to. Looks like Will of the World made its move. Premies, why? As I told you before, every world has a will. The will then choose a hero or heroine to correct the world. During their journey, it also makes things difficult for them. Once they clear these difficulties, they become stronger and so on. Premies, that's what happened here. Huh. Yes. Realizing that the condition of Ace Wallenstein is becoming worse, it must have decided to make its move. First, it sent a noble in Loki Familia for help. If we go by normal scenario, it's impossible. Nobles know that Loki Familia is one of the strongest familia and they will refuse to join them from the beginning, but still they go. Premies, second, a noble must have proved Ace. If it was normal scenario again, then Ace won't have attacked, but the Will of World again made its move and hence Ace attacked them. Third, it made Arenas give such an order which Ace Wallenstein won't accept. The result, she went berserk, and the remaining members must stop her. Now, she is grounded. Premies, then if we go by another normal scenario then. After being grounded for some time, Ace will start to calm down. She will start to ponder about her actions and will realize how wrong she was. About how her familia is always helping her, how she was behaving like for the last month. Shouting at them, attacking them, and so on. In the end, she will feel guilty and will apologize for her actions. Of course, her familia members will forgive her when they realize that Ace Wallenstein has returned. Premies, that way not only their relation will return back to normal, but their bonds will also be stronger than before. That means it will be impossible for you to get your hands on her unless you decided to erase her memories and take her. The same you are planning to do with Ina if she decided to stand against you. Premies, how long it's been since Ace got grounded? Rio, it's almost 13 days. You only have a day left then. Once 2 weeks are over, even a mad person will start to calm himself down. You need to get to her before she calms down. Premies, are there some rooms available in your dormitory? Rio, H-ha. Yes. Premies then walked towards the lily in Haruheim. Tree removed their leaves from them automatically when they saw Premies approach. Ryu and Mikoto become stunned seeing this. They have never seen such friendly trees before. Premies picked both Lily and Haruheim in his arms. Sensing his same warmth again, both snuggled in his embrace. Then he turns and look at Rio. Premies, let them rest in your dormitory then. I will talk with Mia. Rio, oh okay. Premies, let's go. Premies then turned and walked towards the direction of Arario with Rio and Mikoto following behind. It feels as if the forest becomes sad seeing Premies' departure. Shengming seeing this show a sad smile, then send a wisp of her life energy in the ground. Shengming, we will return again, so don't worry. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Taming Mischief Cats. *A/N, here goes 1/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. After traveling for some time, they can now see Arario. Premies didn't stop and just keeps on walking. He noticed that the guards on the gates and on the walls are slacking off. He can even see some guards who are sleeping in the corner. Some guards are even letting merchants' cart to go inside without checking. The reason is because those guards received the bribe. They might be able to hide it from the eyes of others but not from Premies. Premies, to think Arario fell this much in just a month. Pathetic. Ryu and Mikoto remained silent when they heard Premies' words. They also hate the current Arario, but they are helpless to do anything. They might be able to help some but not all. Ryu clenched her fist in frustration. Premies, Ryu, why are you getting frustrated? Ryu, huh? Premies, are you the one who told them to slack off? Ryu, that. Premies, answer. Ryu, and no. Premies, are you the one responsible for managing them? Ryu, and no. Premies, are you the one who will get blamed for their doing? Ryu, no. Premies, then go and bore someone else with your current look. Then Premies continued walking, leaving the shocked Ryu behind. Even Mikoto got startled because she never thought that Premies will use such harsh words. Ryu eyes wide opened. Then she started to think about Premies' questions. After some time, Ryu took out one of her short swords. Mikoto becomes sacred thinking Ryu is planning to attack Premies, but her next action made her took a sigh of relief. Ryu brings the sword in front of her face and saw her reflection. Seeing her reflection, Ryu understands why Premies said such harsh words to her. Then she hurriedly put the sword in its sheath and followed Premies. Once she reaches him, she saw him still walking without looking back. Ryu then closed the distance and said in low voice. Ryu, P. Premies. I am sorry and, thank you. Ryu then looks down to hide her blush while following behind quietly. Mikoto of course saw that, and she became even more shocked. Premies didn't reply and just keeps on walking quietly. Not bad. Premies, in some situation, harsh words do better than the kind ones. True. If someone keeps on blaming themselves for others doing, then there's no point in living. Premies, I guess. But still, current Orario is really a disappointment. Can't deny that. But it shows how much Orario is dependent on the guild. Once guild stopped giving orders, Orario started to crumble on its own. Soon they reached the walls and jumped in without being noticed by guards. Premies saw how gloomy current Orario look again. Last time he didn't give it much look since he wants to hurriedly teleport to Lily and Haruheim location. But now, all streets are silent, nobles' troops are taking stroll while laughing loudly, he even saw some thugs hiding in the alleys to attack if someone arrives and so on. Premies, Mikoto, you should back to your familia now. Mikoto, oh okay. Mikoto nodded and decided to return. She understands that the most secure place in the Orario is near Premies. So, Haruheim will be safe now. For now, she needs to hurriedly return and report this matter. But just when she was about to leave, Premies speaks again. Premies, one more thing. I don't mind if you tell your familia about Haruheim being affiliated with me. But if your familia decided to stand against me, then I will make sure you all will join Ishtar familia in the afterlife. Mikoto shivers as her back is covered with cold sweat. She nodded nervously and hurriedly left. She has already decided to do everything in her hand to make sure that her familia won't become his enemy. Because if they do, then the consequences will be dire. Once she was out of sight, Premies continued walking towards Hostess of Fertility, with Ryu following behind. Since it's night, Hostess of Fertility is closed, but inside other members are still awake and are nervously waiting for Ryu right now. They knew how a strong adventurers party have gone to capture Lily and Haruheim. When they heard about it, Ryu decided to follow them and kill them in the way. But since this party is consist of level 3 adventurers with their leader being level 4, they were worried and want to join. But Ryu stopped them, saying if other party realizes that Hostess of Fertility was protecting Lily and Haruheim, then they will become the next target. Even though they are not that afraid, but if their hands also got tied, then they won't be able to help Lily and Haruheim in future. Lunior, I hope Ryu will be okay. Seer, don't worry, she will be. And don't forget she isn't alone. Yamato Mikoto from Takamikazuchi familia with her to give her support. Chloe, true. But don't forget she is just a level 2 adventurer, meow. Anya, yes, she won't be of much help, meow. Seer, well. Seer doesn't have any response to that. She also agrees that against the party of level 3 and level 4 adventurer, level 2 won't be able to provide much help. Mia Grand, the owner of Hostess of Fertility, who has been silent all this time, decided to speak. Mia, you should use whatever help you are being provided. Every help can increase your chances of winning. Chloe, well, that's true, meow. Anya, I am sorry for my previous words, meow. Mia, ha ha ha. Don't worry, I know you all are just worried about them. Everyone becomes silent and decided to wait patiently. After waiting for some time, they heard the knock at the back door. Knock. Knock. Seer was the first one to move and opened the door. Ryu entered inside and lowered her cape. Ryu, I am back. All, welcome back. Everyone took a sigh of relief when they confirmed that Ryu is alright. They looked behind her to find Mikoto, but she was not there. Ryu explained. Ryu, Lily and Haruheim are safe. The adventurer group have been taken care of. Mikoto has also returned to her familia to report to them. Seer, that's good. Lunwar, but still, how were you able to get rid of that adventurer party? Ryu, well, that's... Chloe, what are you saying? I have full confidence that Ryu will be able to take care of them on her, meow. Anya, yes, Ryu is not like certain someone who ran away from Orario because he was afraid of facing the nobles and the other familias, meow. Chloe, yes, because of him both Lily and Haruheim have suffered, meow. Oh. Was that certain someone that much of a coward? Anya, of course, he can only bully someone weaker than him, meow. Chloe, I agree. Now that his enemies are stronger, he ran away, meow. By now, except for Chloe and Anya, others realize that something is wrong. So, they look behind Chloe and Anya. There they find some listen to their conversation and is nodding. They all realize who he is. But instead of calling him, they decided to warn Chloe and Anya, but no matter how much they try, both failed to understand it. So, in the end they all decided to give both a silent prayer. This means you both were bullied by him too. Huh. Chloe, oh of course not. We are the ones who bullied him, meow. Anya, alright. He even started to cry in front of us, meow. This time, both Chloe and Anya look at others. They become confused since they can see others have taken some distance and are smiling at them. But this smile is not of some who is happy but the one saying sorry we can't help you. So, you were even able to make him cry. Whoa. You both are amazing. Chloe. Anya. This time both remained silent. They started to sweat buckets since they now realized whose voice that was. Premies, my dear, Lunwar. Lunwar, why yes. Premies, please bring 2 washboards from the kitchen. Looks like I need to punish 2 mischief cats today. Seeing Preemie smile, Lunwar hurriedly nodded and go to the kitchen. Others also saw that smile and felt a chill down their spine. Chloe and Anya nervously gulped. Chloe and Anya, Preemie. Grab. Chol, Kaya hi hiya. Anya, meow. Preemies didn't hesitate and roughly grabs their tail. Sometimes later. Preemies is sitting on the chair while Mia, Rio, Lunwar and Seer are standing in front. As for Chloe and Anya, they are sitting on the ground on the right. No, to be more specific, they are sitting on their knees on the washboard. Preemies even made them remove their black leggings and boots so that they won't get any help. So, currently they are kneeling on the washboard with bare legs and barefoot. They have tears in their eyes like they are being wronged. Not only that, but there is also even a bump on their head. Seeing their such appearance, Seer decided to help. Seer, Preemies, don't you think that's enough? They have sitting like this for more than an hour by now. Preemies, sorry, I didn't hear it clearly. Did you say you want to join them? Sure, I don't mind. I am sure both will love more company. Seer. Chol and Anya turn their gaze at Seer and look at her with hopeful eyes. Seer saw them and look at Preemies again. Seer, I was saying would like something to eat. Chol and Anya, traitor. Seer looked away, trying her best to not make an eye contact with them. Others only sigh and didn't say anything. Mia, cough, so, you returned. Preemies, I guess. Mia, so, don't you have something to say? Mia looks at Preemies with stern expression. Of course, Preemies didn't get intimidated by it. But still he decided to speak. Preemies, true. I have to say since the last time I saw them, Lunwar, Rio, Chloe, Anya, and Seer has become more beautiful. All 5 of them blushed at the same time. Mia lips twitched since this is not what she meant. Preemies, as for you, Mia. Mia, yes, what about me? Preemies. You have grown older. Silence. Total silence. All of them become stunned. They can't believe, Preemie said Mia has grown older right on her face. They all look at Mia, who is having hard time controlling her angry. Mia, you brat. Don't you know how to respect your elders? Preemies, you just said to respect your elders. Doesn't this mean you yourself are agreeing that you have grown old? Mia. Now Mia become completely silent. She realized that she can't win against Preemies and argue. She rubbed her forehead in frustration. Then she turned and walked towards her room. Mia, I am going to rest. You girls also should sleep too. Preemies, Mia, I am borrowing one of the rooms of the dormitory so that Lily and Haruheim can sleep there. Mia, do whatever you want. Mia then left. Preemies turns his gaze at the remaining people. Preemies, Chol and Anya, you can get up. Chloe and Anya hurriedly stand up, but since they have sitting on their knees for more than an hour, they fall. Preemies catches both and made them sit on his lap. Both become stunned action, but before they can say anything, Preemies put his hand on top of their heads and started to pat their head and ears gently. Chloe, meow. Anya, meow. Both then closed their eyes and started to enjoy his patting. Because he has already read their information, Preemies now knew where to touch gently and where to put pressure. He is also touching their sensitive points in between, which gave them a lot of pleasure, and hence they stated to purr like cat. Their tails are waging right and left as they demand more of his touch. Others are speechless seeing this. They never expected for Preemies to tame both Chloe and Anya this easily. Chapter 110, Chapter 110, Takamikazuchi Familia Stand. *A/N, here goes 2/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Mikoto reached her Familia residence by now. The home of Takamikazuchi Familia is known as the Temporary Residence Townhouse. It is an old housing complex in northeastern of Orario. Mikoto opened the door and entered inside. After walking inside for some time, she entered the room. Inside she saw a man with masculine refinement. The man has black hair and black eyes. His hair is in a style that was common in old Japan. The clothes he is wearing is also based off the same time period. Mikoto came in front of him and kneeled. Mikoto, I am back, Lord Takamikazuchi. Takamikazuchi, MN, welcome back. Since you are, this means Haruheim is fine, right? Mikoto, yes. Takamikazuchi, good. So, where is she? Mikoto, actually, Lord Takamikazuchi, we got a situation. Takamikazuchi frowned. He started to have bad feeling. But before he could ask, someone else's voice sounded. What problem, Mikoto? Creak. The door behind Mikoto opened and 5 people entered. They all first kneel before Takamikazuchi. When Takamikazuchi nodded, they raised their head and looked at Mikoto. A man and a woman are in front and the remaining 3 members are behind. You can say, the entire Takamikazuchi familia is present in the room right now. The man is tall and has tanned skin with a tough build. He has black hair and eyes like Takamikazuchi, but he is wearing lavender, red, gold and black kamishimo top along with brown pants. He is the captain of Takamikazuchi familia and the one who interrupted before, Kashima Uka. Beside him is a girl who has medium-length hair that are covering her face. She parted them and now you can see her dark green eyes. She is wearing bandages around her neck and left upper leg as well as a lavender kimono with red cloth wrapped around her waist. She is another one of the members of Takamikazuchi familia, Hitachi Chigusa. As for the remaining 3 sitting behind, since they are just some mob characters, let's ignore them. Mikoto continued. Mikoto, it appears that when Haruheim was sold as slave here, she was rescued by a person. So now Haruheim is under him. He said he didn't mind our interaction with Haruheim, but if we stand against him then he will erase our entire familia. Bam. Uka punched the floor in rage. Uka, who is he? Did he really think we are some pushovers? Takamikazuchi, calm down, Uka. Uka, but Lord Takamikazuchi. Takamikazuchi, calm down. Uka wanted to say something but in the end, he decided to shut up. Takamikazuchi then looked at Mikoto again. He now has a serious expression on his face. Takamikazuchi, who is he? Mikoto gulped nervously as she remembered Premi's cold blood-red eyes when he warned her. She took a deep breath for some time before speaking. Mikoto, the Black Swordsman. The room becomes silent. Everyone opened their eyes wide. All their face became pale. Fear is visible in their eyes. Even Uka, who was angry just a moment ago, is also afraid now. A cold sweat has appeared in all their back. Even Takamikazuchi's face turned slightly pale. Uka, that's not possible. He died last month. Uka is having hard time believing it. Who is the Black Swordsman? He is someone who single-handed massacred the Ishtar familia in one night. Ishtar familia had many level 3 and level 4 adventurers. They even had a level 5 adventurer, Phryne Jamil, but what was the result? They didn't even able to resist. Compared to them, what about Takamikazuchi familia? It only has 6 members, and all are merely level 2. They are nothing but ants in his eyes. Takamikazuchi now showing very serious expression. He knew they can't afford to make enemy out of the Black Swordsman. If they did, then no one can save them. While he was thinking how to tackle this matter, Mikoto spoke again. Mikoto, Lord Takamikazuchi, I think we can become his allies. Takamikazuchi, huh? Uka, do you know what you are saying, Mikoto? We are talking about the Black Swordsman. He is a ruthless and cold-hearted man. We should never become his ally. I think we should stay as far away from him as possible. I feel bad for Haruheim, but I think we should break any relation with her now that she is under him. Mikoto, but that's... Takamikazuchi, stop it, both of you. Uka and Mikoto, yes. Takamikazuchi, nod. Uka, you all knew each other since you were kids. Do you really think Mikoto will ask for something that will bring harm to the familia? Uka, I don't think so. Takamikazuchi, right. Okay, Mikoto. Tell me reason why you say we should ally with him. Mikoto, yes. Mikoto then recalled everything that take place. About how they were following the party of adventurers, how they all mysterious died without even leaving ashes behind, how they met the Black Swordsman, how she also appeared afraid at first but then realized how he is not like how rumors state him, how he teaches Mikoto to not let the emotions get the best of her, how he warned her about the consequences of becoming his enemies and so on. Everyone listened to Mikoto's explanation in silence. Takamikazuchi smiled when he heard that, the Black Swordsman, pointed out Mikoto. Takamikazuchi has also told same thing to Mikoto before, but that's because he has been with her from the beginning. So, it's obvious he knew all her strength and weakness. It is really astonishing how the Black Swordsman saw through it at the first meeting. As a result, the position of the Black Swordsman reaches a new height in Takame Kazuchi's mind. Takame Kazuchi, if that's the case then I also agree that we should become his allies. This time Uka didn't say anything. He also thinks that such a powerful ally will bring them more good than harm. Takame Kazuchi, does anyone want to say something regarding this? No one speak. They all agree with it. Takame Kazuchi, good. Then I will find some time to visit him and will tell him that Takame Kazuchi Familia will stand at his side if any need arises. All members, yes. Takame Kazuchi, by the way, do you know where he lives? Mikoto, no. But I think we will be able to meet him if we know where Lily or Haruheim is. Currently, they are resting in Hostess of Fertility. Takame Kazuchi, okay. Then I think I will visit him tomorrow. Mikoto and Uka will accompany me. Mikoto and Uka, yes. By now even, Hostess of Fertility has become silent. Premies is still sitting on his chairs while the two mischief cats are sleeping by using his lap as a pillow. Premies remain silent as he keeps on patting their head and ears gently. Ryo, Seer and Lunwar have also fallen asleep on their chairs. Premies is looking at Moon from the window that is opened by Xingming. Even though he is looking outside, his mind is preoccupied by many things. But even he is keeping an eye on everyone in his 50 kilometers radius. Premies, the reason why Shiba Tatsuya only activate his elemental sight when the need arises is because if he keeps his elemental sight activated all the time then too much information will destroy his brain. Exactly. No matter how strong he is, in the end he is just a human. There is a limit to how much information a brain can handle. Even when his mother and Yotsuba Maya implanted another magic processor in his brain, he still can't do it. Premies, the reason I can do it or increase its power even further is because I unlocked my Mangekyo Sharingan, right? Yes. Once Sharingan evolves into Mangekyo Sharingan your brain started to release a special power. That power further makes your brain and its cells stronger. That's also one of the reasons why you get elemental sight this soon. Otherwise, if you only have Sharingan when your elemental sight activated then your brain cells have not been able to handle so much information and you would have died there. Premies, I see. But now since I got it, I just need to keep on using it and my brain cells will become stronger over time. As a result, my elemental sight will become stronger. Correct. Premies nodded inwardly. He then looks at Haruheim and Lily who are sleeping at the first floor. Seeing that they are sleeping peacefully, Premies showed a small smile. Then he heard the purring sound emitted by Chloe and Anya. He caresses their heads and ears a little more gently so that they feel a little more comfortable. He then looks at the sleeping face of Ryo, Seer and Lunwar. He shakes his head before speaking. Premies, how can they show such defenseless appearance in front of a man? Are they not afraid that I will attack them while they are sleeping? Shengming, heh. This shows how much they have trust on you, husband. Shengming is sitting on Premies' right while preparing tea for him. Materials for the tea were present in the kitchen so she borrowed it. She is also using her power to make sure that the smell of tea and sound of preparing won't disturb anyone else's sleep. Premies, how ridiculous. They are trusting someone who they just meet for the second time. Shengming, husband, I understand how they feel. Premies, is that so? Shengming, yes. They already knew that if you will attack them, they won't be able to resist in the slightest. Even their caretaker Mia won't be able to help them. The result will be same whether they will resist or not. So, they stopped resisting and decided to accept it. They have left everything to the fate. Premies didn't say anything and just keeps on looking outside. But Shengming noticed that Premies is now caressing Chloe and Anya with even more care. Seeing this, a sweat smile appeared on her face before she concentrated on making tea again. When people are faced with the reality they can't do anything against, they stop resisting. Premies, Northwest matter in which place or world you go, the reality is the same. Weak are always the prey of strong. The only way for weak to survive is by living under the protection of strong. That's the true reality. After some time, Shengming was done preparing the tea. She pours it into the cup and passed it to Premies. Shengming, husband. Premies, MN. Premies nodded and took the cup from Shengming's hands. He took a sip then nodded. Even though Shengming cooking skills haven't reached master rank, but it is still at its border. It is possible for her cooking skill to reach master rank, but that will be her limit. She won't be able to reach grandmaster rank if she doesn't turn it into her side skill. Premies, it's good enough if it will reach master rank. There is no need to force her to turn it into side skill if she doesn't want it herself. That's true. But I am sure she will happily turn it into her side skill if you will ask her to. Premies, I guess. That's all he said. Then he took out some cookies which he made with Shengming when they are making pasta in home and put them on the table. That's how their tea time went. Shengming also loved the things made by her husband, so she savored them while drinking tea. As for Premies, he only took 1 or 2. The rest he feeds to Ophis, who is still sitting on his left shoulder. Ophis only likes the food made by Premies, so she also enjoyed it. Time went by. Soon the sun will rise. Shengming has already put the cups in the kitchen after washing them, and Ophis is also satisfied with cookies. Premies. Premies, I know. Premies then gently raises the head of Chloe and Anya, then get up from his seat. He puts their heads on the chair again. Both frown because of sudden hardness of the chair. Premies caress their head and ears gently, which calms them down. He then turns his gaze towards the north direction of the Orario, the place where Twilight Manor is located. Premies, enough rest. Time to get ace. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, Beauty Pouring Wine. *A/N, here goes 3/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Twilight Manor, the residence of Loki Familia, is silent. It has been like this ever since the visit of nobles. Ever since Ace has gone berserk, some of the members of Loki Familia left since they were afraid that Ace might attack them. There are still a lot of members, but they are also afraid of Ace. Only the main members and second string is not afraid. Even more adventurers would have left the Familia if Finn himself has not reassured and convinced them to stay. But there is still wariness in their eyes. Loki is also facing headache. She has already thought of a method that could solve Ace's condition. She was planning to use it, but everything went down to drain when Ace attacked the nobles. Loki is currently in the corridor walking towards her office. For the past few days, she hasn't slept much. Once she reached the front of her office, she opened the door and entered. Loki, yo. You guys are still not finished. Inside the room, all other main members of Loki Familia except for Ace are present. They are going through the documents in their hand. These documents are of many things, like their budget after paying the fine to guild, collateral damage which in the residence when Ace go berserk, adventurers resigning form, or so on. Lafia, are you fine now, Lady Loki? Loki has been going through these documents for days until she got mentally exhausted. So, other members of Loki Familia asked her rest while they decided to take care of the documents. Loki, Lafia-chan, I will be completely recharged if I touch your breasts. Loki bring her hands in front, making a grabbing motion as she approaches Lafia. Lafia hurriedly put her hands in front of her chest. Loki didn't stop and keeps on approaching. Other members only took a sigh because they are used to Loki behavior by now. Seeing that Lafia is showing uncomfortable expression, Riveria takes a sigh and decided to help. Riveria, Lady Loki, there are still a lot of documents to go through. Loki, TCH, Loki took the document from Riveria's hand before reading it. It is showing how much the price of the materials have increased as compared to last month. If it was before, then even after paying the fine, they will be able to afford them without problem. But now if they buy them, then their budget will take huge hit. Loki, even if Loki Familia is one of the strongest familia with a lot of money, we still can't afford materials whose price has increased by at least 10 times. And that was for normal materials. The price of rare materials has increased even further. Let alone now we can't afford to spend so much even before. Loki went deep in her thoughts. Others are the same. After this there is also food problem, then resigning adventurers problem, and much more. They all started to concentrate on finding the solution. They thought of buying these materials from others' familia, but this method can only be used once. They can't ask others' familia to help all the time. I didn't expect Loki Familia to be such a workaholic. The sudden voice interrupts everyone's thoughts. Riveria flinched when she heard this because she recognized it in an instant. She raises her head and turns it towards the source like a robot. Others also did the same. They saw a heavenly handsome man sitting behind the table on Loki's seat. At first, they got stunned, but later they realized who he is by looking at his appearance along with his blood-red eyes. The same thought appears in everyone's mind. All, the Black Swordsman. Then they all felt a chill down their spine as a sweat appeared on their forehead. They neither realized nor senses when Premies entered the room and sat on Loki's seat. If he hasn't said a word, they don't think they would have realized it either. All of them nervously gulped. Premies remained silent, waiting for them to calm down. Loki was the first one to open her mouth. Loki, why? What's wrong in doing the work of your own familia? All the members of Loki Familia become silent. They realized that this is Loki's way of countering. Not only she sent the question back to Premies, but also change it in a way that Premies will feel wrong about his question. That's Lady Loki for you. Making the first move to get advantage. If it was someone else, then that person would have flustered. He would have cursed himself for asking such a question. Too bad Premies is not like those people or protagonists. He didn't even take a second before replying. Premies, now I am pretty sure that you are having some hearing issue. You should give your ears a good checkup. I only said that, I didn't expect Loki Familia to be such a workaholic. When did I ever said what you are all doing is wrong? All, that's savage. Everyone becomes stunned. Even Loki opened her eyes slightly in shock. No one thought that Premies will give such response. Not only he counter Loki but he also insulted her on the face. And it became even more irritating since she can't argue back. Premies then turned his gaze at the right. There he saw a showcase which has wine bottles and glasses inside. Premies, the wine bottle in the middle must be Soma divine wine since I can see how Loki is giving it such care. Yes, it is also emitting divine power. Premies, Premies, Riveria. Riveria, why yes. Premies, bring that bottle of red wine in the middle along with the glass. All of them become silent. They feel like Premies' request is ridiculous. He didn't even have the right to ask for it, let alone he is directly ordering Riveria. And he is even asking for the bottle which Loki didn't even let others to touch it. So, they all thought that Premies is having some mental issue. All, do you think this is your home, where you can come and go and order anything you want? But the next thing startled them all. Riveria gets up from her seat and walked towards the showcase. She then opened the showcase door and took out the wine bottle with the glass. After that she arrived at Premies' right, then put the glass on the table. Then she opened the bottle cap and started to pour wine in the glass. Everyone including Loki become shocked seeing this. Riveria has never poured the wine even for Loki till today, yet she is doing it for Premies. They thought Riveria will show some disgusted expression while doing this, but she didn't. It made them even more shocked. Let alone Riveria, even they didn't feel disgusted looking at Riveria action. This feeling is too strange. Riveria every action felt so natural, like this is how it should be. Her pouring the wine for Premies wasn't something out of the ordinary at all. The atmosphere resembled in accordance with the order of the world. No one should be surprised by this scene. Sheng Ming, who is standing behind, and Ophis, who is sitting on his left shoulder, nodded their head in approval. But too bad, except Premies no one can see them. Yes, that's how it should be. As I told you before, ever since you have merged with your dark self you have become complete. Now you unconsciously release the aura and demeanor of the ruler. So, it's obvious that other people will follow your command without showing any resistance. Let alone Riveria, if you have told Loki to pour the wine, she would have also done the same. The only way they can resist it by releasing their arcanum. Premies didn't reply because he also knew that. That's why he ordered Riveria, knowing fully well that she will do it. Once the glass was full to the brim, Riveria stopped pouring and gave it to Premies. Premies took the glass from her hand. He looks at the red wine which is emitting divinity for a while before taking a sip. Everyone remains silent. After a few seconds, Premies spoke. Premies, I can't believe you are keeping such a crappy wine as a treasure. If I was in your place, I would have thrown it in trash can long ago. Everyone came out of their stupor when they heard Premies' words, and their lips twitched. This so-called crappy wine is one of the best wines made by Soma before he was sent back into heaven. When Loki buy it, its cost reached 100 million. And now its cost would have reached higher since there is no one who can make it until Soma will come to the lower world again. Premies then shakes his head and put the glass at the side. He has no intention of taking another sip. Premies then buy a good wine from Twilight Shop and take it out. Everyone becomes astonished when a new bottle of wine appears in Premies' hand. They were not astonished by the wine, but the space magic Premies used. Space magic is extremely rare. If someone who can use space magic appears suddenly, then even the strongest familia will do everything they can recruit him, her. Premies ignored their astonishing look. Premies, Riveria, bring me another glass. Riveria, okay. Riveria then walked towards the showcase, opened it, and bring out another glass. When she again walked up next to him, he passed the bottle to her. Riveria took the bottle, but before she can open, she stopped and looked at the jade color wine inside the bottle with mesmerizing expression. Sheng Ming saw the wine and her eyes slightly widened. Then she just shakes her head and smile. She realizes that the reason Riveria got mesmerized is because there is some power of life in the wine. Since elves are very close to nature, it's obvious they will get attracted to it. Premies, done looking. Riveria, why yes. Premies, pour my drink then. Riveria, amen. Riveria then nodded and opened the cap. The moment it was opened, the smell of wine covered the entire room. All of them got intoxicated just by its smell. Riveria took a deep breath to calm herself before pouring it into Premies' glass. She stopped like before when it was filled to the brim and passed the glass to Premies. Premies took the glass from Riveria's hand and looked at the jade wine in the glass. Then he took a sip. Premies, sigh, even though compared to that crappy wine the taste of this wine is heavenly, but I can't enjoy it fully because of my body. It can't be helped. Your body provided you the immunity to poison, status effect, and so on. Intoxicated is also one of them. So, your body will be complete immune to it. But well, since you have such a strong body, shouldn't it be fine to sacrifice something in return? Preemies, I guess. After drinking the wine to half, Preemies don't feel like drinking more. He realized how Riveria is looking intensely at the wine. He took a sigh inwardly before passing the glass to her. Riveria, huh? Riveria got stunned when Preemies passed the wine to her. Preemies, drink it. I guarantee you that this wine will be loved by all elves. After listening to his words, Riveria looked at the jade wine in her hand before drinking it. Everyone in the room gulped their saliva when they saw Riveria drinking the wine. After drinking it, Riveria closed her eyes and enjoyed the taste to the fullest. Soon she came out of her daze and looked at the empty glass in her hand. Seeing the empty glass, Riveria took a deep sigh. Preemies, don't get depressed over it. Here you can have rest of the bottle. Riveria, really? Preemies, yes. But a piece of advice, don't drink more than the amount you drink just now in a day. This wine is too strong. If you drink more, then you will get intoxicated and will remain intoxicated for more than 3 days. Riveria nodded her head. Other Familia members are also eyeing the wine bottle now. They thought they won't be able to taste it, but now that Preemies gave the bottle to Riveria, they are sure they will get to taste it too. Preemies then turn and look at Loki. Preemies, now then, there are 2 reasons I have come here today. First, to take Ace. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, Farewell Ace. *A/N, here goes 1/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Atmosphere in the room become tense suddenly. Loki even opened her eyes slightly. Others stand up from their seats, started to glare at Preemies. As if he said something wrong, then they won't hesitate to attack him. Preemies saw this with indifferent expression. Preemies, fools. Boom. A terrifying pressure descends on everyone present in the room. They all are trying their best to remain standing, but the pressure keeps on increasing. Soon, they all fall to the ground. All of them are sweating buckets. Loki opened her eyes in horror. When pressure descends, Loki also used her divinity to counter, but the pressure completely suppressed it. Preemies didn't stop and keeps on increasing the pressure. Now they are even having trouble breathing. But then Preemies stopped. Why? Because he saw that Riveria and Lafia won't survive if he increases it further. After all, as a mage, both their bodies are weak compared to others. Even though Loki also has mortal body, her divinity will be able to protect her for some time. Once the pressure was removed, they are started to deep breath to calm their breathing. Preemies, if I wanted to take Ace by force, did you really think you would be able to stop me? None of them argue back because they fully agree. They have heard Riveria told them that Preemies may be stronger than Otter. But seeing is believing. Now they completely believe it. Even Otter won't be able to make them feel this helpless. Loki was the first to speak after calming down. She realizes that she can't make enemy out of him. Loki, no wonder he can erase one of strongest Familia on his own. Loki, that's true, I apologize. So, why do you want Ace? Others also decided to listen quietly. Preemies, isn't it because of you all? Loki, us. Preemies, yes. Haven't you all hurt her enough? All, what? Preemies remained silent for a second before continuing. Preemies, this means you all are the reason why Ace become like this. Bet, hey, that's too much. Tiona, I agree, how is Ace's condition our fault? Tioni, you are exaggerating. Lafia, we didn't hurt Ace. Preemies listened to their words with indifferent expression before speaking. Preemies, is that so? Then why the 3-head and your dear goddess not denying that? Bet. Tiona. Tioni. Lafia. All 4 then look at Finn, Gareth, Riveria, and Loki. Seeing them silently listening to Preemies and not denying shocked them. Bet, oh old man. Tiona, L Lady L Loki. Tioni, F Finn. Lafia, R Riveria. But even when they called their name, they didn't even turn towards them, let alone reply. This shocked them. Preemies, at least you understand your predicament. You 3 were Ace's teacher, so you knew about her condition more than anyone else, didn't you? Finn. Gareth. Riveria. Preemies, and you Loki. You also knew her condition, so wanted to use that for yourself by turning her into a sword. Have you ever thought that this very sword will turn back against you? Loki. Loki can tell that Preemies is mocking her, but she remains silent because she is shocked that Preemies saw through her. Preemies then continued. Preemies, now what condition I am talking about? It's her hatred towards the one-eyed dragon and all monsters. It's true that in those years that she spent in the Familia, she made many bonds with all of you, but her hatred nonetheless remains as intense as it was in her childhood. It didn't even diminish one bit. All of them remained silent and didn't deny that. Preemies, and you all witness it too, didn't you? She still allows herself to be consumed by it when using her Avenger skill, moments in which her judgment ends up clouded and she reverts to her previous self who only sought to exterminate monsters without caring even if she is destroyed in the process. No one denied. Preemies, and now because of your actions not only she got hurt her, but she also creates a wall between herself and you all. Gasp. All of them gasp at the same time. Riveria, what do you mean? Preemies, I mean Ace no longer think any of you all as her family. All, what? Preemies, as I said before, her hatred for the monsters didn't diminish one bit until now. That's also why her other emotions got suppressed. This is the reason why she can't express her other emotions. All. Preemies, her hunger for power is so intense that she won't hesitate to launch herself at the situation no matter how dangerous it is. And now since she can't enter the dungeon for the 1 year, you all can guess how much it hits her. All. Preemies, last but not the least, even though Ace has grown physical her mentality is still that of child. So, how much it hurts her when you grounded her. Especially when her condition is very unstable. She felt betrayed by the very people whom she once called her family. I think now you understand what your actions led to. All. Loki, then why did you want her? Preemies, the way she is right now, it's obvious she will again go berserk in the future. When that happened, even more adventurer left your familia. How can nobles and other familia let that opportunity go? They will surely send the assassin to kill her. Even if you are one of the strongest familia, even you won't be able to protect her if you will be attacked without any rest. On top of that, if she will go berserk again in between, then the condition of your familia will become even worse. So, instead of her dying here, it will be better if I take her with me. Loki, you don't appear to be one who do things out of goodwill. Preemies, exactly. Since I am taking her, I will of course train her and will make her a lot stronger. Why? Because in return I will get a loyal sword just like you wanted. But my sword will never turn against me, it will always be against my enemies. Forever. Loki. Finn. Gareth. Riveria. Bet. Tiona. Tioni. Lafia. All of them opened their eyes wide. Now they realize the true purpose of Preemies. He wants a sword which he can wield against his enemies. And they can already guess where Ace will stand if she will be trained by him. Recalling the pressure that Preemies emits before made them unconsciously gulped. If Ace will also be able to release such pressure, then. All of them shivers at the thought. If it was before they would have declined it, but now, they can't do. Because what Preemies said about Ace going berserk again and how they will be attacked from all sides, made it impossible for them to decline. And now that Ace has created a wall between her and them, it's impossible to stop him. Loki started to rub her head in frustration. She is now regretting her decision to wait before using the method to calm Ace. If she has used it, then Ace won't have attacked nobles and things won't have become this serious. You are changing the facts. Preemies, no, I am not. Why did Will of the World made its move? It's because they failed to help Ace. If we go according to what Will of the World wants, then it will Ace who would have thought that it was her fault, not the others. And once she apologizes, others will also start to think the same way. I see. So, instead of putting blame on Ace, you want them to blame themselves. Huh. Preemies, yes. Okay. When Preemies and Twilight done talking, Loki spoke. Loki, to think someone like also need a guard. Preemies, if I must raise my hands against pests again and again, then it will waste a lot of my time. Isn't it better to leave such task to my swords? Loki, swords. You mean there will be more in future? Preemies remained silent and didn't reply. But it is more than enough for Loki and others to understand it. If there will be more in future, then. Finn, a new power will soon appear in Orario. And no one will be able to go against this power. Gareth, this means he didn't care much whether he gets the little girl or not. He already has people in mind. You will become his loyal guards. Riveria, he is giving us a choice. If we agree with giving Ace to him, then she will become a bridge to connect us. But Loki, if we disagree, he still didn't care. He will just forget about taking Ace and will still make his guards. But this time Ace won't be one of them. And we can also forget about ever establishing a relation with him. Loki went deep into her thoughts again. She is now trying to tackle the situation from every direction. Preemies just wait for Loki reply. But he already knew that Loki would agree. Why? Because Loki is as ambitious as Freya. And with Preemies backing, it will help her a lot. Loki, fine, you can take her. All, Lady Loki. All of them become startled when Loki let Preemies to take Ace. It's not that they disagree with her, but Loki didn't even ask Preemies to give her some time to think about it. She directly accepted. Loki turned towards other before explaining. Loki, you all already know the current situation of Ace. Currently, she is like bomb who can explode anytime and all of us will suffer. Lafia, be but still. Loki, maybe Ace will calm down in future, but when she realizes how she attack us, don't you think she will get even more hurt? Tiona, that's... Loki, I know you all are worried. But this best for her since this will let her reach even higher heights. Loki, losing Ace might bring a loss, but once she become bridge which connects us with the Black Swordsman, then gains will make up for the loss. All started to ponder what Loki just said. After some time, Gareth was the first one to move. He turns towards Premies and bowed. His action startled everyone except Premies. Premies has already expected that because in the Familia, Gareth is like a father figure. One can already guess how a father feel when her daughter left him. Gareth, please take care of the little girl. Finn was the next. He also bowed towards him. Finn, same here. Please take care of Ace. And then one by one everyone bowed. Riveria also leave Premies' side, appeared in front and bowed. In the end, even Loki bowed. Loki, take care of our princess. Premies accepted their bow. Then he stands up and walked towards Lafia. Once in front of her, he stretched his hand and put it on her head. Lafia got startled and raises her head. Then she saw Premies is looking at her with a gentle smile. Seeing that smile, not only Lafia but everyone present in the room fell into daze. Premies ignored their reaction and keeps on patting Lafia's head gently since he can tell that she is trying hard to control her tears from coming out. Premies, don't worry. You will surely meet her in future. Those words were like a straw that break the camel's back. Lafia broke out in tears. She looks down and tears keep on falling. Lafia, sob will I really be able to see her in future sob? Premies, yes. Lafia, sob when Premies, 2 years from now on. But by that time, she will be very strong. So, if you don't want to be left behind, you should also work hard in these 2 years. Lafia, I will. Lafia look up at Premies. Now her eyes are full of determination to become strong. Premies nodded. Premies, good. But remember this. Trying hard and recklessness are 2 different things. Lafia got stunned understanding Premies' meaning. Hearing Premies' words, other also nodded. When Premies told Lafia to work hard, they started to worry that Lafia will also start to do things recklessly. But Premies stopped her before she even took that step. So, they all sigh in relief. Lafia also nodded. Then Premies brought his mouth near her ear. He also used his magic to make sure others won't hear. Then he said few words which make Lafia open her eyes widely. Lafia, are really? Lafia shouted and Premies nodded. Then he turns his gaze at others. They all are confused about why Lafia shouted, and she is now even showing excited expression. Premies didn't bother to tell them and look at Loki. Premies, there is another thing I want to talk about, but let's talk it 1 week from now on. At, hostess of fertility. Loki, okay. Premies then dispersed into 7 ravens. Croc. 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 Everyone looks with astonishment at the ravens. Lafia look at the ravens as they disappear while Premies' words still echoed in her ears. Premies, if you will show a great improvement 2 years later. Then I will even take you as my guard. That time you can remain with Ace as much as you want. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, Acquiring Ace. *A/N, here goes 2/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. As the members of Loki Familia saw the ravens that are disappearing, something struck in Tiona's mind, and she speaks. Tiona, oi. We forgot to tell him where we are keeping Ace. Tioni. Bet. Lafia. Gareth. Riveria. Finn. Loki, don't think too much about it. I am sure he already knew. Tioni, but how? Loki, I don't know myself. But I just feel like it. Others nodded and didn't ask anything else. Now they are also motivated to become strong. After all, they also don't want to be left behind by Ace. But then their gaze fell upon the mountains of documents on the table. This made them sigh and they decided to complete this work first. Just like Loki said, Premies already knew the location of Ace. Since nothing can be hidden from his range. Premies appeared in the basement of Twilight Manor. He already finds the room Ace is in. The room is completely clean and there is everything which is present in the normal room. He can even see the fresh food which is placed on the table. But it seems Ace hasn't even touched it. As accepted, Loki Familia will never treat their members badly. It's just like how parents punish their children by locking them in their room. Premies remains silent and keeps on proceeding towards the room. He passed by many adventurers who are guarding the basement. Since they can't see or sense him, they didn't take any action. The reason why this place is heavy guarded is because in the other rooms, preemies can see food stock, weapons, armors, and so on. There are 5 adventurers who are standing guard outside the door of Ace room. They even have magic weapons in their hands. But they are not here to stop Ace since they won't stand a chance against level 5 adventurer. They are here to stall her enough so that the Finn and other can make it here in time to stop her. Mind telling me how you did it? Preemies, tell what? How did you deteriorate Ace's condition faster? Preemies. If it has taken a month then I will have understood. But according to Rio, Ace got grounded 2 weeks ago. This means her condition became worse even before Witch made, Will of the World, to take things in its hand. Preemies. Since I was with you since the beginning, I am 90% sure it was yours doing. You were somehow able to deteriorate her condition in just 2 weeks even when you were in slumber. I just don't understand how. Preemies remained silent, neither agreeing nor denying. Taking his silence as a confirmation, Twilight speaks again. Come on, Preemies. Tell me how you did that. Preemies, weren't you able to even get me with your scheme? So, you should be able to see through this too. You haven't forgotten about that yet. Come on, let bygones be bygones. Preemies, even though you got me, it was still me who saw through it in the end. Why can't you do it too? Twilight falls into silence. She can't deny that. Before she could even disclose it, Preemies saw through it in just one go. Okay. Okay. Even though you saw through it, it was still me who by mistake reveals a hint. Can't you give a hint to me too? Preemies, just like you said you gave me the hint by mistake. This means you didn't have such intentions. Compared to you I didn't do such mistake. Twilight falls into silence again. But still, she didn't stop and keeps on pestering Preemies. Preemies ignored her while walking toward his destination. In the end, Twilight has no choice but to apologize. Preemies, I am sorry. Please tell me how you did that. Even a hint will be fine. Come on. Preemies sighed and decided to give her a hint, otherwise she won't stop pestering him. Preemies, the plan started when I met Ace for the first time. That's it. Preemies, that's it. How can this be a hint? Preemies, up to you. Whether you want to take it or not. Now, Twilight has no choice but to remain silent. She decided to think about the hint Preemies just gave. Seeing that Twilight has become silent, Preemies didn't bother her. Soon the room appears in front of him. Preemies can see 5 adventurers who are in full alert. Preemies stopped hiding his presence. The moment he did, those 5 saw him, but before they could fall in daze or do anything, Preemies directly used his Sharingan cast illusion on them. Then he walked past them. Once he appears in front of the door, he saw that the door is locked. So, he buys the key from Twilight and opened the door. Click. Creak. Preemies entered and then closed the door behind. Then he turned his gaze towards Ace, who is sitting on the bed while looking in the distance. She has heard the voice of door opening and closing, but she didn't bother to turn and look at who it is. Her eyes are empty, like the world is over for her, and she didn't take care about anything else. Preemies, so, she has given up. Huh. Not that surprising. Even in plot she realized that she won't be able to kill One-Eyed Black Dragon. She then decided to rely on Bell, wishing he would fulfill her dream. But this time, not only she fails to find someone like him, but also her path of becoming strong is closed. It was already a miracle that she didn't commit suicide, since killing One-Eyed Black Dragon is the only purpose of her life. Preemies remained silent and walked towards her. Ace at first that it has just another person who bring food for her, so she decided to ignore it. But then she realizes that the person has approached her and is looking at her. Becoming confused, she decided to raise her head to see him, her. But when she saw who it is, her eyes opened wide. Ace, you. Preemies, to think you can show such an appearance. Ace calms down when she heard Preemies' words. Then a mocking smile appears on her face as she replied. Ace, so, you are here to laugh at me. Huh. Sure, I don't mind. I deserve to be laughed at. Preemies didn't reply and just keeps on looking at her. She did the same. Even though it's difficult to look straight into Preemies' Sharingan, she still didn't back down. Preemies, interesting. Even though she has given up, her will is still strong. It was not a mistake coming here. Agreed. Preemies, what if I told you, I am here to fulfill your wish? Ace, huh? Ace became confused at first, then she opened her eyes wide before replying. Ace, you mean you will kill One-Eyed Dragon for me? Preemies, no. Ace's eyes dimmed again when Preemies denied it. Ace, then. Preemies bend down and bring himself to Ace's face height. Preemies, I can make you strong enough to not only kill it yourself but even beyond that. Ace becomes shocked again. Then she replied. Ace, there is no such thing as free lunch. Premies, exactly. Ace, what do you want? Premies, you. Ace, me. Ace pointed at herself. Premies, yes. To me more exact, a loyal sword. Whom only I can wield. Ace. Premies, so, tell me Ace Wallenstein. Are you ready to sacrifice your everything to be my sword? In return, you will reach a height never before. Ace didn't reply and deep into thoughts. Premies can hesitation in her eyes. She is hesitating. Premies, I expected that. Loki also did the same, saying that if Ace joins her familia, she will become strong enough to kill the one-eyed black dragon. I am same. But I instead directly told her to me my weapon. It's obvious that she is conflicted. Premies, by the way, everyone in Loki familia already accepted my proposal of taking you with me. Those words stuck Ace hard. She never expected that. She then looks down. Ace, so, I really am a nuisance now. Huh. As if seeing through her thoughts, Premies stretched his hand, touched her face and raises it facing him again. Premies, before you come to any conclusion, let me ask you this. You have been with Loki familia since you were child, didn't you? Ace, why yes. Premies, then by spending all the time with them, did you really think they will abandon you and think of you as a nuisance? Those words of Premies shattered the wall Ace created between herself and the rest of Loki familia. Her eyes become moist when she started to remember her time here. Premies, the reason they agreed for me of taking you away is because they knew it would best for you too. So. Premies then wiped Ace's tears gently before continuing. Premies, it's up to you to prove that their today's decision was not the wrong one. Ace, Mn, Premies, so, what's your decision? Since it's already been decided, Ace also didn't back down. Ace, I agree. I will be your sword. Premies, and as my sword my words are absolute. You can't let your personal feelings affect you while following my order. Ace, Mn, ding. 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 Ace Wallenstein has decided to be your sword in return for power. She can now become half-member or permanent member of your household. Which do you want her to become? Premies didn't decide right away and keeps on looking at Ace. Then he gets up. Premies, before we leave, shouldn't you at least eat the food they have prepared for you? They have put a lot of care in it. Ace looks at the food on the table. She then leaves her bed and walked towards it. Once reaching, she started chomping on it. Tears are streaming down her eyes since she knew this is her last meal as a member of Loki familia. So, she didn't say anything even if the food has become cold. Premies look at this with the same calm look. Once she ate everything, she stands up and look at Premies. Premies, shall we? Ace, Mn, Premies, permanent member. Boom. A burst of light completely swallows Ace. There is no sound, hence no one heard it. Soon light fades away and in place of Ace there is a fist-sized sphere. Premies took the sphere and look inside. Inside he can see completely nude Ace in a fetus position. She is in deep slumber. It's the same when Ophis became his permanent member. Premies nodded, then disperse into 7 ravens. Croc. 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 The room became empty. Outside the Twilight Manor, 2 kilometers in the sky. Premies appeared. He gave Twilight Manor one last look before the space wrap, and he disappears. Premies then appeared in his home and took out the sphere which contains Ace's soul. Premies, do your thing. Roger. Premies then shattered the sphere. Crack. Shatter. Once done, countless threads made of origin force appeared and cover Ace. Soon 2 meters long, golden white cocoon appeared. It then floated in the air and stopped in sky when it reaches the desired height. It will take 2 hours. Premies, did I have to remain here, or I can leave to do other stuffs? You can leave. But even if the body creation is completed in 2 hours, cocoon won't open unless you are here. Since the life of permanent member is attached with you, without you present there nothing more than a soul. Premies nodded and decided to return after 2 hours. Space wrap again and he left his home. Premies appeared in sky right above Loki familia again. They were listening to your conversation with Ace. Premies, I know. Premies already found the device which was hidden under Ace's bed. The device works like a bug of modern world. So, his every word was being listened by the members of Loki familia that time. Premies then shakes his head and fly towards a certain direction. Premies, there are still 30 minutes left before everyone in Hostess of Fertility wakes up. More than enough. What are you planning now? Premies didn't reply and soon reached his destination. Then he descends and look at the huge gate and the manor behind. He also stopped hiding his presence. As a result, the 2 guards at the gate saw him. Guard 1, who is? Flash. Plat. Plat. Thud. Thud. A flash appears, then 2 heads and 2 headless body fall on the ground. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. Preemies, this is the noble house who keeps on sending adventurers after Lily and Haruheim. Huh. Yeah. Even the guards were level 3. Preemies then put the elucidator back into its sheath. Preemies, Sheng Ming. Sheng Ming, yes, husband. Preemies, it's all yours now. Leave no survivors. Sheng Ming, who has been holding Preemies' arm all this time, nodded. Seriousness appears in her eyes. She then left Preemies' arm and walked towards the gate. Preemies saw this with calm expression. Preemies, show me the power of Goddess of Life. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, Sheng Ming's Might. *A/N, here goes 3/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Loki, they left. Loki took a sigh after saying that. Others also did the same. It was hard for them to let Preemies take aces till the very end. But in their heart, they are still very grateful to him. Because not only Ace can now fulfill her dream, but also because Preemies made Ace realize that they didn't abandon her and still care for her. Finn, looks like we owe him one. Loki, we did. Bet, he said he can make Ace go beyond what One-Eyed Dragon can cope against. Tiona, and if One-Eyed Dragon is currently level 11. Tioni, he will make her go beyond that level. Lafia, B but isn't level 9 limit. Gareth, in normal scenario, yes. But we are talking about the Black Swordsman here. Riveria, his very existence appears illogical. Riveria said, but deep inside her heart, fear has already been established. She still can't believe she poured wine to him without showing any resistance. It's like she was possessed, her body was moving on her own to fulfill his orders. She also felt that it's a normal thing for her to pour wine for him that time. Riveria is still shivering slightly thinking about that. Fortunately, no one notice. Loki, forget about it. Finn, you and Riveria go to guild later and inform them that Ace is no longer part of Loki Familia and has left. If they asked where, tell them, we can't disclose that. Finn and Riveria, yes. Step. 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 Step by step Sheng Ming walked towards the gate. She didn't even stop when she reaches near the gate. Just when she was about to hit it, a pulse of power was released from her body. The pulse then hit the gate, which broke it and threw it inside. Bang. Boom. The voice was so loud that everyone in the mansion wakes up. The soldiers hurriedly rush towards the entrance. There are almost 100 soldiers. Not that surprising, since the mansion is covering the area of over 2 kilometers. Preemies can even see some soldiers hidden in the basement. Some are still hiding in the hidden rooms of the mansion. Those still hiding inside are all level 4 and level 5. As expected, with such security, no wonder Freya and Loki Familia didn't attack and destroy these nobles until now. They might have found out about it. Preemies, I am sure most of them are hired from another countries. Agreed. Otherwise, guild have the information on them. Preemies, but still there is not a single level 6. Level 6 are not something these nobles can hire unless they decide to give up all their money and resources. Preemies didn't reply and just look at everything below from the sky. When the soldiers reached the entrance, they all came to stand still. They have never seen just a heavenly beauty before. As a result, they all fall into daze. Sheng Ming just waves her hand. Stab. Splurt. In the next instant, blood scatter all around. The soldiers came out of their daze and looked down. There they saw that their chest is pierced by the branches of the tree behind them. They all opened their eyes wide. They look at Sheng Ming before their consciousness got swallowed by the darkness. Till the end, they all have same thought. Soldiers, how did a mere tree branch pierce through my armor? Thud. 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 Then bodies fall on the ground one by one as trees pulled back their branches. Just like they thought, it was impossible for mere branches to pierce through their advanced armors. But things change completely if these branches are coated by the magic. Soldiers approaching from behind witnessed this. They all felt a chill down their spine. Then they hurriedly keep distance from not only Sheng Ming but also from the trees around them. To them, Sheng Ming no longer appears like a goddess but a demoness. Sheng Ming doesn't know what they are thinking. Even if she does, she doesn't care about it one bit. Another pulse of power is released by her. The ground starts shaking in the next second. Godo. Godo. All soldiers are trying their best to prevent themselves from falling. But the next scene makes them open their eyes in horror. Boom. 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 Many trees as big as skyscrapers burst out of the ground from all around the mansion. Without waiting for Premi's words, Ophis just waved her hand to create barrier which hide everything going on inside. All the soldiers hidden underground die because of debris. Even the soldiers hiding in the hidden rooms of mansion hurriedly leave the room. When they came out, they all witnessed the trees which made them stop on the spot. Then all the trees started to rain the branches all around the mansion. Whoosh! 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 Boom! 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 After many explosions, it stopped. Now, the entire mansion has turned into ruins. Countless died. Soldiers, maids, butlers, and some members of noble lineage. The reason why some nobles survived is because some very loyal soldiers used their bodies as a shield to protect them. Sheng Ming then proceeds forward. She enters inside from the destroyed door of the mansion. As for the soldiers outside, all of them are dead. Sheng Ming keeps on walking, killing anyone that she saw without a slightest hesitation. Whoa! Are you not surprised that Sheng Ming, the kindest goddess of all, can kill everyone without batting an eye? Premies, no. Why? Premies, I expected that. You did. How? Premies, it's heart. Heart. Premies, yes. Did you forget, the hearts of all permanent members are connected with me? Yes. So. Premies, since I am dominant one here, my heart can also influence other members. Huh, you don't mean? Premies, yes. Whenever I face or kill my enemies, my heart that time is completely numb, the same thing is happening to her. I see. No wonder. Sheng Ming keeps on walking. After walking for some time and taking a few turns, she finally reaches her destination. It's a big hall. Inside there are more than 50 soldiers. Each are level 4 and level 5. At the very end, you can see the family of noble with some of their private maids and butlers. When Sheng Ming enters the room, everyone falls into daze seeing the heavenly beauty. After some time, they all came out of their daze. A gulping sound was heard. The noble felt a tug from behind. He turned and looked at his son, who is showing lustful expression. Noble son, Dad, I want her. So, capture her alive for me. Hearing his son demand, Noble cursed in his mind. He really wants to open the head of his son to see if he still has brain. Noble, is debauchery all in his mind? This woman not only just single-handed killed everyone outside but also turned the entire mansion into ruin. It would already be an achievement if we survive today. But his son has other things in mind. Noble son, I still haven't heard of the adventurers party who I hired to capture that Palom and Renard. But if I get this woman, then I don't need to them anymore. Then he licks his lips thinking about his future. Without waiting for his father to say a word, he shouted. Noble son, capture her. I want her alive. Noble, you bastard. Noble shouted at his son, but it was too late. The soldiers have already rushed to capture Sheng Ming. Sheng Ming looks at soldiers without any change of expression. Just when the soldier in front brings his hand on Sheng Ming. Whoosh. Chop. His body was chopped in two. Thud. Thud. When the two half-bodies fall on the ground, the entire room becomes silent. But this is just the beginning. Whoosh. Chop. Whoosh. Chop. Whoosh. Chop. Whoosh. Chop. Many other soldiers were also chopped into two. Remaining soldiers hurriedly took some steps back. They look at perpetrators, become speechless. The one who killed are not person, but they are the full-plated body armors. The very armors that are placed all around the mansion as a decoration. These armors are also placed in the hall. Premies, animation. Huh. Yes. The power that allows Sheng Ming to breathe life into inanimate objects, turning them into living creatures to aid them in combat. Premies, after being turned into living creatures along with the power of life inside them, make them as strong as level 6 strength-based adventurer. And there are many of these kinds of armors all around the mansion. Premies, hundreds of level 6 armors versus remaining 34 level 5 adventurers. How amusing. Indeed. Clump. Clump. The sound of the armor's boots resounded as more and more started to enter the hall from door behind Sheng Ming. Seeing this army, despair appears on the face of everyone present. Now even the noble's son also realized that situation has changed drastically. He started to cry like baby. Noble son, father, you must do something. I can't die here. Noble, shut up. Pow. The noble punched his son in frustration. After receiving the punch from his father, he falls to the ground and started crying. The noble's wife hurriedly hugged her crying son and started to sob herself. That's all she could do. Seeing his crying family, even the eyes of Noble moist. But he didn't cry and turned to look at Sheng Ming. Noble, why did we do to deserve this? Sheng Ming, your son made the enemy of my husband. Noble, your husband. Who, me? All of them instantly turn their head towards the owner of the voice. They also want to see who could become the husband of such a heavenly beauty. The armors parted in two to form a path. Then they saw the heavenly handsome man making his way towards them with light steps. But instead of becoming dazed, all their face turned pale. Dread filled their heart and their body started shaking. They realized who he is. Heavenly handsome face, black clothes, and blood-red eyes. Thump. The Nobel fall on his hip when he saw Premies. Premies look at Noble and his family who are trembling in fear. He then took out two photos. One is of Lily and other is of Haruheim. Premies, remember them. Noble's son tremble violently. This action of his is seen by everyone. Premies, both are affiliated with them. For the last month, you just keep on sending your soldiers and hired adventurers to capture them. The things become so serious that they must even leave the Horario to survive. I think this answer your current predicament. Noble, this bastard. Noble look at his and cursed again. Now he really wanted to skin him alive. But that will be for later. Right now, he needs to think of a way to survive. Noble, T the Black Swordsman. Can't you give us a chance for making up our mistake? Premies remained silent. Noble gulped nervously. Noble, T think about it. If you kill us, other nobles won't let this matter go. And soon they will connect dots with those two women. That time they will become target. Noble tried to reason with Premies. Premies, if I was afraid of you nobles, did you really think I would have erased more than 17 noble lineage last month? Boom. These words struck like thunderbolt in everyone's mind. They have been looking for the perpetrator responsible of that incident for the whole month. But they failed. In the end, they decided to use the Black Swordsman as scapegoat. But who would have thought that the scapegoat they chose is the real perpetrator of the incidents? As they stand there in shock, Premies turns and walk back from the path where he came from. Noble, wait. Sheng Ming, go. Clump. 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 At Sheng Mind order, all the armor started to approach them to end this. In the end, the voice of everyone in the room disappears and only the voice of weapons colliding and armor clinking was heard. Since they are going to die anyway, the remaining soldiers decided to die while fighting. At this time, Premies came out of the mansion and look at sun which has risen completely. By the way, if she wants, she can kill all of them in an instant by using her life-stealing / instant death. Premies, I know. But since she wants to show me her other abilities she didn't do that. I agree. Premies, anyway. Premies, once they are dead, erase their very lineage from this world. Ophis, Mn. Premies, guess, it's time to return. Everyone in Hostess of Fertility would be waking up soon. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, A Little Bit of Warmth. *A/N, here goes 1/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. The ray of sun enters from the opened window and falls on the sleeping face of Rio. Rio starts to feel irritated at first, then she opened her sleepy eyes. She separated Seer and Lunwar who are leaning on her. She then gets up and stretched her body to erase any laziness that is still present. As she was rubbing her eyes. Premies, morning. Rio. At first, Rio got stunned because she is not used to listening a male voice just after waking up. When she turned to look at owner of the voice, she fell into daze. After some time when Rio was still in daze, Premies speaks. Premies, seen enough. Premies' words wake Rio from her daze. After waking up she looks away to hide the blush that has appeared on her face. Premies is not surprised. When people wake up from their sleep their guard is low. In other time, Rio might have been able to stop herself from falling but not now. Rio, cough gee good morning, Premies. Premies, nod. Now wake the two behind you too. They are behaving like you. At first Rio become confused. Then she looks behind. Behind her Lunwar and Seer have also wake up, but they are also looking at Premies in daze. Seeing this Rio lips twitched realizing what appearance she just showed to Premies. She then moved and stand in front of them, hiding the view. This action of hers wake them from their daze. They both also hurriedly look away to hide their embarrassment. Premies, alright, both of you wake up too. Premies then started to caress both Chloe and Anya who are again using his lap as pillow. They both felt irritated when Premies started to wake them. Seeing that they both are not waking, a vein appears on Seer's forehead. She already feels envious that Premies let them use his lap but now they have no intention of leaving it. She is not the only one. Even Ryu and Lunwar are getting angry seeing these two lazy cats. Seer, if you both don't wake up in a second then I will tell Mia that you both are slacking off last week. Those words feel like someone has stepped on their tails. So, they hurriedly left Premi's lap and stand up. Then they were greeted by the angry gaze of Seer, Lunwar and Rio. They both shivers and gulped seeing that. Chloe and Anya, we are in trouble, meow. Primi sigh inwardly seeing this and stands up. Then he put his hands on both of their heads again to calm them down. He then looks at Rio, Seer and Lunwar. Preemies, alright, stop bullying them. They just wake up. As if they find a lifeline, both hurriedly hides behind Preemies. They then speak from their hiding place. Chloe, yes. Yes. You are bullying us, meow. Anya, yes. Yes. You are, meow. Seeing this, their lips twitched even more. They then start cursing Preemies in their mind. Rio, Seer and Lunwar, we are bullying them. It's obvious that you are spoiling them too much. Chloe, I love this feeling of being spoiled, meow. Anya, so, this is feeling of being spoiled. I really love this, meow. Sheng Ming speaks when she sees this confrontation. Sheng Ming, hee hee. Husband, they are feeling jealous since you are only spoiling these two cats and they feel left out. Preemies, I guess. Preemies, alright. That's enough. Soon it will be time for the opening. Do all you really want to be yelled out by Mia? When Mia's name was heard, all of them straightened up. They then hurriedly left to freshen themselves. Preemies just shakes his head and returned to his chair. Lily and Haruheim also wake up from their sleep. They are now looking around the room since this is an unfamiliar place. As they were feeling confused, they heard Preemies' voice. Preemies, no need to panic. You both are at Hostess of Fertility. Freshen up and get down for breakfast. Both become happy when they heard his voice. It seems it was not a dream that Preemies returned. So, they both hurriedly left the bed to freshen themselves. Preemies then goes back to his thoughts. Preemies, the commotion is going to spread soon. Of course, it will. When trees as big as skyscrapers suddenly appeared in a noble mansion suddenly with everyone dead there. On top of that, Ophis has already erased that lineage. Preemies remained silent and closed his eyes. It may appear that he is resting, but in truth he is using his elemental sight to go deeper and deeper into the understanding of his lightning. He can see the Weiss lighting that is traveling inside him like electric current. In between he sometimes increases its speed, sometimes decrease. Preemies loved to learn more about his skill. About how he can implement them in different ways in different situations. While Preemies was concentrating on his lighting, Mia came down. When she saw Preemies she walks towards him. Mia, so, you already made your move? Huh. Preemies, I guess. Mia nodded her head. When she wakes up, from her window she saw many big trees in a particular location. At first, she was wondering what is going, then she realized what the location is. It is place where the noble who is after Lily and Haruheim lives or used to live. There is only one person who will attack them. That is, the Black Swordsman. Mia, I have a request. Preemies remained silent and let her continue. Mia, I hope the little girls working here will be safe if something happens to me in future. Preemies, with me here, nothing will happen to them. Mia, thank you. Mia bowed then walked towards the kitchen. Because her concentration was completely on Preemies, she failed to realize that Seer, Lunwar, Rio, Chloe and Anya were hiding in the corner. And they heard her conversation with Preemies. They have a downcast expression and their eyes are moist. Preemies knew that but remained silent. As Mia was walking towards kitchen, Preemies speaks again. Preemies, book a private room for me. I am expecting some guests today. Mia, okay. Mia didn't ask what guests and left. Preemies opened his eyes slightly and looked at her direction. Preemies, so, she senses the upcoming danger. Yeah. Not that surprising since she was able to open this pub during the dark period of Horario. So, her danger instincts are shaper. Primsy. Preemies remains silent. Sheng Ming holds his hand tightly and speaks. Sheng Ming, husband. In the battle, that will happen 1 month from now. She will die, isn't she? Preemies, yes. Preemies answered with a single word. Sadness appears in Sheng Ming's eyes. She then hugged Preemies' arm and put her head on his right shoulder. Sheng Ming, it's too heartbreaking that we can't help them. Preemies, *sight star. I know. He then breaks free from Sheng Ming's grasp and hold her shoulder instead. Sheng Ming is now feeling even more comfortably. Preemies also leaned down and put his head on Sheng Ming's head. To get her and give her warmth. Then he suddenly felt a hug from his left. He didn't raise his head, just turn his eyes there. He saw that Ophis is hugging him from his left. She is in her adult form. Preemies only smiled and then hid even his presence. He wants to enjoy their warmth bit more, so he hugged both tightly. *A/N. I try to upload the image of adult Office but I just keeps failing. Only I was able to see that if someone else see they failed. So, I put the link below. If any of you can upload it and accept you if others can also see it, then it will be good. *Office, adult form https://www.deviantart.com/luxia26/art/office-adult-form-914021608. Preemies, even though I am doing this for revenge, it is also a great opportunity for Arario. It's true many will die but on the other hand many will rise too. If they succeed in overcoming this, then I am sure even main members of both Loki and Freya Familia will become level 7. Otter will even become level 8. Shengming, there is something else in your mind, isn't it? Preemies, I am sure Ryu and others will hate me for this. Shengming, they won't. Preemies look at Shengming who is showing a loving smile. Shengming, if they true love you then they will understand. Preemies. Shengming, and even if they will or even if the whole world hates you, I will always stand by your side. Office, me too. Preemies, I see. Preemies then again closed his eyes and hugged them even more tightly. They both also hugged him back. There is even more to it, isn't it? That's what you are. Plans within plans. Schemes within schemes. Things are never as simple as you make them appears to be. Preemies, who knows? Fine then. Preemies, let's make a bet. If I will be able to figure out your plans and schemes before Behemoth attack 1 month from now on, then you will always tell me all your plans from then on. Without hiding anything. But if I failed then I won't force you to tell me again. Deal. Preemies, deal. Then Preemies closed his eyes again to enjoy Office and Shengming warmth until others came. Haruheim, husband. Haruheim rushed towards Preemies when she saw him, first thing after she came down. She directly jumped into his embrace. Preemies catch her and started to caress her head gently. Lily also came down, but she didn't do what Haruheim do. But Preemies saw the envious in Lily's eyes. So, he stretched his hand towards her. Lily hesitated at first then also jumped into his embrace. As for Ryu and others. Ryu and others, husband. They are shocked. They never expected Preemies to be married. And seeing that he is not denying that they became certain. After some time, both Lily and Haruheim separates and sit on the front. Haruheim become confused while looking at his empty left shoulder. Haruheim, husband, where is she? Preemies, you really want to meet her after what you experienced last time? Haruheim shivers remembering that. Even though she has changed and become stronger as compared to last month but when she thinks about Office, she still feels dread. She can still feel the chill of death she experienced that time. Seer and others approach with food in their hands by now. They put it on the table and took the seat. Seer, Preemies, I didn't know that you and Haruheim are husband-wife. Preemies, is it that surprising? Seer, why yeah. Rio, Chloe, Anya, Lunwar and Seer took a sigh of sadness hearing this. They never expected that. As they were feeling sad, Lily who has confusing look on her face asked. Lily, Haruheim, who are you talking about? Even though they both have been together for the last month. Haruheim never once talk about Office. Because she still is afraid of her. Preemies, she is talking about my Empress. Lily, Empress. Rio. Seer. Chloe. Anya. Lunwar. Lily, wait. 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 Your Empress, you mean another wife? Preemies, yes. Lily, you mean Haruheim is not your only wife? Preemies, that's what I mean. And why are you so shocked? It's common to have many wives and concubines. Lily, well, that's true. Seer, stop. Seer stands up and look at Preemies. Seer, is this Empress and Haruheim are your only wives? Preemies, no, I have more. Everyone falls into silence. Even Haruheim becomes shocked this time. She has only met with Office so she didn't know about others. Yes, others. Preemies only said that he has more. He never said he only had one more. Then they all fell into their thoughts. Yes, it's common to have many wives in this time period. They calm down. But Preemies can already see a blazing intensity in their eyes. Preemies remains silent while glance at Office, who has returned to her little girl form and sitting on his left shoulder again. It appears that she has no intention of showing herself to Haruheim even after meeting again. Seer, then where is she? Preemies, Mia, the private room I asked. Is it ready? Mia, yes. It's the first room. Mia voice sounded from the kitchen. Preemies then gets up and walks towards the room while leaving his words behind. Preemies, send the guest to the room. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Conflicts. *A/N, here goes 2/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Everyone startled when preemies left, leaving few words behind. At first, they become confused, but then they heard knock on the door. Knock. Knock. This was more than enough for them to understand what preemies means. Since it's almost opening time, they didn't say anything. Ryu gets up from her seat to open the door. The door was windowed, so they can already see who this guest of preemies is. Ryu opened the door, then smiled. Ryu, have you rested, Mikoto? Mikoto, yes, thanks for your help yesterday. Ryu, I don't think I did anything though. Then she turns towards other two. Ryu, Lord Takamikazuchi must be here to meet Prim, the Black Swordsman, right? Ryu was about to say Preemie's name, but she correctly herself in the end, since only some people knew the really name, the Black Swordsman. Mikoto also didn't reveal his real name either. Takamikazuchi, haha. Yes, we have come to meet him. Looks like you already know. Ryu, he is waiting for you in first private box. Takamikazuchi, okay. Then we won't disturb you. Please carry on with your breakfast. Ryu bowed. Takamikazuchi and others then look at Haruheim, who is also looking them. Takamikazuchi, let's talk later, Haruheim. Haruheim, yes. Haruheim also bowed towards them. Then they walked towards the private box. Mikoto wanted to talk and spend some time with Haruheim, but she knew the current priority. Uka remained silent during the whole process. Once they are in front of the door of private room, Takamikazuchi knocked 2 times before entering. Knock. Knock. Creak. They see Preemies, who is sitting on his seat while observing them in calm manner. His presence has completely changed compared to when he was outside. They feel like they are standing in the presence of a ruler. Because of that, let alone Mikoto and Uka, even Takamikazuchi unconsciously lower their head. Takamikazuchi, so, this is the Black Swordsman. I have to say his handsomeness even surpass God's. Even though I have heard of it, but hearing and seeing is 2 different things. Takamikazuchi just then raises his head and looked directly into Preemie's eyes. That was the foolish decision. He felt his eyes blurring, as if they were sinking into boundless illusion, making him unable to extricate himself. Let alone him, even Mikoto and Uka are the same. As told before, only Office can look directly into his eyes without being affected. Even Xingming can't do this. So, whenever Xingming faces him, he controls his power to not affect her. As for why Loki Familia didn't get affected, it's because Reveria and Ace has already warned them about it, since they also faced the same when they met him for the first time. As a result, they tried not to make eye contact with him. If it was before, then Takamikazuchi and others would have used their power to break out of it. But now, since his Sharingan has become even more powerful after merging with elemental sight, it's impossible. Seeing this, Preemies just closed his eyes. This made them came back to their senses. Their forehead is covered with sweat, and they started to take deep breath. Takamikazuchi has solemn expression. Takamikazuchi, he didn't do that deliberately to intimidate us. That power was automatically being emitted by his eyes. If Preemies would have known about Takamikazuchi's thoughts, then he would have praised him for his rational thinking, saying he hasn't lived for millions of years in vain. Because if it was another person, then he or she won't have given it much thought and would have directly blamed Preemies. Preemies speaks without opening his eyes. Preemies, sit. Takamikazuchi, thank you. Takamikazuchi took the seat. As for Mikoto and Uka, they just stand behind him. The room becomes silent again. None of the party said anything. After few minutes of silence, Takamikazuchi opened his mouth. He bowed his head towards Preemies while saying, Takamikazuchi, I want to thank you for recusing Haruheim. We are very grateful for that. Mikoto and Uka also followed Takamikazuchi's action and bowed their head. At first, Uka was arrogant, but after standing in Preemie's presence, all his arrogance has vanished. Seeing that Uka is not behaving rudely, both Takamikazuchi and Mikoto took a sigh of relief inwardly. Preemies opened his eyes at this time. Preemies, raise your head. All 3 have raised their head. But this time, they are trying their best not to look into his eyes. Preemies didn't care about this and continued. Preemies, I didn't save her for you. But because I find potential in her. That's all. Takamikazuchi, I know. But we are still very grateful. They bowed again. Preemies accepted their bow this time. Preemies, nod. This is not the only reason you came this early in the morning, isn't it? Takamikazuchi, yes. I will come to the point. We Takamikazuchi Familia want to ally with you. This time, Preemies neither accept nor deny. He can tell that Takamikazuchi mean what he just said. Mikoto is also with him, but Uka look conflicted. Even though he is trying to hard, Preemies still see through him. That's also one of the reasons why preemies didn't accept it right away. If even one person's thoughts are different from others, it may cause problem in future. Especially if that person is the captain of the familia himself. Preemies, I think you need more time to think about it. Takame Kazuchi, huh? No, we don't. Preemies, but I still see that some of you are not on same page. Takame Kazuchi. Takame Kazuchi glanced back at Mikoto and Uka. Both have shocked expression when preemies denied. But he can see relief in Uka's eyes even though he tried hard to hide. Takame Kazuchi, I think you are right. We really shouldn't come before becoming certain. I apologize for showing such display. Preemies, before you came to any decision, you should know what kind of person I am. I know that you Takame Kazuchi familia are ready to help anyone while making sure you don't hurt the innocent people. But I am different. If someone stands in my way, I don't care whether that person is civilian or not. To me they are just my enemies. Takame Kazuchi, I understand. Preemies, one more thing. You don't have to force yourself to ally with me. If you didn't stand against me and remain neutral, I don't care one bit what you do. You can leave now. Takame Kazuchi, thank you. Takame Kazuchi bowed one last time before leaving. He took a sigh of relief when he recalled preemies' words that he won't attack them if they remain neutral. Right now, he has other things in mind. Takame Kazuchi, Mikoto was right. He isn't like what rumors made them appear to be. When he saw that Uka is still conflicted, he denied. Because if he has accepted that soon or later rift would start to appear between us. Some agree, some disagree. He even gave us a way to continue moving on even if we didn't join him. We need to think of our next course of action. By now, they reach where members of Hostess of Fertility and Lily Haruheim just done with breakfast. Takame Kazuchi put a smile on his face so that others won't find something is wrong. Takame Kazuchi, my talk with the Black Swordsman is done. But since we are some matters to attend to, we will take our leave. Haruheim, already. We just met after years. Takame Kazuchi, haha. I know but don't worry. We are also living in Arario so we will meet later. Haruheim, oh okay. Mikoto, let's have a talk later. Mikoto, why yes. Later Haruheim. Then they left under the reluctant gaze of Haruheim. Everyone present in the room took a deep sigh. Even if Takame Kazuchi can hide it, Mikoto can't. Her face expression said everything. Things didn't go as they expected. At this moment, preemies' voice sounded near their ears. Preemies, I want some time alone. Make sure no one disturb. Except for Lily, Haruheim and Ryu. Others startled since this is the first time preemies messaged them like this. But then they put it at back of their mind while deciding to let him have some space. Preemies is thinking of other things that he must do today. He is hugging Ophis who is now sitting on his lap now with one hand while his other hand is patting her head gently. Shengming is standing behind while massaging his shoulders. Shengming, husband, do you think they will agree to join you? Preemies, depends on Uka. Shengming, Uka. Oh. That boy. Huh. Preemies, yes. He is the captain of their familia. Shengming, then it was good decision to decline. If even the very captain of familia disagrees then there is no point in moving forward with the talk. Preemies then closed his eyes again. Shengming also remains silent while continuing her massage. She also massages his head with her beautiful slender fingers. During the whole process, there is a sweat and loving smile on her face. To her taking care of her husband is her happiness. Hey, preemies. The construction of Ace's body will be completed soon. So, now tell me how you deteriorate her condition in 2 weeks while you were in deep slumber. Come on, tell me now. Preemies, *I**, fine. Then listen. Yes. I am listening. Preemies, what is Ace's most precious and most painful memory? Her most precious memory is the time which she spends with her mother. As for her most painful one is when her father Albert Waldstein died, and her mother Aria disappear. Preemies, yes. Do you know hypnotism can be used in 2 ways? First, you hypnotize someone to make her do your bidding directly. Another way is that you use a trigger. Trigger. Huh. Preemies, that time when I fought Ace for the first time and break her, I used it. I am suddenly having a very bad feeling about it. Just what did you do? Preemies, nothing much. I just use my Sharingan, I have hypnotism to create a trigger in her mind. And that trigger will activate whenever she will sleep or took a nap. Gulp *, what did the trigger do? Preemies, whenever Ace will sleep, she will recall the time she spent with her mother and then how she lost everything suddenly. Her nightmare. You mean every time, she will decide to rest. Preemies, yes. Every time. You are really becoming more and more dangerous. To think you planned so far in just your first meeting. And it was to the point that it will still work when you left. Preemies, yes. Now even I am feeling afraid of you a little. Your schemes just keep on becoming more and more harder to predict. Preemies, feeling down already. Didn't you say you will figure out my plan before Behemoth's attack? Damn. I still have 1 month. I will surely figure it out. Just you wait. Preemies, yes. Yes. I am waiting. Hearing Preemie's mocking tone, Twilight became even more angry. But too bad she can't do anything other than trying to figure it out. Preemies then became silent, patting Ophi's head in front and receiving Xingming care from behind. As time went by, adventurers started to appear in the streets, and some even came to Hostess of Fertility for the breakfast before going to dungeon. Haruheim and Lily has gone back to their room. They want to talk with Preemies, but since he said he needs some alone time, they didn't bother him. Suddenly, an adventurer rushed into Hostess of Fertility. Adventurer 1, everyone, something major has happened. Adventurer 2, what is it? Adventurer 3, yeah. Why are you shouting this early in the morning? Adventurers who were having breakfast show a displeased expression. Can't they even have breakfast in peace? They are already at the edge because of nobles. That adventurer ignored their expression because currently even he is shocked. Adventurer 1, another noble lineage has been erased. Their mansion is full of tall trees and dead bodies. There are no survivors. Silence. Total seance. Everyone opened their eyes wide. They are all in shock. Preemies of course heard everything since nothing can be hidden in his inner zone, 5 kilometers, but he didn't care. He then opened his eyes. Preemies, time's up. Then Space Rap and Preemies, Ophis and Xingming disappear. Room become empty again. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, Sisters. *A/N, thank you for your patience, everyone. My mother is fine now. Since she only needs bed rest for 1 to 2 months, she has been discharged. Only now I finally feel relief. Thank you. This week I will release 6 chapters as an apologize for my absence. That's all. *A/N, here goes 1/6 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. While everyone was still in shock, another adventurer rushed into Hostess of Fertility and said the same words as the first adventurer. Adventurer 5, everyone, something major has happened. All adventurers. Adventurer 5, what's with this reaction? Adventurer 4, sigh, we already knew. Even we never expected another noble lineage to be erased. Adventurer 5, huh? What do you mean by another noble lineage has been erased? Adventurer 4. Adventurer 1, step out and you will see trees reaching as high as 200 feet. Adventurer 5, what? Ah, really? Then that adventurer stepped out of Hostess of Fertility. He looked around for a while before looking at a particular direction. Adventurer 5, what the hell is that? Ryu and others also looked at that direction and became shocked. They then turned their gaze at the door of the first room altogether. Ryu and others, it's his doing for sure. But when did he do that? Wasn't he here all night? Haruheim and Lily, who were resting in their room, also saw this from their window and a smile appeared their face. They wanted to talk to Preemies about how to handle this, but they never expected him to already make his move and end this in one go. Mia, who was in the kitchen, also listened this conversation. She then took a sigh. Mia, sigh, here comes more trouble. Now I am wondering whether it was a right decision to entrust little girls to him. Adventurer 5, whoa. Amazing. Just how did such tall trees appear out of nowhere? Wait. That's not important. I have another major news. Adventurer 6, what can be more major than the annihilation of another noble lineage? Adventurer 7, true. What can be? Adventurer 5, then listen. Sword Princess has left the Loki Familia. Boom. This information struck everyone like a thunderbolt. They were having hard time processing that. Who was Sword Princess? Among the first-class adventurers, she was considered one of the strongest. Now such an adventurer left her Familia. Adventurer 7, are you sure? Adventurer 8, don't you dare lie. Sword Princess will never left the Familia who raised her since she was child. Adventurer 5, I am sure. Both Braver and 9 Hell personally came in the morning to notify this to Guild. Now everyone became silent. If it was rumor or something, then they would have ignored it. But since Braver, Finn alias, and 9 Hell, Riveria alias, personally confirmed this, then it's certain. Adventurer 8, did they reveal when and where she left of to? Adventurer 5, no. They remained silent. They just informed this to Guild before returning. All adventurers. This is not a small matter but a big one. Bigger than the annihilation of noble lineage. Sword Princess, every familia will now try to recruit her. Many fights will happen between familia to see who can get their hands on her first. If she refused to join any of them, then these familia won't hesitate to send assassins to kill her. After all, if they can't get her, it will be better to kill her. And now since she is not a part of Loki familia can't interfere much either. Loki familia must have known that's why they didn't reveal her location. That's the only thing they could do to help her. But others familia won't let it go like this. They will send their people to find her. Everyone sighs. To them it was the worst decision Sword Princess ever made. Without the protection of strongest familia, she is just a little girl. Too bad they didn't know that the so-called little girl is now under someone whose very name will send a dread in their heart, the Black Swordsman. Space-wrapped and Premies appeared in his home with Ophis and Xingming by his side. All of them were looking at Cocoon in the sky, which started to shine brighter after it sensed Premies. Cracks started to appear one by one. Crack. 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 As more cracks started to appear, wind magic started to leak out of them. Then it shattered. They can see Ace now. Shatter. Congratulations on getting another heavenly beauty. Premies answered with his own question instead. Premies, so, the attire she once used as a sword princess became her main. Huh. Yes. Since she was comfortable in that clothing, I turn it into her main equipment. Premies nodded and looked at Ace, who became another heavenly beauty. Her clothes are same as before. She was wearing a white and black battle cloth, black arm covers, and long blue boots. She was also wearing her armor over this, consisting of a head guard, breastplate, arm guards, hip guards, and knee guards. *A/N, Ace Wallenstein. Premies then looked at the azure sword on her waist. It will be better to call it rapier now. Premies, that's lambent light. It's the same which Asuna used. But Asuna one's was cyan in color while this one is azure in color. *A/N, origin, lambent light. Ace finally landed on the ground. Her eyes were closed while wind magic was circling around her. Xingming, what pure wind magic. Premies also agreed. The purity of the wind around Ace was just like his lighting and Xingming's life magic. Bump. 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 Premies and Ace heartbeat become one as she opened her eyes slowly. The first thing, she was Premies. Ace, masked. Xingming, you should call him, my lord. Before Premies could open his mouth, Xingming spoke. Ace became stunned and looked at Xingming. Seeing a heavenly beauty made her fall into daze. Soon, she came out of it and looked at Ophis, which also made her fall into daze. When she returned, Premies opened his mouth. He first pointed at Ophis, then Xingming. Premies, she is my empress, Ophis. She is my wife, Xingming. Shocked expression appears on Ace's face since she never expected Premies to be married. He has 2 wives, and both are divine beauties. She had seen Goddess of Beauty, Freya, before, but even she paled in comparison to these 2. Then something struck in her mind. She turns her gaze at little girl who Premies introduced as her empress. This clearly states that the position of the little girl is every higher than the other one. But still, isn't she a Xingming, hee. Looks like little sister Ace is confused. Ace, huh? No. It's nothing, misters. Xingming, no need to call me mistress. We are going to be sisters from now on. You can be sister Xingming. Ace, but that's... Ace then glanced at Premies, who remained silent. She took a sigh of relief. Ace, then sister S. Xingming. Xingming, yes, little sister Ace. Xingming then approached Ace and hugged her, welcoming her in the family. Then she pointed at Ophis before continuing. Xingming, and one more thing, you don't need to call her as empress either. You can call her eldest sister Ophis. Ace, eldest sister. Ace becomes confused again. She didn't understand why a little girl be called as empress and eldest sister. As if seeing through her thoughts, Xingming spoke. Xingming, eldest sister loves to still on husband's shoulder. That's why she prefers her little girl form more than her adult one. In future you will saw her that form. Ace nodded again. But now an envious expression appeared on her face. Every girl and woman want to look beautiful. So, it's obvious that Ace became jealous of Xingming and Ophis' beauty. At this time, Premies took a mirror out of his inventory and gave it to Ace. Ace didn't understand Premies' meaning. But she became shocked again when she saw herself in it. Ace, this is... Xingming, little sister Ace is beautiful. Ace touched her face in disbelief. She was still having hard time believing this. Since the new body is made by Origin Force itself, it's not that surprising. Premies, how are you feeling now? Ace, huh? Premies, have you gotten used to your new body? Ace, new body. Preemies, your old body can't handle the high stats and skills provided by me. So, the construction of new body is a must. Office and Xingming went through the same. Understanding Preemie's meaning, Ace gave the mirror back to him and started to stretch herself to see if there is any problem. While she was doing this, Twilight spoke. Did you know why Xingming told Ace to call you my lord? Instead of master, young master, your majesty, or so on. Preemies, I do. In some world or eras, emperors or rulers were being addressed as my lord by her subjects. But it is also one of the ways by a wife address her husband. In plot, Xingming often called Hui Mia as husband or my lord. Oh. That's how it is. At this time, Ace was done checking her body and nodded at Preemies. Ace, my lord, everything is fine. But I feel like I have gone weaker. Preemies, not that surprising since you have fallen from level 5 to level 1. Ace, wah. Preemies, don't get shocked. Turn around and show me your back. Ace hurriedly turns around. Twilight has already told him the process which can let his permanent members see their status. It's the same as how gods gave blessing to their members. But instead of updating their status again and again, Preemies only needed to do that when they were about to level up. Because as they fight and practice, their stats will automatically increase. Preemies then touched Ace bare back. Ace shivers slightly then calmed down. A glow appeared, then an emblem or crest appeared. Xingming, beautiful. Office, Mn. This time even Office nodded. That's not an emblem at all. It's a painting. A painting of raven soaring in the sky. *A/N, crest, raven soaring in the sky. Preemies, so, this is the crest/emblem of my blessing. I really like it. Yup. Ace became confused when she heard Xingming and Office's voice. Preemies then took out a paper before putting it on her back. The glow was soon absorbed by the paper. Seeing that it will take few seconds before status appeared on paper, Preemies looked at Xingming. Preemies, your turn. Xingming, me. Preemies, yes. It will be better if you will also know your status in detail. Xingming, okay. Xingming then directly turned around and lowered her life garb. Preemies touched her smooth and beautiful bare back. Unlike Ace, Xingming didn't shiver and just accept it with a smile on her face. Her everything belongs to her husband, so why would she feel embarrassed about it? By now, Ace has dressed herself. A glow appears on Xingming's back and the same painting of raven soaring in the sky appeared. Now Ace understood Xingming and Office's reactions. Ace, it's beautiful. Preemies, sigh, I really want to eat Xingming right now. Too bad, I have lot to do in these upcoming days. He then took out another paper before putting it on Xingming's back. Once the glow was absorbed in it, Preemies leaned and brought his mouth near Xingming's ears. Preemies, once my important work is done, I will eat you. Xingming didn't shy away and showed a smile full of love. Xingming, you can eat me whenever you want. Since they are not hiding their voice, Ace of course heard it. She tilted her head in confusion. Ace, my lord, what do you mean by you are going to eat Sister Xingming? Preemies just gave her a smile before saying. Preemies, don't worry Ace. After eating Xingming, you will be next. Ace still didn't understand. Preemies also didn't bother explaining. He leaned forward again and this time he took Xingming's lips. Xingming, MMPH. After a light kiss, they separated and get up. Ace was looking at them with dumbfounded expression. Her mind can't process what she just saw. Preemies put the paper which contained her status in her hand before walking past her. Ace unconsciously looked down and became even more dumbfounded when she saw her new status. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Ace New Stats and Equipments. *A/N, here goes February 6th chapter of this week. Please enjoy. At first, she was dissatisfied when Preemie said that she has fallen from level 5 to level 1. But now that she saw her new stats, she felt that she was in a dream. Ace, just how? Is this really my level 1 status? Status. Name, Ace Wallenstein. Age. Existence level. Level. Strength, SSS. Endurance, SSS. Dexterity, SSS. Agility, SSS. C. Magic, SSS. Per stats. Current level, 1. Overall, 1. Enhanced mode, 3. Main skills, 3, max limit reached. Harmony, EX. Ventus Fury I. Wind Manipulation I. Side skills, 1, haven't learned. Asterisk note, Ventus is a Latin word meaning wind. While Ace was standing with dumbfounded expression, something stuck in Preemie's mind which stopped him on his tracks. Then he returned to Ace. Preemies, Ace, send your equipments back into your soul. Ace, huh? Ace got confused about what preemies means. Then, as if she unconsciously knew, she closed her eyes and concentrate. In the next second, she was able to send them back into her soul. Now she was standing in front of preemies, full naked. Her whole beautiful body was in full display. Even though she was completely naked, she didn't feel embarrassed in front of preemies. Preemies also didn't have any change in expression seeing Ace's current appearance. He then took out a violet ribbon and tied it at the right side of her hair. Once done, new clothes appear on her body. These new clothes made Ace even more beautiful. *A/N, Ace, casual clothes. Preemies nodded his head. He then patted Ace's head gently before saying, Preemies, this place is my world. You don't need to be in guard here. So, while you are relaxing, these clothes will be better, okay? Ace, Preemies noticed that just like him, Ace never let her guard down. It's not a bad thing, but sometimes it will be better to relax. If even he can relax here, so did she. As if Preemies' words and patting did the thing, Ace started to loosen up. Preemies then stopped patting and walked away. Ace touched the ribbon which was tied on right side of her hair before looking at Preemies' back. A smile unconsciously appeared on her face. She didn't know why, but she loved the care Preemies just showed. She felt comfort and sense of security around him. The same feeling which she once experienced when she was living with her mother and father. The reason for this is because both her and Preemies' heart are connected now. Let alone her, all his members felt the same around him. After walking for some distance, Preemies took out a round table. He also took out 3 chairs and put them around it. At last, he put the materials of making tea on the table before took his seat. Ace becomes shocked again. Ace, space magic. Ophis floated towards Ace and sit on his lap. Preemies then took out a book and started to read it. This book has the knowledge of how nerves send and receive signal from brain one's body. This was for his lighting training. Shengming, come, little sister. I will teach you how to brew tea for husband. Ace nodded her head with dumbfounded expression. She had never cooked let alone brew a tea before. But she didn't feel like declining. Then they both approached Preemies and took their seat. Shengming started teaching about how to make tea. Ace listened everything attentive. Then she also made one for the first time. Shengming took a sip before speaking. Shengming, it's not bad for the first time, but you can't serve this to husband. You need to practice more to improve. Ace nodded. This was the first time she had done something other than training. And she didn't hate it. Then Shengming brew a tea showing Ace the whole procedure before serving it to Preemies. After serving to Preemies, she brews one for her and one for Ace. Ace took a sip and stars appear in her eyes. Shengming, how is it? Ace, delicious. Can I also make something like this? Shengming, yes. But it needs time and practice. Ace, I will do it. Shengming, good. That's the spirit. Then they started chatting among themselves. Preemies didn't bother entering their conversion. It will be better if Ace feel more comfortable in their presence. Ophis had long fallen asleep on his lap as he used one hand to read book and another to gently caress her head. If someone will look at these 4 right now, then they will become stupefied. The scene looked as aesthetical as a painting of a family. The breeze blew, and their clothes and hairs fluttered. This kind of leisure, loving, and comfortable scene can make everyone's hearts filled with warmth and emotions. I never expected for Ace Wallenstein to open this much in just a single meeting. Preemies, everyone feel comfortable in Shengming's presence. Maybe you are right. Preemies then glanced to his right again. There are 2 of Twilight's window opened which are showing details of Ace's equipment. He made a connection to check them when he patted her head. Origin, Sword Princess Armor. Type, Armor, Light Armor. Rank, I. Defense. Soulbound, Ace Wallenstein. Abilities. Indestructible, EX. Wind Immunity, F. Damage Reduction, F. Details. Wind Immunity, F. Nullifies 10% of the damage taken by attack that contains or use wind magic. Damage Reduction, F. Reduce the damage taken by 10%. Origin, Lambent Light. Type, Weapon, Rapier. Rank, I. Attack. Soulbound, Ace Wallenstein. Abilities. Indestructible, EX. Wind Mastery, F. Accelerate, F. Details. Wind Mastery, F. The cost of using wind magic will be decreased by 10% and its power will be further increased by X1. Accelerate, F. Increase the attack and movement speed by 25%. Preemies nodded inwardly after checking Ace equipments. Especially, Accelerate, provided by her weapon. Preemies, 25% increase in both attack and movement speed just at level 1. This shows how much strong it will become as she will level up. Preemies then put the book back into his inventory as his gaze fell on Ace. Shengming and Ace has already stopped talking when Preemies put the book away. Preemies, since you checked your status you knew that you have dropped to level 1. Ace, yes. Ace has a downcast expression on her face. She never expected such thing. Preemies, it's true that your level has dropped but instead of becoming weak you have become stronger. Ace, stronger. How so? Ace becomes stunned when she heard Preemies' words. Preemies then took the paper which contains her status from her hand. Preemies, Loki Familia might be one of the strongest Familia in Orario but despite their remarkable coordination as a group, the Familia suffers from a common weakness and that is, if they are separated, their combat capacity will be reduced. Ace. Ace becomes silent and started to ponder about this. Then she also came to same conclusion. Preemies made Ace look at paper again. She now understood what Preemies means. Preemies, as my sword you can't have such weakness. You should be an all-rounder hence your stats will be equal. Ace, but how? Preemies pointed at one of her new skills. Ace, Harmony. Preemies, because of this skill all the auxilia you will gain, will equally divide into all your stats rather than going into one. Ace eyes wide open. This Harmony skill is clearly broken. She can't believe such a skill even exist. Ace, how could such skill exist? If someone have this skill, then all others Familia won't hesitate to go on a war to get their hands on such person. Because it's guaranteed that this person will become strongest all-rounder adventurer. As an all-rounder, her weakness are almost negligible. Preemies, let alone Harmony you other two skills are as strong. No, they are even stronger since they can evolve further compared to Harmony. These skills are so strong that your previous skills like Aerial, Avenger, Hunter, Abnormal Resistance, Spirit Healing and so on have been erased. Ace becomes silent. She then sighs at the loss of her previous skills. Even if they must be weaker compared to her current skills, she was still using them since she was kid. She needs some time to get over it. Preemies, don't be disappointed at their loss. Your current skills are so strong that they are also your limit. Ace, limit. Preemies, yes. You won't be able to learn any more skill until you break mortal limit and become god. Preemies, well, she will get an awakening skill like my perfect holification after she will complete Abyss Trial I but for that she needs reach level 7. I will tell her about it that time. *A/N, as I said before, Abyss Trial I will open for all permanent members when they will reach level 7. But their awakening won't be perfect holification. Every member will have different awakening. And yes, perfect holification will now come under awakening skills. But Preemies, God of Destruction, will forever be his strongest awakening. Preemies then glanced at Shengming. He had already received the notification that he can let Shengming took Abyss Trial I. But he decided to wait for a few days before letting her. Ace, God. Ace stands up from her seat suddenly. This is too much. But her outburst helped Preemies to take his mind off from Abyss Trial I for now. Preemies, sit down and don't give it much thought since becoming god is still very far. Ace then sat down before putting her attention back at paper. She became confused while looking at her stats again. All are SSS, 1, 834. Since Belle hasn't come to Orario yet, the highest rank thus far is S, 999. So, this SSS rank is still foreign to her. As if seeing through her thoughts, Preemies respond. Preemies, S, 999 is the normal limit of adventures but your limit will be SSS, 2000 per level. Per stat Ace becomes shocked again. Ever since she had become Preemies guard, she just kept on receiving more and more shock. Skills, stats, way of becoming god. Even a single thing can cause war or bloodbath outside, yet she has all of them. She then took a deep breath. She realized that she needs to make herself get used to such things in Preemies' presence, otherwise she will die of heart attack. Preemies waited for her to catch her breath. After she calmed down, he continued. Preemies, next is Enhanced Mode. Ace, Enhanced Mode. Preemies, I have already implanted all the information in your mind. So, you know how to use it, right? Ace, nod. Preemies, Enhanced Mode is something that only me and my members can use. Check your magic stat. Ace then looks at her magic stat and narrowed her eyes slightly. Ace, see, magic. Preemies, it means compressed magic. Ace. Compressed magic. Preemies, the same case is here. Only me and my members can use compressed magic. Because if normal person tries to use compressed magic, then their body won't be able to handle so much magic and will burst. Ace shivers thinking that. Preemies, but your new body can handle it without any issue. And without this compressed magic you can't use Enhanced Mode. Ace, nod. Preemies, in Enhanced Mode, all your stats will be increased by x2. This means even though your current stats are SSS 1,834 in enhanced mode, it will reach 3,668. This means Ace, my strength reaches level 4. Preemies, no. Ace, no. Preemies, your equipments provide you with additional 1,000 in all attack and defense. In other words, in all stats. Stack them together, it reaches 4,668. So, your strength reaches level 5 all-rounder adventurer. As compared to the previous you whose sole focus was agility and magic. Ace becomes silent again. This is just too much. She is a level 1 adventurer with the strength of level 5 adventurer. An all-rounder on top of it. This is sick. Preemies, another thing. Your equipments are special. They will become stronger as you will in future. Ace, they will become more stronger. Ace then glanced at Xingming. No. Her gaze is at the paper in Xingming's hand. The paper which contains Xingming's status. Preemies gave it to her when Ace was making tea for the first time. Seeing Ace gaze, Xingming shows a wry smile before she used her power and destroyed the paper. Xingming, little sister, it will be better if you don't see my status. Ace, why? Xingming, it will be for your own good. Ace didn't understand why Xingming didn't want her to see her stats, but in the end she remained silent. Preemies nodded inwardly when he saw this. Even though Ace's strength reached that of level 5 adventurer, compared to Xingming it's still nothing. After all, Xingming's strength reached that of level 50 pseudo-god or 7th dimensional god, equal to or beyond level 49. And it will rise even more when she will complete Abyss Trail and will gain her awakening. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, Ace's Happiness, Part 1. *A/N, here goes March 6th chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Preemies, one more thing, unlike before when you need to constantly update your status, you don't need to do that. Ace, why, my lord? Preemies, because when you will gain Excelia, your stats will automatically rise. In other words, you will become strong even when you are fighting. I only need update your status when you will be about to level up. Do you understand? Ace, yes. Preemies, good. What I want you to do now is that instead of increasing your stats, you should focus on increasing your skills rank. Ace, my skills. Preemies, even though you have all the knowledge of your new skills, your body is still not used to it. So, go and get yourself used to them. Ace nodded and got up. She walked away for some distance and re-equipped her sword princess armor and lambent light. She then took a deep breath before moving. Ace, ha. Ace moved. She attacked like a stabbing motion in front, then she took a full 360-degree turn and swing her lambent light from left to right horizontally. The moment her attack ends, she took another 360 degrees turn, this time in reverse. She then thrusted 3 times in front, jumped back and launched a strong stinger in the end. It may appear slow, but in truth Ace completed these attacks of her in less than a second. Ace paused for a moment before continuing. As time went by, her movements are becoming more and more smooth. More and more refined. Not only that, but wind was also dancing all around her. Making her even faster. Xingming, little sister, is getting more and more used to her new skills. She is becoming more flexible and nimbler. Preemies, both her skills, Ventus Fury I and Wind Manipulation I, complement each other. It is extremely difficult to combine 2 or more skills. Especially when both are high-level ones. But since they both have same fundamental, i.e., wind, she was able to combine it unconsciously. Xingming, husband, you mean she is so focused on training that she herself hasn't realized it yet? Preemies, yes. Ace has very deep desire of becoming strong. So, whenever she trains, she become completely immersed in it. Xingming, no wonder. Preemies then got up. He put the Ophis who was sleeping on the chair gently, making sure she won't wake up before walking towards Ace. Ace was so immersed in training that she didn't notice Preemies. When Preemies came near, he called her via telepathy. Preemies, Ace. Ace stopped her action. Then confusion appeared on her face as she started to wonder whether she was hearing things in her head. She then turned around and saw Preemies standing right behind her. Ace, my lord. Preemies, yes, it was me before. I can talk to you and your other sisters like this. You will get use it. Ace, oh. Okay. Preemies, anyway. SSH. Preemies drew out his elucidator from its sheath then pointed it at Ace. Preemies, a spar will help you to get used to your new skills faster. Preemies could fire flickered in Ace's eyes when she heard spar. She jumped back to take some distance. Then she took a stance. Preemies kept on observing her so that she could prepare herself. Since Ace had fought Preemies before, she knew that the difference between them is that of heaven and earth. But she didn't care. Once she was ready, she stomped on the ground before taking a great stride towards Premies. Stomp. When Premies was within her range, she attacked. Premies deflected Ace's attack to left when it was about to hit him. Ace used the momentum and took a whole clockwise turn before attacking Premies from right. But Premies took counterclockwise turn and dodged it. And that was not the end. At the end, he also countered by kicking Ace from left. Ace blocked it by bringing her left arm in front. Bam. Step. 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 The force behind the kick made Ace took 3 steps back. After holding her ground, she attacked again. This time, she attacked with consecutive strikes. Premies dodged all of them by just the breadth of a hair. This shocked Ace. Because of this, her next attack became slightly slow. Premies didn't let go of this opportunity. He used his free left hand to grab Ace's right arm. After grabbing it, he pulled her towards him. Ace stumbled a little when she was pulled. Before she could correct herself, Premies' knee hit her abdomen. Pow. Ace, arg. The attack hurt Ace as she was pushed back few meters. But she didn't have a bit of time to stable herself because Premies was already in front of her. He attacked Ace with his elucidator, who also brought her lambent light in front to stop it. Clank. Boom. A shockwave spread all around when their swords collide. But Premies didn't stop even for a moment before using his left leg to kick behind Ace's right knee. Since Ace put all her strength on her sword to block Premies' attack just now, she didn't put much weight on her footing. Ace fell. When her body was parallel to the ground, Premies' next attack came. Clank. Whoosh. Ace brought her lambent light in front at the last moment. But since she failed to put her full strength to stop that blow this time, she was launched few meters away. After being launched for some distance, Ace finally landed on her feet. Her gaze then turned to Premies, who was still standing from where he threw Ace away. This time he didn't continue with follow-up attacks. Ace, my lord, is not using his full power. From those exchange, I could tell that he is using the same strength I possessed. Neither more nor less. Then why I am on losing end? As if seeing through her thoughts, Premies opened his mouth. Premies, Ace, you need to change your way of fighting. Ace, huh? Confusion appeared on Ace's face. Ace, my lord, what do you mean? Premies, you are overly reliant on your stats. I told you that spar can help you improve your skills. But during the whole fight, you didn't use your skills even once. Ace. Ace's eyes wide opened. She then started to recall their previous exchange. As a result, she also came to same conclusion. She didn't use her skills at all. Premies, practicing your skills or implementing them in fight are two different things. It doesn't matter one bit how much you trained your skills if you can't use them in fight. Your way of fighting is same as when you were still part of Loki Familia. Ace. Premies, brute force. That's all you have been using. It's true that brute force can help you to break through many obstacles. But if someday you fought against those who have higher stats than you, then brute force won't help you. Ace. Premies, Ace, throw away your previous way of fighting. You are different now. You are no longer part of Loki Familia. You are no longer level 5. You no longer have your previous skills. You no longer have your previous body. Since your whole being is new now, it's now time to embrace new fighting style. Ace. Premies, the skills you have are of high order. They complement each other. Let alone your skills, even your new sword, Lambent Light, is created especially for these skills. The way you are right now, you can't bring their true potential. Ace remained silent and looked at Lambent Light in her hands. Ace, skills and sword, that are made for each other. It's unheard of. Premies, listen, Ace. Ace turned her gaze back at Premies. Premies, if you change nothing, nothing will change. Pang. Ace felt that she was struck by lightning when she heard Premies' words. Ace, if I change nothing, nothing will change. Then she fell into daze. Countless thoughts started to pass through her mind. She fully understood what Premies means, but still, letting go of past is very difficult. But since she wants to become strong to fulfill her goal, she needs to take that step. No matter how hard and painful it is. Ace then looked up at the sky while still deep in her thoughts. After some time, she closed her eyes and a single tear fell from her left eye. Ace, thank you for all your guidance till now, Finn, Gareth, and Reveria. It's time for me to take my own path. Boom. Wail. Whiz. Woo. A burst of wind magic was released from Ace. It then made a hurricane around her. Lambent Light in her hand released a faint light before fading. It was a proof that it finally awakened. Lambent Light provide Ace with additional increase in 25% attack and movement speed. But as Premies said before, if she didn't embrace her skills, Ventus Fury, and wind manipulation then Lambent Light also won't provide anything to her. Just how? Premies, Ace had been taught by the three leaders of Loki Familia, namely Finn, Gareth, and Reveria, since she was kid. That's why even though she became my permanent member, their teaching was still deeply rooted. Only by letting go of that teaching can she embrace her new path. That's why it was extremely difficult for her. I see. But still the power she is releasing is just too much. Why is that? Premies, Ace strongest skill, Aerial. Aerial. Premies, Aerial was a wind magic enhancement. This means it was a part of wind manipulation. Now instead of getting another skill which is part of wind manipulation, she has entire wind manipulation skill. You mean she recreated Aerial? Premies, not only that. She took it to new heights. Awesome. Premies, well, I can expect nothing less from the one who was chosen by the very will of the world as heroine. Right. It is the birth of new Sword Princess. Ace opened her eyes at this time. The wind gathered around her. It's the same way how her Aerial surround her, but this time it is more controlled. Has more power. Has more defense. She then turned her gaze at Premies. They both looked in each other's eyes. She felt like she was falling into boundless illusion while looking into his Sharingan as her eyes started to get blurry. But still, she didn't try to look away. Determination was visible in her eyes. After a second which felt like eternity passed, Ace's body started to shiver. She reached her limit and can't look in them anymore. But she kept on trying. A smile appeared on Premies' face before he closed his eyes. Premies, not bad. Ace took a sigh of relief when Premies closed his eyes. She used her everything just to look in his Sharingan for a second. Why only a second? Because Premies didn't hold back and release the full power of his Sharingan. Takamikazuchi Familia only looked in his Sharingan only for a moment and they all fell into illusion. It is an achievement for Ace to be able to look directly into them even for 1 second. After Ace calmed herself down, Premies opened his mouth again. Premies, so, what is the name of this skill? Ace, name. Confusion appeared on Ace's face. Premies, since this is the new skill you created. You must have named it, didn't you? Ace tilted her head cutely while thinking about name. The wind around her settled down by now. Ace, new Aerial. Premies. Ace, Aerial reborn. Premies. Premies kept on looking at Ace with deadpan expression. Premies, she really sucks at giving name. Agreed. Ace, which one do you prefer, my lord? Premies, I prefer my foot. Premies, I also thought of one. Do you want to hear? Ace hastily nodded her head few times. Premies, since this is upgrade version of Aerial, how about Ariel? Chapter 120, Chapter 120, Ace's Happiness, Part 2. *A/N, here goes April 6th chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Ace, Ariel. Ace murmured the name. Premies, if you don't like it, you can think of something else. Ace shakes her head in denial before replying. Ace, no. I like it. Premies nodded. Ace then took a deep breath before shouting. Ace, Ariel. Premies, by the way, why did you shout the skill name before using it? Ace. Premies. Ace, doesn't it become more powerful that way? Premies' lips twitched. Premies, who are you, Goku or Saiyan? Premies, who said that? Ace, Lady Locke, I mean Loki. Premies, no wonder. There is no way Finn, Gareth, and Reveria will spout such nonsense. Premies, what else did she said? Ace, she said I should wear increasingly revealing clothes because the more skin I show the more comfortable it is for me to fight. Premies. Whoa. Loki really took full advantage of her lack of common sense. Premies, Ace, from now on whenever you will be free you will learn under Xingming. Ace, huh? Premies then turned and looked at Xingming who was also looking at him. She nodded before replying. Xingming, I will take care of it, husband. Premies, Premies then returned his gaze at Ace. Premies, Ace, you are wrong if you think that saying or shouting the name of the skill make it more powerful. Ace, it doesn't. Premies, no, it doesn't. Loki just took the advantage of your lack of common sense. Ace. Premies, think about it. There is a huge crowd around you. You are standing in the center. Then suddenly you shouted Ariel. What would their reaction be? Ace started to imagine the same scenario. She is the middle of whole crowd. Then she shouted. Ace, Ariel. But instead of becoming astonished, people started to look at her like she is a weirdo. They hurriedly took some distance away from her like she is plague. At that time, her gaze fell on a boy who was looking at her with his mouth wide open. That boy then pointed his finger at Ace while looking at her mother who was holding his other hand. Boy, Mom, what is that lady doing? Woman, stay away from her or you will get her infection. Ace came out of her thoughts. Now her face turned red because of embarrassment. Ace, I have been doing such embarrassing thing all this time. Look I. Ha 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 ha. I can imagine that. Preemies, anyway, using the name to define your skill is not a bad thing. Even I myself do it. Ace, my lord, does. Preemies, yes. But I don't shout like you do. I only say their name in my head. Ace, is that so? Preemies, yes. And naming is not because they became stronger but because it gave me a better image of the skill I am using or about to use. Ace closed her eyes again. After some time, she opened them. The image of her, Ariel, is deeply rooted in her mind. That's why she was able to not only recreate it but took it to a whole different level. Ace, I understand, my lord. Ace took a deep breath again before taking a stance. This stance is completely different than the one she took before. This is the stance of her new swordsmanship, Ventus Fury. Ace, Ariel. Wail. Whiz. Woo. Hurricanes appeared around Ace again before it covered her like her, Ariel. Preemies nodded before showing a smile. Preemies, I think I should also take it to another level too. Crackle. Spark. Ace eyes wide opened. Even though Preemies didn't show any noticeable change, a spark of Weiss lighting was still released from his body. Since Preemies' control over his Weiss lighting had reached Grandmaster level, instead of surrounding him like Ace's, Ariel or like Ryakage from Natura World whose all hairs on his body stands when he covered himself with his lighting armor. Preemies' Weiss lighting is inside his body. If Ace didn't see the spark of Weiss lighting, then even she won't has realized it. This is the first time Preemies showed his Weiss lighting to Ace. When they fought for the first time, Preemies didn't use it. So, this is new to her. Preemies, are you ready? Ace came out of her daze before nodding her head. Preemies held his elucidator tightly. Ace did the same with her lambent light. Then they both disappear. Clank. Boom. Their speed was so fast that they disappeared before their swords collide. With her new skill, Ariel, Ace already surpassed her previous self. They didn't stop just yet and exchanged hundreds of blows in a matter of a second. Clank. Click. Slash. Hack. Preemies deflects Ace attacks before attacking back. Ace met them head-on before jumping back to make some time. Preemies didn't let her and followed. Just when his attack was about to hit her, Ace stomped hard on the ground. Stomp. Dust rose. Then she used her wind magic to make it rose even more before disappearing in between. This smoke screen would have worked before, but too bad elemental sight can saw through it without any problem. Preemies turned around and leaned back. Thrust. Ace becomes shocked when Preemies dodged her attack without any problem. As if her smoke screen didn't work. Preemies didn't let her thoughts run wild before kicking her. Pow. Swoosh. Kick threw Ace away but since she used her lambent light to block at the last moment, it didn't do much damage. Ace did somersault to erase the remaining force before landing. The moment she landed she ducked back. Slash. Preemies passed by her. If she didn't duck, then it would have injured her a lot because Preemies moved in a straight line that time. Ace then noticed Preemies' unguarded back. She didn't let of this opportunity and leaped at him. Her lambent light was about to touch him but Preemies as if has eyes behind saw that and jumped backward. Howl. Swoosh. The sound of wind howling was sounded when Preemies dodged. Their positions switched. Now Ace unguarded back is in front of his eyes. And just like her, he won't let go of this opportunity. So, he attacked. As if sense the incoming danger, Ace twisted her body and dodged it. Pierce. Swoosh. It's almost impossible to do what Ace did just now without receiving any backlash. But since her new skills made her nimbler, it was not that difficult for her. Ace then attacked again. Preemies also countered back. Clank. Boom. The sound of wind howling was sounded when Preemies dodged. Their positions switched. Now Ace unguarded back is in front of his eyes. And just like her, he won't let go of this opportunity. So, he attacked. As if sense the incoming danger, Ace twisted her body and dodged it. Pierce. Swoosh. It's almost impossible to do what Ace did just now without receiving any backlash. But since her new skills made her nimbler, it was not that difficult for her. Ace then attacked again. Preemies also countered back. Clank. Boom. Their confrontation showed no sign of stopping. But Preemies knew that Ace will lose soon. Why? Because she didn't do any magic control training yet. As a result, using Ariel on top of enhanced mode used too much magic. And just like he predicted, soon Ace's attack started to get weakened. Premies narrowed his eyes before pushing her back. After stabling herself when she was about to attack again, Premies stopped her. Premies, you are reaching your limit. Instead of prolonging it any longer, why don't we end it with one last attack? Ace, okay. Ace nodded because she can also feel that her magic is about to run out. When that happened, she can only depend on her base stats. Means her strength will return to level 2. She took a deep breath as all her remaining magic condensed into her lambent light for one last attack. Howl. Woo. Voice of wind sounded as it covered Ace. Ace took a deep breath again before taking stance. Premies smiled as he himself also took a stance. Crackle. Roar. The roar of Weiss lighting also sounded. Premies folded his arm with elucidator towards his shoulder while twisting his body to the right. In other time, the sound of jet engine would have sounded, but this time roar of lighting did. Both stared at each other before moving. A spiral tornado was formed at the pointed tip of lambent light. A whole tornado was behind Ace as she moved. As for Premies, his whole elucidator emitted Weiss lighting. Not only that, his body is also constantly releasing the sparks of Weiss lighting as he moved. And then their attacks met. Ace, Le Souffle. Premies, Vorpal Strike. Le Souffle, upgraded version of Ace's previous strongest attack, Lil Rafaga. While Premies used close-ranged Vorpal Strike instead of long-ranged one. Ting. Boom. An explosion occurred, but it was not the end. Howl. Crackle. Both pointed tips of elucidator and lambent light were still holding on. Both Premies and Ace were still trying to overwhelm each other. Wind howled behind Ace. Lighting roared behind Premies. More and more magic was being released by both of them. After few seconds, Ace started to get pushed back. But since Premies was still holding on, how could she let herself be? Ace, not yet. I can still go on. Ace's will and determination became even stronger. As if responding back, wind around her became stronger. Now she was no longer being pushed back. A small smile appeared on Premies' face when he saw this. Premies, well done. When Premies was done speaking, both their attack exploded. Kaboom. Bang. Crackle. Howl. Roar. Wind and lighting storm occurred because of their clash. Ace opened her eyes after some time. She looked around and found herself in the eye of this very wind and lighting storm. She can tell that she would die if she touched this storm even a little. She then looked in front. She saw Premies and became stunned. Premies' gaze was completely different than before. It was neither cold nor indifferent one but a gentle one. Along with gentle smile made Premies a lot more approachable than even Shengming herself. It's true that the more the darkness the more powerful Sharingan become. But it's also true that the wielder of Sharingan possessed boundless love. Since this is the first time Ace witnessed so much gentleness and love emitting from Premies' Sharingan, she can't believe that he could show such expression. Premies then pointed his elucidator at Ace. His sharing was still showing that same gentle expression. Premies, come on, Ace. You are not done yet, right? Ace came out of her stupor and narrowed her eyes. She had some question like how they can get out of this storm. Or whether it was fine to stay here longer. But for some reason, she felt a distinct feeling. A feeling of not caring and simply wanting to continue fighting with her lord. Ace, here I come. Ace gripped her lambent light before dashing forward. She thrust forward as it pierced through the air towards Premies. She didn't use enhanced mode, neither wind manipulation nor Ariel. As she could feel that her magic is completely empty. Not surprising since she poured her everything into Le Souffle. So, she will have to rely on her base stats now. Ace, yet for some reason. As her lambent light came close to Premies who didn't move and was watching her with a gentle eyes and smile. Ace, I don't care. Elucidator as Premies' hand suddenly moved and deflected it. Ace used the force of deflect to spin before attacking again. Premies moved his elucidator again and began to deflecting, parring, redirecting all the attacks that came from Ace. At this moment, Premies' defense was impenetrable. No matter what Ace do, she always failed to break his guard. Thrust, stab, slash and swing were all perfectly defended by Premies without moving a bit from his spot. Yet even with all of this, Ace had a beautiful smile on her face as she continued attacking. It was a smile of sheer joy, a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. A smile that was describing her feeling at this exact moment. In a way, she wasn't fighting Premies but was playing with him. Premies is the only one that she could play and fight like this. Unlike before, she didn't need to worry about hurting him. Or like when Loki Familia stopped and told her to control herself. Premies was the only one that she could fight with her all. Her lord who wouldn't break even if she gives her all. She was happy that she could fight like this. She could feel it from her heart that her lord was telling her and urging her to keep on going. To go as wild as she can. As much as she wants with no need to worry. For he will take it all and continue to stay strong. Premies thrust his elucidator forward. Ace quickly dodged, but the next attack was already in front of her. Ace moved her arm in front, taking the blow. Then she thrust it forward with her lambent light. Premies only laughed as he quickly deflected it. He then continued to dance and play with Ace. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, here at last. *A/N, here goes May 6th chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Soon hours went by. Premies was sitting on the ground while looking at the sky. Ace had already worn her casual clothes. She was currently sleeping using Premies' lap as pillow. But even when sleeping, there's a beautiful smile on her face. It's been a long time since she played to her heart content like this. Ever since the death of her father and disappearance of her mother, playing had become a foreign word for her. Premies smiled while caressing her head. Ophis returned to him and was using his other lap. While Shengming sat beside him. She also looked at sleeping face Ace with smile. Shengming, you really are something, husband. When I saw little sister for the first time, I can tell that she had buried all her emotions deep within her heart. And it would take a lot of time before she could open herself up. But you were able to do it already. Premies only smiled without replying. She was not the only one. Premies, even you were smiling too that time. Premies, huh? I did. Yes. Premies, ****. Maybe you are right. I also never relaxed this much. So, I must have gone with the follow. It's a good thing though. You should show more of your emotions. Premies, forget it. Let the nature run its course. That would be better. I am sure as more people enter your life, the more you will open. Ace, MMN. Ace mumbled before opening her sleepy eyes. Her eyes met with Premies. And just like before, his Sharingan was emitting gentleness. Premies also showed a gentle smile gently before started to caress her face. Ace closed her eyes again to enjoy this warmth. After enjoying it for some time, Ace finally raised her body. Premies, have you slept well? Ace, MN, Ace smiled before nodding. Premies, good. Let's eat something before leaving. Shengming, little sister, what do you like to eat? Ace, Jagamarukan. Ace enthusiastically responded. Premies only smiled because he knew it was Ace's favorite food in the plot. Shengming, Jagamarukan. Shengming showed a confused expression since she had never heard of such dish before. Premies, you will find this recipe in page 116 of the recipe book which I gave you. Shengming, oh. Shengming then took out the book and opened the exact page. She then pointed at the dish before turning to Ace. Shengming, is this the one? Ace, nod nod nod. Shengming, hee hee. Little sister, since I am going make it for the first time. Let's make it together. Ace, but I have never cooked before. Shengming, little sister, don't forget that you had never brewed tea before too, right? Let's go, I am sure you will learn it after some trial and error. Ace, MN, okay. Then they got up and walked towards the house. Premies smiled while looking at their back before deciding to take some rest. He hugged Ophis tightly from behind and placed his chin on her head before closing his eyes. After an hour, Premies felt that someone was shaking him lightly. So, he opened his eyes and Ace's face came in front. Ace, my lord, food is ready. Premies nodded before getting up. Ophis also woke up. Premies put her on his left shoulder before walking towards his house. Ace was walking beside him while constantly looking at his face. Soon they reached and entered inside. Shengming greeted him like a loving wife before letting him take seat. After he sat down, Shengming and Ace also sat on his right and left. Shengming gave him the Jagamarukan she made, before they both also start eating. Since Ace Jagamarukan didn't meet the standard, Shengming didn't let Ace serve it to him. Just like the tea Ace made before. Ace became sad at first, then clenched her fist while making vow to improve her cooking. Shengming smiled since this was what she wanted. Premies had already told Shengming about Ace's thirst for power. As a result, training is all she had in her mind. To take her mind away from training while she was resting, cooking is one of the best ways. Premies only ate 2 Jagamarukan since he didn't eat much. Once he was done, he stood up before walking towards the kitchen. Since Ophis only eat what Premies made, he decided to make pudding this time. Shengming and Ace turned to look at Premies. Excited expression appeared on Shengming's face because she knew that Premies' cooking is at a whole different level. Ace didn't know that, so she asked. Ace, Sister Shengming, does Lord know to cook? Shengming, you will see. Ace, Ace then turned her gaze back at Premies. Preemies one by one took out the materials for making pudding. Once all materials were in front, he started. His movements were so perfect and fluid that both Xingming and Ace became fascinated. He was done in just 15 minutes. After serving one to both Xingming and Ace, he sat on his chair again before start feeding Office, who was already sitting on his lap. Xingming and Ace kept on looking at the beautiful pudding for some time before they took a bite. Xingming. Ace. Both of their eyes wide open before stars appeared in them. Premise didn't look at them while kept on feeding Office. Good time often went by soon. When Office was done, Xingming and Ace were also done. Xingming took their plates to kitchen before washing them with Ace. Preemies then stood up, placed Office on her favorite spot before leaving the house. Xingming and Ace also came out after few minutes. Ace has already equipped her Sword Princess armor and Lambent Light. Gentleness also disappeared from Preemies' Sharingan, and boundless power, coldness and indifferent look has appeared again. His gentleness was only for here. Preemies, time to go. Space Wrap and all four of them disappeared, leaving this home world in silence again. Space Wrap and Preemies appeared in the same room from where he left in Hostess of Fertility. He first checked Ace's status again. Preemies, good. All her skills rank increased from I to H. Even though it is only a single increase, it's more than enough for the first time. Even her stats have reached 1968. She will be able to max her stats in a one day. Then he closed it and looked at his own. Preemies, my stats have also increased from 6,613 to 6,650. It's not much increase, but it's still better than nothing. If we check your overall strength then, 6,650*2, from enhanced mode, plus 3,000 from equipments. Preemies, 16,300. Level 17 Pseudo-God. And if we add your Grandmaster rank, which further increase your level by 3, then you are currently level 20 Pseudo-God. Preemies, yes. This means my strength already reached beyond 4th dimensional God, 1st class God, but less than 5th dimensional God. Exactly. 4th dimensional gods are level 16 Pseudo-God and 5th dimensional gods are level 25 Pseudo-God. Preemies, but it will change if I use my perfect holification. Yes. In that case, 6,650*4, from perfect holification, plus 3,000, from equipments. Preemies, 29,600. Level 30 Pseudo-God. With additional 3 levels because of Grandmaster rank, you are level 33 Pseudo-God. Preemies, this means even if I go Soul Land World now, I can even kill God Kings, 5th dimensional God, there. Exactly. Preemies nodded before proceeding to leave the room. With his elemental sight, he knew that sun was about to set. Hostess of Fertility, well, it's empty with only Haruheim, Lily, Ryu and others inside. Why? Because within the radius of 5 kilometers, he can see Noble's troops occupying almost every place. They all had serious and panic expressions since Preemies erased another noble lineage in the morning. But just when he was about to open the door, Office, who was sitting on his left shoulder, sensed something. She raised her head. It may appear that she is looking at the ceiling, but her eyes are looking at something beyond. Office, Preemies. Preemies, Office, an otherworldly soul is trying to enter this world. Preemies' hand, which was about to open the door, stopped. A glint passed in his Sharingan before a smile appeared on his face. This is not the gentle smile he showed in home. If Xingming and Ace, who were standing behind him, saw this, then they both will feel a chill down their spine. It's here. Huh. Office, should I destroy it or send it back from where it came? Don't let her destroy it, Preemies. Until it fully reincarnate, it won't become the host of the system. And one more thing. Don't mark it either. Whenever system attach itself to a host, it does a thorough scan of the soul. If it finds something, then it will try to erase or remove it. But if it failed, then it won't attach itself with that person and left to find another host. So, be very careful. Preemies, I see. Since Office is 4th level existence, systems of this group 1 won't be able to remove her mark. Exactly. Preemies, Office, neither destroy it nor send it back. I want you to remember its soul signature perfectly. It should be to the point that even if the soul becomes strong or change, you will still be able to recognize and find it. Remember, do not mark it. Office, Mn. Preemies, one more thing. I want to throw the soul at least 1,000 kilometers away from Oreo. To make sure it won't be able to reincarnate near. Office, okay. Office then looked at the soul who entered this world. The location it was moving towards is surprising Orario. A glint passed in Office's eyes then, as if the entire world moved. But no one realized it. Not even gods and goddesses. Can't she just teleport it away? Preemies, what happens? She rotated the entire planet. So, instead of throwing soul away, Orario moved 1,000 kilometers away from its destination. Premies. Premies remained silent before replying. Premies, forget it. Whatever happens. I guess, you are right. Now mind telling me why you let the soul reincarnate 1,000 kilometers. If you let it reincarnate here, then you could have directly killed him, her, when some system attached itself with him, her. Then I would have absorbed that system and would have given you the stairway to heavens. Premies, because I want to delay it. Delay. Why? Premies, it's true that the fated ones become strong fast with the help of system. But the same thing is also applied on the systems. Why you plan to? Premies, instead of getting my hands on it now when it's still weak, why don't I wait for the next 4 months? Means just when I was about to leave for the next world. I see. That's true. Absorbing the other systems when they became strong will provide you with additional benefits. But then it still didn't answer my question. Why 1,000 kilometers away? Premies, the current condition of Orario is not stable. Not only that, Behemoth is also going to attack in a month. If Fated One will be here, then its system will provide him with quest and mission. Because of that he will become strong a lot faster. But isn't it good thing that it will become strong faster? Premies, it will be if the situation of Orario is stable. Just like I said before. What do you mean? Premies, when the Fated One started to complete the quest given by their system, then in just short amount of time her reputation will soar. When that happen, people will start to hail him like a hero. As a result, I need to change a lot of plans. I see. Then if we go like this, how many plans you need to change? Premies. Premies. Premies, don't try to play with me. Did you really think I will go with the flow and spill all the beans? TCH. He saw through it. Premies, Ace. Ace, yes, my lord. Premies, 4 months from now on, you are going to fight someone very strong opponent. To fight him, you need to at least reach max of level 2 with all your skills at grade E. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance. I hope you don't disappoint me. Ace, I will win. Premies, MN. Premies, I also want to fight the Fated One, but too bad it impossible for him, her to become level 25 pseudo-god or 5th dimensional god in just 4 months even with system help. By the way, Twilight, is it possible for more than one Fated One to appear in same world? It's possible, but the possibility is extremely low. As you said before, system wants their hosts to become strong. But if 2 or more Fated Ones appear in same world, the chances of them fighting each other is very high. Which can lead to the death of their host. Premies, so, they have countermeasure. Huh. Yes. Whenever system find their host, they send a specific energy which covered the entire world. The work of this energy is to repel any otherworldly soul which was about to enter the same world where its host resides. Premies, if I will kill this Fated One and took away her system, the energy covering the world will disappear and another Fated One can enter this world again. Yes. Premies, how amusing. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Heart Problem. Far away from Orario. Almost 1,000 kilometers away to be more exact. There is a small village. The population of village is only about 100 to 120 people. 80% of the population is farmer while the rest are hunters. At the very north of the village, there is a church. The church is also an orphanage for the children whose parents were killed by the monsters or animals while they are hunting. In the orphanage there lived 8 teenage children. With youngest one 14 years old and eldest one 17 years old. They are 5 boys and 3 girls. Currently, in one of the rooms 4 of those boys are beating the 5th one. Pow. Boy 1, damn you, Johan. How dare you even think of courting Yukina? Smash. The first boy slammed the 5th boy whose name is Johan hard on the floor. The boy, Johan's face was already full of bruises. Other 3 boys are also kicking him. Behind them few meters away, there are 3 girls. The one in between is crying while the other 2 are consoling her. While consoling her they are also looking at Johan with disgusted in their eyes. The girl who is crying is Yukina. She is a very beautiful girl. Even if her beauty won't even reach that of elves, but in the entire village, she's still the most beautiful girl. Many have tried to court her, but she rejected all of them. Her eyes are only for the first boy. His name is John. Unlike Johan who has weak body and is average looking, John is different. He always goes on hunting with village hunters. As a result, he has strong body. His look is also a lot better than Johan. Even though he acted like delinquent and looked down on others, no one care. Since he is strong, that's all that matter. On top of that, he also has his eyes for Yukina. Village leader has already decided to betroth both when Yukina will reach 16. And that is just 2 months from now on. No one in the village argue because they all think that someone as beautiful as Yukina should marry someone as talented as John. Johan also loved Yukina, but he didn't have courage to confess. But when he heard that Yukina and John are going to be betrothed in 2 months, he decided to confess. And thus, this was the result. Bang. John smashed his foot on Johan's face before speaking. John, bastard, if you dare to lay your dirty eyes on her again, I will kill you. Johan, arg. Johan, John and other 3 boys then stopped. John then hurriedly approached Yukina. John, don't worry Yukina, this bastard won't disturb you any longer. Yukina, sob thank you, John. Yukina then showed a smile to John before every one of them walked away without even giving a single glance to Johan. Johan looked at the back of the group as they walked away. He started to tear up. He had been living with his parents till he was 8 years old. Even though he knew that he was not good at doing things, but his parents always showed a smile to him. It was really a big blow to him when his parents died. From then on, he started to live in this orphanage where he fell in love with Yukina. He thought he could finally find happiness, but he was wrong. As he started to sob, suddenly his head started to pain. Johan, arg. The pain was so immense that he started to roll on the ground. As he was rolling, foreign memories started to enter his brain. This keeps on going for an hour before it finally stopped. Johan finally raised his body and held his head. Johan, what are these memories? I have 2 sets of memories. No, it appears that both are me now. So, should I call myself Johan or Takuto? Well, since I am in this world, I will be Johan. Johan then tried to stand up, but the pain made him grimace. Johan, those bastards really didn't hold back. My whole body is paining. One day, I will take my revenge on them. Especially that bitch, Yukina. Arg. Johan held his chest as his heart started to pain. He realized that it's because he called Yukina bitch. The previous Johan really loved Yukina dearly. So that's why this reaction. Johan, damn. Why did you love that bitch so much? If the current Johan checked the memories of previous Johan properly, then he will realize that Yukina, who he was calling bitch, is a very kind girl. She never looked down or hurt anyone. That's why everyone in the village loved her. Johan, what's so great about that bitch? Didn't she leave you in the end? If Premies was here, then he would have sneered at Johan. What do you mean by leave? She never even loved Johan in the first place. It was just a way to comfort yourself by putting blame on others. And Yukina is also not wrong in the first place. A woman or girl always look for a partner who can protect her and keep her safe. If you don't have such strength, then even if you have heavenly handsome face, it's still useless. That's the same for Premies. If he didn't have strength, Ophis won't have decided to follow him. If he didn't have strength, Xingming's soul won't have been able to sense his immense power of destruction against which even Huimia's power of destruction pales. If he didn't have strength, Ace won't have believed he could make her strong and decided to leave her familia. Result would be that Ishtar familia would have captured him and he would have become one of their sex slaves. So, currently Johan's way of think is just a self-satisfactory for himself. Johan, damn, fine. I was wrong. Yukina is not a bitch but a very kind girl. When he said that, Johan can feel that the pain subsided. Johan calmed down, started to go through his memories. After some time, he took a sigh. Johan, I was wrong. Yukina is really a very kind girl. No wonder old me feel in love with her. I think even I will fall in love with her. Sigh, if there is a way, then I will try court her even now. Too bad she is going to betrothed with that bastard John in 2 months. No matter how hard I will try, I won't be able to reach his level, let alone beyond, in just 2 months. Johan sigh again. Consoling his bad luck. Who won't wished for a beautiful and kind wife? But then as God listened his prayer. Ding. All conditions met. System will now bound with the host. Johan, huh? As Johan became confused, a white light covered him. Soon, all his injuries were healed. Johan looked at himself in disbelief. Then, as if something struck in his mind, he opened his eyes wide. Johan, did I just gain a system like that in novels from my previous world memories? Yes. Host. Johan. Johan becomes silent before a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Johan, now I have hope to get Yukina. System, show me your functions. Affirmative. Status. Inventory. Shop. Quest. Status, to check your current stats and skills information. Inventory, there are 100 slots with the size of a cubic room where you can store materials, items, equipments. Shop, let you buy materials, skills, equipments, and so on with system points. Quest, quests will be provided randomly. Complete them to acquire rewards. Johan, okay. Show me my status. Affirmative. Status. Name, Johan Miller. Age. Level. Strength, I. Endurance, I. Dexterity, I. Agility, I. Magic, I. Skills. Magic. Development skills. System points. Valis. Johan, I really am at the lowest. From my memory, there is a city called Orario which has Babel Tower and Dungeon. It was more than enough for me to guess correctly that this is Danmachi world. But still, why the fudge I reincarnate at least 1,000 kilometers away from Orario? Sigh whatever, with help of system I will become the strongest in this world soon. Johan pumped his fist and make a pose. While Johan was becoming happy on getting system and dreaming of becoming strongest, he didn't know that he is just a big piece of meat and a sharpening stone for someone else. So, you plan for Ace to fight him. Preemies, it will be good experience of her. It will be. But her chances of winning will be low. After all, even if the fated one won't have the strength as Ace when they meet, he will surely have many trump cards and life-saving treasures. Preemies, I am sure Ace will be able to handle this. Why are you so sure? Preemies, because fated ones become completely dependent on their system. So, whenever they hit a wall, the first thing that came to their mind is system. Well, that's true. Preemies, you only provided me with 4 skills in the beginning, the rest I did myself. One of the biggest problems of fated ones, they never try to learn more about their skills. For example, Chidori. If they get it, then they will only think of it as an attack skill. But in my case, I understand. You thought of it in different angles. Like Chidori is made of lighting. Lighting weakest form is electricity. Electricity can be used for different purposes. Like how nerves send signals to brain. That's how you came up with this, right? Preemies, right. But there are even more ways you can use electricity or lightning. You will see in future. Sure. I will be waiting. Preemies then opened the door and left the room. Hostess of Fertility was empty while Haruheim and Lily were still in their room. Preemies turned to look at Ryu and others who are sitting together while talking about something. Preemies approached them, pulled the chair, and sat down. He also stopped hiding his presence for them. Mia, you are finally here, brat. I thought you were going to make the room yours living. Preemies, you know what, Mia? I have heard that as women grow old, they become more aggressive. I didn't believe it first, but now seeing a live example I need to believe it. Mia. Seer. Ryo. Chloe. Anya. Lunwar. Everyone became silent. Women age is the most sensitive topic. No one tried to ask their age or comment on it. Afraid of receiving their wrath. Only preemies can talk about women age like this without being afraid. Preemies, anyways. Seer, I want to buy a house. Since you have been in Orario for long, 1,000 years. Which one do you prefer? Seer, How much is your budget? How big should it be? Preemies, budget is not a problem. Lily, Haruheim, and you all are going to live there. So, I want a big one. Seer. Ryo. Chloe. Anya. Lunwar. Chloe, wait. 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 What do you mean by we are going to live there, meow? Preemies, exactly what I said. When I will buy the house or mansion, you all are going to move there permanently. So, pack all your stuffs by tonight. You all are going to move there in the morning. And one more thing, Mia also doesn't mind. Then they all turned to Mia, who remained silent since she had already entrusted all of them to preemies. So, if he thinks that they will be safe in the home that he will buy, then she didn't mind one bit. All of them become silent since they had heard Mia and preemies' conversation before. Preemies, by the way, Seer. I have one place in mind. Seer, huh? What is it? Preemies then showed a small smile. But Seer started to have bad premonition suddenly. Preemies, the top floor of Babel. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Raven Sight. *A/N, here goes 1/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Everyone became silent after listening to Preemies' impossible request. What is the top floor of Babel? It's the place where the strongest familia of Orario, Freya familia, resides. That floor can't be bought with any amount of money. Ryo, Chloe, Anya, and Lunwar thought that Preemies was just joking around. After all, didn't this mean that he was indirectly saying to kick Freya out of that floor? But Mia and Seer had different reaction. Mia narrowed her eyes. She felt that if Preemies wants, he is more than capable of doing that. Seer showed a wry smile before answering. Seer, why you shouldn't joke like this, Preemies. Preemies, is that so? That's all Preemies said. As Seer took a sigh of relief, she heard Premi's voice near her ears. Premies, but I was completely serious about it, Freya. Seer eyes wide opened. She can't believe what she just heard. Premies, did you really think your camouflage can work in front of these eyes of mine? Premi's Sharingan kept on releasing boundless power. Since Ryu and others had also got used to it by now like Loki Familia, they tried to not make eye contact with him. Seer was still having hard time believing it. She really wanted to know since when he figured it out. Premies saw through her thoughts. Premies, I knew it since the first day we met. Seer, truly a blunder. In the entire Orario, the only person who can see through her disguise is Hestia. Why? Because Hestia possessed divine perception. Because of that, Freya always avoid appearing in front of her as Seer, as she can see right through it. But she never expected that there could be someone else who possessed such eyesight in this world. Well, Premies was not the only one. Even Ophis and Xingming saw through her in an instant. Since Premies was compressing his voice, only Seer heard him. So, others became confused when they saw Seer, who kept on changing her expressions. Premies, shall we go now to see which house or mansion you recommend, Syr? Seer, huh? Sure. Seer understood that Premies wanted to talk privately with her. And now that he knew her secret, she can't refuse either. Not that she wanted to anyway. She then hurriedly got up and returned to her room to change. Others became confused because of Seer behavior but didn't give it much thought when Premies spoke to them. Premies, why are you all still lazing around? Go pack your stuff. Ryu and others, huh? Rio, but aren't we going to move tomorrow? Premies, you all are free right now. Instead of wasting time right now, why don't you all complete the packing now so that you can relax later? Chloe, we can just pack our stuff later, meow. Anya, yes. Yes. I want to rest right now, meow. Lunwar, me too. Premies, is that so? Too bad, I was thinking of taking you all to shopping once I am done with looking for house with Seer. As a present for you all moving to a new house. Well, it can't be helped since you all will be busy packing your stuff later. Bang. All four of them stood up at the same time and the chairs they were sitting on fell backward with a loud noise. Their eyes were glittering. Premies can even see the tails of Chol and Anya wagging right and left. But there was one thing he never expected. And that is, Rio's long ears were also twitching in excitement. Seeing this, Premies shakes his head. Premies, women really become excited when it comes to shopping. Chloe, I think we should pack our stuff since we are free right now, meow. Anya, yes. We can go to shopping, rest later, meow. Rio, amen. I also need to sort my stuff. Lunwar, me too. Let's go. Then they hurriedly fixed their chairs that had dropped before leaving. Premies then sent voice transmission to Haruheim and Lily, who were resting in their room. Premies, rest for today. Tomorrow morning you both will be joining a familia and will also move to your new house. Once you will receive the blessing, then we will enter dungeon. Lily, okay. Haruheim, okay, husband. Premies, later today I am going to take Ryu and others for a shopping. You both will also join. Make a list of things you want to buy. No need to hold back. You both can go all out. Lily and Haruheim, yes. This time they answered enthusiastically. Premies then turned his gaze at Mia, who was glaring daggers at him. Premies didn't show any change of expression. He just took out a bottle of wine and placed it in front of her. Mia showed a confused expression before picking up the bottle. She opened the cap and the smell of wine spread all around the hall. An intoxicated expression appeared on her face before she hastily closed it. Mia, cough, I will forgive you for now. Then she also got up and left. Premies didn't reply as he silently saw her walking away. At this time, Seer was done changing and walked down the stairs. Premies got up from his chair and moved towards the entrance. Once he was outside, Seer also followed behind. They both were walking side by side. Both remained silent during the whole time. Soon, they reached the real estate building. Premies remained behind while letting Seer do all the talking and stuff with real estate manager. Since Premies was hiding his presence, no one could see him. Not even the manager himself. It may appear that Seer was alone, but managers didn't dare to look down on her since everyone in Orario knew Seer. Even though noble troops were all around, some high-level businesses like guild, real estates, blacksmith shops, potion shops, and so on, were still running. Then one by one manager showed them one estate after another. Premies declined them before they even entered the house by notifying it to Seer. Manage became bewildered cause Seer declined without even looking inside. But he kept on showing his businesslike smile as he introduced next house. Premies had no need to check house since his elemental sight do the thing. He can already tell how many bedrooms, kitchen, basement, hidden rooms, or so on present in the house or mansion from 5 kilometers away. Many appeared good on the outside, but on the inside, they were dregs. Materials used in those houses were the worst. There were many hidden cracks in between. Preemies even saw some which were still being used by the thieves and assassins as a base. As time went by, even manager started to feel irritated. He then started to show more and more expensive estates. And in the end, they finally found a mansion which preemies considered okay. It was 4-floored mansion with a large black iron fence around it. The mansion used to have inner garden and front garden. But now it's barren. It also had a basement with many hidden rooms. There's even a large bathroom inside. Preemies didn't care much about the inner and front garden being barren. With Shengming here, it's not a problem. But even if the mansion looked old, it's very sturdy inside. The mansion was at the perfect location too. And that was northeast part of Orario. Why this was the perfect location? It's because when Behemoth will attack in 1 month, it will first attack north. Then it will proceed towards northwest direction. Why will it attack north first? It's because that's where Twilight Manor resides. It's true that Twilight Manor currently is Loki Familia residence, but before Loki Familia got that manor, it was Hera Familia residence. Granted, Hera Familia was responsible for killing Behemoth for the first time, their home will become its first target. Then it will proceed towards northwest. Place where guild is. Moreover, northwest is where a lot of nobles also live. That time, preemies can offer Loki Familia main members to live here. This will increase the safety of Hestia Familia and Ryu and others even more. He also planned to make Takamikazuchi Familia move here later. Preemies want to make this place so secured that when he will leave for the next world, his heart will be at ease. As for himself, he already planned to live in the top floor Babel Tower. And he knew how. Preemies then sent the voice message to Seer confirming this place. Seer, Mr. Manager, I like this place. How much it cost? Manager, really? I mean sure. The price of this mansion is 3,635,000,000 valis. With discount you can get it for 3,630,000,000 valis. 3,630,000,000. Huh. Preemies sent another more message to Seer. Listening this, Seer became stupefied. Seer, you want to me say that? Preemies, go for it. Seer gritted her teeth in frustration. Seer, you are clearly taking revenge on me, aren't you? Then she took a deep sigh and turned towards the manager. Seer tried her best to make sure that the manager won't be able to see through her fake smile. Seer, Mr. Manager, we knew each other for a long time, didn't we? Manager, huh? Why yes. Seer, and I have helped you many times before. Manager, why yes. Manager started to have a bad premonition suddenly. He felt like he was going to lose a big one. Seer, so, for our friendship till now. Let's round off the price to 2 billion valis. Manager felt like coughing blood. From 3,630,000,000 to 2 billion. Who do round off like that? Even though Seer was showing smile, she was cursing preemies inside. Seer, damn you, preemies. This is 100% revenge. To think you will make me owe him. Seer, I will owe you one. Manager, huh? If you say so then I will accept this lose. Manager sighed, but inward he was happy. To think Seer will owe him. Manager, I will prepare the documents. When are you going to move Miss Seer? Seer, tomorrow morning. Manager, okay. Manager then showed a businesslike smile and hurriedly left to prepare the documents. Once they can no longer saw his back, Seer turned and glared at preemies. Seer, you. Preemies, undo your disguise. Seer. Seer took a breath before looking around. After making sure that no one was present, light started to emit from her body. Her height increased from 162 centimeters, i.e., 5 feet 4 inches, to 170 centimeters, i.e., 5 feet 7 inches. Her bluish-gray hair and eyes turned silver. And her skin turned to white skin like that of fresh snow. She had a perfect golden ratio, enough to think that the golden ratio originated from her. This was how preemies met with the goddess of beauty, Freya, in her real form for the first time. Even after returning to her real form, Freya was still glaring at preemies. Preemies ignored it. He grabbed her hand suddenly and pulled her. Freya, huh? Freya stumbled, and in the next second, she found body lying on preemie's left arm. Before she could understand what is going on, preemie's right hand slapped her butt. Pa. Freya, Pa. Freya, what are you doing? Pa. Freya, stop. Pa. Preemie slapped her but few more times before letting her go when moan escaped her mouth. Freya hurriedly put her hands on her butt. She was scowling at him with flushed face and moist eyes. No one had ever treated her like this before. Preemies, think of it as your punishment. Freya, what punishment? Preemies, punishment of you stupidly trying to charm me till now even when you realized it won't work. Freya. Freya became silent. Just like what Preemies said, Freya kept on trying to charm him whenever they were together. Even when she realized it won't work, she just kept on trying. This irritated him, so he decided to punish her. By the way, what will be name of this mansion? Preemies moved his gaze from Freya to mansion. He thought for few seconds before replying. Preemies, Raven Sight. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Cleaning Up Some Rats. *A/N, here goes 2/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Raven Sight. Huh. Well, it's not a bad name. Freya, Raven, Sight. Preemies then called Ace, who had been stupefied ever since she found out that one of the waitresses of Hostess of Fertility, Seer, was in truth Goddess of Beauty, Freya in disguise. But his action shocked her even more when he slapped Freya butt. That was the first time she had seen someone treat Freya like this. Preemies, Ace. Ace, why yes, my lord. Preemies, there are some pests inside. Clear them. Serious expression appeared on her face before she jumped over the fence and went inside. Ace didn't know how to hide her presence like Preemies, Ophis, and Xingming. So, Xingming helped her in that aspect. At first, she was amazed that no one could see her, but then Xingming explained. Ace finally realized how Preemies was able to walk freely around Orario without being detected. Freya, are we just going to wait here for the manager? Preemies, why? Are you so old that your legs are hurting already? Freya lips twitched when she heard that. And as she expected, only he has guts to talk to gods like this. It's true there are many who hate gods, but they didn't show it on the face. Freya, can't you show respect to a goddess like me? Preemies then turned to Freya and showed her a smile. Seeing that smile, Freya felt a chill down her spine. Preemies, sure, if you want, I will show you respect. But this time, it will hurt more. Freya hurriedly took some steps back while putting hands on her butt. She was now wary of Preemies. She no longer had her signature calm and seductive smile on her face. Preemies looked at Freya, then took a sigh. Preemies, come here. Freya, no. Preemies, Comehere, Freya. Freya had no choice but to comply when Preemies spoke in that tone. When she approached, Preemies raised his hand again. Freya closed her eyes thinking he was going to slap her. But on the contrary, Preemies gently put his hand on her head and started to pat her. Freya startled and raised her head. There she saw Preemies showing her a small smile. This smile was gentler than before. And she fell into trance seeing that. Preemies, anyway. Thank you for helping Haruheim and Lily in my absence. I knew you also helped them during their escape. Freya, Freya looked down and nodded. She was trying her best to hide her face. This was the first time her heart beat so violently. There was also a slight blush on her face. It's hard to believe that Freya could become such meek in front of Preemies. After some time, Preemies stopped patting her. Freya had also calmed down. Her signature seductive smile also appeared on her face. Freya, so. Preemies, is your butt still itching for another beating? Stop using charm already. Freya, sorry, my mistake. It's a habit. Preemies, then correct it. Freya, I will. Freya then stopped using her charm, now fully convinced it's useless on Preemies. She decided to change the topic. Freya, by the way, because of you I owed that manager now. I wonder if he will ask something weird. Preemies, don't give it much thought. He will use that favor when he returns with the documents in 30 minutes and so. Freya, ho. Why? Preemies just showed a mysterious smile while looking at the mansion, now called Raven Sight. Preemies, you will know. Slash. Splurt. Ace swinged her lambent light, and another one died. Even though the location in the mansion is good, there are still some rats lurking around. Preemies already gave the locations of these rats to Ace in her head. Swoosh. An arrow came from the dim corridor. Ace tilted lightly to dodge it before rushing towards the one who shot it. That person started to shoot more arrows. Ace dodged all of them without much effort and appeared in front of him. But when she was about to kill him, a great sword appeared in front blocking it. Tink. Ace didn't show any change in expression. She instead used the sword as a footing to jump over the adventurer who blocked her. The archer behind took a sigh of relief when he thought he was saved. But when he raised his head, he was greeted by Ace's cold eyes. Before he could protect himself, lambent light penetrated through his throat. Pierce. Splurt. Ace didn't stop there. She hurriedly pulled lambent light out, held it backward and attacked behind without even looking. Pierce. Splurt. The adventurer that protected the archer looked down and saw lambent light coming out his chest. He was a level 5 strength-based adventurer. So, his strength and endurance reached the same as Ace. But Ace all-rounder stats gave her advantage. On top of 25% increase in both attack and movement speed made her go even higher. As a result, he had to use his everything to stop that attack of Ace. If he didn't have his great sword, then he would have failed. Even if he stopped that, his body became numb for a second. That was all Ace needed to kill him and the archer behind. Ace then pulled out her lambent light and took a whole 360-degree turn, severing his neck from his body. Plat. Thud. A head and a headless body both fell on the floor. Even when she killed them, Ace didn't show any noticeable change in her expression. It was as if she just killed a bug. Unlike Haruheim and Lily, Ace had killed people before during Arario Dark Period. So, it's not new for her. Still, she felt a disordered feeling when she killed them. But after her heart became connected with preemies just like Ophis and Xingming, even that feeling disappeared. Ace then continued walking down the corridor. She had already killed more than 30 rats by now. They never expected a sudden attack. Hence 30 died too fast. As Ace was walking towards the next hidden room, she got attacked by an assassin. Or so she thought. Whoosh. When Ace twisted her body to dodge the attacking that was aiming at her back, but another attack was already in front. Ace narrowed her eyes and ducked. Then another attack came, out of the floor this time. Ace moved in the last second to evade and took some distance. At that time, Ace's foot fell on something. Crunch. Ace, damn. Light was released and explosion occur. Boom. Freya, What was that? Freya, who was outside with preemies, of course listened the sound of explosion and stared towards the mansion. She then looked at preemies, who was leaning on the wall of mansion like her with closed eyes. Freya, did you hear that? Preemies, no. Preemies respond in an instant. Even Freya for a second thought she was hearing things. But then another sound of explosion was heard. This time Freya became certain. Freya, did you? Preemies, no. Freya. Freya, it's definitely yours doing. I am 100% sure. Preemies remained silent. Unlike Freya, everything's visible for him. So, he saw everything Ace go through till now. Preemies, now. How will you handle this, Ace? When Ace stepped on the mine, there was another mine in a meter distance. Hence, once first one exploded, other one too exploded. As the assassins were waiting for Ace to show herself, she jumped out of the smoke. Noticing that Ace only has slight scratches, all assassins became shocked. These assassins had watched Ace's previous confrontation. In the end, they came to conclusion that Ace was agility-based adventurer. Agility-based adventurers' focus are agility and dexterity. Sometimes even magic came into equation. Either way, their bodies are weak than strength-based adventurer but stronger than mage. So, it really shocked them when Ace only had minor scratches on her. Just like before, if Ace was her previous self, that those explosions might have injured her, but since she's all-rounder now, that weakness had been removed. *A/N, Familia only inform guild what their members' level are. They won't inform which are their main stats because if someone find it then it will be easier to find their weakness. The same case is here. Everyone in Orario knew that Ace was level 5 adventurer, but they didn't know she was agility-based adventurer. The only way to figure it out is if the person himself/herself inform, or they guessed it by fighting and observing them. All assassin, just what is going on? We just received the news in the morning that Sword Princess has left Loki Familia. But now she is right in front of us. Not only she became divine beauty, even her strength increased drastically. How is this possible? They were not the one with trouble thoughts. Ace is the same. She has frown on her face. Ace, there are more than one assassin, and all their attacks were fully coordinated. They are experts. I am sure they have killed many high-level adventurers before. This is troublesome. I can tell all of them are level 5. Ace started to formulate plan. Preemies also knew that this group will give Ace a challenge. So, he was looking forward on how Ace will handle this. The group coordination was almost like how Loki Familias work. They covered each other's weaknesses and then delivered a decisive blow at the right moment. Ace must also end this soon. Why? Because this is not a normal adventurer party. They are assassins. Assassins use traps, poison, and so on. If they decided to use that, then Ace will be in disadvantage. Ace also knew that since she had fought many assassins before. As your reputation increased, they are bound to be people who get jealous. Because of that, many of them had sent assassins to kill her before. She knew that unlike her, assassins didn't have strong body. Therefore, she can kill them with her single attack. But no matter how much she thought, she failed to form best plan to take them out. At this time, Preemie's voice entered her mind. Preemies, calm down. The more you rush, the more you will make mistakes. And they won't let go of that opportunity. Remember this, the more dangerous the situation, the calmer you should be. By the way, you can go all out without worrying about anything. Ace, oh okay, my lord. Ace then took a deep breath. She at first didn't want to use Ariel, afraid that it will damage Mansion somewhat, but since Preemies gave the permission, she threw that thought at the back of her head. Nevertheless, she wanted to keep damage to the minimum. Ace then leaped at the assassins. She didn't use Ariel yet. She appeared in front of one of them and attacked. That assassin parried her attack normally. Other assassins also attacked. Ace took them head-on with calm expression. She kept on parrying, deflecting, and dodging their attacks. In between, she also attacked back, which was also stopped by them at ease. They just kept on fighting like this. The situation had turned deadlock, with neither of them getting upper hand on the other party. Soon, Ace started to use these assassins to improve her swordsmanship, Ventus Fury. Her movements kept on becoming more and more refined. Preemies, who was watching everything from outside, smiled inwardly seeing this. After some time, when Ace movements became so refined that she was able to casually stop their attacks, assassins also realized this and feel offended. All assassins, this bitch is using USTO improve herself. Assassins were already at their wits when the deadlock situation occurred. They were planning on attacking with different tactics. But when they realized that Ace was using them to improve herself, they all felt humiliated. The famous assassin group who killed many high-level adventurers turned to someone else sharpening stone. In the end, they let their rage take over and attacked Ace altogether. That's what led them to their doom. Ace, Ariel. Wail. Whiz. Woo. A hurricane appeared around Ace. The might of the hurricane not only stopped them but also pushed them back. Before they could understand what happened, lambent light pierced their throats one by one. Thrust. Pierce. Thrust. Pierce. Thrust. Pierce. When Ace stopped using her Ariel, all their lifeless bodies fell. Thud. 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 Preemies, well done. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Additional Benefits. *A/N, here goes 3/3 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. It overs. Ha. Preemies, those assassins were the only one who can give Ace a challenge. Remains are useless. True. Since she didn't want to damage the mansion, she didn't use Ariel at the very beginning. Preemies, after she is done with her magic training, she won't have to worry about such things. I agree. Preemies then turned his gaze at Freya, who was looking at him, as if asking what's going on inside. Preemies didn't satisfy her curiosity and said something else. Preemies, return to Seer, he's coming. Freya narrowed her eyes. She understood what Preemies mean. She also became curious about how he knew. She didn't see him taking out any magic item or artifact. Then how? But still she knew what's in priority right now. Light was released from her, and her appearance started to change. Her height decreased. Then her silver hair and eyes turned to bluish-gray. Light faded and Seer appeared. Seer then showed a smile to Preemies before speaking. Seer, by the way, if you are not busy, would you go somewhere with me on the coming weekend? Preemies, no. Seer. Seer became silent. Then she pouts. No one will believe that the one giving such cute reaction was in truth Freya in disguise. Seer, did you really hate me that much? Preemies, no, I didn't hate you a single bit. Seer, then why? Preemies, if you ask me for a date, I might even consider that. But I have no intention of visiting that Maria's orphanage. Seer eyes opened wide. No one knew that Freya or Seer are affiliated with Maria's orphanage. She took care of all the orphan children there. And the kindness she showed to the children are genuine. That's why Preemies never hated Freya since the beginning. Her only shortcoming was she will go to extreme length just to get her hands on those who have great potential. But it's not something rare because everyone wanted to get their hands on those who have potential of becoming a powerhouse. Seer, why you? How do you know? Preemies, I have my ways. Seer, how? Manager, Miss Seer, I have brought the documents. Seer turned and looked at Manager, who was hastily walking towards her. Seer glanced back at Preemies before returning her gaze back at the manager. She also put a smile on her face before greeting him. She decided to talk to Preemies about that later. Since not only the anyone in, hostess of fertility, even her familia didn't know about it. And yet Preemies did. Manager, I am sorry for keep you waiting. You must have been tried standing here all this time. Seer, no. No. It's okay. We remain standing most of the time in our pub while serving the customers. So, it's all right. Manager, oh. I forgot that. Haha. Here are the documents. Please check. Seer, thank you. Seer took the documents from the manager's hand and started to read them thoroughly. Premies didn't say anything since he had already read them before manager even left his office. Thanks to elemental sight again. And he also knew that this manager was happy all the time. He had already decided to use the favor Seer owed him by asking her to sleep with him. The reason he took additional time than required for setting the documents is because he was formulating a note about what he will order Seer to do when they will sleep together. Premies was sure that this manager exciting will reach a whole different level if he will know that Seer was in truth goddess of beauty, Freya. Who in the Orario didn't want Freya to owe them? Too bad his wish won't be granted since he will be going to lose a big one soon. Premies just wanted to punish Freya a little. He had no intention of letting her owe the manager. By the way, why didn't you agree with Freya's request of visiting Maria's orphanage? Premies, because I have no intention of going there. Why? Premies, in the plot, Freya also took Belle there. But they refused to give any helping hand to him for Xenos. Well, that's true. However, what help can an orphanage give in the first place? Premies, they only need to hide Ween for sometimes, but they refused. Well, hiding her won't be that hard. I don't think they should refuse. Is that why you didn't want to meet them? Premies, no. What they did is completely normal. Huh. Then why? Premies, because it was a foolish decision to ask the help of any orphanage in the first place. Foolish decision. Premies, yes. The parents of almost all the orphan children died in the dungeon by the hands of monsters. It's obvious that they all hate monsters. How can you ask them to help Xenos who are considered monsters in their eyes? Oh. I get it. That's why you don't want to have any connection with them. Not with any orphanage. Premies, yes. Ace, my lord, I am done. Premies, good. Now in the room you are right now, there is a chest. Ace, yes, there is. Premies, open the chest, take out a cape and wear it. Make sure you are completely covered. No one should recognize who is under it. Ace, yes. Premies, once you are done, burst out from the window of top floor and directly disappeared in the alley. Ace, okay. Premies then stopped communicating with Ace and glanced at Shengming. Shengming nodded. She understood that she must be the one to receive Ace since only she can help her hide her presence. Premies then opened Ace updated status. Status. Name, Ace Wallenstein. Age. Existence level. Level. Strength, SSS. Endurance, SSS. Dexterity, SSS. Agility, SSS. C. Magic, SSS. Per stats. Current level, 1834, 1968, 2. Overall, 1834, 1968, 2. Enhanced mode, 3668, 3936, 4. Main skills, 3, max limit reached. Harmony, EX. Ventus Fury IH. Wind Manipulation IH. Side skills, 1, haven't learned. Asterisk note, Ventus is a Latin word meaning wind. She has reached the max stats limit of level 1. Premies, now she only needs to increase her skills rank to F before I will level her up. Amen. But it will take time since increasing the proficiency of your skills take more time than increasing your stats. Premies nodded before looking at Seer who was done reading the documents. She nodded after confirming everything was fine. Just when she was about to sign, she received another message from Premies. Seer stopped for a moment before looking back at the manager. Seer, Mr. Manager, I want to tell you that I am not buying this mansion for myself. Someone asked my help, that's why I was looking for it for him. I hope I won't receive complaint from him saying he trusted me, but I made him buy worst house. Manager, don't worry Ms. Seer, I guarantee you that this is one of our best mansion. You won't receive any complaint. Seer nodded and proceeded to sign the documents again. At that time, sound of glass shattering was heard. Boom. Shatter. Seer and manager turned towards the source of sound. There they saw someone covered in cloak burst out of the window. Before they can even react, that person rushed past them and disappeared in the alley. Seeing this, they both stay rooted on their spot. They were still having hard time believing what they just witnessed. While they were still standing in trance, Seer received another message from Premies. Premies, all yours. She then glanced back at Premies. A small smile appeared on her face which she hurriedly hid. Seer, this guy. Seer turned to manager with stern expression. Seer, Mr. Manager, what is going on? Didn't you say that the mansion is perfectly fine, and no one lives here? Manager, MMS, Seer. Even I don't know what is going on. Manager started to sweat buckets. Things took a whole different turn. Seer, open the gate. I want to check inside. Manager, this. Seer, Seer gave him a hard stare. In the end, he had no choice but to comply. He took out the key with his trembling hand before opening it. Creak. Gate opened and he walked inside with Seer following behind. Premies didn't go inside. He decided to wait outside. By now Ace had also returned by his side. Premies, you must have realized that you have reached the limit of your current level. Ace, MN. Premies, once all your skills rank will reach F, I will level you up. Ace, okay. While Premies was talking with Ace, Seer and Manager entered the mansion. On the ground floor, there was nothing much. Manager took the sigh of relief seeing that. Then they went to first floor, it was also clear. Second floor, clear. Third floor, clear. Now, Manager regained his confidence. Manager, Miss Seer, see, everything is fine. It appears that person was only freeloading here. When he realized that we are going to check inside, he must have panicked and hastily left. Seer, MN. Maybe, you are right. But since only one floor remain, why don't we take a quick look at it too? Manager, sure. Then they continued to the last floor. When they were climbing the stairs to next floor, Seer stopped and frowned. She turned and looked at Manager, whose face had already turned pale by now. Both can smell the strong scent of blood just from halfway to fourth floor. Seer then hurriedly climbed. Manager, MMS, Seer. Manager tried to stop Seer, but she didn't stop and reached fourth floor. Her eyes wide opened when she saw the spectacle in front. Manager also reached Seer's side and saw this. His face became even more pale as his body started to tremble. There were many bodies in the corridor of fourth floor. Not only that, the entire corridor was in rumble. Some rooms were also destroyed. One thing is common in each case. There are bodies everywhere. Anyone can tell that they all died not too long ago. The entire floor was dyed red with blood. Seer glared at Manager and spoke in icy tone. Seer, what is the meaning of this, Manager? Manager, MS. Seer, even I don't know what's going on. Seer, I trusted you and even owe you a favor. And that's how you repaid me. Manager, that's. Seer, I am sorry Manager, but our deal is cancelled. I also need to notify this to others whom I know that buying estate from you will be their biggest mistake. Seer then turned and climbed down. Manager, wait, MSSYR, Seer stopped her steps and looked back. Seer, what? Manager, Ms. Seer, you owe me a favor. Seer, so. Seer became angry but decided to listen. Manager, Ms. Seer, I want to use that favor now. Please promise me that you won't tell anyone what happened here. Seer, you. Seer gritted her teeth and clenched her fist in anger. Manager sighed inwardly seeing this reaction. One should know that Seer connections are too broad. If she will tell others about it, then no one will come to buy estate from him. That's why he had no choice but to use the favor she owed to him. Seer, even if I keep my mouth shut about this matter, what about the other matter? What should I say to the person for whom I chose this mansion for? Manager, leave it to me. The person will be arriving tomorrow morning, right? By the time he will arrive, I will make sure to clean up all the place and do a full renovation. Seer, Seer snorted and walked down. Manager finally calmed down and followed behind. Because he was following behind, he didn't notice smile on Seer's face. Seer, not only he was able to punish me, but he also even used me to attain more profit. Premies, you are making me more and more curious about you. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Time Hourglass, Part -1. *A/N, here goes 1/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Seer came out with Manager following behind. She had fake angry expression while Manager was showing wry smile. Manager, damn. Not only I need to sell this mansion for 2 billion, but also need use the favor she owed me. On top of that, the cost of the cleaning and renovation will all go from my own pocket. It's truly my biggest loss ever. Once they were fully out, they both face each other again. Seer, I hope it will be done by tomorrow morning. Manager, yes. Yes. I will monitor the whole process myself so that workers don't slack off. Listening his respond, Seer nodded before walking away. Manager took a sigh of relief and started cursing inwardly. Manager, when I will find out who the cloaked person was, I will make him regret for making me such a big loss. Seer, Mr. Manager. Manager, why yes. Manager snapped out of his thoughts when Seer called out to him after walking to some distance. Seer, I also hope that the materials you will use won't be low-grade ones. Otherwise. Manager, don't worry Ms. Seer, all materials will top-notch. Seer, glad to hear that. I will also send someone to do a double check on the materials. Who knows, the one from whom you will buy materials, sell you low-grade ones on the fabricate of high-grade ones, right? Manager, alright. Seer then walked away again. Manager lips twitched seeing Seer back. Manager, damn. Even this bitch is making me loss. Damn. Seer, are you satisfied with that? Preemies, I guess. Seer, but still, this is the first time someone used me without me being able to realize it till the end. Preemies, that's what happened when you let your emotions get the best of you. Seer, indeed. If Seer or Freya would have thought about Preemie's actions cool-mindedly, then she would have seen right through it. As the leader of one of the strongest familia, Freya pride is too high. Such pride won't let her owe someone like Manager. Nevertheless, Preemies forced her to do that. As a result, she had to owe him no matter how unwilling she was. Later when Preemies gave her the chance, Freya didn't let go of it. She even made Manager to pay more by making him do everything by his own pocket. Why did she do it? Since she can't release her angry on Preemies, afraid that he will slap her butt again. The only one on the scene except Preemies was Manager. Hence, he became the victim. Seer, even after living for millions of years, I never expected that one day I will be played by a mortal. Preemies. Seer, can you at least tell me why you refused to go to orphanage with me? You must have already guessed my reason of taking you there. Preemies, donation. Seer, yes. I can tell that money holds little to no value in your eyes. So, donation won't be a problem to you. Then what is the real reason? Preemies, you will know. Seer, when? Preemies, 6 days from now on. Come to Hostess of Fertility as Freya. I won't mind even if you brought Otter or someone else from Familia along. Seer, 6 days, huh? Preemies, you won't be the only one though. Some others Familia will also be joining on that day. Seer, what? Who? Preemies, you will see. Seer, interesting. I can't wait to see what you are planning. Seer showed a smile before she swiftly caught Preemie's right arm between her breasts. Preemies raised his eyebrow a little while glancing at her. Seer, even though you used me, I still am the one who helped you find a mansion of your liking. Therefore, I will take this as a small reward. Preemies, fine. Seer, yay. Preemies then just shakes his head while walking back to Hostess of Fertility. Seer had a smile on her face during the whole way. They reached Hostess of Fertility after 20 minutes of walk. When he entered inside, Rio, Lunwar, Chloe, Anya, Lily, and Haruheim were already waiting for him. Preemies then stopped hiding his presence and they all sensed him altogether. Realizing that it's Preemies, all their eyes started to shine brightly. As if waiting for his word. Preemies, are you all done packing your stuff? All, yes. Preemies. Witnessing their enthusiasm, Preemies can tell that they are more eager to go to shopping than knowing what or which house/mansion they are moving to or going to live from tomorrow onwards. Preemies, well, whatever. Preemies turned towards the direction of kitchen because that's where Mia is right now. Preemies, Mia, I am borrowing them for some time. Mia's voice sounded from the kitchen. Mia, take them. Also put close tag at the door before leaving. Preemies, let's go. All, yay. Then all of them left, Hostess of Fertility, leaving only Mia behind. Who could do nothing but sigh in defeat. All of them were walking in front while talking among themselves. They already planned which clothing, accessories, bags, and so on they wanted to buy. Preemies just followed behind. After 1 month of fighting, Lily and Haruheim have gave birth to a cold personality. The only one they show their other emotions is Preemies and all the waitress of Hostess of Fertility. Why? Because like Lily and Haruheim, Ryu and others also went through painful past. That's also why all of them started to open to each other. Preemies showed a small smile seeing how they are participating in each other's conversation and even initiating their own. Looks like Lily and Haruheim realized that they were the ones who were helping them from shadows. Preemies, they did. When nobles are after you, then even first-class adventurers, level 5 and higher, have hard time shaking them off. Let alone Ryu and others who are merely level 4 adventurers. If their identities will have been known, they would have also become target. But they still decided help Lily and Haruheim, it's more than enough for them to earn their trust. I agree. Preemies, if any of you want something just tell me. Shengming, I don't think I will need anything, husband. Still, I will tell you if something caught my eyes. Ace, I already received a dress from you earlier, my lord. That's enough for me. Preemies, okay. Just like that they went from one shop to another. At first, they wanted to laugh at Preemies by making him hold all their bags. But once they realized that he had space magic, they feel dissatisfied. As a result, they started by even more and more. Preemies didn't stop them and let them have all the fun. They really bought a lot. Preemies, forget it. I am pretty sure more than half of it will remain in my inventory for forever. Ha ha ha. That's true. Preemies, now that you all are done, let's go and grab something to eat. All, okay. Chloe, by the way, which is the manor we are going to move to tomorrow, meow. Rio, yeah, you haven't told us yet. Anya, it's not a good thing to remain silent, meow. Seer. Seer became silent when all of them started to stare at her and Preemies. Seer, well, that's. Preemies, oh, you all still remember that you are going to move to tomorrow. I thought you no longer need a place of living, now that you have bought new stuff. Rio. Chloe. Anya. Lunwar. Haruheim. Lily. All, was that a sarcasm? Seer, Sai looks like they still haven't realized that it's impossible to get upper land against Preemies in a conversation. Lunwar, I mean we are sorry. After Lunwar apology, one by one others also lowered their head and apologize. Considering they were sincere with their apology, Preemies didn't remain on the topic any longer. Then they all found a restaurant and had a meal before returning to Hostess of Fertility. They wanted to rest, but it's almost time for the adventurers to complete their today's expenditure. Hence, they need to prepare dinner. Once they went to do their own thing, Preemies took a chair at the corner. He had already sent Lily and Haruheim back to their room. By the way, Haruheim was constantly sending glances at you during shopping. Preemies, I know. Preemies then opened Twilight Shop to search for something. After he found what he was looking for, he directly bought it. A sphere of light appeared in front of him before it disappeared, and an item appeared in his hand. It's 9 inches long and 4.1 inches wide hourglass. There is shiny blue sand inside. Preemies looked at it as new information window appeared in front of him. Time hourglass. Rank, 2. Description, place it in a room. The room can be small, big, or even a hall. That room will then become an enclosed space in which time will move 10 times faster than outside world. Preemies nodded. Preemies, Sheng Ming, I am going to spend some time with Haruheim. It will take 1 to 2 hours. During that time, take care of Ace education. Sheng Ming, yes, husband. I will take care of it. Preemies then left towards Haruheim room. Sheng Ming looked at Preemies back before calling Ace. Sheng Ming, come little sister. Ace, okay. Sheng Ming then started Ace's education. Preemies by now reached outside Haruheim room. Next, he entered directly. Haruheim didn't use any candle or something to light the room. The only light that was inside was the moonlight that was coming from the window. Haruheim turned towards the door when she heard its opening sound. Haruheim, husband. Preemies showed a light smile before closing the door behind. He took out time hourglass, rotated so that sand start moving down. Once done, he put it at the side of the door before appearing in front of Haruheim. *A/N, R, 18 scene ahead. If you don't like lemon, then please skip the remaining chapter. He then stroked Haruheim's face loving and took her lips. Haruheim, Preemies kissed her lips softly as his hands began to move around her body, feeling her skin through her kimono. He hugged her tightly and pressed her body against his. He continued pressing his lips firmly against hers. He then moved his tongue and slowly inserted it into her mouth. Haruheim opened her mouth more so that Preemies don't have much problem. Her expression turned soft as she also moved her tongue excitedly and entwined it with his. Sweat began to appear on Haruheim's skin due to the heat brought by their intertwined bodies. Even then she didn't try to move away. Her face started to turn red because of lack of air, but the pleasure brought by Preemies' kiss and touch was so great that her body had turned soft. While his one hand was hugging her waist tightly so that she won't fall, his other one was caressing her tail gently. Since tail is one of the sensitive parts of her body, she felt even more pleasure. Preemies continued sucking her lips, moving his tongue slowly inside her mouth. Their saliva mixed completely, and her breath passed directly into his mouth. When she was about to fall unconscious, he ended the kiss. Haruheim, pant. Haruheim panted fiercely once their mouths separated. She was looking at Preemies with moist eyes and a blushing expression. Not only that, Preemies can even saw lust in them. Haruheim, husband. Haruheim then grabbed his midnight coat tightly before continuing. Haruheim, love me. As if answering her, Preemies princess carry Haruheim to the bed. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Time Hourglass, Part -2. *A/N, here goes 2/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, R, 18 scene ahead. If you don't like lemon, then please skip that. Premies put Haruhime on the bed before he skillfully removed all her clothes. Once all her clothes were gone, her beautiful naked body came in full display. Premies also sent his midnight coat and elucidator back into his soul as his perfect body also came in Haruhime's view. He then bent and sealed her lips with another kiss. Haruhime then closed her eyes and hugged his waist softly. Premies began to move his hands through her body, beginning with her chest, then her waist, and finally her bottom. He could feel the elasticity of her chest as deformed them each time whenever he moved his hands, changing to different forms each second. Haruhime, ah. Haruhime moaned more and more as pleasure increased. Then she moaned loudly when his hand touched her cave. Seeing that already wet, Premies moved his hand towards her clitoris. At the same time, his other hand pressed her breast fiercely and pinched her nipple. Haruhime eyes opened wide before she moaned at the top of her lungs. Haruhime, ah. The huge amount of liquid released from her cave was more than enough to tell that Haruhime just cummed. Her mind turned blank, and her body twitched because of intense pleasure. As Haruhime was taking her time to return, Premies separated her legs before bringing his face at her cave. By now Haruhime returned and saw Premies' dragon right in front of her face. She didn't give it much though before grabbing it with her fingers. Haruhime, hot. Just like last time. Lick. As she started to lick Premies' dragon, he did the same for her cave. Premies, lick. Haruhime, ah slurp slurp lick chup slurp. Haruhime moaned while keeping on slurping Premies' precum. Premies was also licking her cave while drinking her liquid. Haruhime, Haruhime then put the head of Premies' dragon into her mouth before continuing. They both were licking and slurping each other in 69 position. The sound of their lewdness filled the entire room. But since it has become an enclosed space, no one outside realized that. In the whole process, Premies made Haruhime come many times, but she failed to make him come even once till now. Suddenly, dragon in Haruhime mouth expand. Haruhime widened her eyes before gasping it tightly. Being fully aware that Premies was going to come. Haruhime, slurp lick asterisk asterisk slurp asterisk asterisk slurp asterisk. Then Premies released his essence in her mouth. Premies. Haruhime. The huge load was released. It was too much for Haruhime, so some of it came out from the corner of her mouth. Haruhime didn't stop and just keep on trying her best to swallow. Haruhime, gulp 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 cough cough gulp. Haruhime kept on swallowing for some time. Finally, when she was done, she also cleaned the dragon before opening her mouth to show Premies that she swallowed everything. Premies nodded. He positioned his dragon at Haruhime cave. Haruhime waited for Premies with expectations in her eyes. She had become one with Premies before. She still remembered the pleasure of that time. Premies grabbed her waist before his dragon started to enter. She hugged Premies tightly as she felt his dragon invading her. Haruhime kept on moaning as dragon kept on entering slowly. Just when it was halfway inside, Premies stopped and pulled back a little. Haruhime became confused of Premies' action. But before she could ask, Premies thrust all at once and reached her womb. Haruhime, ah. As if she was cannonballed by pleasure. Her mind blanked again for a second as she cummed again. Premies then brought his mouth near her fox ears. First, he sent a hot sigh in them before licked them. Haruhime, ah. He then also pinched her nipples and clitoris while pounding her. Pa. 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 Sound of balls hitting the ass cheek was heard in the room. More and more love juice began to flow from Haruhime. They lubricated her walls, increasing the pleasure they were feeling and making easier movements for Premies. Haruhime, MMPH. Premies raised both of her and placed them on his shoulders. Because of that his dragon went even deeper as he kept on thrusting. The pleasure has already taken over her mind as now there is only lust in her eyes. As the two lost themselves in the pleasure of lovemaking, moans and deep breaths spread throughout the room. Haruhime, husband, husband. Premies bent and hugged Haruhime tightly before increasing the speed of his piston. Before long, Premies could feel something beginning to build inside of him again, but he suppressed it. He concentrated only on feeling the body of Haruhime and hearing her cries of pleasure. Soon, she began to tire out and her movements stopped almost completely. She could only receive Premies' thrusts and moan in pleasure repeatedly. Seeing this, Premies moved his mouth to her breast. He then sucked them fiercely and bit soft her nipples. Haruhime opened her mouth wide due to the pain, but only a moan escaped from her lips. The combination of pain and pleasure caused her body to tense up and her lower lips tightened over his dragon. Premies grunted in pleasure and thrusted fiercely, making Haruheim moan again. She extended her legs and twitched comfortably. Her mind began to turn white, and she could only repeat husband husband between moans. Premies realized that she was close to coming again and began to thrust faster. Haruheim, aha. She grabbed the sheets of the bed with a hand and used her other hand to grab Premies' back. Her toes curled as her nails trying to pierce his skin with no veil, but his lower body continued moving quickly inside her. Premies felt his essence building inside of me. Haruheim, husband. I am coming again. He hugged her shoulders and pressed her down with all my strength, then, she twitched fiercely and cummed. Her expression turned completely blank, and a moan mixed with a scream escaped her lips. A bit of saliva slowly slid until her neck. At the same time, her cave tightened fiercely over Dragon and increased his pleasure. He thrusted a few times more and then, his essence shot out. Haruheim moaned again when Premies' essence shot inside her womb. She twitched fiercely and moaned incoherently while hugging his body. A sigh of satisfaction escaped his lips. Seeing the beautiful body of Haruheim below, he approached lips kissed her gently. Haruheim unconsciously entwined her tongue with Premies and continued moaning in pleasure. He also savored the aftertaste of ejaculation and remained inside her. Finally, after a few seconds, he slowly slid out his penis and lied down on the bed. Haruheim moaned again one last time when she felt Premies' dragon leaving her body and then hugged him tightly while a little bit of his essence escaped from her cave. Haruheim, husband, I love you. She whispered with a satisfied smile and kissed Premies' lips. Premies returned the kiss and caressed her body. Few minutes later, Haruheim's breaths became long, and she fell asleep with a beautiful and satisfied smile on her face. Premies just kept on caressing her. He knew Haruheim will wake up in an hour. Once she will wake, they will continue where they left off to. That's why he used time hourglass. He told Xingming and Ace that he will be back in 2 hours. This means he have 20 hours. Premies then closed his eyes and concentrated on understanding his wife's lighting until Haruheim wake up. *A/N, R, 18 scene end. Just as Premies expected, Haruheim wake up after an hour and then continued where they left off to. He did it with Haruheim in many positions and just kept on going until she reached her limit and pleaded for forgiveness. The whole room smelled like sex. Premies was lying on the bed with Haruheim using his left arm as pillow and hugging him tightly. He sighed and left her embrace. Then he brought some stuff from Twilight Shop and cleaned the room. Once all the smell was gone from the room, he also cleaned Haruheim's body before tucking her in the bed. His last action waked Haruheim as she looked at him with sleepy eyes. Haruheim, who, SBAND. Premies, I have something to do, so take a rest. Haruheim, MN. Premies kissed Haruheim's lips lightly before she returned to her dreamland. After all that activity, Haruheim didn't even have strength to move even her finger. Just calling him took all of her willpower. Premies kissed Haruheim's forehead one last time before he picked the time hourglass and left the room. Creak. Once Premies was outside, Ophis approached him. She had been guarding outside so that no one tried to disturb him. Premies' expressions became extremely gentle when he looked at Ophis. He caught Ophis in his hands before giving her a tight hug. Premies, sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go. Ophis, MN. He placed Ophis on her favorite spot before the sound of another door opening was heard. Creak. Lily, P. Premies. Premies, Haruheim is tired for tonight, let her rest. Lily, oh. Okay. Premies, you should also rest. Tomorrow will be hard. Lily, okay. Good night. Premies, good night. Lily then closed her door. Premies could still see her leaning against the door before she took a sigh and walked to her bed. When Lily saw Premies at Haruheim's door while saying she need rest, it was more than enough for her to understand what he meant. Therefore, there was a slight envious feeling in her heart. Premies knew Lily's feelings, but right now he had a lot of things to do. Once women lost her virginity, they were at their weakest. At that time, you must remain by their side until they calmed down. But he didn't have that much time yet. Premies, anyway. Twilight, how much strength one need to destroy a planet? Your strength should be level 10 or higher. Premies, level 10. Huh. My strength is already beyond that. Yes. But that's for normal planet. Some strong planets require more strength. For example, this world. To destroy this planet of Danmachi world, you need to have the strength of 6th dimensional god, level 36 pseudo-god, or above. Premies, because gods live here. Yes. Their very existence here changes many things. Like purity of magic in the air, adventurers, and so on. Premies, no wonder this world is still not destroyed even after so many level 9 adventurers were born till the last 1,000 years. Yes. Premies then became silent and decided return to where Shengming and Ace were. The entire hostess of fertility was bustling with adventurers by now. Ryu and others all became busy. Shengming and Ace also stopped what they were doing when they sensed Premies' presence. Premies, let's go. Shengming and Ace, yes. Then they left, hostess of fertility, before sending a voice transmission to Ryu and others notifying them. Ryu and others stopped for a moment before continuing their work. Once outside, Premies didn't directly go to his destination but instead walked in an alley. After walking for some time, Premies met with a group of adventurers or thieves. These thieves have been following them since the shopping when they saw them buying too many things. Right now, they were hiding and waiting for Lily and Haruheim to come out so that they can ambush them. Since Haruheim and Lily were not part of hostess of fertility, Premies stood in front of them and stopped hiding his presence. They all became shocked when someone appeared in front of them suddenly. But when they saw who it was, they became dazed for a second before they felt a chill down their spine. All thieves, the Black Swordsman. SSH. Elucidator left its sheath. Magic started to condense in it. Thief 1, W8. Premies, bunch of insects. Premies, Hex Rend. Premies then swing his elucidator. The magic attack in the shape of crescent moon was thrown towards them. Before they could even react, all of them were erased, leaving nothing behind. Premies then put elucidator back into its sheath and walked away. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Omniscient. *A/N, here goes 3/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. After erasing the thieves, Premies walked towards his destination. He also didn't forget to glance to his right where many twilight windows had opened. 40 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 40 drops of blood essence acquired. 30 drops of blood essence acquired. 20 drops of blood essence acquired. As he was going towards his destination, Twilight spoke. Premies, find a place or room where no one can disturb you for a few hours. I need to transfer information to you. Premies, what information? About everything. I have divided information into 3 parts. I will transfer first part now. The remaining 2 parts will be transferred when you will reach level 4 and level 5 in future. Premies, How much time it will take? If it was before, then it would have taken 2 to 3 days. But now that your brain has become stronger, you only need 7 to 8 hours. Premies then found an old, abandoned house within his 5 kilometers range. The house was in slum. The only thing that was inside the house was a wooden bed, a table, and a chair. Premies entered the house and sat on the chair. After that he took out time hourglass, turned it upside down before putting it on the table by the side. Premies, don't disturb me for some time. You both can continue where you left off to. Shengming, okay. Ace, yes, my lord. Premies then closed his eyes while hugging Ophis, who sat on his lap. Shengming and Ace sat on the bed as Shengming continued educating Ace. Premies, I am ready. Information transfer will start in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Transfer begins. Premies knitted his brows as too much information started to pour into his brain. Then he closed his eyes to make himself completely immersed in the information. As the amount of information increased, Premies' forehead got covered with sweat. But he was still able to hold on and kept on sorting them. 9 hours later. Premies opened his eyes. His eyes now contain a lot of wisdom. Now, he knew everything about this Group 1 worlds, existence 1 to 3. All sorts of powers, artifacts, planes, and so on that exist in this group. Premies, now mind telling me, what is this all about? No. You will know in future. Premies. Premies didn't force Twilight because he knew that she won't speak. He then sighed, caressed Ophis' head before getting up. Shengming and Ace turned their gaze at Premies when he opened his eyes. When they investigate them, they felt that Premies appeared different than before. Before, Premies' elemental sight can let him read all the information, but now he had all the knowledge about all things. The books he was buying from Twilight about different magics and so on are all useless to him now. Premies had become omniscient in this Group 1 now. And that was only by digesting first part of information. There are still 2 parts left. Once they will be absorbed, then he will become omniscient in even higher groups. Premies glanced at his time hourglass before putting it back into his inventory. He can tell that he will going to use it a lot in future if he didn't learn time magic, that is. And with the knowledge he now possesses, learning time magic is piece of cake for him. Too bad that he can't learn any more skills before he increased his existence level. But still, he can use them at basic level. Skills proficiency is divided into basic, master, grandmaster, legendary, unparalleled. Basic skills can be learned by anyone. But to max their proficiency, you need to be level 2 existence. Master skills can only be learnt by gods or level 3 existence. So, since Premies is still level 2 existence, he can use all type of skills till their max basic level. Unlike his main skills which had reached Grandmaster rank due to his experience of billions of years and his body, the primordial one. Once he will become level 3 existence or god, then he can use all these skills at master level. For example, you walk, run, or eat. Walking, running, or eating is not some sort of skills or anything, they are normal things. That's the same case here. All or every type of magic, skills, or so on are now in normal category for Premies. As for why Twilight did it, he is sure that he will know in future. Premies then thought about something and took out his origin force, Silverhorn Trident. Origin force, Silverhorn Trident. Type, weapon, gun. Rank, I. Attack. Soulbound, Premies Rigla. Abilities. Indestructible, EX. Decomposition, DA. Counter magic, DA. Details. Decomposition, A. Mist dispersion. Astral dispersion. Dissection, unlocked, can't use elemental sight still weak. Deep mist dispersion, unlocked, can't use elemental sight still weak. Beta trident, unlocked, can't use elemental sight still weak. Material burst, unlocked, can't use elemental sight still weak. Gram dispersion, unlocked, can't use elemental sight still weak. Counter magic, A. Psion bullet. Gram demolition. Cast jamming, unlocked, can't use elemental sight still weak. Freeze gram, unlocked, can't use elemental sight still weak. Zone interference, unlocked, can't use elemental sight still weak. Data fortification, unlocked, can't use elemental sight still weak. Gram dispersion, unlocked, can't use elemental sight still weak. Premies, as expected, now that I have complete knowledge of my decomposition and counter magic, they have been fully unlocked. But I still can't use them since my elemental sight is too weak. Indeed. The strongest decomposition magic, material burst. To use that your range should at least reach 1000 kilometers. Premies, my elemental sight range is divided into 3. Core area, inner area, and outer area. And currently their range is 500 m/5 km/50 km respectively. So, my outer area should 1000 kilometers, huh? Yes. This means your core area should reach 10 kilometers. When that happen your elemental sight range will be 10 km/100 km/1000 kilometer. Premies, true. Premies then look at his hand before sending Silverhorn Trident back into his soul. He then turned to Shengming and Ace who were also looking at him. Premies, Shengming, attack me. Shengming. Shengming got confused but still comply his order. Godo. Godo. Boom. Countless roots came out of the ground. Then all rushed towards Premies as if wanting to impale him. Premies still had the same indifferent look on his face as he stretched his right hand towards the roots that were approaching him. When they were 1 meter away from, all roots stopped. No, to be more exact, they all started to disperse into mist. SSS. 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 Shengming and Ace both widened their eyes when they saw it. Premies nodded inwardly when he saw that. Premies, now I can use mist dispersion in both close combat and defense. I only need to take out my Silverhorn trying to kill from distance. Premies, we are done here. Let's go. Shengming and Ace both nodded their head with dumbfounded expression. Then they all left the house. Once they were outside, Premies touched the house and in the next instant, entire house dispersed into mist. SSS. There was nothing left. No one would believe that there was once a house here. What Premies disperse is not just the outer part of house, he dispersed it completely from inside out. Leaving nothing behind. Shengming and Ace stay rooted on their spot. They both thought Premies can only use such power for defense. But now they realized how wrong they were. He can even use this power for attack. This sent a chill down their spine. Premies didn't explain what and how he did that to them since they don't possess elemental sight. Premies then opened his status to check if anything else changed there. Status. Name, Premies Rigla. Age, 19, more than billions of years. Existence level. Level. Strength, C. Endurance, C. Dexterity, C. Agility, C. C. Magic, C. Per stats. Current level. Overall, 6. Enhanced mode, 13. Main skills, 7, max limit reached. Aincrad Supreme 3, EX. The Primordial 1 3, EX. Truth Essence Steps 3, EX. The Eye That Reflects the Heart, Sharingan 3, EX. Weiss Lighting 3, EX. Hex Rend 3, EX. Side skills, 3, max limit reached. Chef de cuisine 3, EX. Morchus artist 3, EX. Countertenor cantor 3, EX. Asterisk note, become 4th level existence to increase your skills further. / Awakening. Perfect holification. God of Destruction V. Asterisk note, 2 seals remained. Become 6th level existence to unlock next seal. Premies, so, my, Weiss Chidori 3, change to Weiss Lighting 3. I don't think there is anything wrong with it. After all, Chidori was the part of lighting in the first place. Premies, true. He closed the window and proceed towards his destination. Premies, it's time to meet Hestia and Hephaestus. Asterisk. 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 Hephaestus Familia was well known throughout the world. They were one of the Familia in Orario that didn't rely on income from the dungeon. The Hephaestus brand logo was only allowed on items which were authorized by Hephaestus and her executives and made by level 2 or higher smiths with the blacksmith development ability. The Familia owned several branch stores in several locations, including the Babel, and rents the 4th to 8th floors of the tower. The Hephaestus Familia has the right to give all Familia members their own workshop. This is done to prevent a smith's techniques from being seen by others, as even within the Familia smiths competed with each other to sell their works. Their workplaces existed in the northeast area of Orario. But that's not Premies' destination. His destination was Hephaestus Familia Northwest Shop. Place where Hephaestus herself took all the request and forged these equipments by her own hands. When this location came 5 kilometers of his radius, Premies found Hestia and Hephaestus already present inside. He then casually strolls there. He reached his destination in 20 minutes. At the door of the shop, there were 2 level 4 guards. Level 4 adventurers might appear strong in the eyes of others in this world but not in Premies' group. After all, Premies' strength already reached that of level 20 pseudo-god if he didn't use his perfect holification. Let alone Ophis and Sheng Ming. Premies then walked towards the door. None of the guard realized that Premies was already in front of them. Then he walked past them, opened the door, and walked inside. Even when he closed the door behind, they didn't sense anything. Premies then walked for a minute before reaching where Hestia and Hephaestus were currently present. Ding. 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 At one corner of the room, Premies saw a woman who was hammering a metal. She had crimson eye and red hair reaching to the neck. She has a rather sharp face and slender body with an eye patch over her right eye. Even though only one side of the woman's face was in Premies' sight, his elemental sight did the rest. The woman was so immersed in her work that her work was all in her eyes. She was wearing white shirt on top. Pants down with leg-length leather boots. Her hand was also covered in arm-length gloves. The hammer in her hand was blackish-purple in color. Current Premies only needed a glance to understand what metals and alloys woman used to create this hammer. Premies, Hephaestus. Then Premies' gaze fall on another woman. That woman was lazing around on the couch. Her eyes were half open, showing she's awake. While her one hand was picking up snacks from the table and bring it to her mouth. She was beautiful and petite goddess with a youthful appearance. She had blue eyes and mid-thigh length black hair tied into twintails which reached down to her mid-thighs. Her attire was a white mini dress with a blue ribbon around her neck and one tied under her breasts around her arms, and a pair of white gloves. Premies, Hestia. *A/N. I am sure some of you must be thinking why I made Premies omniscient, but it is important. It has something to do with Twilight's truth, which will be revealed when Premies will reach level 5, not existence level. One more thing, it will be great if you all can give me power stones. Whenever the value of power stones reach certain number, there will be mass release. Thank you. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Fate. *A/N. Here goes 4/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N. For every 100 power stones, extra chapters will be released on the last day of the month. Extra chapters that will release on September 30th equals 0. Premies then moved and leaned on the wall behind Hestia. His eyes were on Hephaestus more than Hestia. To be more precise, at her blacksmithing. The current him already knew which materials Hephaestus is using to create the great sword. Different materials require different ways to handle them. You can't use the same way on steel which you used on iron. They require different heating time, different cooldown time, different environment, and so on. Combining different metals make it even more complicated. A single mistake and all the materials will be ruined. That's why you should never disturb a blacksmith when they were fully concentrated on their work. Blacksmiths were not the only one. Podiwaners were the same. You shouldn't disturb them, or the result will be same. Compared to Hestia's lazy form, Premies preferred to look at Hephaestus' current serious expression. Ding. 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 After looking at Hephaestus back for some time, Premies turned his attention to Hestia. He narrowed his eyes as he saw several black lines that looked like rubber bands reaching out of this world to wrap tightly around her body. Premies, Ophis, can you see those black lines? Ophis also narrowed her eyes before nodding. Only the current Premies and Ophis can saw those lines. Even third-level existence like gods and goddesses can't saw them. Premies, do you know what these lines are? Ophis shakes her head in denial. Still she knew that if she wants, she can easily erase them from existence. Premies, they are fate lines. Ophis, fate lines. Premies, yes. Except for me, you, Shengming, and Ace. Everyone is related to some kind fate. These fate's lines are what they are. Ophis, Amen. Since Premies had already told Shengming to teach Ace, he also decided to teach Ophis. After all, even though she is overpowered and knew all about her abilities, her mind is still that of child. It's true with time she will mature, but he wanted her to mature fast. As his empress, he also wants to talk openly with her like the way he talked with Twilight. Premies, let me show you something. Follow my lead. Ophis, okay. Premies then stretched his hand and touched one of those many fate lines which were wrapping Hestia. He touched the one which was boldest and flashiest of all. Ophis did the same. When both of their hands touched the fate line, they felt a suction force. Premies, don't resist, otherwise this fate line will get destroyed. Once it will get destroyed, a great tragedy will befall on her. Ophis, Amen. Since none of them resisted, the suction force easily sucked both of their consciousness. Asterisk. 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 In the next instant both Premies and Ophis appeared deep in a mountain of some sort. They both were flying in the air. But not even birds in the sky can see them. Why? It's not because they were hiding their presence but because they both were in astral form. Ophis looked around curiously before looking down. There she saw a village. This a rural village deep inside the mountain. Premies, let's see where this fate line is taking us. Ophis, Amen. Since they appeared here by touching it, the fate line was still right in front of them. Both then followed the location of this fate line. In the way, they saw many children playing, adult watering their farms before going to sleep and so on. Premies told Ophis to ask whatever she wanted to know without holding back. At first, she didn't ask anything but then her curiosity got the best of her. She started to ask many things non-stop like what they were doing and why. What were odd things they were using and more and more. Premies answered everything with a smile. As he answered them, more and more questions came. Seeing her such a cute side, Premies barely controlled himself to kiss her cheeks. As they were reaching the end point of the fate line, Ophis had almost asked hundreds of questions and Premies answered all of them without exception. After some time, they finally reached their destination. It's a house with 2 bedrooms, 1 dining room and 1 kitchen inside. They directly entered inside one of the bedrooms. Inside they saw someone sleeping with his blanket fallen on the ground. It's a young teenage boy with white hair. His appearance can be compared to a rabbit. If he came in open, then he will be considered cute by many ladies. Then the boy reached out his hand around him as if looking for something. When he failed to find what he was looking for, he opened his sleepy red eyes. The boy then looked down and picked up his blanket, wrapped himself inside it before returning to his sleep again. Premies, Bell Cranel. Ophis, her fate line connects to this boy. Premies, yes. Fate connects both Hestia and this boy. Ophis, oh. Premies, take a good look at him, you will find something interesting. Ophis, This boy, it's like this entire world revolves around him. Premies, exactly. That's because he is the hero of this world. Ophis, hero. Premies, yes. Heroes are chosen by the very will of the world to establish order. If this world is a house, then you can say he is its young master. Ophis, that's why the entire world is trying to keep him safe. Premies, Amen. He is still a normal human right now since his journey hasn't started yet. Ophis, it will be soon. Premies, ho. How did you know? Ophis, other fate lines wrapping him except the one which connects him with that woman are moving. Premies, bingo. You are right. So can you guess when his journey will begin? Ophis, in 9 to 10 months. Premies, correct. Premies then hugged Ophis and gave her kiss on her cheeks. Premies, now then. The heroes chosen by the world may not have much talent, but they have a lot of potential. A lot. Ophis, but his potential hasn't unlocked yet. Premies, it will when his journey will start. Creak. At this the front door of the house opened and someone came in. Premies didn't need check since he already knew who it could be. Premies, let's return, I want to check the fate line of Hephaestus too. Ophis, Amen. Both then touched the same fate line which connect Hestia and Bel. The suction force came and swallowed both again. Before they were completely swallowed, the door of Belle's bedroom opened. Since it's dark and they were in the process of being swallowed, the only thing Premies saw was the person's gray hair and mustache. Premies, Zeus. Asterisk. 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 They both returned to Hephaestus' workshop. Seeing Premies' movement, Sheng Ming and Ace voice entered his mind. Sheng Ming and Ace, husband/my lord, are you an eldest sister? Okay. Premies, what do you mean? Sheng Ming, when both of stretched your hand and do a grabbing motion, both of you stopped suddenly. No matter how much we try, none of you responded. So, we were worried. Premies turned and looked at Sheng Ming and Ace. They both had worried expression. Noticing this, a gentle expression appeared on his face. He then caressed both of their face gently before replying. Premies, we are fine. Sorry for making both of you worried. Sheng Ming and Ace, amen. Sheng Ming smiled while Ace looked down in embarrassment. Unlike Sheng Ming, she is not used to such tender care. Then he turned his attention to Hephaestus. Premies, we will be back in few minutes, so don't worry. Sheng Ming, amen. Ace, okay. Premies looked at fate lines attached with Hephaestus. His eyes again darted towards the boldest and flashiest one. Even though it appeared lackluster compared to the one which connected Hestia and Belle, it was still the boldest of all the fate lines connected with Hephaestus. Premies, Ophis, you know which one I want to see, right? Ophis, yes. Premies, good. This time we will do it without touching it. And from the distance. Ophis, okay. Both looked attentively at the fate line. All their attention was on it completely. Soon, the same suction force came and swallowed both of their consciousness. Asterisk. 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 They again found themselves floating in astral form. This time, they were still in Orario. Below them were rows of many houses. They didn't think much and followed the location of fate line. They passed through a house and reached their destination. Ding. 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 Sound of metal hammering was sounded. The voice was not as pleasant as Hephaestus's one but still okay. They both turned their gaze at the person who was responsible for the noise. It was a tall adult male who has short, spiky red hair and dark blue eyes. He was wearing traditional attire befitting of a blacksmith such as a bandana, t-shirt, apron, and gloves. There's also blue scarf on his neck. The person was making chest armor. Premies also knew who this person was. Premies, Welf Kratzo. Yes. He was the member of Hephaestus Familia who later joined Hestia Familia and became Belle Cranel personal blacksmith and plot. Welf Kratzo. Premies, you really are fated with Hephaestus. Just like Belle is with Hestia. But. Premies narrowed his eyes while looking at Welf. Premies, I am sorry, man. Even though you are a good, straightforward, and honest person, I don't have the slightest intention of giving Hephaestus to you. Then Premies' gaze fall on the fate line which are connecting both Hephaestus and Welf. Premies, I really wanted to destroy this line but too bad it will bring me more harm than good. Indeed. In case you destroy the fate line, tragic calamity will befall on both. Even if you can save Hephaestus from the calamity, I know you don't have any intention of saving him too. Premies, you're right about that. I know how much Hephaestus care for her familia members. If something happens to any of them, it will affect her a lot. And seeing her care, Welf who is already in love with her, will definitely confess. It will be game over for you that time. Premies, that's why I won't destroy this fate line. I have another method. You are going to convert it. Premies, exactly. I already know a way which will make Hephaestus fell for me. That's also another reason why I came here today. The moment Hephaestus fell for me, Welf can say goodbye to his love. That time the fate line connected both will convert into normal fate line. Like the other ones which are connected to Hephaestus. By doing this no tragedy will befall on them. Premies, no hard feeling, man. Everything is fair in love and war. Premies, let's go, Ophis. I checked what I came here for. Ophis, okay. Premies gave Welf one last look before concentrating on the fate line again. And then he and Ophis both were sucked by it. At this time, Welf who was hammering at the piece of armor stopped. Welf, why do I suddenly feel like I am going to lose something extremely precious to me? Welf fell deep into his though before shaking his head. Welf, must be my imagination. Anyway. He looked at the piece of armor which will be completed soon. He smiled and nodded his head. Welf, I need to work hard to become Divine Smith. Once I will become one, I will confess my love to Lady Hephaestus. He then smiled as Hephaestus' face appeared in his mind. Welf, let's complete this piece of armor first. I still have a lot of time to become Divine Smith. Chapter 130, Chapter 130, Idiot. *A/N, here goes 1/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on September 30th equals 0. Ding. After hitting metal for the last time, Hephaestus stopped. She used her arm to wipe the sweat that covered her forehead before putting her hammer at the side. Giving it one more look, Hephaestus nodded. Here, you will need this. A hand appeared in front of Hephaestus which was holding a material of monster. Hephaestus startled before turning to look at the person. When he saw Premies, she fell in trance while looking at his heavenly handsome face. Then Premies' next words brought her back. Premies, continue, we will talk later. Hephaestus, oh, nod. She then took the material from Premies' hand and continued where she left off too. Once she was done merging this material with the metal, Premies gave her the next material, and this just kept on going. Asterisk. Asterisk. After 1 hour. Hephaestus, phew. The metal or the blade of great axe was done. Now it only needed to be attached with its hilt. Hephaestus nodded with satisfaction when looking at it. She turned her gaze to Premies, who was now leaning on the wall with closed eyes. She smiled before opening her mouth. Hephaestus, I didn't expect the famous black swordsman knew about blacksmithing. Premies, maybe a bit. Hephaestus, haha. A bit. I am a divine smith. I don't let anyone interfere while I am making something because the way I used material and their timing is not something others can understand. But you. You perfectly matched my timing and provided me the materials I need at the perfect time. From what I know, in the entire Orario no one is capable of doing it. Premies only showed a small smile which made Hephaestus fell into daze again. Premies' currently blacksmithing knowledge far surpassed even Hephaestus. The difference between them is that of heaven and earth now. But too bad, as said before. Since right now they were not his main skills, he can only implement them a max basic level. Premies didn't care about such thing though. Even if he can't implement such skills, he can still use his knowledge to guide others. And considering he had decided to have Hephaestus for himself, it means she will become his exclusive blacksmith. So, with his guidance, Hephaestus' skills in blacksmith will reach even higher heights. Seeing the Hephaestus in daze, Premies stopped smiling. This brought Hephaestus back. She then looked away to hide a small blush which appeared on her face. She coughed a little before turning to Premies. Hephaestus, so, what can I do for the black swordsman? Before Premies could open his mouth, a shout came. Hestia, what? Hestia, who had been lazing around absurdly, stood up and looked at Premies when she heard the word of the black swordsman from Hephaestus' mouth. She also fell in daze when she saw his heavenly handsome but came to herself in the next moment. Her eyes were now looking at Premies with stars in them. Hestia, he is the black swordsman. Not only he is strong to be able to destroy Ishtar Familia on his own, but he is also a great singer. On top of that, he is very handsome. Though I heard rumors of being handsome, seeing with my own eyes is a whole different experience. No matter what happens, I must make him join my familia. Well, if he is not in any familia right now, that is. While Hestia was thinking of making Premies join her familia, Premies was cursing her inside. Premies, what an idiot. Why did she have to shout like this? Well, now it can't be helped. Those guards outside are rushing in. I am sure they will directly attack before listening to anything. Since I am here, and they didn't even know that. Bang. The door of Hephaestus' workshop opened with a loud bang. Both guards rushed in. They became alert when they heard Hestia scream just now. Once inside, they looked at everyone present inside. Their gaze fell upon Premies. Since Premies' back was towards them, they didn't know it was the black swordsman. Why? Because according to rumors, the black swordsman might wear black coat and had black sword. But he was also extremely handsome and had blood eyes in which there appeared to be 3 commas of some sort. With his back they can't see that. And in Orario there are many adventurers who wore black coat with black sword. On top of that, they didn't even see Premies enter. Such sneaking was only done by assassins. And with Hestia's shout just now, they concluded that Premies was an assassin. Guard 1, stay away from Lady Hephaestus. Guard 1 shouted and lunged at Premies. Guard 2 also moved and appeared in front of Hestia in case assassin tried to attack her in desperation. Guard 1's speed was so fast that he reached Premies in an instant. He then swinged his sword at his back with his full power, clearly intended to kill in one attack. Common knowledge, assassins' body were weak, but they had countless ways to kill and retreat if situation permitted. That's why he wanted to end this quick before assassin get any chance. Hephaestus, wait. Too bad Hephaestus' shout came too late. The attack was already approaching Premies. Premies didn't even move. His thoughts were occupied with something else. Premies, if it was someone else then I would have already killed him. A pity that I can't kill him. Granted that I kill Hephaestus' familia member in front of her very own eyes, though Hephaestus won't blame me since I was just trying to protect myself. A rift will still be formed between us. This pest got lucky this time. When the attack was about to hit Premies, it got deflected. Clang. Step. 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 The force behind the attack was so great that the guard took a few steps back. Not only that but his entire arm felt numb. However, Guard 1 didn't care about such thing. He was looking at the person who blocked him. At first, he got dazed when he saw the divine beauty who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, but when he realized who she was his hand started to shiver. Guard 1, Sword Princess. Yes. Just like Premies said before to Loki. He didn't have time to take care of every pest that will come at him. That's the work of his guards. Hence, he left this to Ace. Granted Ace can't stop him, Xingming would have interfered. And in case Xingming can't stop it then Ophis would have made her move. Returning to the present situation. Let alone Guard 1, even Guard 2 along with Hephaestus and Hestia had shocked expression when they saw Ace coming out of nowhere to protect Premies. In mourning they also received the news of Ace leaving the Loki familia, now she was in front of them. Furthermore, she became extremely beautiful. Witnessing this Hephaestus and Hestia felt a slight feeling of jealousy. Hephaestus, Loki familia never disclosed where Ace left of too. Hence, many familia sent their members to find her. Even I did the same. After all, even if my familia is not a fighting a familia, I could still make a best sword or armor for her. And whenever Loki familia went deeper into dungeon Hephaestus familia also joined them for the material. Hence, I didn't think she would face any loss joining my familia. But now. Hephaestus looked at Premies then at Ace before sighing. Hephaestus, I think I should forget about it. Anyone can tell that she is under the Black Swordsman. So, it's impossible to recruit her now. While Hephaestus was deep in her thoughts, Ace was looking at Guard 1 with cold eyes. Guard 1 gulped his saliva unconsciously. He could tell that when Ace deflected his attack, it was also a sort of warning to him. If he made his move again, she won't hesitate to kill him. Hephaestus, leave us alone. Guard 1 and Guard 2, but Lady Hephaestus. Hephaestus, leave. Do you both really think you can handle Sword Princess? Guard 1, but we can at least delay her for some time. Guard 2, yes, more than enough time for both you and Lady Hestia to run. Hephaestus, then what about the Black Swordsman? Guard 1. Guard 2. Hephaestus, can you say the same thing while looking at him? Guard 1 and Guard 2 hurriedly turned to Premies. Premies also moved his head to the side and glanced at him. When they saw that heavenly handsome along those blood-red eyes which had 3 commas in it, they both trembled violently. Guard 1 and Guard 2, fuck. Premies only glanced at them and said. Premies, scram. His voice sounded like a ruler's decree. The guards hurriedly straightened themselves before rushing out of the door as if running away. When Premies looked at them before, a primal fear rose from their hearts. Hence when he told them to scram, they felt as they were pardoned and hurriedly left. Hephaestus sighed looking at this scene. She knew if Premies want to kill her or Hestia then those guards won't even be a cannon fodder. She then turned to look at him and showed a smile. Hephaestus, thank you for sparing them. Premies didn't respond. His gaze then fell on Hestia. Premies, it happened because you exaggerate the situation. Hestia, I am sorry about that. Hestia laughed in embarrassment since she knew it was really her mistake for shouting. But it can't be helped. Ever since she heard his song, she wanted him to join her familia. She also asked for Hephaestus' help in finding him but to no avail. Then when he disappeared after destroying Ishtar familia, everyone including her thought he died. Yet now he appeared in front of her completely fine. So, she was very excited about it. Flick. Hestia, ouch. Premies flicked her forehead as she held her forehead with tears at the corner of her eyes. Hestia, hey, what was that for? Premies, I just feel that your apology was not sincere. Hestia. Premies, stand down. Ace nodded and put lambent light away. Then she stood behind him like a guard. Hestia, by the way, why is Sword Princess with you? Premies, because she is my guard now. Hestia, what, really? Hestia turned to Ace who just nodded in response. Seeing her confirmation, Hestia became even more excited. Hestia, doesn't that mean if the Black Swordsman joined by familia, I will also get Sword Princess as bonus? He. I really to see the look of that Loki no boobs face when she will see her Sword Princess in my familia. He. Looking at Hestia's face as she was laughing creepily, Hephaestus face palmed. As for Premies, Premies, truly an idiot. I really wonder whether her brain is in her chest now. Does she really think I can't see through her thoughts? Then he looked at Hestia some more. Premies, I wonder whether it's really a good decision to let Lily and Haruheim join her familia now. Suddenly future looked bleak to me. Chapter 131, First Contact with Hephaestus and Hestia. *A/N, here goes 2/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on September 30th equals 0. Premies, anyways. Despite being stupid, I am sure she will look after Lily and Haruheim wholeheartedly and will provide them the warmth of a family. Premies, why don't you both take seat first? Hestia snapped out of her thoughts and sat down. Hephaestus sat beside her. Then Premies also took seat in front of both, while Ace stood behind him like a guard. Before Premies' eyes was closed so they didn't saw them, but now, seeing those blood-red eyes in which 3 tomos were rotating, their visions started to blur, so they hurriedly shake their head and stopped looking into them. Remembering how they almost fell in sort of illusion, they both felt a chill down their spine. Hestia and Hephaestus, great eyes. Premies, I came here today because of 2 reasons. First, Hestia, no one has joined you yet, right? Premies' words sobered them out. Hestia thought that Premies want to join her, so she agitated and enthusiastically nodded her head. Hephaestus also thought so and became depressed inwardly. She also wanted Premies to join her familia, but it appeared impossible now. Premies, I see. Then I have a request. Hestia, sure. Sure. I will be more than happy with you joining my familia as the first member. Premies. Premies looked at Hestia with deadpan expression. Realizing that Hestia misunderstood his meaning, he decided to correct it. Premies, sorry, but I have no such intentions. Hestia, huh? Hestia got stunned and her smile froze. Everyone thought they heard heartbreaking sound. As for Hestia, she became depressed and gloomy aura started to come out of her. Hephaestus showed a wry smile looking at Hestia. Although, she took a sigh of relief when Premies said that he didn't have an intention of joining Hestia familia. Even being depressed, Hestia still opened her mouth. Hestia, then. What request? Premies, there are 2 people whom I want to join your familia. Hestia, 2 people. Hestia's mood became better again. She started to daydream again. Premies, people recommended by the Black Swordsman himself. They must be very strong. Hestia, how strong they are. Level 3, Leave 4, or Level 5. Premies, neither. They haven't even become adventurer yet. Hestia. Hephaestus. This time even Hephaestus became confused. Why do the Black Swordman wanted them to join Hestia familia? Shouldn't it be better to make them join a stronger familia so that high-ranking members could keep them safe in case a dangerous situation occur? Hestia also perceived that. Even though she acted like an idiot, she was by no means fool. Hestia, the Black Swordsman, what is the main reason that you want them to join my familia? Premies, they both are teenager, but they never once received the warmth of a family. Since the day they born, one was used as a tool to make money by their parents while other was educated how to be dignified young lady of a noble family. In other words, they don't know what family truly is. Hestia and Hephaestus' face turned grave. From Premies' words they can already guess how much they must have suffered. Premies, if I make them join stronger familia then it's useless. Why? Because stronger familia concentrate more on their high-ranking members. They won't waste their time on looking after those who are barely level 1. They both nodded in confirmation. Premies, and even if they look after them, it will be because I asked them to. Hence, they will try to use them to curry flavor me so that they can get my favor or something. Hestia, then isn't joining Hephaestus' familia a better choice? Premies, no. It's true that Hephaestus can take care of them. But as a blacksmith familia, she can't be away from her job all the time. Sometimes, it even takes days to forge an equipment. And while forging, all your attention should be at it, otherwise materials will get destroyed by a mistake. In case they join Hephaestus' familia, then when Hephaestus was away and making equipment, she will keep on getting distracted of their well-being. Because of that there are extremely high chances of making mistake. That's something even a master smith like her could not avoid. Hestia becomes silent listening this. Even Hephaestus nodded her head after listening to Premies' reason. Right now, they need someone who can look after them all the time. Well, except when they were doing their dungeon expenditure. Premies, what do you say? Hestia took a deep breath before getting up. Then she hit her chest before showing proud expression. Hestia, leave it to me. I will definitely take care of them. Premies, not it will be better if you will know more about their past. But instead of me telling you about it, I am sure they will tell you about it when they will open up to you. Hence, it depends on you how you make them trust you. Hestia, sure, leave it to me. Premies showed a small smile then turned to Hephaestus. Premies, now. The second reason I came here is to meet you, Hephaestus. Hephaestus, me. Premies, yes. Hephaestus got startled a little. When Premies said he wanted some people to join Hestia Familia, she thought he only came here to meet Hestia. Still, it was easier for her to guess why he came to meet her. Why someone want to meet Hephaestus? Of course to make a weapon or armor of some sort. Hephaestus, what can I help you with? Premies, I want you to create weapons for those who are going to join Hestia Familia. Hephaestus, I see. So, what kind of weapon you want me to make? Are they magic swords? Premies, you will need Hestia help for that. Hephaestus, Hestia. Hestia, me. Hestia pointed at herself in confusion. While Hephaestus also looked at her weirdly. Premies, yes. Hestia, wait. 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 How can I help Hephaestus? In the first place, I don't even know anything about forging. Premies, the weapon I want to be created are growth weapon. Hestia, growth weapon. Hephaestus, I see. That makes sense. It really required Hestia help. Hephaestus nodded in understanding. Though Hestia still had confused expression. Well, it can't be helped. Bel Cranel was the only one in the story to use the growth weapon. A long time, Blacksmith also had a talk about creating growth weapon among themselves but then they didn't create them in the end. Hephaestus, Hestia, growth weapons are completely different than normal weapons. These weapons are alive and will become stronger according to the wielder's status, so long as the wielder is a member of some familia. That's why to create these weapons you need the help of the god of your familia. Hestia, weapon who grow stronger with their users. It's amazing. Then why I have never heard of it before? Premies, because no one use them right now. Hestia, no one. Why? Hephaestus, because it has many problems. Hestia, problems. Seeing Hestia like this, Hephaestus sighed before continuing. Hephaestus, like cost. Not everyone could afford it. They are growth weapons, hence they will become stronger time to time. Therefore, the materials needed to create them should be all top-notch. Otherwise, they will break if they can't handle the increase in power. So, the least price to create one went as high as 100 million valis. Hestia, 100 million valis. Hephaestus, yes. Premies, well, Hestia knife cost was 200 million valis. Hephaestus, and since they are growth weapon, at the beginning they are very weak. Compared to them, it's a lot better to buy magic swords which not only costs in some millions but can also be used to kill stronger monsters. Hestia, oh. Premies, I wonder how they will react if they know that my Elucidator and Ace Lambent Light provides us with the attack power of 1000 at level 1. Which was / is the max strength a level 1 adventurer can reach. Ha 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 ha. I am sure they will cough blood on the spot. Premies, I also think so. Then Premies glanced back at Ace. Coincidentally Ace was also glancing at him. Both of their eyes met and understood that they both were thinking the same thing. They came to conclusion of remaining silent about that. Premies, ahem. Growth weapons also came with many restrictions. Hestia, restrictions. Hephaestus, yes. First, only its wielder can use it. For example, suppose I created a knife for you. In your hand, it's a very sharp knife but the moment someone else hold it then it will be dullest knife. In other words, only you can use it. Hestia, isn't that a good thing? Hephaestus, not every thought so. To go in deeper floors of dungeon, party is a must. Otherwise, your chances of surviving are very slim. Assume that you are fighting a strong monster. All your party members are down except you. Then even your weapon break. The first thing that will come to your mind is to borrow the weapon of your party member. In case that weapon came to be a growth weapon then it's over for you. After all, in your hand it's just a useless weapon. That will be same as having no weapon. Hestia, oh. Premies, another is familia. Hestia and Hephaestus turned to Premies when he opened his mouth. Hephaestus became silent and let Premies took over from where she left. Premies, since the weapon is made from God's ichor, the blessing of that God's is also a must. Means you need to be the member of that God's familia. If you left that familia to join another one, then that weapon will become useless again. Even if you are the wielder of the weapon yourself. Hestia, so that's how it is. Hephaestus, yes. That's why the talk about them was closed. To be honest, I was surprised when the Black Swordsman said the name of growth weapon. Not everyone knows about it even among blacksmiths. Hephaestus then turned to Premies again. Hephaestus, since you knew about it you should know much it will cost you. Premies, money is not an issue. I will pay the whole up front. Not only that, I will even provide every material that will be needed in the process. What I want from you is that you give forging of these weapons your main priority. Hephaestus became silent before continuing. Hephaestus, that's a very tall demand. Premies, don't worry, you won't lose anything here. The penalty you need to pay for late deliveries will all be covered up by me. So, what do you say? Hephaestus smiled after listening to this. Hephaestus, can I take this in writing? Premies, no. Hephaestus, huh? But didn't say you would pay. Premies, give me estimate value tomorrow when I will provide you the materials. I will pay it before you even start my order. Hephaestus, then I will take your word on that. Premies, anyway, that's that for today. I will contact you both tomorrow since it's almost time for you both to take rest for tonight. Hephaestus, okay. Hephaestus then got up and Hestia also followed. She held her hand towards Premies, who grabbed it after standing up and shakes with her. Premies, one more thing. Premies' hand then moved swiftly and suddenly something back appeared in his hand. When Hephaestus saw it, she became shocked because that's her eye patch. And when she felt a breeze at her right eye, she became even more certain. Means her distorted right eye was in full display. Ascertaining this, she looked keenly at Premies. Everyone who saw her right eye except for Hestia till now became scared and ran away in horror. So, she's very conscious of it. Therefore, when she saw Premies didn't have any change in expression after seeing her eye, her heart trembled and she felt like crying. Premies, take it as an apology for barging in your workshop. Premies' hand then covered her right eye entirely. Hephaestus felt a burning sensation on her right eye before Premies removed his hand. Hestia mouth opened wide seeing Hephaestus' face. Let alone her, even Ace, who was looking from behind, also opened her eyes wide. As Hephaestus was showing confused expression because of Premies' action, mirror appeared in his hand suddenly and he showed Hephaestus her face in it. Hephaestus. Hephaestus, as if struck by lightning, stay rooted on her spot. She then touched her now perfect right eye. Realizing that it wasn't a dream, her body trembled violently as tears started to flow out of her eyes like stream. Premies then grabbed the back of her head before pulling it to his chest. Premies, no need to hold back. Premies' words were like the last straw that broke the camel back. Premies, no more chance for you, Wealth Kratzo. I am taking Hephaestus. Once this thought passed through Premies' head, Hephaestus' cries filled the whole workshop. Hephaestus, W-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, Eternal Love. *A/N, here goes 3/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on September 30th equals 0. Sound of constant breathing was heard in the room. Hephaestus, who was crying for 2 hours in Premies' chest, fall asleep in his embrace. Premies' one hand was caressing her back while the other her head. Then he picked her up in a princess carry before placing her on the couch. But Hephaestus' hand was still holding his midnight coat tightly even in sleep. As if her was depended on it. Premies touched some pressure point on her arms, then her arm losing. Next, he created a blanket out of thin air, draped it over her. Hestia, who was standing at side, opened her eyes wide in shock. She can clearly saw with her divine perception that Premies didn't took out the blanket using space magic or something but created it. Hestia, just how? For the current Premies, such thing is piece of cake now. With his current knowledge he can use every skill that exists or existed in Group 1. Well, only at basic level though, since they are not his main skills. Nonetheless, it's still a big thing since this means only gods or third level existences can stand against him right now. Premies, I shall take my leave now. Hestia, huh? Wait a minute. Premies turned to Hestia, who bowed to full 90° before speaking. Hestia, thank you for curing Hephaestus' eye. She really suffered a lot because of that. Premies, no need. Hestia, but. Premies didn't wait for her to complete as he created a paper and pen out of thin air again and write something on it. Soon after he passed the paper to Hestia and dispersed the pen into mist. Premies, arrive at this address in the morning. Those 2 people whom I want to join your familia will meet you there. Not only that, pack your whatever stuff you have as you are going to move there too. Hestia, what me? Premies, are thinking of freeloading at Hephaestus' place all the time. Hestia, ehe. Hestia smiled and looked away while hiding her embarrassment. Premies shakes his head and continued. Premies, anyway. That will be your place of living from tomorrow onwards along with your familia. And one more thing, for waitresses of, hostess of fertility, will also live there with them. Premies, I am sure Seer won't be living there considering her identity as Freya will be easily seen through by Hestia with her divine perception. Hestia, waitress from hostess of fertility. Why? Premies remained silent. He has no intention of disclosing everything to her. Noticing this, Hestia also didn't ask further. She then looked down at the paper. Hestia, by the way. When she raised her head to ask something, she found that Premies was no longer there. Neither did Ace. Hestia pout, understanding that he already left. Hestia, Mao. At least say something when leaving. It's not a good thing to left in between the conversation. A shame there was no one hearing her whining except Hephaestus, who was sleeping peacefully. Asterisk. 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 On the other hand, Premies already left for his next destination. During the time Hephaestus was crying in Premies' embrace, his attention was towards the fate line that connects both her and Welf. And just as he predicted, the fate line connecting them started to change. In the end, it became the same as other normal fate lines around Hephaestus. Meaning from now on, Welf will just be a normal member of Hephaestus Familia. That's all. So, why do you need Hephaestus? Premies, what are you talking about? She has always been my one of the favorite characters in Danmachi. Hence, I want her. It's hard for me to believe that. Premies, sigh Twilight, I really like her, that's why I wanted her for myself, or... Premies, that's what the old me would have said. Then a chilling sneer appeared on Premies' face. I knew it. You never hold any affection towards her. Did you? Premies, exactly. If it was before, then I might have said I like Hephaestus, but now I no longer hold any such feelings. When you visit Welf Kratzo and said, no hard feeling, man. Everything is fair in love and war. You didn't mean love here but war. Premies, ha ha ha. As expected, you really know me the best, Twilight. I have been with you since the beginning after all. Premies, you're right. I don't want Hephaestus because I like her or something, but because I need her skills as a master smith. No wonder. Premies, even though I have become omniscient in Group 1 and my knowledge far surpassed even gods. But since they are not my main skills, I can only use them to max basic level. Hence, I need a master smith. That's how Hephaestus come in equation. Premies, there are many things I want Hephaestus to make for me. Some are so dangerous that even gods will become afraid of them. Granting that I only became friends with Hephaestus, she would have outright rejected me when I would ask her to create them. There are even high chances that she might even notify other gods. After all, those things are that dangerous. I see. But things are different now. Seeing her reaction when you removed her eye patch, I can tell that you were the second person to see her eye without showing any disgust. Premies, I am. In plot, except Hestia, only Welf has seen her eye without becoming scared. That's also why she fell for him. That's why, noticing her expression, it's not hard to guess that Welf hasn't seen her eye yet. Now you took that away from Welf Kratzo. Premies, yes. Knowing Hephaestus, she will only love one man in her entire life. And if that man died, that she would go to heaven to be with that soul. Eternal love, if I give it a name. So, now that eternal love will be for you. Premies, because of that I am sure she won't deny any demand I will ask her. On the contrary, she will happily oblige. I see. That was your plan from the beginning. Premies, yes. But still, why do you want her? I mean, in case you need anything you can directly buy it from me. Premies, what about the things that isn't in your shop? Ha. Premies, that's too much. You are overestimating me. I have everything in my shop. Everything. You name it, I have it. No matter from which anime world, manga world, games world, or novels. I have everything. Premies, but you didn't have what I want. Premies. Premies, because they haven't been created before. Premies. Come again. Premies, since these weapons haven't been created yet, how could you possibly have them? So, that's how it is. Premies, yes. Take for example Excalibur. Or Sword of Promised Victory. The strongest and most majestic holy sword that symbolizes King Arthur. Artoria Pendragon, noble phantasm. Premies, that one. No one can use it except her. No can create such sword either. But you're different. Premies, if I want Excalibur, then I can just directly buy it from you. Not only that, with my current knowledge I even know how that sword was made. What materials it used, what procedure it followed, and so on. Yes, you do. Premies, hence, here comes my reasoning. Since I already know how Excalibur was made, why can't I use my vast knowledge to do some modification in its procedure to make it even stronger? Oh. Interesting. Premies, that's why I need Hephaestus. I get it. Even if you create or write the whole new procedure of making Excalibur on the paper, you can't use it since you can only use your blacksmithing skill to at most max basic level. For that you need a master smith like Hephaestus. Premies, exactly. She is the best person to create things for me which can wage wars everywhere. I see. Premies, now a question from me. Yup. Ask away. Premies, when these things which I am planning will be created, will they be appear in your shop too? Absolutely. The moment they will be created, you can buy countless of them from my shop. Premies, good. Premies then becomes silent. In his mind, he is thinking about a particular mass-destroying weapon which he planned on making. Still, considering you want a master smith. Do this mean you plan to get your hands of others who are good at alchemy, potion making, building making or so on? Premies, yes. Okay. Premies, I am sure Hephaestus will also come to the address with Hestia in morning. She will. On the guise that she wants to thank you for curing her eye and for the materials you promised to provide so that she can start the forging of weapons you ask. Premies only showed a small smile while the light emitted by his blood-red eyes kept on increasing as 3 tomos kept on rotating. Ophis saw that after all she was sitting on his left shoulder compared to Xingming and Ace who are walking behind. But then she ignored it. Even though Premies was walking in front, with his elemental sight he was also looking at Xingming and Ace. Then he grinned when he noticed that the coldness in their eyes has increased. You are using your heart to affect them more. Premies, indeed. As I said before, the affection, love such things will only when we are in my home world. Other time what I want is weapons. Killing machines. That's all. Ha ha ha. I wonder how those from Soul Land universe will react once they will see that the kindest goddess of life showing such coldness. Premies, like I care about what they will think. Then what about Loki Familia? Witnessing the current ace, I am sure they will regret their decision of giving her to you. Premies, in truth, I also don't care what they will think either. But. Premies, but yes. I can't let them witness the current ace. Because they are still used to you. Premies, certainly. I told Loki to meet me at, Hostess of Fertility, with her familia 1 week from now on. The same thing you said to Freya. Premies, not the same thing I will say to Hephaestus tomorrow. I have a plan. To implement it I need the help of all 3 strongest familia. It will really be a big plan since it requires 3 strongest familia. Premies, it is. Because it also requires the help of Guild itself. Guild. Huh. Then I will take it as Aurenas will also be joining the meeting. Premies, he will. Ho. Premies, another reason why I can't let rift form between me and Loki Familia is because I need Loki. No matter what. Just like you need Hephaestus. Premies, not I need someone whose brain works like her. Such sharp intellectually, making critical observations and deducing complex matters, she is the best strategist I could ask for. Someone who can handle things here perfectly when I am not here. Another world. Premies, yes. After all, she was given the nickname of Trickster for a reason. I see. Then do you also need Freya too? Premies, naturally. The moment both her and Loki join forces, I am sure they can solve almost any problem. On top of that. Premies, I can release all my desire on Freya without any problem. After all, she is both the goddess of beauty and sex. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Ace Magic Control Training I. *A/N, here goes 4/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on September 30th equals 2. Since he had already contacted Freya, Hephaestus, and Hestia today, Premies decided to concentrate on Ace now. Her control over her magic is garbage. Because of that she used up her magic faster during both Enhanced Mode and Ariel. That's also one of the reasons why she only used her Ariel to take out those rats in his new mansion Raven Sight at the last second. Otherwise, it would have been over a long time ago. Before that he decided to send a voice transmission to Ryu and others in Hostess of Fertility, informing them to not wait for him. Next, he placed his attention towards Ace. Premies, it's time to start your magic control training Ace. Ace's expressions became serious as she nodded. Premies, come here. Ace walked towards him and he hugged her waist. Before she could understand why Premies was hugging her. They started to rise in the air. Ace got startled witnessing this. Ophis and Xingming also rose. Since this is the first for Ace seeing Premies and others flying she got stunned. But it was short-lived since she had already started to get used to how Premies did impossible things. Whoosh. Then all 4 penetrated through the air at extreme speed and left the Orario behind. Ace at first closed her eyes when wine touched her face, then she opened her eyes again. Once some reach level 4, their speed already breaks the sound barrier. At that time, you also experience the same thing. Considering Ace was level 5 agility-based adventurer, she also had experienced this before. That's why she got used to it soon enough. Ace looked down at everything like a curious lady. This was the first time she was so high in sky, so she wanted to see how everything looked from here. Ace, wow. Premies chuckled lightly hearing this. Even Xingming chuckled while following behind. Premies, don't worry, once you will complete your magic control training or will reach the last part, that time you will also be able to fly in the sky on your own. Ace, really? Premies, yes. The magic control training is divided into 5 parts. The 5th part is about flying in the air. But to reach that you first need to complete the first 4 parts, okay. Ace nodded and looked down again to enjoy the scenery some more. The only light there was moonlight, which made it even more beautiful. Asterisk. 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 After flying for 5 minutes, they arrived at a forest. If Premies had used his full speed, that they would have reached here in less than a minute. But seeing Ace enjoying herself, he decided to delay it a little. They soon reached the depth part of the forest where a lake was located. Once reaching their destination, they descended. Ace looked around the forest. All animals already went to sleep by now. And the forest was very silent. Premies, Ace. Ace, yes, my lord. Premies, from tomorrow onwards, I will be training Lily in Haruheim in the morning. Hence, your training will be at night. Do you understand? Ace, yes. Premies, good. Now follow me. Premies then walked towards one of the trees. Premies, the first part of magic control is tree climbing practice. Ace, tree climbing practice. Premies then stretched one of his legs and stepped on the bark of the tree. Then he raised his other foot. In the next moment, his body miraculously formed a 90-degree right angle with the stem of the tree. He walked up like this step by step as if the gravity did not affect him. Ace, who was looking at Premies, became dumbfounded. It's true that sometimes while fighting in dungeon, she and her old familiar members had climbed many trees, walls, steeps and so on. Still at time they used them as a footing to climb faster. Never had they walked like the whole 90-degree like Premies was doing. After Premies walked steadily up to a height of more than 10 meters, he stopped and stood on a branch. Then, as if his feet slipped, his body suddenly fell backward. Ace got startled and subconsciously moved to catch him. Though in the next moment, Xingming placed her hand on her shoulder and stopped her. Xingming, little sister, don't worry. Look carefully. Ace stopped and looked at Premies, who did not fall but was hanging upside down on the branch of tree, with the branch still attached to the soles of his feet. Premies, once you will complete this part of training, you can stand on any kind of solid matter. Like wall, tree, cliffs and many more. Ace nodded with surprised expression. Premies then let go of his control and fell. Just when he was about to touch the ground, his body turned upside down and he landed on his feet. Premies, the concept behind this part of training is that you need to use a fixed amount of magic at the bottom of your foot. Then use it to climb without using your hands. In case you will use too little magic, you will lose your footing and will fall off. On the other hand, if you will use too much magic, then the tree will be pushed away and will break. Understand? Ace nodded. Premies, now. Your task is to reach the top of the tree. But you need to walk to the top, not run, okay? Ace, okay. Premies, you only have time to complete it by the morning. On the occasion you failed to complete it in the giving time, then I will delay the next part of training for a month or 2. Ace's expressions turned grave as she clenched her fist. Since she wanted to become strong fast, delaying is something she wanted to avoid at all cost. Premies, pick up a tree and start. Ace then walked towards one of tree to start her practice. While Ace started her training, Premies moved to another side of the lake. He waved his hand and in the next moment, branches of the trees seemed to come to life. They started crawling, entangled, and hung down from the trees. After a while, a swing-like seat was made. Premies didn't give it much thought and sat down on it. Ophis floated towards him and sat on his lap naturally. As for Xingming, she remained rooted on her spot like a fool. Xingming, H-husband, know how to use life magic. Since when? And his control over it is slightly higher than me. Premies, do you want to stand there the entire night, Xingming? Xingming, H-ha. No. Then she walked to him and sat on his left. Premies' gaze was at Ace, who was trying to step on tree only for the tree to break or she fell. Although, when her back was about to touch the ground, she will use her wind magic to stop herself. By the way, why did you tell her to complete it by the morning? I am sure she will be able to complete this training in an hour or 2. Premies, no. She will barely be able to complete it by the morning. Huh? What do you mean? Premies, this might not mean much for others. However, for Ace, no. For every adventurer in the Danmachi world, this training is extremely difficult. How so? Preemies, in other worlds, to increase their strength people use things like magic, chi, ki, aura and so on. Even if it makes them stronger, but if you take it away from them then they will just be somewhat stronger than normal humans. Not too overpowered. Hence, if they let their guard down then even a kid with a knife can kill them. But in this world because of God's blessings your own body becomes stronger. I get it. If adventurers of this world let their guard down completely then even if a professional came, they won't even be able to penetrate their skin. That's why only an adventurer or monsters can kill another adventurer. Well, there can be exception like if a normal humans get their hands on a magic sword of some sort. Preemies, yes. For example, Goku from Dragon Ball Super World. When Frieza attacked Earth in her golden form, Goku was Super Saiyan Blue. Yet, the moment he let his guard down, a simple laser shot out Frieza lackey severely injured him. This shows that it's their ki which made them stronger. Their body is not up to that level. I see. Then why did you said that Ace will barely be able to complete it by the morning? Preemies, because not only she needs to control the amount of magic on her feet but also, she needs to control her physical strength. Physical strength. So, that's how is it? Unlike other worlds, adventurers in this world have strong body and strength. Even if she will be able to understand the amount of magic she needs to use in her feet, the mere force from her leg is enough to break the tree. Preemies, right. On top of that, I specially told her to walk to the top of tree not run. Agility increases the speed of users, means it also increase the movement speed of their legs. That's why if they get a slight footing they can sprint to the top of any steep or slopes. So, that's not the climbing. They are just using their agility. Preemies, yes. Hence, she can't even use her agility here. She needs to control her magic. She needs to control her physical strength. And she can't even her speed. No wonder this magic control training will be extremely difficult for her. On top of that, you gave her the deadline till the morning. It put additional mental pressure on her. Now even I feel like sympathizing her. Boom. Great. Another tree falls. That was the 10th one. Asterisk. 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 Ace was looking at fallen tree with disbelief expression. Ace, where I am going wrong. Just now I barely used my magic. Nevertheless, this tree still broke when I just put my foot on it. Are all trees this weak? Ace then squatted down and investigate where she stepped on the tree. There's her footprint on it. Ace frowned witnessing this. Ace, should I use Ariel? Not only did it increase by speed and power but also makes me lighter. After deciding this, Ace stood up. Ace, Ariel. Wail. Whiz. Woo. A hurricane covered Ace as if protecting her. She looked at another tree. Ace, okay. Here I go. Ace reached the tree in an instant. She hurriedly placed her foot on it, realizing that tree didn't break, and her foot was still attached to it, Ace overjoyed. Next, she put her second foot with jubilant expression. However, suddenly. Ace, huh? Thud. She fell with her back on the ground. Ace looked at Sky with dazed expression. She didn't understand what just happened. Ace, why did my Ariel disappeared all of a sudden? She then got up again. Ace, Ariel. Wail. Whiz. Wah. The wind gathered around her before dispersing. Ace got confused and tried again. But no matter how much she tried, she always failed. Now, she can't even use her wind magic. Ace, just what is going on? Preemies, Ace. Ace, my lord, I can't use my. Preemies, you are not allowed to use your wind magic. You must do it with just magic. Ace, huh? Does this mean Lord is the reason I can't use my wind magic? Preemies, yes. I have taken the control of wind magic from you. Hence, you can't use your wind magic. Now continue where you left off to. Ace, sigh yes, my lord. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, Omen. Asterisk A/N, here goes 1/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Asterisk A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on September 30th equals 2. Time went by. Preemies was sitting on the swing-like bench made from the branches of trees. Ophis had long fallen asleep on his lap. She was not the only one. Sheng Ming who was sitting at his left had also fallen asleep while resting her head on his shoulder. And as if trees knew what to do, they were swinging the bench back and forth. Looking at them from the distance along with moonlight that was falling on them form a very beautiful picture. However. Preemies, it's very peaceful. Indeed. Boom. Preemies. Silence. Total silence. After it remained silence for some time. Preemies, finally, peace. Agreed. Boom. Preemies. Silence. Total silence. They remained silent a lot more than before. Confirming nothing happened. Preemies, you know. Boom. Preemies. Silence. Total silence. Preemies, I think. Preemies, be quiet. Preemies then turned his attention at the book in his hand. It's a blank notebook. Preemies right now was scribing something on it with pen. In case someone will look at what Preemies was writing, they will start to feel dizzy. If they will try hard, then their brain will surely short-circuit. This shows how much complicated this stuff is. The only one who can understand what he is writing is Hephaestus. But even she needs to use her eye. Her power which she uses to understand more about equipments. Are you not going to stop her? Preemies, no. What's the problem? The problem is, more than half of the forest is gone. Boom. Preemies. That was another one. Preemies remained silent, but inwardly he took a sigh of relief. Preemies, good thing I covered both the ears of Ophis and Xingming with my power, otherwise they would have woken up countless time by now. Preemies, just let the nature run its course. That very nature is being destroyed by her. Currently, she is the nature's biggest enemy. Boom. Preemies. Preemies didn't deny that. Currently, Ace really is nature's biggest enemy. All the animals that had been sleeping woke up because of such sounds and tremor. They became horrified when they witnessed trees being broken one by one. To them Ace really is nothing more than an Oni now. However, when they were afraid, their gaze fell on the other side of lake. There they witnessed Preemies, Ophis and Xingming completed unaffected. And since even nature itself was swinging their bench, they decided to approach them. When they reached them, they realized there was peace around them. Hence, one by one they slept around him. Preemies also used his power on them so that they won't get affected by Ace's practice, just like how he did to Ophis and Xingming. Now, there are countless animals sleeping around him peacefully. Preemies, ahem. Anyway, some sacrifices are needed while learning greater things. TT's just a tree climbing practice. Boom. Preemies. Preemies, sigh oh boy. Preemies then started to rub his forehead. He also agreed with Twilight. Though, if he told Ace the exact method, then she won't use her brain completely. Preemies, sigh well, I guess I will tell her a hint. Then it's up to her whether she realizes the meaning behind it or not. Asterisk. 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 Boom. With the fall of another tree, Ace's mood got even more sour. She had been trying for 4 hours non-stop without any progress. No matter how much magic she used, trees fell just by a touch of her foot. Ace, if this keeps up, I won't be able to complete it by morning. Let's try another tree. Preemies, Ace. Ace, my lord. Preemies, you should always remain calm like I told you before. It's true that it put a mental pressure on you to complete it by the morning. However, the more difficult the situation, the calmer you should be. Only then can you break out of it. Ace, I understand. But lord, these trees are just too fragile. Preemies, they are not fragile. You are too strong. Ace, huh? Preemies then cut off his telepathic connection with Ace. That's all the hint he will give her. Now, it's up to her to understand the meaning behind it. Asterisk. 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 Preemies, good luck, Ace. I believe in you. Well, it's better than nothing. Preemies then returned his attention at the notebook in hand. Frown appeared on his head as it's extremely difficult and very complicated to do changes in the already high-level things. Preemies, it will take me few months or maybe years just to create a single blueprint. Well, whatever time is the only thing I don't lack. By the way, I was wondering. For what weapon are you doing these calculations for? Preemies, only it's for, at hashtag $% and asterisk, underscore equals. Twilight fell into silence. Preemies ignored it and concentrated on his work. Still, after few minutes. Preemies. Preemies, can you keep your voice down in my head? Twilight ignored Preemies' comment and continued. Have you lost your freaking mind? You already know how much dangerous those weapons are. Yet you want to make them more powerful. Preemies, yes. What's the problem? There is a big problem. Preemies, enough. Preemies, first, calm down before continuing. Twilight became silent. Preemies can swear he heard Twilight taking deep breath in and out in his mind. After calming herself down, Twilight continued. Preemies, now I understand why you said you need to make Hephaestus fall for you, otherwise she won't make it for you and might even notify other gods about it. Preemies, is that so? Yes. Although, there's no might in this. She would have definitely notified to other gods. Heck. If I was in her place, then I won't make it for you. That's how dangerous these weapons are. Premies, that scenario is gone now. Now she will make it for me. I can't deny that. Still, I am sure she will hesitate a lot. Premies, hesitation is better than complete no. Are you sure about that? Once you will use them, you will become the enemy of every race in existence. Premies, I am. I hope everything will go fine. Premies didn't respond. His gaze was at his notebook completely. He frowned and narrowed his eyes. Premies, I will make sure their strength reaches max level 10. No matter what. If that's the case, then it's not a work which you can complete in months. You will need to spend years to bring out a perfect blueprint with its process. Premies, I know. That's why I have already decided to spend few years in the next world. I want to complete it by the time I will return. Amen. That will be better. Asterisk. 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 Ace, What did Lord mean? They are not fragile. You are too strong. I decreased my magic output to the limit. Yet, the result was same. This time instead of moving to next tree, she walked towards the fallen trees. The one that were broken, no, they fell because they were too fragile. Not Ace's fault. Ace shook her head, started to investigate them. Wondering if she will realize the key point she's missing. But she still failed to find anything. She then coincidentally picked up a stone, started playing with it. Though, her mind was wandering on something else. Ace, what did Lord meant I am too strong. I didn't even use enhance mode. On top of that, I can't even use Ariel since Lord took the control of wind magic from me. Crack. Ace, Ace turned and looked at her hand with now had broken pieces of stones. She then sighed, threw the pieces down and walked towards another tree. Ace, looks like practice is the only thing I can do for now. Maybe I will realize what Lord meant while doing so. She then stood in front of another tree. Ace, I wonder whether it will break too. Well, there's 99.9% chances that it will. Sigh, why is everything in this so feeble? Trees are weak, even stone is weak. I barely used my strength there. As if realization struck her. Ace turned towards the broken pieces of stone on the ground. Ace, I barely used any strength. That's what Lord meant when he said I am too strong. Ace then leaned against the tree she was planning to climb. She put her arm on her forehead while everything started to make sense now. Ace, I made the same mistake again. And I feel that I will make it again in future. I am not the same as before. Previous me focus was agility, dexterity, and magic. Hence, my strength and endurance was not that strong. Because of that, it was quite easy for me to control them. But now. Ace shook her head and stood up. Ace, before proceeding further with training, I need to control my strength. Ace then decreased her strength and kicked tree. Crack. Crack. Bang. Ace, good. It took some time before falling this time. Now I need to decrease my power even more. Ace decreased her strength even more before kicking. This time tree took even more time before falling. She kept on doing it for 30 minutes. Thud. This time tree didn't even budge. There was no damage on it at all. Ace became excited seeing this. Premies, you finally understand. Ace didn't reply. Instead, she turned towards where Premies was sitting and started to wave her hand at him excitedly like a little girl. Seeing her behaving like this, Premies showed a gentle smile before nodding. Premies, you only have 2 hours left before the deadline. Go for it. Ace, yes. Ace then started again from where she left. Asterisk. 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 Finally, she starts to get used to her new strength. Premies, that's the first step. Once she will complete the second part of her training, she will have full control over it. Second part. Premies looked at Ace back as she started her tree climbing training again. Since now she has a better control over her strength, it will matter of time before she will complete this training. He nodded and returned to his own work. After some time. Premies, there's something I want to tell you. Since you were busy doing other stuff, I didn't tell you. Premies, what is it, Twilight? Said Premies. But his concentration was still on the notebook. Soon, you are going to face a life-threatening situation. Premies' pen stopped. Premies, how so? I don't know. Premies, you don't. I don't. Since we both are connected, I can feel the danger. Premies, are you sure, Twilight? Me and my permanent members are all unique existence. We exist neither in past nor in future. Not even in parallel worlds. We only exist in present. Since we didn't have any future, it's impossible to see the upcoming danger. I know. However, I am also made of origin force of 12th level existences. Even though we don't have any future, I can still sense the life-threatening danger. Premies became silent. He put the notebook away and started to ponder about it. Premies, what could threaten me who have awakening? It's impossible for high-level existences to come to this group because of barriers. The only ones who can came to this group without being affected and can threaten me are 10th and 11th level existences. However, they will never come here. First, they mind their own business to the point that even if the entire universe or omniverse get destroyed, they won't even bat an eye. Second, since I am omniscient in this group, I know everything about it. And there isn't a single thing here which can move them. Premies went deeper into his thoughts. Premies, Twilight, can you at least tell when I am going to face it? No, Premies. I don't know. But I can tell, you will face it before going to next world. Premies, means any time in the next 4 months. Huh. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, First Magic Training Complete. *A/N, here goes 2/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. *A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on September 30th equals 2. Premies was no longer in mood of continuing the creation of new weapon blueprint and process. His mind was occupied by other thoughts. He hugged Ophis who was sleeping on his lap and held the shoulder of Shengming who was sleeping on his left while leaning on him tightly. While doing this his eyes were at Ace who was immersed in her practice. Premies, since that's the case then Ophis, Shengming, and Ace are also not safe. I need to increase my vigilance even more when I am not in home world. Since Ophis, Shengming, and Ace will sense his worry because their hearts are connected, Premies make sure that his heart won't show any changes. Noticing they didn't sense it, he took a sigh of relief inwardly. Premies, now then. Let's see. First, I am 100% sure that 10th and 11th level existences won't come here. Second, those who can threaten me and are weaker than 10th and 11th level existences are 7th, 8th, and 9th level existences. However, these existences exist in Group 3. And it's impossible to come here because of Barrier and Wachter who was keeping eye on them. Premies became silent. Before asking Twilight about something. Premies, for the third. Twilight, how much stronger a fated one with system can become? Can Existence 1 become Existence 7 or higher? That depend on the group that system belongs to. Systems in Group 1 can only make their hosts reach Existence 3. Group 2 systems can make them reach Existence 6. And Group 3 systems can make them reach Existence 9. That's their limit. No matter how much strong system become along with their host they can't break this limit. Premies, This makes even the third option invalid. Because in case I will face the fate one who has become third level existence, before I even get a chance enter my awakening, Ophis will erase that person very existence. That's true. Your Empress will erase that person the moment she will realize that she could hurt you. Premies, yes. Then it leads to the fourth option. Something that is life-threatening and Ophis can't do anything. Means I, myself will approach that danger. Yes. I also came to same conclusion. Premies, Premies remained silent before a smile appeared on his face. Premies, a life-threatening danger, I know about it but will still approach it. This means the gains I get will outweigh the loss. There are high chances. Premies, I see. Ace, Lord. Premies snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Ace who was standing at the stem of the tree with her body parallel to the ground. Ace was showing the excited expression. Premies smiled and nodded at her. Not bad. Even though her footing is still not perfect, she finally takes her first step. Premies, yeah. Seeing Premies smiling and nodding at her, Ace became even more happy. Although, this excitement distracted her from concentration of the magic on her feet. Hence, she fell. Ace, whoa. Thud. Well. She needs more practice. Premies chuckled hearing this. Premies, there's still more than an hour left. I am sure she will be able to complete it before the deadline. That's true. Asterisk. 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 Ace got up and rubbed off the slight dust on her. Her face flushed due to embarrassment when she heard Premies chuckle from distance. She glared at Tree with pout. Just like a little girl putting the blame of her mistake on something else. Ace, you embarrass me in front of Lord. I will practice on another tree now. Ace snorted and walked towards another tree. Premies saw Ace's action then shook his head with smile. He never accepted Ace to show such a cute side. By now Ace stood in front of another tree. She took a deep breath before lifting her light leg towards it. Ace, not too weak, not too strong. Magic gathered at her feet and her foot touched the tree. First, she took a sigh of relief noticing the tree was still intact without any damage and her foot has stuck at it. She raised her next foot and stepped on it. Her both feet got attached to the tree but her posture's still not good. Her body was tilting in front rather than being parallel to the ground. Ace then a deep breath again and again and again. Before relaxing her body. Then she succeeded. Once she stabilized herself to 90 degrees, she continued. Step. 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 Step by step she climbed the tree. Her concentration was completely at it. Soon her control became better and better. Ace, deep breath in, deep breath out, deep breath in, deep breath out. Now the next part. She looked at the branch of the tree with solemn expression. Next part is even more difficult. Standing upside down. Not only she needs to make sure her feet remain stick to the branch but also that the delicate branch won't break because of her weight. She then put one foot at the downside of the branch before putting the other one. However. Crack. Crutch. Branch broke and Ace fell. Just when her head was about to touch the ground, she moved her body and landed on her feet. She gave a quick glance at the broken branch on the ground before choosing next one to continue. Crack. Crutch. Crack. Crutch. Crack. Crutch. Even after several attempts, the result was same. Ace, I don't have any problem with having my feet stick to the branch. But the branch break from my weight. Do I need to start dieting to decrease by weight? If her thoughts were in open, Premies couldn't have stopped himself from smiling at her. Ace's such childish and cute way of thinking really makes it difficult for anyone to hate her easily. After all, even though she is 15 her mind is still that of a child. Ace then shook her head. Ace, no. 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 That's not possible. Assuming that, Lord won't have given me the deadline till morning. Since I will need days or weeks to decrease my weight. She then folds her arms and started to walk around. Ace, Lord said once I will complete this part of training I can stand on any kind of solid matter. Ace then stopped. Confusion appeared on her face. Ace, what is solid matter? She then tried to connect her mind with Premies. Since Premies can contact her like this she also thought to try it. Her way of thinking was not wrong. But difference is that Premies can directly connect to all his members but if members want to connect to him, Premies need his permission. Click. Since Premies gave the permission, Ace succeeded in connecting. Premies, what is it, Ace? Ace first took a sigh of relief. Considering that was her first attempt, she wasn't sure if she will succeed. Ace, Lord, you said once I will this part of training I can stand on any kind of solid matter like wall, tree, cliffs and many more. Right. Premies, right. Ace, however, Lord just what is solid matter exactly? Premies, a solid can be defined as a substance which exists in the solid state. A matter that retains its shape and density when not confined. Solids have a fixed shape and fixed volume, which means they don't move to fill a container when they're placed in it. They hold their own shape and volume. Solids cannot be compressed into a smaller space very easily. Some of the examples other than wall, tree, and cliffs are table salt, sugar, diamonds, and many other minerals. Ace, oh. Premies, did you get it? Ace, SOSO. Premies, let's take example of a brick. Will its shape change if you put it in a barrel? Or will it look same as before? Ace, it will look same. Premies, that's the gist of it. Ace, I see. Premies, let me tell you what liquid matter is. It will help you understand it more. Ace, okay. Premies, compared to solid matter, liquid matter takes the shape of its container. Example of liquid matters are water, oil, wine, juice, and so on. Now tell me what will happen if you put any of them in a barrel. Ace, they will change their shape. Premies, right. Put the same thing in a cup or mug. What will happen? Ace, they will change their shape again. My lord, I get it. Premies, good. Ace, my lord, one more question. Premies, yes. Ace, does this mean I can also walk and run on something as delicate as a glass? Premies, let alone glass, you can even walk and run on a thin wire. Ace, how? Premies, that's for you to figure out. Ace, oh okay. Click. Premies then cut off the connection from his end. Ace went deep into her thoughts. Ace, that means I don't have to decrease my weight. Even with child weight a wire or rope will break normally, let alone mine. Ace then picked up the broken branch and looked at it. Ace, how can a glass won't break even if I stand on it? How can rope or wire don't get affected by my weight? Ace threw the branch away and started to stroll around. Frown had appeared on her forehead because she knew her deadline will be approaching soon. Ace, granting that glass is strong, then it won't break even if I stand on it. If the rope and wire are bounded tightly to both ends, then they will also be able to handle my weight for some time before breaking. However, it won't happen all the time. Not all glasses are strong. Not all wires are of higher quality. Huh. What a minute. Something stuck in Ace's mind. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the branch of another tree. Ace, in that case, can't I just... She then hurriedly climbed that tree. Her eyes were darting at branch. She put her feet on it one by one. Then. Ace, Y-E-A. Asterisk. 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 She did it. Premies, yes, she did. Premies was looking at Ace with gentle smile. Ace was standing upside down on the branch of the tree and waving at him excitedly. Premies also waved at her. Premies, once you someone will complete all 5 parts of my magic training, they can even control their weight that time. Since it's required to fly. However, Ace haven't reached there yet. Premies, yes. So, if she can't control her weight, she needs to use different approach. Make the very branch stronger. Premies, exactly. In that case, she not only has to make sure that her feet remain attached to the branch but also needs to release her magic from her feet to make branch stronger. By doing this she made the connection of the branch with the tree strong enough so that it can handle her weight. Premies, nod same is the case with glass. Instead of making the entire glass stronger, you just need to reinforce the specific area where you are standing. Yes. In rope or wire case, you not only need to reinforce them but also reinforce their ends. However, one this common in each case. Premies, yes. Premies and Twilight, magic required in each case is almost the same. Premies, in branch case, you only need to reinforce its joining point with tree. In glass case, you only to reinforce the specific area where you are standing. Premies, in rope and wire case, even if you need to reinforce it completely along with its endpoints. The area they take is very small. It's like a line. Hence, the magic required is almost the same as in branch and glass case. So now, she won't have any problem in either case. Premies, yes. Premies' gaze was still at Ace, who jumping from one tree to another in excitement. Premies, well done, my sword princess. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Returning Back to Orario. Asterisk A/N, here goes 3/4 chapter of this week. Please enjoy. Asterisk A/N, for every 100 Power Stones extra chapters will be released on the last day of each month. Extra chapters that will release on September 30th equals 2. Ace, ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZZ. Ace had already fallen asleep on Preemie's right shoulder the same way Hao Shengming is sleeping on his left. Since there's still time for sun to rise, Preemies told Ace to take a quick nap. Looking at all the destroyed trees, Preemies waved his hand and they started to return to their former form. This time Preemies used the power of time to rewind the time of the forest. Preemies, this should do it. It does. The forest returned to what it was before Ace started her tree climbing training. Look at you. Heavenly beauties on your right, left and center. This is the life every man wants and will be envious of. Preemies, why do I sense jealously in your tone? Who is getting jealous of them? Preemies, oh, I thought you were jealous of me. But I never expected you to be jealous of them. What are you saying? Preemies, you know what, Twilight? I never thought you had such a cute side. I don't. Preemies, Sundara. Preemies. Preemies, haha. Forget it, I was just teasing you. AMU. Preemies then turned his gaze at the sun that was rising slowly. Animals who were sleeping around him started to wake up one by one. The first thing they saw was forest, which had returned to what it was at night. Before Ace's destruction. They all became happy. However, before running to their habitat, they turned to Preemies and lowered their head at him. They by their instinct knew that it was Preemies who did this. That's why they were very grateful to him. Preemies didn't glance at them, just replied with one word. Preemies, go. All animals listening this, bowed their head at him one last time before they hurriedly ran back to their home. Preemies, ruler's aura. Huh. Yes. Ever since you became one with your dark self, you have demeanor of a ruler. That's also why Reveria followed your order as if it was natural. Let alone her, even gods without their arcanum will get affected by it. Compared to them, animals are nothing. Preemies, I already know that. You don't have to give the same information in detail all the time. Preemies shook his head listening to Twilight snort. He knew that she is clearly angry that he teased her. Preemies, time to leave. Preemies then caresses Opha's head slightly different than before, which made her wake up from her sleep. He then caresses Xingming's face gently and she also wake up. As for Ace, he decided to let her rest some more. His right hand held her shoulder while his left hand held behind her knees and raised her in princess carry. Ace, as if sensing the warmth, snuggled in his embrace. And unconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck. Premies didn't say anything. Premies, let's go. Ophis and Xingming nodded. Then all three raised in the air and fly towards the direction of Orario. Animals looked at Premies and others' departing figure before returning to their things. Asterisk. 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 Light entered the workshop from the opened window and fell on Hephaestus' face, who was sleeping on her couch. She felt irritation because of light on her eyes and raised her body to sit. She rubbed her eyes and stretched her body. Then she opened her mouth wide to take a yawn. Hephaestus, Ohapaia. After taking a deep yawn, Hephaestus stood up and stretched her body again. Hephaestus, I wonder when the last time I slept this peacefully. Maybe when I was in heaven and met Hestia. I was very happy that there was someone who was not afraid of my eye. When word left her mouth, Hephaestus instantly recalled what happened last night. She hurriedly put her hand on her right eye only to find out that she is not wearing her eye patch. Her gaze fell on the table on which her eye patch is. Instead of picking it, she continued feeling her eye. Realizing that there was no feeling of distorted skin, she hastily looked around. Since there was no mirror in the workshop, she picked up a sword to see her reflection. Hephaestus. Then she remained rooted on her spot. Asterisk. Asterisk. An hour later. Creak. Door of the workshop opened. Hestia, Hephaestus, have you woken up? I have come to say bye. Hestia stopped and turned at Hephaestus, who was currently sitting on the couch leaning her head back while one of her arms was uncovering her eyes and forehead. Hephaestus, Hestia. Hearing Hestia's voice brought her out of her thoughts. She removed her arm and looked at her. Hestia can see that Hephaestus' eyes were slightly red. Not because her pupils are crimson but were red because of tears. It clearly indicated that she cried once more before Hestia's arrival. Hence, her eyes were like this even when she stopped. Hephaestus, so, it wasn't a dream. Hestia, yup. It wasn't. Hestia smiled before approaching her. If it was before, then she would have comforted her, but since Hephaestus already calmed down, there's no need for that. Hephaestus, sigh, I have already given up any hope for my eye. Since no one could heal it, I thought it was impossible. Never thought my lifelong wish will be fulfilled when I least expected. Hestia, I guess that's what life is. Full of uncertainty. Hephaestus, I agree. By the way, what do you mean by you come to say bye? Hestia, oh. I forgot that you fell asleep in the Black Swordsman embrace last night, so you didn't hear our conversation. Hephaestus' face flushed when she remembered how she fell asleep in Premies' embrace after crying. She then coughed 2 times to get out of the embarrassing situation. Hephaestus, cough cough, so, what did you both talk about after I have fallen asleep? Hestia, it was nothing much. He said he have bought a mansion. That's where I and my familia members will live from today onwards. Hephaestus, is that so? Hestia, yes. That's why I come to say bye. Hephaestus, but why this early in the morning? Can't it be later? Hestia, well, he told me reach the mansion in the morning. That's why. Hephaestus, no wonder you wake up this early. Other time, you won't wake up until it was almost noon. Hestia became embarrassed. So, she hurriedly decided to change the topic. Hestia, anyway, that's all. I am leaving. Hestia then walked towards the door. Hephaestus, wait. Hestia, huh? Hephaestus, I am coming too. Hestia, why? Hephaestus, it's to thanks the Black Swordsman for curing my eye. And why, yes, also he said he will provide the materials for weapon in the morning. That's why I am coming along. Hestia, is that so? Hestia looked at Hephaestus, who averted her eyes away trying not to meet Hestia's gaze. After some time, Hestia shrugged her shoulders. Hestia, okay, let's go together. Hephaestus took a sigh of relief before following Hestia. Hestia then opened the door, and they left the workshop. At this, the 2 guards outside heard the door opening and turned towards them. They both were afraid of Premies last night. However, when Hestia left last night, she informed them Premies was gone, and they can return to guarding the door. Only then they returned. Guard 1 and Guard 2, Lady Hestia. Lady Hephaestus. Both guards became stunned when they witnessed Hephaestus' flawless face without eye patch. They lost themselves while looking at her beauty. However, Hephaestus frowned when she witnessed their behavior. Her expressions turned solemn as she spoke with stern voice. Hephaestus, I am going somewhere with Hestia. While I am away, look after the workshop. Finished speaking, Hephaestus walked away. Her stern voice made the guards came out of their stupor. When they Hephaestus walking away, Guard 1 quickly tried to stop her. Guard 1, Lady H. Hephaestus, it's not safe for you to go on your own. At least let me accompany you. Guard 1 showed a genuine smile while saying so. But Hephaestus didn't like this smile. This time she spoke in harsh tone. Hephaestus, we will be fine. Return back to your post. Then without waiting for Guard reply, she left with Hestia. This time Guard 1 didn't dare to go against her order. Asterisk. 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 Since sun rose just yet, Hostess of Fertility didn't open yet. This was the time when all the waitress of wake up and started to freshen themselves. But not today. Today they woke up even before. Considering they're going to move to their new lodging, they woke up long before. Because they packed their stuff last night, they decided to do the cleaning. After all, after putting their stuff in their new house, they need to return here to start off their day. Mia, have you girls all packed your stuffs? All waitresses, yes. Mia, good. By the way, did Seer tell you where your new house is? Chloe, no, meow. Anya, we asked but she said it's surprise, meow. Mia, oh. Hey Seer, at least tell me. Seer, no. It will be a surprise to everyone. Mia, but I am not moving with you. So, it's fine to tell me isn't. Seer, sorry. At this time, Lily and Haruheim walked down the stairs. All turned to them to greet them but suddenly they stopped their movements. Chloe. Anya. Rio. Lunwar. Seer. Mia. It's not that something is wrong with Lily and Haruheim. They are just shocked because Haruheim became more beautiful overnight. Her skin looks very lively and glossy. Since they have knowledgeable about adult stuff, they realized what happened to Haruheim in an instant. However, they only have knowledge. They have zero experience, hence they are still virgin. Except Mia and Seer, Freya, that is. However, there's one question in everyone's mind except Lily. Everyone, when Premies and Haruheim do sex without any of us realizing. We didn't hear any noise or sound whole night.